Hello Evaon, like, subscribe and share Tree Fanfiction audiobook channel for next part. Chapter 1, The Strongest Template System. Tianhai City, at the gate of middle school. Student, your senior high school are going to undergo the awakening ceremony today, are you nervous? Accompanied by a female voice, a pitch-black microphone hit Sumo's mouth directly. The boy's pretty brows frowned. Such way of interview, he didn't like this interview very much. But out of politeness, Sumo still replied calmly, "Beauty, do you believe me if I say I'm not nervous?" This reporter are asking a nonsense questions. The awakening ceremony, which is only once in one's life, is equivalent to an important college entrance examination in my previous life. Who is not nervous? That's right. Sumo is not a person in this world. It has been 18 years since he came to this strange world. In this world, monsters are rampant. To fight against monsters, human beings discovered the mystery of genes 1,000 years ago. From the age of science and technology, to the extraordinary age of awakening abilities, and then using abilities to fight against monsters. Today, it happens to be the day of awakening for the latest batch of senior high school students in our third middle school. As long as he can awaken his supernatural powers, even those who are not very strong, are equivalent to a top students in my previous life. On the contrary, if you can't awaken the ability, it will be mediocre, and even life will be a problem. Who is not nervous about this awakening ceremony that is dozens of times more cruel than the college entrance examination in the previous life? I'm nervous, okay. When the female reporter heard Sumo's words, she smiled awkwardly, and then changed the subject. By the way, I heard that there are many physical monsters among the students of your third middle school this year, especially Sumo in the second class. I heard that in terms of 3 physical abilities, it seems to be more perverted than the group of key students from awakened family. A commoner student can be even better than the genius of the awakened family. Is this true? Words fall. Sumo glanced at the female reporter calmly. As long as civilians are willing to work hard, they are not necessarily worse than those awakened family. The female reporter was slightly stunned and looked at Sumo speechlessly. Student, you have such a crazy tone. When the group of awakened family members heard it, they are going to be angry. Are you not afraid of their revenge? Revenge? Just relying on that group of waste who can only use family arrogance and domineering, and don't work hard at all. Looking at the somewhat ridiculous female reporter, Sumo shook his head. The female reporter was stunned. They are the faces of your third middle school this year. You actually said they are rubbish. The boy in front of him is a bit crazy. Is he also a genius student from an awakened family? But it looks nothing like this. While she was in doubt, Sumo's next words left her stunned on the spot. Even me, an ordinary civilian, can defeat them. They can only bully the weak and fear the strong. What is it if it is not rubbish? After speaking, Sumo turned around lightly and walked directly to the school gate. In the same place, the reporter's sister opened her mouth wide, and looked at Sumo's way back in a daze. Is he Sumo? Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. OMG. The person I just interviewed turned out to be the famous and awesome civilian student from the third middle school. The young lady looked shocked and wanted to continue to catch up with Sumo for an interview, but the young figure had disappeared. Walk on the intersection of campus. Sumo didn't care about what the female reporter said just now. He was indeed a civilian, and he was from an orphanage. But what about it? He Sumo is not in the absence of Traveler's golden finger. By 10 times, or even 100 times of effort, I barely surpassed the group of dudes of the awakened family. Just like now, before dawn and the awakening ceremony officially started, I was the first to come to school. The purpose is very simple, just to be able to train for a few more hours, so as to welcome the upcoming awakening ceremony. Soon, Sumo walked into the physical fitness hall where he usually trains his physical fitness. After warming up a little, he immediately began to exercise with the help of public equipment. Speed, strength, and reaction. The 3 combined physical qualities are the pre-standards for stimulating gene potential and awakening abilities. Although it may not be accurate, as long as the students are physically strong, there is a high probability that they will be awakened with abilities. Time flies. After 3 hours of exercise, students entered the school gate one after another at the gate of number 3 Lieutenant's School. The third middle school ranks third in Tianhai City. Although the attention is not as high as the first and second middle schools, it is not small. Therefore, as soon as the day lighted up, the school gate was crowded with people. There were students' family members, but more often, it was the media public relations of Tianhai City. All teachers and students in the third year of high school gather in the Hall of Awakening. A loud broadcast sound also sounded at this time. Has it started? After wiping the sweat on his forehead, Sumo exhaled deeply, and then hurried towards the Awakening Hall. In front of the Awakening Hall, the students in the 6 classes of the 3rd grade have already rushed to the seats in their class. Among them, one is a class of top students, all students from the family of the awakened, and the salary is indeed much higher. At this time, these powerful children all sat in conspicuous positions in the front row, all with their chins high, appearing very proud. Amo, looking at your sweaty body, didn't you come here after doing morning exercises again? In the 2nd class position, the best friend Chen Derong saw Sumo approaching for the first time, and suddenly looked helpless. Sumo found a place to sit down and looked at the best friend. You don't know what I am doing. What if you don't work hard? Chen Derong was silent, then patted Sumo on the shoulder and joked, brother, if you can't wake up with supernatural powers, I will support you. Screw you. Rolled his eyes, but Sumo's heart was warm. Chen Derong is a rich 2nd generation, and comes from a family of awakened people, but because of his more casual and hearty personality, he didn't fit in with the powerful students in the 1st class, so he chose to enter the 2nd class. For so many years, when Sumo fell into a coma due to excessive exercise, Chen Derong secretly funded him to treat him. Sumo always remembered this kindness. By the way, Amo, you hold this thing. After the two joked a few more, Chen Derong suddenly took out a white jade-like spar from the side. Upon seeing this, Sumo's eyes twitched. This is a Shinik stone. The Shinik stone is a necessary training resource for the awakened after awakening the supernatural power. Although this one is the lowest level, it needs at least 100,000 federal coins. It is equivalent to the income of an ordinary family for more than 1 year or even 2 years. Well, this is a low-level Shinik stone. My dad said, just before awakening, you can try to sense the Shinik stone. As long as you can sense even a trace of psychic power, it will help us wait. As for the awakening test, the bunch of stinky things are now also handed, so you can't neglect it. With that said, Chen Derong forced this Shinik stone into Sumo's hand. Sumo was a little embarrassed, but seeing Chen Derong's irresistible expression in his eyes, he could only thank him. Thank you, brother. After secretly remembering this friendship, Sumo curiously took over the Shinik stone. Ding! The weak energy is sensed, and the system activation conditions are barely reached. The system is activating. Ding! The strongest template system is successfully activated and begins to bind host Sumo. Ding! In the first draw of the novice benefits, congratulations on obtaining the qualification for the One Piece World Template Screening. Ding! One Piece World Template Screening. Ding! Successful screening. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the strongest man in the pirate world, Edward Newgate, unlocking the template. Chapter 2. This is my golden finger. Holding the already dim Shinik stone in a daze, Sumo's heart was overwhelmed at this moment, and he was shocked. In 18 years, he had no longer fantasized. Unexpectedly, the golden finger who looked forward to this day and night was about to perform the awakening ceremony because of a Shinik stone. And it's activated. In other words, the cheats are always there, and they can't be activated only because they can't get energy. For a while, Sumo was a little bit dumbfounded. But after another thought, he was relieved. After all, he was an orphan when he came across. Food and lodging are a problem, not to mention the luxury of Shinik stones. Besides, it's not too late to activate now, with the system's golden finger, plus the perseverance that he has tempered over the years. It is bound to reach the pinnacle in this extraordinary world. Trying to control his trembling body from excitement, Sumo immediately looked at the virtual panel in front of him. Host, Sumo. Repair, none. Ability, Power of Shaking, S+, 3-color domineering, S. Martial Arts, none. Energy point, 11. Character template, Edward Newgate. Character details and unlock level can be found in the template list. After a brief glance at the character panel and the system introduction, Sumo probably knew what the system he had obtained was. This strongest template system is a system that extracts templates of characters from all facets of the world. Specially select the strongest person, and then constantly unlock the character's ability, turn it into your own use, and even surpass. Sumo's first novice benefit was to draw a template of Edward Newgate, the strongest man in pirate world. Daddy Whitebeard. The pirate king Sumo had seen it in his previous life, and he loved this powerful and charismatic character very much. System, Whitebeard's demon power and tricolor domineering have been transformed into abilities. Not only is it transformed into an ability, but the rating of Shake Fruit and tricolor domineering is still S. The legendary S class. Cultivate to the extreme, enough to form the strongest ability of natural disasters. In this world, power levels are divided from strong to weak, S, A, B, C, D, E, F. Before that, let alone S level, even C level, Sumo couldn't even think about it. As long as he can awaken the D-class power, he will be satisfied. Because of the awakening of D-level or above abilities, he can go to top universities to continue his studies. Develop abilities under the guidance of massive resources and the strong, and truly step into the ranks of the strong. As a result, he was given a double S grade directly now. If he was known during the test, read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Didn't it just blow up? Secretly shocked, the system responded in a timely manner with a cold mechanical sound, change according to the world's rules and eliminate side effects. Eliminate side effects. After returning to his senses, Sumo's eyes widened, and he was ecstatic. Does that mean that those with devil fruit ability no longer need to be afraid of sea water? Awesome! The system is perfect. Just as Sumo continued to communicate with the system through consciousness, a great sound spread across the Great Hall of Awakening. Dear students, your class teacher should have explained the process of the awakening ceremony in detail. Here, I will simply add a few words. First, relax and don't resist the next ceremony because of tension. Second, even if you can't, don't be discouraged when you awaken your abilities. You can also continue to take the liberal arts college entrance examination. As long as you work hard, you may become a researcher and continue to contribute to the country. Okay, that's all I have to say. I announce that the awakening ceremony has officially begun. As the principal Huang Chongguang finished speaking, all teachers and students, including family members who were onlookers, and media public relations applauded. Nodded with satisfaction, Huang Chongguang immediately looked at an old man in the Hall of Awakening. Instructor Wang Zhou, the person in charge of this test. Upon receiving a signal, Wang Zhou immediately turned on the Chinook tester in the center of the hall. As long as you put your hand on the tester, the Chinook energy stored in it will flow into the human body's genes. Then start to activate potential abilities. If there is an ability, the tester will light up and give the answer. Those without abilities are dim and dull. After turning on the instrument, Wang Zhou looked at the front row position. Class 1 students, as usual, you should come up first. Class 1 is exactly the class led by Wang Zhou. At this moment, he thought that his class was the face of the third middle school, and his old face was filled with pride. But at the next moment it was a little stiff. Because he thought of Sumo, who barely overpowered his classmates in all three physical abilities. If you wait for the student named Sumo to really awaken a superb power than the student in his class, wouldn't I lose my old face? Probably not. Excellent physical abilities may be able to awaken abilities, but if you want to awaken higher abilities, the real focus is on genetic strength. The students in my class are all from the awakening family, and many of them are of D-level parents. The awakened person of supernatural powers, the little guy in the second class, is not the offspring of the awakened person, otherwise it is impossible to be an orphan. Consoling himself, Wang Zhou's old face showed pride again. A class of Zhaohong, come on stage. After the words fell, in the first class, a tall and confident teenager walked up the steps. Only a few seconds after he put his hand on the tester, a burst of light slowly lit up. After a while, Zhao Hong, E-level ability, body strengthening. Wow! The sound of the tester fell, and there was a burst of exclamation. Awesome! The top student is the top student. The first one to come to power is the E-level ability. Although it is a common type of ability, it has surpassed 80% of the same age. The last key university is absolutely no problem. This year's top class in number 3 middle school seems to be comparable to number 2 middle school. This Zhao Hong can be ranked in the top 10 in the 3 physical fitness tests in the class, and his parents are also E-level awakened, which is normal. Guess what level of ability can Tang Zihao and Lin Ting, who ranked first and second, awaken? With these two people's life experience and stamina, at least grade E. Below, the students in the other classes looked enviously at Zhao Hongtu, and the surrounding media began to talk even more. Zhao Hong enjoyed the scene very much. He turned around and walked down the steps, his eyes suddenly looking towards the second class. To be precise, it should be Su Mo who looked at Chen Derong's side. Peasant Su, there is still some time before your second class test. Are you not known as an Iron Man? Why don't you take this opportunity to do a few more sets of push-up exercises, maybe you may awaken an S-level ability later. Yeah, ha ha ha. With a playful smile, Zhao Hong looked like a villain at this time. Most of the people in the class looked down on Su Mo, and among them, Zhao Hong was one of the most upset. At this moment, he was receiving attention, and he naturally couldn't bear to mock Su Mo. Ha ha, refreshing. Amo, ignore this sand sculpture, I believe you will be able to awaken a D-level ability. On the second class seat, Chen Derong glared at Zhao Hong first, then patted Su Mo on the shoulder to encourage him. Without a second glance at Zhao Hong, Su Mo looked at Chen Derong, and smiled, don't worry, I won't be familiar with this stuff. Besides, Derong, won't you bless your brothers a lot? Only the D-level ability, you congratulations to me for awakening the S-level ability. When I awaken the S-level ability, it will definitely cover you. Good fellow, Chen Derong was silent directly. He thought that his brother would be affected by his mentality. Who knows, this is not only like a okay person, but also a joke. I drop a good boy. Also S-level ability. If Su Mo can awaken the S-level ability, He Chen will directly swim in the dung pool to celebrate his brother. Chapter 3. After Zhao Hong's episode, the second student in the class quickly picked up. Wang Niu, F-grade ability. For top students, F-level abilities are normal, not outstanding or bad. Next, a class of students came on stage one after another, both good and bad. Most of them are F-level abilities, but the E-level is supernormal, with as many as 8. There are 3 more students than the last year's senior high school students, which is a good improvement. This made Wang Zhou, the dean of teaching, very happy, his old face flushed. By this time, there are still 2 students in the class that have not been tested. Everyone looked at the 2 students one after another. Tang Zihao and Lin Ting. The best of these 2 top students. If it weren't for the sudden emergence of a civilian like Su Mo, he would definitely be a benchmark student in the 3rd middle school. Of course, most of the people present today still agree that there is still media public relations. Even if the commoner Su Mo had better physical fitness on weekdays, he should still be inferior to the 2 in today's awakening test. After all, there is no trace of Su Mo's life experience, and Tang Zihao and Lin Ting are both descendants of D-class awakened. The former may be 100% capable of awakening abilities, but the upper limit is definitely not better than the latter. First class Lin Ting, come on stage. As Wang Zhou finished speaking, a slender girl with a face value of at least 80 points walked onto the stage gracefully. Her white chin was raised high, and her eyes were full of arrogance, like a white swan. Lin Ting, don't be nervous, just slowly place your hand on the tester. Looking at the girl in front of him, Wang Zhou smiled kindly. Teacher believes that you will be able to awaken the D-level ability. Don't worry, teacher, I can definitely awaken the D-level ability, but my pursuit is C-level. The girl's small face was full of pride, and after a sweet smile, she put her white hand into the tester. Wow! A brilliance that was even more dazzling than Zhao Hong lit up, attracting the attention of everyone present. This light definitely passed E-level, D-level. Or, seeing this ray of light, everyone in the room mentioned their throats in their hearts. Quickly, the sound of the tester comes out. Lin Ting, D-class elemental ability, triple whirlwind. As soon as the result came out, the scene fell silent. Papa papa. Applause immediately followed. D-level ability. And it's also the ability of elemental wind element. It's powerful, much more powerful than her parents' normal enhancement system. There is no element type that is not bad, and it is still D-level, definitely better than the other D-level abilities. Really worthy of being the beauty of the sky in the third middle school. I remember that the highest in the first middle school is also C-level. In the third middle school, you can wake up D-level, and it is still elemental. It is very powerful, promising, and future achievements are not low. It's great, it would be great if my son also had a D-level ability, hey! Around the scene, there was a big exclamation. The students in the rest of the class, even the top students in the first class, all looked at Lin Ting, both with envy and admiration. Lin Ting used to be their goddess, and now that she has awakened D-class elemental powers, it is even more unattainable. Wang Zhou couldn't help his image anymore, ha ha ha. Classmate Lin Ting, D-level elemental powers, very good. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. The teacher is still teaching well. Lin Ting's face was flushed red too, and she replied in a charming manner. Although not the desired C-level, the D-level elemental class is also one of her pursuits. Happy. Celebrating with joy in my heart. The girl once again walked down the steps like a white swan, enjoying the much anticipated treatment. However, she did not return to her class, but came to the second class. Looking sharply at Suemo, have you thought about it? For a time, all the students looked at Suemo with both envious and complicated eyes. Suemo, on the other hand, looked at Lin Ting coldly. I refuse to accept it. This year, because of his excellent physical ability, he also looks handsome and beautiful. The arrogant Lin Ting asked herself to be her servant on the condition of enjoying excellent resources. Listen to her Lin Ting at any time, like a dog-like domestic servant. The purpose of this woman is also very simple, just to use this to humiliate Suemo and reduce her unwillingness. Suemo naturally couldn't agree to such an unreasonable request, and he even wanted to laugh. Chen Derong was even more angry and went back. Don't think about your surname Lin, my brother is a man you will never get. You. The girl's pretty face suddenly chilled, but due to Chen Derong's identity, she could only endure it. Taking a deep breath, she regained her confidence and smile again, her beautiful eyes staring at Suemo. I look forward to your test. After speaking, he walked back to the first class gracefully like a white swan. Cut, hypocritical woman. Cursing his lips, Chen Derong patted Suemo on the shoulder. There are many cousins in my family, and her personality is so good, you can rest assured. Suemo. Wang Zhou also saw this scene, but didn't say anything, but continued to look kindly at Tang Zihao, the best in his class. A class of Tang Zihao, come on stage. Tang Zihao is a tall and cold-looking teenager, who has caused many girls to show idiot faces. He walked onto the stage in silence like this, then put his hand in the tester. The eyes of everyone on the scene also moved with his movements. After all, the descendants of the Tianhai City group have absolutely the highest attention in the third middle school. Shining is actually much stronger than Lin Ting. Tang Zihao, C-level beast enhancement type ability, demon tiger beastization. With the sound of the tester, the noise on the scene boiled directly. FK. C rank. I remember that their strongest animal transformation ability is not D rank werewolf. No, your news is inaccurate. According to records, the Tang group had a C-level demon tiger beastly elder 200 years ago. Could it be that it is inherited from generation to generation? FK. This kind of chance can also be met, C-level. This can be compared to 1 or 2 high schools, right? Envy. Devilish tiger beast. I really awakened this ability. Tang Zihao clenched his fists, his handsome face was cold from beginning to end, and finally showed excitement and excitement. C level. This year our third high school also has a C level. Ha ha ha. Wang Zhou smiled triumphantly, and looked at Tang Zihao gratifiedly. You really deserve to be my student, Zihao, you have a bright future. Thank you, teacher. Converging a little, Tang Zihao walked down the stage without being humble or arrogant, in a spirit of enduring excitement. Around, the major media public relations are still discussing Tang Zihao. Young Master Tang should be the strongest senior in the third high school this year, right? I didn't expect it to be a C grade. Wait, the strongest is not necessarily the case, isn't there Sumo? He is even higher than Tang Zihao in all three physical abilities. I find it difficult. He hasn't even taken some basic drugs for gene enhancement. He just exercises 3 physical stamina alone, and may be able to awaken abilities, but at most he is F grade, E grade he is considered good. Oh, this is the helplessness of the civilians. If he could also take some genetic drugs in advance and do both, I dare to pack a ticket. He has at least E-level abilities, and maybe he can still be D-level. Public relations in the major media have been talking about it. When it comes to the special existence of the 3 middle schools, SU and MO, the topic is unanimous. After all, there have been too many such examples in this era. The civilians rose up like a comet, but in the end they fell on the Hall of Awakening. Class 2 is ready, it's your turn. In the Great Hall of Awakening, the old face of Wang Zhou in a good mood did not return to that stern look at this moment. Instead, they continued to announce the list of lists kindly. Second class Sumo, come on stage. When the words fell, the scene was quiet. All the audience, media, public relations, and the students have set their sights on the second class. It can be said that in the awakening ceremony slogan of number 3 middle school a while ago, Sumo's reputation is well known. The common people regarded him as a role model, and the awakening family and even the powerful people sneered at it. What is the result? It happens to be the real chapter at this moment. Is the first one? That's fine. Slowly stood up, Sumo's eyes flickered, and then calmly walked onto the stage. Chapter 4. Amo, you can definitely do it, isn't it a C level? It's a trivial thing to you. Chen Derong's encouragement came from behind, but some students shook their heads one after another when they heard it in the ears of some students. Sumo C level? How can that be? If the C level awakened so easily, their Tianhai city would not have been unable to produce a B-level superpower for hundreds of years. The students in Class 1 had a sneer at the corners of their mouths. In their opinion, Sumo could awaken an F-level ability just like their ordinary top students. It has been the virtue of the ancestors for 8 lifetimes. Even some civilian students looked at Sumo's back, even if they didn't slander them, they were very unoptimistic. Of course, they still hope that Sumo can at least awaken an E-level ability. In this way, those media public relations who look down on their civilian students should also slightly change their views. Under the attention of all the people, Sumo slowly walked to the awakening tester. At the same time, I communicated with the system in my heart. Can the system help me hide the domineering ability of the tricolor? S grade is the strongest power in this world. In a small urban area like Tianhai City, starting from the Transcendent era, it has only had B-level abilities at the highest level. If you wait for the awakening of a double SS level, it will cause a sensation. I am afraid it will be no less than 100 magnitude earthquake. The federal government, as well as the major consortia, and those mysterious organizations that can be seen and heard, are afraid that they will be eyeing themselves. And this is only for the human side. If it were known by some highly intelligent humanoid monsters, it would be unthinkable. As extraterritorial creatures that have oppressed humans for thousands of years, they absolutely do not allow humans to appear such enchanted figures. I am afraid that as soon as the news of the double SS level comes out, it will desperately sneak into the human community and wipe Sumo in the cradle, right? This is what Sumo saw in the historical copy. Although there is another possibility, that is, the safest protection of all mankind, but it is only possible. Regarding uncertainties, he dare not make fun of his life. It's better to be cautious, just show a shocking S-class first. An S-grade is just right. It can shock the Federation, attract attention and protection, and find a way out for itself. Being able to get stuck at the critical point of the abyss monsters would not immediately want to kill himself desperately. After all, the S-level abilities are legendary powers, but every year in the awakening ceremony, the entire human race has hundreds of billions or more of the population. There will still be so many S ranks, so the attitude of the monsters will not be so decisive. Kill if you encounter it, if you don't encounter it, you won't care too much. Because in the territories of major mythological monsters, there are also some terrifying existences that are not inferior to human S-level abilities. Can be hidden. There was a cold voice from the system. Hearing this, Sumo breathed a sigh of relief, and the worries in his heart dissipated. Upon seeing this, Wang Zhou thought it was Sumo who was overly nervous. He rarely reminded, Sumo, you are the most outstanding student from an ordinary family in recent years. You can be more proud, even if the result of your awakening is not as good as Zihao and the others. It should not be bad, you can relax some mentality. The Dean of Teaching, after two of his own students awakened the D-level elemental and C-level beastification abilities respectively. Obviously a bit more open-minded, thinking about it, I think no one can compare to my own students, right? Otherwise, with his usual attitude of ignoring other class students, it would be impossible to say a few words to Sumo Duo. Thank you director, I'm fine. After a weird expression of thanks, Sumo directly placed his hand on the tester. From now on, he wants to let those who look down on him know. His 18 years of hard work in sumo have not been in vain, read more at hotmentalnovel.xyz. He is not only the student with the best physical fitness in the 3 middle schools, but after that, he will also be Tianhai City and even the civilization of all humanity. The best genius. A vast ray of light rose to the sky. Only a momentary effort surpassed Tang Zihao's intensity. FK. This light. It's definitely more dazzling than Tang Zihao's light, hey. Isn't it going to surpass the sea level? I went to high schools in other top cities last year to watch their awakening rituals. I am dissatisfied with you. Even if it is a B-level elemental ability, the light is at most like this. This Sumo. Couldn't it be B-level awakening? Is it a power? Oh my god! This commoner student, is he going to perform miracles? Seeing the light that burst out at that instant, all the onlookers and all the teachers and students were stunned. Staring blankly at the slender figure on the Hall of Awakening. Class B. Although there are many in top big cities. But in Tianhai City, it is already a legendary ability. Tianhai City, which hasn't had a grade B superpower for hundreds of years, is about to be born today. Everyone held their breath and looked at the tester intently. But at this moment, buzzing. The light that made everyone think that the B-level evaluation was about to be announced, unexpectedly hummed again. The white and dazzling brilliance suddenly skyrocketed again. Directly broke through the Hall of Awakening Hall. 100 meters. Kilometer, 10,000 meters. Until it breaks through the sky. This vision shocked all the people in Tianhai City, and they looked towards the sky in amazement. Look at the vast, white beam of light. Oh my god! What is this? Could it be that monsters have entered our human community? Wait, there is the direction of the 3, and this white light seems to be the strength of the ability during the awakening test. Are you trying to say that this invisible light was produced by the awakening test? What are you kidding me? In front of the 3rd awakening hall. Everyone, including the principal Huang Chongguang, opened their eyes wide and opened their mouths, looking stupidly at this pillar of light. Until the sound of the tester came. Second Squad Sumo, S-level special type ability, the effect is unknown. Quiet. As the light gradually dissipated, the scene was so quiet that the needle fell. Huang Chongguang had already stood up from his principal's chair at this time, with a dazed expression. S grade. Did he hear it right? Was he awakened as an S grade in his 3rd middle school? Snapped. The powerful awakened 1-star golden one slapped himself on the spot like a dream. The pain struck, the young man in front of him was still standing on the Hall of Awakening, and the tester still showed an S-level record. Really an S grade. My third middle school is actually an S grade. Ha ha ha. Huang Kongwang's laughter spread loudly, and everyone at the scene recovered. Then they all looked at the golden characters on the tester with disbelief. S-level special type abilities. His. Inhaling cold air, breathing sounded repeatedly. Sumo awakened the S-level ability. And it's still a special kind of ability that is more mysterious than the elemental kind. Enchanting. At this moment, in everyone's mind, there is only this left in the evaluation of that slender figure. Only those who have awakened the S-level ability can be worthy of this title. He. S-class. At the position of Class 1, Tang Zihaochunyi's face was full of shock and disbelief at this moment. Such a gap in contrast made him totally unacceptable. Fists were tightly clenched, and my heart was filled with despair, just like the unwillingness and despair in the previous physical test. As for Lin Ting, her pretty face was already pale, her body trembling, her teeth creaking. On the contrary, it was Chen Derong. This guy jumped directly from his chair with excitement at this moment. Dancing like a monkey, completely forgetting the FG of the butterfly swim in the dung pool. Chapter 5. S grade, am I dazzled? No. You have no dizziness, and there is no error in the tester, it is really S level. With such a qualification, the 5 top universities have definitely received news, and maybe they will come to Tianhai City soon to grab someone. Envy. What? Unexpectedly, in Tianhai City, there will be S-level bosses, and I can see the birth of S-level bosses in the rest of my life. I will die without regret. He actually did a miracle. This can't be said of no one in Tianhai City, but it is definitely unprecedented. On the viewing platform, many media public relations in Tianhai City have completely changed their faces at the moment, and their mouths are full of praise. Compared with the previous attitude that underestimated Sumo, it was a change of heaven and earth. I can only say that it is so real. Thump, pound, pound, pound. The principal was sitting on the stage. Huang Kongwang's face was red, and his heart was pounding. He jumped to Sumo's side after a few jumps. Looking at the young man in front of him, the old face grinned again. Ha ha ha, you have something to do with your youth. Principal. Sumo was a little hairy by the hot eyes, but he nodded politely. Among the 3 middle schools, Huang Chongguang is regarded as one of the people he respects most. Even if some teachers look down on him as a commoner or something on weekdays, Huang Chongguang will definitely not. He even opened up all kinds of precious exercise equipment for civilian students, fair and just, and he is a rare good principal. Moreover, Huang Chongguang is also a golden 1-star awakener. P.S. The level of the awakeners in this world, black iron, silver, gold, diamonds, extraordinary, Feng Wang, each level is divided into 1 to 9 stars. This is the top group of people in Tianhai City. Therefore, it is not only because of Huang Kongguang's character, but also out of respect for the strong. Even if Sumo had awakened the S-level ability, the etiquette he should have was still indispensable. Student Sumo, can you show me how your abilities look like? At this moment, Huang Kongguang's eyes were full of excitement and curiosity. S-level special unknown ability. It would be a great honor if he could be the first witness to this power. Kin. Sumo chuckled and nodded. To be honest, he felt the mysterious power of the devil in his body at this moment, and he was also very curious. After taking a deep breath, Sumo immediately clenched his fists. I saw it. Accompanied by a buzzing sound, a white halo emerged, enveloping his fist. Huang Chongguang held his breath and watched excitedly. The surrounding audience, including all the teachers and students, also calmed down, looking at the halo in Sumo's hand, secretly surprised. Boom! Without hesitation, Sumo directly bombarded the void ahead. Click! The weird sound like broken glass spread. Then, under everyone's horrified gaze, a slender crack spread from Sumo's fist. In an instant, the cracks were filled with a 5-meter diameter void in front, as if the space had been shattered, and it was extremely shocking. FK. What kind of power is this? Is it smashing the void with one punch? Smash the void with the power of the flesh? This extraordinary power may not be possible, right? Read more at hotmetalnovel.xyz. No. The space is not broken, but what is going on with those cracks? Weird. It's weird. Special class is special class. Just looking at it, I feel my scalp numb. What would happen if I was hit by that punch? Since the observation deck is far away, most people can only see the vision in front of Suemo. But even so, such a shocking visual effect made everyone's heart pounding, and they were so frightened that they exclaimed. This is... Huang Chongguang and Wang Zhou, who were closest to Suemo, their old faces suddenly changed color. After feeling the shuddering destructive power, the two directly stepped back subconsciously. Even a layer of psychic energy cover that can only be condensed by the golden awakened is formed on the body surface. However, the strange power did not affect the two of them. As Suemo retracted his fist, the void in front of him returned to peace. Is this the power of the Whitebeard's demon? The system was really awesome when it caused the air shock without being backlashed. Originally, he had to prepare for backlash. But until he retracted his fist, he didn't feel any discomfort. There is no doubt that this is definitely the credit of the system. Eliminate all side effects, can only say. Cool. Student Suemo, is this ability of yours to produce shock? Huang Chongguang removed the psychic mask, and the old face asked uncontrollably. Just now he and Wang Zhou, two of the strongest of the three. I was shocked by a student who had just awakened his ability. And it's still under the circumstances that all teachers and students wait and see with the media. It's really embarrassing. But they can't be blamed for this. Who said that the power that Suemo just made was too terrifying? Huang Chongguang can guarantee that if the entity was hit in the boxing just now, below the gold awakened, the silver awakened will be hit hard if they don't prepare. The black iron awakened directly died. That's right, no matter whether you are guarded or not, whether or not Juxing is killed directly. This power is definitely more than elemental horror, and even the destructive power of the lightning ability is probably hard to match. The S-level special ability is really terrifying. Roughly the same. Facing Huang Chongguang's question, Suemo smiled lightly and replied, I call this ability a demon shock. Shaking the fruit, the power of the devil. Shouldn't it be reasonable to call it demon shock? In this world, everyone's abilities must be put on record, and naming them in advance will save a lot of trouble. S-level special type abilities, demon shock. Huang Chongguang's eyes were bright, and he grabbed Suemo's hand and said excitedly, Student Suemo, I have just notified people from the top 5 universities. Tomorrow their special recruit teachers will come to our third high school. You will enjoy the top-level enrollment treatment and enter the most complete and perfect education institution for human education. Then thank the principal, Suemo replied with a smile. Really? As long as he shows his talents and the follow-up way out, someone will make arrangements for him. 5 top universities. Magic University, Taikyo University, Woolen University, Jiangnan University, Zhongzhou University. These 5 universities were the top universities in the world before the extraordinary age. Today, after being baptized in an extraordinary age, it has become a holy place for human education. Each category of abilities has a powerful analysis and explanation to help students control the abilities more quickly and become the strong. Before getting the system, Suemo dreamed of entering these 5 universities. Just as countless candidates in previous lives wanted to enter Qingbei. Now, after obtaining the S-level ability, these 5 universities personally recruit themselves. Ha, dreaming is not so cool. It's so real. No thanks. No thanks. This is what I should do. Come, and sit on it. As the first student who awakens the S-level ability in Yemen No. 3 Middle School, No. 3 Middle School is proud of you, and at the same time, your reward is also no less, the principal, I will distribute it for you personally. After a while, Huang Chongguang personally invited Suemo to sit on the stage with the principal. In that way, those who didn't understand thought that Suemo was the principal of the 3rd middle school. Surrounded by Huang Chongguang, Sumo suddenly turned his head to look at the position of Class 2 and said with a sincere smile, "Darong, come on. Ha ha ha. Brother, wait for me." Lin Ting, Tang Zihao and Zhao Hong on the other side saw this scene. Their faces were already pale, their eyes full of bitterness and despair. Are the three of them ignored by Sumo? That's right, Sumo was afraid that he never regarded himself and others as opponents from beginning to end, right? Now that they have awakened the S-level ability, their identities have been directly transferred, and they are not even people in the same world. This feeling and the gap are painful. Especially Lin Ting, can't wait to find a hole to go in now. Let the S-level ability person be his servant? I'm afraid that her whole family is not worthy of Sumo's shoes. Chapter 6. At the Hall of Awakening, the test restarted, and the second-class students continued on stage. But for audiences and media who have experienced S-level shocks, it is already somewhat dull. Unless there is another S-level ability, this is obviously unlikely. The principal sits on the stage. Student Sumo, after consideration, I will give you a 1 million scholarship on behalf of the school. At this moment, Huang Chongguang only had Sumo in his eyes. After speaking, he continued to smile and said, at the same time, you will become the honorary tutor of Yemen 3rd Middle School. Honorary tutor. Sumo was slightly taken aback. 1 million is already a very high reward, and I didn't expect to get the honorary title of an honorary mentor. You know, honorary tutors can exist on the same level as the principal, and to a certain extent, they are even more important than the principal. Because this is the benchmark of a school, but the face of this school. And you don't need to be too responsible for the chores in the school to enjoy all the management rights of this school. It's more valuable than that 1 million. In fact, this name is dispensable for Sumo, after all, he will leave Tianhai City sooner or later. But Huang Chongguang is already so polite and enthusiastic. It's just a nominal post, so he'll take it if he takes it. It can be regarded as his Sumo's concern for this alma mater. Seeing that Sumo agreed to become the honorary tutor of the 3rd Middle School, Huang Chongguang was so excited. Immediately, he secretly took out a metal box from behind. Although these things are not very valuable, they should be very useful to the awakened with the initial awakening ability. Because the principal sitting on the stage was blocked by a guardrail, people outside did not see this small movement. Taking a deep look at Huang Chongguang, Sumo took the metal box. He could naturally see that the principal was showing his favor. Sumo is not disgusted with this, after all, at this stage, he does need some initial things to become stronger faster. And Huang Chongguang's behavior is pretty good. As the first person to please him, how about accepting him? Hi! When Huang Chongguang saw Sumo accept it, he was relieved. S-level special ability. Entering the top 5 universities is a sure thing. Once you graduate successfully by that time, at least you will be a strong player in the Diamond Realm. If the battle goes well in the foreign expedition, it relies on the S-level talent. It is not impossible to become a transcendent awakened person, even a powerful king. What is stored in the box is actually his Huang Chongguang's half-life savings, but this cost is compared with that of a future boss. What is it? Don't fawn now, still want to wait for others to become Wang Qinzhen before fawning? Want to fart? Moreover, he didn't need Sumo's help, as long as the latter achieved something in the future. Just click on his Huang Chongguang's name. Thinking about it this way, Huang Chongguang couldn't hold back the smile on his face at all. Sumo, you should be tired, do you want me to send you back to rest, and I will let you know when the people from the 5 universities come. It's okay, you can go back after watching the awakening ceremony. Sumo also smiled. He received 1 million in a box that was obviously in stock, so he was naturally happy. After chatting with Huang Chongguang for a few more words, he separated his mind and went to observe the system. Host, Sumo. Repair, 1 star in the Black Iron Realm, read more at hotmetalnovel.xyz. Ability, Power of Shaking, S+, 3-color Domineering, S. Martial Arts, None. Energy Point, 11. Character Template, Edward Newgate, character details and unlock level can be found in the template list. In terms of cultivation, he has changed from nothing to 1 star of black iron. There are strands of psychic energy flowing in the body, which is a symbol of the awakened one. Sumo just asked the system a question. For example, is the Shinik system of this world linked to the fruit of shaking? Host, when the shaking fruit is transformed into a supernatural power, Shinik energy is already one of the energy that spurs the power of the devil. Together with physical energy, it promotes the ability of shaking the fruit, so your strength is only it will be much more than several times of the same order. What else could Sumo say after getting a systematic answer? I can only say that the system is awesome. Secretly sighing, Sumo clicked on the character template again and looked at it in detail. Character template, Edward Newgate. Shocking power, unlock level 5. Domineering, unlock level 5. Armed color domineering, elementary, unlock level 10. See and hear color domineering, beginner, unlock level 10. Physical skills, unlock level 10. Knife off, unlock level 10. Remarks, in addition to training, you can also speed up the unlocking process by killing monsters to obtain energy points. It can also be unlocked by completing randomly distributed tasks to obtain unlocking experience points. When he saw the remark at the back, Sumo's heart blossomed. I thought I had to unlock it step by step through my own efforts, but I didn't expect there to be a shortcut. This is great. Character templates will definitely be extracted in the future. If you want to unlock it slowly, it will come out with a personal character template. I am afraid it will be difficult to take care of everything, right? But once you have this benefit, it's different. As long as the energy points are sufficient, he can unlock all character templates 100% perfectly. As for the energy point, this is not simple. Besides the Shinik stone, isn't it about killing monsters? There is the most anything in this world, except for monsters, but monsters, Sumo doesn't have to worry about not having energy points at all. Nodded in satisfaction, Sumo retracted his mind and looked at the awakening hall below. But at this look, it was a stunned. Because at this time, the awakening test actually stopped again. And why the scene before him is so weird, the positions of the 6 central squads have been emptied. In the empty position, 2 students are facing each other, they are actually fighting. One of them is his good brother, Chen Derong. Sumo looked dumbfounded. After Chen Derong's test, he no longer paid much attention to the situation below. When he was fully engaged in the system, it was equivalent to closing his eyes and resting. He really didn't know what was going on. Huang Chongguang on the side was no longer visible, and he was actually watching the battle below. Stepping off the principal's desk, Sumo quietly came to Huang Chongguang's side, and said in doubt, "Principal, what's going on?" "Student Sumo, you finally recovered." Huang Chongguang's old face was very dark at the moment, but after seeing Sumo, he suddenly felt relieved as if he saw a life-saving straw. Through the brief account of the old principal, Sumo learned that during this period of time he was communicating with the system. People from number 1 and number 2 came to their number 3 middle school, and came to the news that he had awakened the S-level ability. As a result, it was yin and yang weird, all of them asked Sumo to show them like lemon essence. But Huang Chongguang naturally refused to accept it, and he was usually arrogant and complacent. Now dare to ask the honorary tutor of his 3rd middle school to perform? Let's eat she. So, of course, there will be some controversy. No, Chen Derong couldn't see that his brother was irritated by others, and he had just awakened his C-level ability. Directly request on-site PK. Conquer the so-called 1 or 2 geniuses for Sumo. After understanding the situation, Sumo showed a weird smile. His good brother is swollen. But after all, you are venting for yourself, so take a look. I really can't stand it, and he Sumo doesn't panic. 1 or 2 in 2 high schools outside of Tianhai City? A C-level elemental genius? It's all rubbish. If you dare not give face to my brother Chen Deseo later, I will crawl all the way to the master. Chapter 7. On the empty field, Chen Derong looked at the arrogant teenager opposite with extreme annoyance. What a special thing! The mere C-level ability, just like himself, dare to taunt his brother. The miscellaneous hairs in these two schools are really lawless. Cursing secretly, Chen Derong's body surface began to show layers of heavy metal texture. Sea-level enhanced ability, metallization. This was the power he had just awakened in the Awakening Hall. It can be said to be extraordinary performance, even better than his parents. This ability can metallize Chen Derong's body, instantly double his defense, and increase his strength along with his defense. But relatively, the speed will decrease. Unless you fully control the abilities, this only shortcoming is hard to make up for. In fact, this is not only the shortcoming of Chen Derong's metallization, but also the shortcomings of all physical strengthening abilities. There are gains and losses, and there is no way to conserve principles. Of course, this kind of abilities can be quite powerful if the timing is well controlled. As long as you can hit the enemy, the effect will be outstanding. Unexpectedly, you are also a sea-level ability, no wonder you dare to speak for NA Sumo. Opposite, the young man smiled with a beating face, but it's a pity that you met me, both of which are a sea-level ability. You are destined to be suppressed by me. After finishing speaking, the young man rushed out directly. The speed was as fast as 5 seconds and 100 meters. The young man's name was Zhou Qi, and he was one of the geniuses who had awakened sea-level abilities in the second middle school. Awakening's ability is also a sea-level enhanced type, but it is an enhanced speed aspect, which really restrains Chen Derong. In a flash, Zhou Qi was already close to Chen Derong, and Chen Derong snorted and threw his fist out. Boom! The fist wind howled, and the energy flew wildly. If you can't hit it, what's the use of strength? Unexpectedly, Zhou Qi just sneered, his body twisted in the middle of the Mercedes, and escaped Chen Derong's heavy punch, and then his right leg spurred a scarce psychic energy to draw on the latter's waist. Boom! Chen Derong was in pain when he was slapped with a leg whip, his body directly lost his balance and flew out from the side. But fortunately, the metallization has barely wrapped the body, and it is just a pain, and it has not been kicked to help the bone. Call. Standing firmly again, Chen Derong exhaled deeply, his eyes gradually sharpened. He stretched out his legs in a stride, and staggered. In the physical exercise class, the teacher said that when facing an enemy who is faster than yourself, you must be steady in your bottom game. You can't be robbed of the offensive by the opponent, and you have to calm down and look for opportunities. At this moment, he must calm down and pay attention to the opponent's trajectory. However, Li is such a reason, he still can't fully practice the effect when facing the first power battle. No, he was once again close to the body by Zhou Qi, and after 2 consecutive punches and sweeps were missed, he was hit in the chest by the opponent again. Ahem. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. The violent pain made Chen Derong cough lightly. After a hit, Zhou Qi stopped suddenly, crossed his hands on his chest and laughed, "Big guy, that's the third one." It can be said that Chen Derong is not in his eyes at all. Haha. Is this the level of third middle school? Waste, too wasteful. I'm afraid I don't need Zhou Sueshang to take action, I can beat this big guy, ha ha ha. On the sidelines, all the first and second middle school students who came with them all blew their whistles and cheered. This made the faces of the teachers in the third middle school a little ugly, and the students clenched their fists. At the sight of Huang Chongguang, Sumo had already squinted his eyes, and the dangerous aura continued to swirl between his eyes. Not good. Upon seeing this, Huang Chongguang reminded, "Student Sumo, you can't beat people to death if you are watching the scene through multimedia. If you take action later, just give it a lesson." "Sumo, don't worry, people won't die, at best they are half disabled." Huang Chongguang was silent, and could only look at the young man named Zhou Qi sympathetically. At this time in the center of the scene, Chen Derong was full of dissatisfaction. From the very beginning, he could not resist, and turned into an attack that could barely predict Zhou Qi. But even so, it is only passive defense, and when the reaction fails, it can only be beaten. If it weren't for metallization, he was afraid that he would have been hit hard on the spot. But by now, his psychic energy has been consumed almost to the bottom. Once the metallization cannot be maintained, he will be knocked down. Of course, Zhou Qi on the opposite side was not very relaxed either. Cold sweat on his forehead began to emerge, which was a manifestation of excessive psychic energy consumption. However, compared to Chen Derong, he obviously has more power. Let. At this moment, Su Mo squeezed away from the crowd and stared at the sidelines in exclamation. He slowly walked towards Chen Derong. Thanks for your hard work, Derong. Chen Derong blushed. I can still fight, I have touched that guy's doorway, and I can definitely defeat him with one blow. Hateful. It was too shameful to be ridiculed like a monkey when I was planning to hold the injustice to my brother. Patting Chen Derong on the shoulder, Su Mo said speechlessly, you are still doing it like this? Go down and rest. They were here for me, right? Okay. Then leave it to you, the protagonist, let them see how great Su Yet is. Hearing that, Chen Derong had no choice but to remove the metallization. After grinning, he walked to the sidelines with difficulty. Turning his head, Su Mo's smile disappeared, and he looked at Zhou Qi. You like to play with people. What? Zhou Qi, who was looking curiously at Su Mo, didn't react. I ask you, do you like to play with people? This time, Zhou Qi understood, and the corners of his mouth curled slightly. That big guy is a waste of himself, can't touch me, there is. Before he finished speaking, an overwhelming momentum instantly pressed on him. His knees were directly pressed down to the ground, creaking. While showing his domineering look, Su Mo walked towards Zhou Qi blankly. Although only the Overlord color of 5 has been unlocked, you should know that this is the Overlord color of the strongest man in the pirate world. If it weren't for his mercy, Zhou Qi wouldn't be as simple as kneeling, but fainted directly. But that would be boring. Approaching to the front, Su Mo looked down and stepped on Zhou Qi's chest with one foot. How does it taste? What did you do? Feeling the immobile body and the heavy pressure on his chest, Zhou Qi's face was full of horror. In the surroundings, all the onlookers looked dumbfounded and shocked. Why did Zhou Qi suddenly kneel to the ground for no reason? Is the spirit exhausted and unable to move? Everyone was puzzled, but awakened persons in the Golden Realm like Huang Chongguang were struck by lightning. Looking at Su Mo in a daze. The momentum is suppressed. How can that be? A student who has just awakened his abilities has yet to fight his life. There is no bloody battle with the overwhelming monster, so he can have such a momentum. Shouldn't this be the invincible aura that a strong man possesses? For a time, Huang Chongguang and others were unable to calm their hearts and were puzzled. Chapter 8. Su Mo doesn't care about the reaction of the onlookers at the moment. He looks down at Zhou Qi with disgust. Just like you still play with others? Hey! With a sneer, he breathed sharply on his feet. Hearing a click, Zhou Qi heard the sound of broken bones in his chest. Ah! A scream came from the boy, very miserable. The face of the director of the second middle school who led the team instantly turned pale. However, before he could stop him, Su Mo already kicked it out. Get out! Boom! Zhou Qi, who looked like a dead dog, flew directly back to where the number 1 middle school was. Withdrawing his left foot, Su Mo looked sharply at the person in number 1 middle school. Who else is not convinced? Stand up! The fierce gaze and the cruel means caused all the people in number 1 and number 2 middle school to be stunned on the spot, and they didn't dare to look at Su Mo's gaze. They stunned. Even the students and teachers of number 3 middle school, when they saw Su Mo, who was a little bit fierce at this time, their hearts trembled. On weekdays, Su Mo gives people the image of an inspirational young man who is hard-working. But now, it gave people a fierce feeling, like a sharp knife that had just been unsheathed, and it was a bit strange in the cold. Seeing the unmoving number 1 middle school, Su Mo shook his head. No one? No one, then get out. When the words fell, all the students in the 3rd middle school on the scene made a roar. Ha ha ha! Mighty brother Mo! The geniuses of number 1 and number 2 middle school, if you can't, just get out of here, don't be ashamed here. Isn't it arrogant just now? Whistling? Brothers, Ian! Why do you have a 9-link whistle to cheer? Ha ha! I'll come first, I'm not good at strength, whistle, or something, I am definitely the first person. That's it? That's it? That's it for 1 or 2 middle school. As the group of students in number 3 middle school boot up, the expressions of everyone in number 1 middle school became a little bit green. Feng Shui turns around, and even mocking others before, but now being beaten in the face by others. This feeling is as uncomfortable as eating shi. A handsome young man standing in the front row couldn't help it. He looked at his teaching director with cold eyes. Director, I want to go up and give it a try. They awakened a few days earlier in the morning. Yesterday I was promoted to the realm of the second black iron star through the spiritual energy liquid, plus my sea-level elemental ability, even if he is an S grade, and he is not invincible. This young man is the most talented student of number 1 middle school this year, awakening Lu Chen, who is fiercely in the sea-level element class. If it hadn't been for Sumo, he would not only be one of the most talented. Even Tianhai City, which has not been out of Class B for hundreds of years, is the top group of people. But it was precisely because of Sumo that he came with him today with unwillingness, wanting to prove it. Then you be careful. The director of number 1 middle school was also an awakened person in the Golden Realm, and was shocked by Sumo's overlord color just now. But due to the face of number 1 middle school, he could only bite the bullet and let Lu Chen give it a try. Maybe. Can Lu Chen defeat the opponent by virtue of his realm? This is not only the fluke idea of the director, but also the idea of all the students in number 1 middle school. Read more at hotmentalnovel.xyz. With the permission of his own director, Lu Chen walked out slowly, and Leng Ao said, "One Huxia Lu." The words were not finished, but Sumo interrupted, "No need to talk nonsense. You." The blue veins on his forehead violently, Lu Chen was so angry that his breathing was a little messy. Isn't Sumo's appearance that he usually ignores everyone in one? Hateful. Fire. With an angry shout, a fiery flame quickly condensed in Lu Chen's hands. In the next instant, he rushed towards Sumoji abruptly, dragging a long tail flame in his hand. When the two were less than 20 meters away, Lu Chen waved with one hand. I saw that the flame ball with a width of 1 meter was pulling a long tail flame towards Sumo. The speed is faster than that Zhou Qi. The fiery high temperature of the flames, along the way, the air was burnt slightly distorted. In a blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of Sumo. However, this is a fatal attack that must be unavoidable in everyone's eyes, in Sumo's view. Too slow. The corners of his mouth were slightly tilted, and his head slightly twisted. The flame ball fell directly into the air. After flying a distance of 3 to 5 meters behind him, it dissipated on the spot. How is this possible? Lu Chen's eyes widened. Can this be avoided? On the sidelines, Huang Chongguang was even more stunned. Did you avoid it in advance? What an exaggerated combat consciousness and reaction ability is this? Even if he was allowed to come just now, at most, he would use the Shinik shield to resist. If you want to play the extreme challenge, it is possible to face the flames. All the onlookers around showed a ghostly expression and looked at Sumo sluggishly. In their perception, elemental attacks are the most difficult to avoid. But today, Sumo has somewhat subverted their cognition, with the same cultivation base, or even lower than the opponent's situation. Even avoided such a thrilling elemental attack. Awesome! Ordinary people can't avoid it naturally, but for Sumo, who has a domineering look and feel, it's easy. After avoiding Lu Chen's attack, he rushed out directly. Armed color, hardened. The right leg hidden under the trousers and shoes instantly turned purple and black, and his power surged accordingly. With a distance of 10 meters, under the blessing of power, it doesn't even take a second. The two quickly got close to each other. Sumo raised his right leg, fast and fiercely, drawing directly on Lu Chen's chest that he couldn't avoid. Click! There was another sound of broken bones, and the talented young man rolled his eyes on the spot and vomited blood. Flew out at a speed of about 10 meters per second. Boom! Seng seng seng! Even if the director of number 1 middle school caught him in an emergency, he was rushed back 3 or 4 meters by this force. Withdrawing his right foot, Sumo said flatly again, "Go away. We are not as good as 3rd middle school." The director of the number 1 middle school had a dark face, and after putting down this sentence as a betting agreement, he held Lu Chen and turned his head and walked away. Our second middle school is not as good as third middle school. After finishing speaking, the leader of number 2 middle school also blushed and followed behind number 1 middle school in a desperate manner. The most powerful Lu Chen was beaten into a faint and couldn't wake up. If he didn't leave, he still wanted to stay ashamed? Papa, excellent! A round of applause also sounded at this time. The third middle school students who were about to celebrate and cheer were taken aback for a moment and looked in the direction of applause. I don't know when. In the corner of the audience, Beidao dressed up and walked slowly. At this time, the 8 figures all looked at Sumo together, and the eyes of the 5 figures headed by them were full of ecstasy. The other 3 figures following behind had curiosity and war in their eyes. Huang Chongguang also turned his head to look at the group of people, and his eyes suddenly glared at this look. He quickly ran forward and took Sumo's hand, came to the front of the 8 figures, and respectfully introduced them to the latter. Student Sumo, these are the specially recruited teachers from the top 5 universities. Chapter 9. Hello teachers. Sumo reacted quickly, and after converging his sharp edge, he politely nodded to the 5 figures who were obviously higher in front. In his perception, the breath of these 5 figures, Yunuze, should be the special recruiting teacher of the 5 top universities. Probably the awakener of the Diamond Realm. Neither overbearing nor overbearing, high profile when it should be high profile, convergence when it is time to converge, very good. The first glamorous elder sister looked at Sumo with satisfaction, covered her mouth and smiled. He is from my magic capital university. On the side, an old man with white beard and white hair frowned slightly. Yan girl, it's useless to drool now. It all depends on the young man's choice. After speaking, the old man looked at Huang Chongguang. Principal Huang, let's arrange a place. Everyone, please follow me. Huang Chongguang replied respectfully, and then quickly led the way, panicking in his heart as a dog. He really didn't expect it. These 5 colleges came so fast, it was only 2 minutes before Sumo awakened the S-level ability. How did these specially recruited teachers cross such a distance in 2 hours and come to Tianhai City by appointment? Of course. If Huang Chongguang knew that the 5 universities and colleges' desire for S-level has reached the point of unscrupulous measures, he would not be so shocked. Everyone knows that each of the 5 top universities can earn several S grades in their enrollment every year. But this is the result of all mankind's screening. And every top university has nearly 10,000 students from freshman to senior year, and there are only a few dozen S-level students. This is still decades of accumulation. What does this show? It suffices to explain that S-level resources are still rare from the extraordinary era to the present. Can meet but not ask for it. Faced with such a baby genius, the 5 universities are willing to pay no matter how big the price is. So what does a little distance count? The principal's room. Through the conversation on the road, Sumo also had a simple understanding of the 8 people. Full of scum, Zhao Feng is a special teacher from Jiangnan University. Wang Dihei, an old man with white beard and white hair, is from Woolen University. The middle-aged Zhou Yu, who looks like a cuff, belongs to Taikyo University. Wei Feng, a heroic woman with short hair, is from Zhongzhou University. Yan Yun, the youngest glamorous elder sister of the 5, is from Moda University. It is said that she became a special teacher just after graduation. As for the other 3, Wang Dihei, Wei Feng, and Zhou Yu's sophomores, they came out with the teacher this time for special recruitment. During the brief exchange, Sumo also learned that these 5 special recruit teachers are indeed the awakeners of the Diamond Realm. Everyone is enough to sweep the city of Tianhai. Boy Sumo, you should also know the purpose of our visit this time. After everyone was seated, Wang Dihei took the lead and said kindly, you first show your abilities to us. After reading it, we will set out the conditions separately, and everything is up to you. Okay. Sumo nodded, then raised his iron fist. A white halo emerged, enveloping his fist, and the horror aura spread out. The eyes of the 5 Diamond Awakeners suddenly showed excitement. This breath alone has surpassed elemental abilities. This S-rank ability is definitely a terrifying assault ability. They looked at each other, and they all saw in each other's eyes that it was inevitable. Sumo didn't notice the small movements of the 5 people, but instead waved his fists and blasted forward gently. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Click. There was a sound like broken glass. I saw a slender crack spreading from Sumo's fist, expanding to about 5 meters in diameter before stopping. Click, click, click. As the space directly in front of the fist, whether it is air or a seat table or something. On the spot, it was smashed by the force of the quake, the air was distorted, and the seats and tables were shaken into countless small fragments. Wherever he went, he was devastated. Hiss. The sound of inhaling air conditioning came from the mouths of the 8 people at the scene, even if it was Huang Chongguang who had already seen it once. I was also shocked by the destructive power this time. Previously, it was just bombarding the air, but this time, it was compared with real objects. The perspective effect is simply exploding. Withdrawing his fist, Sumo looked at the principal's office that was abolished and looked at Huang Chongguang with a little embarrassment. Sorry principal, I only wanted to use 20% of his power, but he confiscated it and blasted out half of it. Sorry. Everyone was silent. See if this is human? The entire principal's office will be abolished by you, is it only half? Young boy, do you know that most of the black iron awakened cannot hold your half of your destructive power? If it weren't for Sumo's sincere apology at this time, everyone would definitely call this stinky boy the strongest old Versailles. Huang Chongguang swallowed and smiled, it's okay, it just so happens that I wanted to change a seat a long time ago, just right. Hypocritical. Wang Dihei glanced at the old boy, then looked at Sumo kindly, boy Sumo, what is the name of your S-level special ability? Devil Shock. Very domineering name. Wang Dihei said with a chuckle, everyone, you have read the abilities, and you understand everything. Let's set the conditions. The 5 of them were actually extremely excited at the moment. Not to mention the special type of S-level ability, it is still a powerful attack ability with absolutely terrifying destructive power. Facing such a student, there is a ghost if you are not excited. But according to the old rules, even if they are excited when they are specially recruited, they must suppress their emotions. Because of this, it helps them to slow down prices. After the 5 people secretly got the secret code, Wei Fang from Zhongzhou University took the lead to speak. I'll come first, Sumo, as long as you are willing to come to Zhongzhou University, a scholarship of 5 million, an intermediate high-grade martial arts. As soon as he said this, Huang Zongguang's pupils on the side shrank suddenly, revealing an extremely enviable luster. It is indeed a top university, not to mention 5 million scholarships, there is even an intermediate top-grade martial arts. You know, as a Golden Awakener, Huang Chongguang spends a lot of money and contacts to have an intermediate low-grade martial arts. And Sumo can have such resources once enrolled in school, envious. Seeing that Sumo hadn't spoken, Zhao Feng smiled and continued, scholarship of 5 million yuan, a middle-grade high-grade martial arts 1 plus free 4-year tuition and daily necessities, including all conveniences. Sumo's eyes flickered, but he still didn't speak. This scene caused the 5 people to nod secretly, and their eyes looked at Sumo with more satisfaction. Hearing that this kid was from a civilian background, he didn't know his perseverance, but he didn't expect his heart to be so calm. Let's not talk about Wei Feng's conditions. Zhao Feng's condition is afraid that ordinary geniuses can hardly control it, right? The talent is terrifying, and the temperament is also good. This young man has a bright future. Everyone was not in a hurry, and it was Zhou Yu's turn to speak. The conditions of my Taikyo University are the same as those of teacher Zhao Feng, but as long as you come to our school, you can guarantee that you can get powerful guidance at all times. There are a lot of special abilities. Hi, it sounds like there are no special classes in other schools. Wang Dihei glanced at Zhou Yu, and then smiled on his old face, boy Sumo, in fact, my conditions are the same as those of the 2 of them, but you can rest assured that it is absolutely necessary for us to be able to guide us. Lin University, this little girl is a famous water spirit. Grass. In an instant, everyone stared at Wang Dihei. Well, you are an old and disrespectful old guy. I thought you were a serious person, but I didn't expect you to be an LSP. The beauties are all used, disgusting. In the end, it was the turn of the Magic University, and Yan Yun, the elder sister of me and you, first gave Wang Dihei's old scornful look. Then he walked to the side of Suemo, exhaled and chuckled, Suemo, sister, I am a more straightforward person. The conditions they put forward are not only doubled in Magic Capital University, but most importantly, during the 4 years the medicine resources you need to break through the realm are unconditionally given. How about, sister is sincere enough? At the end of the conversation, she did not forget to add a sentence, Shui Lingling's little girl has a lot of demons. Look at my sister, is it enough? An S-shaped curve unfolded immediately, and Suemo blushed slightly. See this scene. The 4 Wang Dihei stood up directly from their chairs and looked at Yan Yun angrily. Of it. Okay, Yan Yun girl, didn't you say that you will take your time according to the agreement? Now that the king exploded as soon as he opened his mouth, everything and the beauties were exploded. How else would they play? The 4 people were short of breath, and their foreheads burst into blue veins. Yan Yun disagreed, covering her mouth with a smile, who told you to have no sincerity? What's the matter with this girl who is more sincere? You. The 4 were anxious, but after a vicious look at Yan Yun, they hurriedly looked at Suemo, and then said in unison. Suemo, he has it at Magic Capital University, and we all have it. Huang Chongguang on the side didn't dare to say a word at this time, obediently looking at these already crazy people. Good guy, he was so reserved at first, but now he looks like a hungry wolf, Tusk. Looking at the scene, it seemed that I couldn't control it. Suemo could only touch his nose and said, teachers, I already have a choice. Moment. The eyes of the 4 people showed a trace of tension, including Yan Yun. Wang Dihei stroked his white beard to suppress his emotions, and asked himself as kindly as possible, you said, young man Suemo, we can accept whoever we choose. You say so, but you will definitely not be reconciled, right? Suemo lightly coughed, his eyes turned around on the 5 people, my choice is. Chapter 10. My choice is, Madu University. After speaking, Suemo looked at the 4 Wang Dihei apologetically, 4 teachers, I'm sorry. Although I chose Magic University, I still need to have the proper etiquette. To be a man, he must have the heart to respect everything, and not be complacent because the 5 strong men are vying wildly for oneself. This is his sumo's way of being a person, and it is also the most basic etiquette for being a person. Oh, it's a pity. Wang Dihei sighed helplessly. That's right, when the Yan girl came so out, even if their treatment has become the same, I am afraid that it is not as precious as the promise of the first person. Thinking about it, the old man stared at Yan Yun fiercely again. Zhao Feng also regretted it, Boy Su, congratulations on joining the Magic Capital University. Although not from his own academy, once this kind of enchanting grows up, it is human beings' top strength against monsters. He is an educator himself, so he is very open to it. Zhou Yu was the one with the calmest mood, congratulations, Suemo, the teacher is looking forward to your performance in the freshman competition. I heard that Tokyo University has recruited an S-level student yesterday, so it's no wonder that he is the most open-minded person. But Wei Fang himself was brave and bold. After getting angry, he looked at Yan Yun helplessly, this time I was made by your girl, but for the next special move, you don't want to snatch it with you, hi. Putting down the cruel words, she turned her head to look at Suemo, and rarely teased, congratulations on Suemo, the teacher's daughter is also your age, and she is still a genius girl who has awakened the A-level ability, she will be born again. How about the teacher's introduction to you at the beginning of the competition? She is very beautiful. As soon as these words came out, Wang Dihei, Zhou Yu, and Zhao Feng were shocked. Yet, although he can't get Suemo into their school, he can get into his own home. Isn't it more fragrant to be a family member than to enter school? It's fragrant and fragrant. As for how to pull it? Daughters, no daughters, and nieces, no nieces and granddaughters. Thinking of this, the three of them all showed mysterious smiles in unison. Finally, the four of them said goodbye to Suemo, and they all left together. Tianhai City is just one of their specially recruited locations, the entire human territory, but there are still many schools waiting for them. There are many top high schools among them. If you are lucky, you may meet another S level. Of course, this is just thinking about it. At this moment, only 3 Suemo remained in the principal's room. Yan Yun looked at Suemo with a smile. Brother Suemo, congratulations on joining your sister's magic university. By the way, my elder sister is very curious, why did you choose magic university when the 4 guys put forward the same conditions? Are you infatuated with your sister's water spirit? Younger brother. Sumo's face turned black. I was attracted by the iron-blooded education of Magic Capital University, and I can be led to kill monsters when I enroll. Yan Yun's last Wang bombing really impressed him. But this is only part of the reason. The most important factor is the iron-blooded education of Mordu University. Different from the other 4 universities, the other 4 universities have a regulation. Freshmen who just entered the first few months must not go into danger and fight with monsters. They can only fight against monsters simulated by virtual computers, although they can also get battles experience, but for Suemo, this is obviously not in line with his style. After all, he wants to kill real monsters to get energy points. If he had to stay in the city a few months before the start, he would be better off than death. And Magic University suits him very well, not only does not object, but also feels that freshmen should go into danger and fight the monsters. Only in this way can you become stronger and sharpen your mind more quickly, but this has also led to the highest student mortality rate in Mordu University. Of course, the overall strength of students is also the top of the 5 universities, read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. The welfare conditions are considerable and the educational environment is also suitable. With all these combinations, Suemo has no reason not to choose Magic University. Seeing Sumo's serious look, Yan Yun was a little lost and speechless. She thought that her beauty was the key, but who knew it was the school system that attracted this kid? She immediately ridiculed, looking at your little white face, I didn't expect you to be a fighting freak. Teacher, is it time to sign the contract? Brother Suemo, my elder sister suddenly discovered that you are a bit straight, so you won't please girls like this. Teacher, a woman will only affect the speed at which I draw my sword. Soon, after Suemo carefully looked at the 1-hour contract, he satisfactorily accepted Yan Yun's gene register and entered the blood. This made the corners of the glamorous sister's mouth twitching, who had been waiting for a full hour. This brat! The contract, which should have been read in 10 minutes, was watched by this kid for an hour. Picking word by word, this is too stable. Of course, even though he was complaining, Yan Yun quickly put away the contract with joy. The swift hand speed seemed to be afraid that Suemo would go back. After she finished this, she looked at Suemo with a smile again. Brother Suemo, sister once again welcomes you to join Mordu University. By the way, this is my sister's mobile phone number. If you don't understand, you can call at any time. Ask me, of course, you can call when you are okay. With a meaningful ending, Yan Yun left with a smile on his face. After all, as a special recruit teacher, his mission will continue. Seeing the enchanting back of the faraway, Suemo glanced at his mouth, fairy. Obviously he is 27 and 18 years old, and he still wants to seduce his motherland flowers who have just grown up. What is not a fairy? Humph. Turning his head, Suemo looked at Huang Chongguang. Principal, what about the awakening proof? The awakening card is equivalent to an important object of the ID card in the previous life. After the ability is awakened, it must be handled well, otherwise it is very inconvenient to act. However, this is a proof of the awakened person, and ordinary people still rely on ID cards. Give. Huang Chongguang immediately graciously took out a metallic card and handed it to Suemo. In fact, just when Suemo awakened the S-level ability, he had already asked someone to do it. An efficiency is not unpleasant, it really is an old fritters with high EQ. Thank you, the principal, you can let me know if you have anything in the future. Patting Huang Kongwang's shoulder, Sumo put down the promise with a chuckle, and walked out of the principal's room. On the spot, Huang Kongwang's face flushed, and his body trembled slightly with excitement. With Sumo's words, he feels that what he did today is worth it. After greeted Chen Derong, Sumo immediately returned to his shabby rented house. There is still 1 month to go before the enrollment of special enrollment students at Mordu University. He didn't plan to go so fast, he wanted to go after some experience to improve his strength. And outside the barriers of the major bases outside Tianhai City is a good place for him to experience. As long as he has an awakening certificate, he can come and go freely. Taking out his cell phone, Sumo logged into the Federal Skynet. This is a comprehensive trading platform for the federal government to sell and purchase supplies for the awakened. After logging in the number on the awakening card, Sumo began to browse. Well, you need an alloy weapon first. Baybeard uses the knife off, so choose to off the knife. After choosing weapons for nearly 10 minutes, Sumo directly gritted his teeth and spent 400,000 to purchase a low-grade medium-grade alloy knife. The item levels in this world are divided into low level, intermediate level, high level, top level, sky level. At each level, there is a difference in quality between low grade, middle grade, and top grade. Low-level mid-level products, even most of the Dark Iron Awakeners, cannot afford to buy them. Had it not been for Huang Kongwang's scholarship and private goods, the total amount would be as much as 3 million. Sumo definitely didn't dare to be so extravagant. Next, he spent nearly 50,000 to buy a large space military backpack and a sweat-absorbent slim-fitting combat suit. In terms of martial arts, Huang Kongwang has given his treasured martial arts, the intermediate and low-grade 9 slashes of heavy swords to Sumo. There is no need to buy it. Seeing the precious martial arts in the metal box, Sumo was deeply moved. This old principal is really willing. Mid-range martial arts, some golden awakeners are not blessed to enjoy it, right? Quickly. The courier of Federal Skynet delivered these purchased items to Sumo. It didn't take half an hour, was punctual and efficient. Sumo silently gave this little brother a good comment. The second day, he was wearing a black battle suit with full texture, and behind his back, he slowly walked out of the rented house with a domineering alloy knife that was more than 2 meters long. Chapter 11. Walking on the road, Sumo attracted the attention of many people because of the domineering appearance of the alloy sword. After all, most awakened people usually wear knives and swords. Domineering swords like Sumo are indeed very rare. Fortunately, Sumo also knew this. He had already bought a black pattern mask on Federal Skynet. There is a reason for this. Who said he was so dazzling yesterday? All the media in Tianhai City are still praising him as Su. Sumo understands the principle that Mu Xiaoya Lin Feng will destroy it, so he left the city quietly this time without telling anyone. Even Chen Derong did not tell. And now that he has bought a mask, no one will recognize him anymore. However, the domineering alloy sword, the black pattern mask and the slender combat figure, the combination of the three, the temperament is more prominent. Such a cold and arrogant temperament, it is impossible not to let people notice. Of course, it just looked at it a few more times, and then looked away. After half an hour, Sumo arrived at the base barrier outside the city in an armored passenger car. This is the garrison of the military region, guarding Tianhai City. If you want to leave the city, you must go through the identity verification of the officers and soldiers here. With the flow of people, Sumo came to the checkpoint. The 2 officers and soldiers who were patrolling here immediately said solemnly, "Please show me the awakening certificate." Sumo quickly took out the awakening card. The student who just awakened the ability. After checking the awakening certificate, the officer frowned and looked at Sumo. "Young man, are you sure you want to leave the city?" Sumo nodded. Upon seeing this, the middle-aged soldier in the Silver Realm began to sense Sumo's breath secretly, and the corners of his mouth twitched. 1 star in the Dark Iron Realm. The awakening certificate does not show the power level and type, only in the deeper filing. So at this moment, Sumo's awakening card only shows the level of the awakened person and some general personal information. After reconfirming that Sumo is a Black Iron 1-star rookie, the officer and soldier reminded patiently, "Young man, even though the high-level monsters over 10,000 miles have been cleaned up by our military, but thousands of miles away, it is still in the Forbidden Zone, and the Golden Awakeners must be careful, you still." Seeing that this kind-hearted officer and soldier still had to dissuade him, Sumo could only interrupt, "Brother officer and soldier, I will pay attention. Be careful after you go out, come back early if it doesn't work, remember. Don't go too far." Seeing that Sumo looked like this, the two officers and soldiers looked at each other and had no choice but to let them go. For those students who have just awakened their abilities and want to leave the city frivolously, they will dissuade them. But if you don't listen, there is no way. Soon, Sumo followed the flow of people and deviated from the main road outside the base, rushing to the deep dense forest. Because it was a person, many awakened people looked at him curiously. "You know, it's dangerous to be alone in the wild. Once attacked by a monster, no one will take care of him, and you will die forever." Read more at hotmtalnovel.xyz. Therefore, some Black Iron Awakeners are basically going out in groups to kill monsters. The materials obtained are equally divided according to the credit. Although it is less profitable, it is safe. Of course, there are some self-confident people who like to act alone, but they are all awakened persons in the Silver Realm or above. They all heard the conversation between Sumo and the officers and soldiers just now. Not only is this kid not a strong one, but he is also a freshman who has just awakened his abilities. Such a little rookie, but daring to go out and out of the wild alone, is simply looking for death. Most of the awakened people shook their heads, and withdrew their gazes to look at Sumo. But there were also well-meaning people who invited Sumo to join their Black Iron team. Looking at the middle-aged uncle who invited him in front of him, Junyi's cheeks under Sumo's mask showed a hint of helplessness. He shook his head and chuckled, "Thank you for the invitation, but I am used to it alone, sorry." After speaking, Sumo chose a dense forest of thorns and squeezed in. "Oh, young and frivolous, let's looting and killing monsters around here. If we meet this young man, we can also help." In the dense forest of thorns, Sumo always releases his sights and sounds. As far as he has a sense of sight, no monster within 100 meters can attack him by surprise. Unless it is a monster that is hundreds of times stronger than him, it is obviously impossible here. Okay. Suddenly, Sumo sensed a violent breath lurking in the grass 10 meters behind him. "Hehe, the first time I played against a monster, I was really nervous." In a joke, he slowly took down the alloy knife that weighed 30 kilograms, and saw a flash of cold light flashing past the edge of the knife. "Don't mind, Sumo just walked around like this, even deliberately revealing flaws. Call out." Just a minute later, the lurking black shadow quickly rushed out of the grass and rushed directly to Sumo. "Waiting for you." Turning his head, what caught Sumo's eyes was a dark leopard with blood-red eyes and a body the size of a yak. At this moment, it had plunged into the air about 2 meters away from Sumo, and the blood plate opened wide, making it smelly. Armed color, hardened. Holding the hilt of the guan knife in both hands, with the display of the armed color, the metal-like edge of the knife turned directly into black. After unlocking the knife of Whitebeard 10, Sumo used the knife to open it, without any pressure at all. It's very domineering when you wave it up and down. Of course, the level of sophistication is still less than 100 Whitebeard, but it is against the leopard in the early stage of the first-order monster. Enough. Dead. With a low drink, when he turned around, the guan sword in Sumo's hand also swept towards the devil leopard with his figure. Tear it! The blade directly tore the air, brought a strong wind, and slashed towards the leopard who was in the air. Puff! Just hearing the sound of the knife entering the flesh, the monster leopard's entire head and body were cut in half on the spot. Ding! The host kills the first stage ghost leopard and gains 10 energy points. Looking at the 2 leopard bodies that fell on the ground, Sumo was full of excitement. "I can really get energy points, ha ha ha, that's great. With my current strength, I can kill monsters of the first order, and even the monsters of the second order." But the first battle, very good, stay here for half a month, and earn enough energy points. In this world, monsters are also divided into levels, from weak to strong, divided into 1 to 6 stages, and each stage has 4 small stages, the initial stage, the middle stage, and the later stage. The ghost leopard in the early stage of the first stage is actually enough to crush the human black iron 3-star awakener. But now, it was taken by Sumo casually. This suffices to show that the current Sumo, only relying on the color of the armed and the color of seeing and hearing, is enough to walk sideways in this area. Next, no need to worry, just harvest. After simply dealing with this ghost leopard, the corners of Sumo's mouth gradually became perverted. Carrying the alloy knife, he began to look for traces of the monster unscrupulously. Soon, in the perception of seeing, hearing and color, he found a group of monster wolves gathered together. Counting down, there are hundreds of them. Licking the corners of his mouth, Sumo's eyes were red. There are more than 100, let alone thousands of energy points, right? He whispered, his armed color was all over his body, and he walked directly towards the wolf's den. Chapter 12. At this time, in a mountain stream, hundreds of dark-haired magic wolves were drinking water quietly. And in the center of the demon wolves, on a towering rock, a black and white demon wolf that is obviously 3 or 4 times larger than an ordinary demon wolf is standing on it like a king. On its side, it is covered with human corpses and flesh and blood. It has been eaten so that there are only bones left, which is terrifying. Woo! Suddenly, the black and white demon wolf, who was obviously the Wolf King, raised his head and looked at a dense forest. Smell is good. In the bushes, Sumo slowly walked out, his eyes met the big pupils of the black and white demon wolf. Well, seeing that it was a human being, the howling sound of a high wolf immediately came from the Wolf King's mouth. After a while, hundreds of demon wolves all looked at Sumo in unison. Oh! Accompanied by a loud howl of excitement, the bloodthirsty pupils immediately showed a greedy color. This is the look in the eyes of the food. Soon, the group of demon wolves surrounded Sumo under the sign of the Wolf King, grinning, and drooling frantically. In this scene, if it is a general awakened person, the scalp will numb and tremble. Even the silver awakened person will be panicked. You must know that in the wild, many awakened people would rather encounter high-level monsters than such gregarious monsters. Especially the wolves. Because this group of cunning and difficult guys will never die once they lock their prey. If the awakened person is not strong, facing such a situation, there is absolutely no life, no one is spared. But Sumo was not an ordinary awakened person. Surrounded by the center, he smiled even more. Oh! At this time, the Wolf King on the rock gave an order, and the wolves finally moved around the corner. The 2 demon wolves grinned and rushed out first, with their sharp front paws and fangs exposed, and they pounced on Sumo viciously. However, before it got close, a dark blade of light swept across. Puff puff puff. 2 huge wolf heads rose into the sky, and blood was sprayed directly on the ground. Ding! The host kills the first stage demon wolf and gains 10 energy points. Ding! The host killed the first order mid-stage demon wolf and gained 20 energy points. Listening to the beautiful voice in his mind, the corner of Sumo's mouth was slightly raised. Sure enough, the energy point in the middle of the first order will double. Woo! The heads of 2 demon wolves fell to the ground, and the surrounding wolves were obviously taken aback. The limited wisdom makes them not understand what happened. Well, the high wolf howl came out again, and the sharp pupils of the Wolf King on the rock clearly showed a trace of anger. When the wolves heard the angry cry of their own Wolf King, they immediately reacted in a daze. This time, they swarmed directly, 10 dozens, and pounced on Sumo as if they were desperate. Good job! Armed color covered his whole body, and Sumo's eyes gradually became mad. The alloy sword was screaming with his dancing, and the sword opened and closed. Chop, chop, slap, sweep, pick. Every basic knife technique has been skillfully used. Read more at hotmentalnovel.xyz. Puff 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 che. Under the intensive blade light, several demon wolves can be killed. Even if it was accidentally bitten in close proximity, the demon wolf seemed to be biting on the profound iron, and the wolf's teeth broke apart. Ha ha ha, happy. While fighting frantically, listening to the beautiful voices in his mind, Sumo couldn't stop laughing wildly. Next moment. At the pitch-black blade of the alloy knife, a white halo emerged, following him with a slash. Click. The weird glass cracking sounded, and a series of slender cracks spread from the knife edge, like a space shattered. Bang 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 bang. The dozen or so demon wolves covered, together with the air, were distorted and shaken into large blood clots on the spot. Ding! The host killed the first order mid-stage demon wolf and gained 20 energy points. Ding! The host kills the first stage demon wolf and gains 10 energy points. Ding! The host kills the first stage late stage demon wolf and gains 40 energy points. Ding! The host killed the first order mid-stage demon wolf and obtained. Ding! Congratulations to the host for the first combination of the armed color and the shocking power. Special rewards are issued, the unlocking progress of the shocking power 5, the unlocking progress of the primary armed color 30, and the full range of power is starting to feedback. Suddenly, in a series of system prompts, this last message made Sumo slightly stunned. But shortly afterwards, before he could figure out anything, a number of extremely vast power surged into his body. The use of shocking force. The use of primary armed color. Physical fitness. Shinik. These four aspects are actually improving crazily. The shock power that was originally unlocked at 5 has directly reached 10, and the destructive power and range have been terribly improved. The elementary armed color is also unlocked at 30, reaching the level of 40. As long as you unlock 60 again, you can be promoted to the intermediate armed color. And the strength of his physical fitness has also received corresponding nourishment with the unlocking of the fruit ability, and his physical strength has doubled. What Sumo didn't expect most was that his psychic abilities were also increasing crazily. Black Iron 2-star. Black Iron Samsung. Black Iron 4-star. Black Iron 5-star. It didn't stop until Black Iron 6 stars. Shock. Sumo didn't expect that. He just wanted to try some ability cooperation, and he would trigger a special reward. The most unexpected thing is that once the character template is unlocked, it will give back so much power. Shinik. Physical fitness. The destructive power and use of abilities. It can be called an all-round improvement. Host. The strongest template system itself is to constantly unlock character templates, and then transfer its power to you. The system explained in a timely manner, and as the progress of unlocking the character template, the stronger the feedback power. Listening to the explanation of the system while breaking his mind to fight, Sumo couldn't help taking a breath. This is too abnormal. If this is the case, then as the more character templates he extracts, isn't the power gained after unlocking it multiplied? All-round nourishment, perfect improvement. Invincible. Simply invincible. Ha ha ha. Thinking about it, Sumo smiled even more madly. Looking at the pack of wolf pups in front of him, only the energy point was in his mind. It was another slash of armed color and shocking power. Click. With the overall improvement, physical fitness, psychic energy, armed color, and shocking power are combined. The destructive power of this knife has once again risen to a new level. Originally it could only spread an area of 5 meters in diameter, but now it spreads directly to 10 meters in diameter. The area covered in front is even closer to 50 meters. Not to mention the destructive power. Bang 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 bang. As long as the magic wolf covered in it was directly shaken into powder, this time, there was no blood clot. The earth was plowed into a gully more than 40 meters long and more than 1 meter deep. With one blow, nearly 50 demon wolves died suddenly. Chapter 13. On the rock, Sumo's blow caused the Wolf King to blow his hair directly. Even if it has a low IQ, it can smell death, so it panics. But in the arrogant nature of the Wolf clan, it will not back down, and would rather fight to death and life, just because it is the Wolf King. One of the kings in this area. Well. Howling angrily, the black and white Wolf King, who was nearly 4 meters long, jumped up abruptly. Then, with the help of the force of the dive, he attacked and killed Sumo. The strength of this Wolf King is infinitely close to the category of a second-order monster, so the strength of the limbs at this moment. I am afraid that some low-star silver awakeners may not be able to take it. Can't help it. After killing a wave of demon wolves again, Sumo looked up at the Wolf King who fell from the sky and sneered, "Just take you to test the knife." As he said, his hands holding the alloy knife made a charged start position, and then kicked his feet. Boom! Accompanied by the slight cracking of the ground under his feet, his whole person directly leaped into a violent rush, and the knife in his hand slashed at the Wolf King fiercely. 9 consecutive cuts. This middle-level and low-grade martial skill given by Huang Chongguang, he relies on Baybeard Ten's sword skills, understanding and super savvy talent. I have already practiced to the beginner level last night. You know, the martial skills of the intermediate and low grade are the martial skills cultivated by the Golden Awakeners. Even the Golden Awakened people have difficulties in their cultivation. But Sumo relied on one night to get started, if only to let Huang Chongguang, who had been practicing for decades, know it. Absolutely old fate is scared. This is no longer a genius, but a monster. The entry-level heavy sword with 9 consecutive cuts can cut out 2 sword shadows one after another, and the heavy sword force of the first sword will be blessed by the second one. Therefore, every subsequent knife of the 9 consecutive heavy swords can explode far more terrifying power than before. Moreover, the Guan knife used by Sumo is very heavy, and now it is a perfect match with this heavy knife technique at its core. Even better than using a normal alloy war knife. I am afraid that the original owner who created this martial skill is also unimaginable. The effect of Guan Dao's use of this martial skill is better than Tang Dao, right? In mid-air, the black and white Wolf King dared to jump up when he saw Sumo, and the violence in his pupils became more vigorous. It roared, and its figure vented again, so that its dive power would increase sharply. At the same time, the claws of its forelimbs continued to stretch, like 8 sharp knives, trying to tear Sumo together with the alloy knife. Seeing the movement of the Wolf King above his head, Sumo curled his lips. The power is very fierce, but they are all unbreakable. His armed color can only wait for death. Soon, the distance between one person and one wolf was less than 1 meter, and the armed Guandao directly touched the wolf claw. Clang! First, a metal symphony sounded, and then with a click, the wolf's claws were directly cut off. I saw that the blade was like a broken bamboo. After cutting off the wolf claws, it slashed again on a pair of forelimbs of the black and white Wolf King. Hi! Accompanied by the fading sound of howling, the Wolf King's forelimbs were cut off, and his body completely lost his balance under the pain, and fell downward. However, the speed at which Sumo shut the knife in his hand was faster than the falling speed of the Wolf King, after he twisted his body. The second consecutive cut of the heavy sword swept out with the heavy sword force of the first sword, and slashed at the neck of the Wolf King who was about to fall. Hi, read more at hotmtalnovel.xyz. There was another sound of the knife entering the flesh, and this time, it directly killed the black and white Wolf King. The huge wolf head fell down along with the wolf body, and a majestic rain of blood also fell in the air. Boom! When the huge body of the Wolf King fell to the ground, the remaining demon wolves did not dare to move. Their Wolf King is dead, their pride is gone, and some little wolf pups even uttered a whimper, giving birth to a retreat. Ding! The host kills the demon wolf king of the first stage late stage peak, and obtains 80 energy points plus a special reward for a low-level upper-level body method to swim the dragon step. The voice of the system came, and it even rewarded a low-level high-grade body technique, which surprised Sumo. System, is it because of killing the Wolf King? Well, kill monsters with the boss attribute to get extra rewards. Hearing this, Sumo's mouth was slightly raised, and it was another accidental discovery. Cool. Without looking at the rewarding technique, Sumo turned his head and swept towards the remaining wolves, then mercilessly slaughtered. Half an hour later, Sumo found a cave and sat quietly, then opened the system interface expectantly. Host, Sumo. Repair, 6 stars in the Black Iron Realm. Ability, Power of Shaking, S+, 3 Color Domineering, S. Martial Skills, Heavy Swords and 9 Slashes, Intermediate Lower Grade, Beginner. Energy Point, 2891. Character Template, Edward Newgate. Character details and unlock level can be found in the template list. Character Template, Edward Newgate. Shocking Power, unlock level 10. Domineering, unlock level 5. Armed Color Domineering, Elementary, unlock level 30. See and Hear Domineering, Beginner, unlock level 102. Physical Skills, unlock level 102. Swordsmanship, the degree of unlocking 103. Looking at the panel quietly, Sumo was full of emotion. The changes are really big. Not to mention the psychic state, the power of shaking, and the change of armed color. Unexpectedly, seeing and hearing color domineering and physical swordsmanship have also improved, although not much, only an increase of 1. But it also proved that as long as you keep exercising, you can also unlock the character's progress. However, the coolest thing this time is of course the energy point. After beheading the wolves, he directly obtained nearly 3000 energy points and he did not know how far he could unlock them. Look forward to. Thinking happily in his heart, Sumo immediately asked the system to call up the unlock ratio. Shocking Power, 10,000 energy points are required to unlock 1. Overlord Color Domineering, unlock 1 requires 8,000 energy points. Primary Armed Color Domineering, 1000 energy points are required to unlock 1. Elementary Insight and Domineering, 1000 energy points are required to unlock 1. Physical Exercises, 2000 energy points are required to unlock 1. Swordsmanship, 2000 energy points are required to unlock 1. Sumo was silent. What is the exchange ratio? Is he dazzled? If you look closely, there are still so many zeros. Grass. I thought that I had gone to a well-off society and could squander a wave, but I didn't expect that I was still a poor man. It takes 10,000 points to unlock the progress of the shaking power of 1. What a special thing, after conversion, even 05 can't be unlocked. What's more, it seems that the system can only redeem 1, and not redeem below 1. In other words, he can only exchange the 4 abilities of armed color, seeing and hearing color, physical skills, and sword skills. And it's still poor 1. Well, I'm so poor. Looking at the exchange panel painfully, Sumo could only choose among the 4 lower abilities. For now, after special rewards, armed color is enough. Then there are only knives, physiques, and seeing, hearing and S**X. Which one to choose? Sumo dragged his chin and began to measure. Of the 3, which one can increase his combat effectiveness, it is somewhat difficult to choose. 1 minute later, Sumo no longer hesitated, and pointed his finger at the system interface. Chapter 14. After the 3 measures, Sumo still chose the sword technique. After all, besides abilities, what he relied on most was the sword technique. Moreover, the martial arts he cultivated now belonged to the category of swordsmanship. Improving swordsmanship was definitely the most cost-effective choice. Although seeing and hearing color is good, it is enough for the time being. It's okay to say if physical skills also have a set of boxing techniques, but because they don't have it, Sumo chose swordsmanship. Expends 2000 energy points to exchange one sword skill to unlock progress. The unlocking progress of Daoshu immediately changed from 103 to 113. And in the next moment, an exquisite understanding of swordsmanship was instilled in Sumo's mind. Even the physical fitness and psychic realm have been improved due to the unlocking of one sword technique. Although it is rare, it is indeed improved. It can only be said that it is indeed a system. Whether it is any ability to unlock the character template, the physical fitness and the spiritual realm will definitely be improved together. Awesome! After getting acquainted with the newly promoted power, Sumo immediately took out the low-level upper-level body technique rewarded by beheading the Wolf King. Take a long walk. Because it is produced by the system, it can be said that this dragon step is much more subtle than the average middle-level lower-grade body technique. The most important thing is that Sumo can get started in an instant with any martial arts produced by the system. There is no need to spend time cultivating any more. It's another welfare function, so cool. Host, do you practice Dragon Step? Yes. Soon, the introductory understanding of this body technique turned into a torrent and rushed into Sumo's mind. 10 minutes later, when the empowerment was completed, Sumo's figure suddenly ejected and started walking in the cave. Gradually, his figure moved faster and faster, turning into running. Until half an hour later, Sumo was already familiar with the entry-level Yulong step. When he took another step, he already had the chic charm of a dragon flying in the clouds. Of course, it was just a trace. If you cultivate to consummation, maybe you can really control the charm of Yulong's travels. Stopping with satisfaction, Sumo sat down again cross-legged, and then took out some compressed food from the military backpack. It was dark now, and he was also a little tired, so he had a good rest. It's not too late to go out and hunt until tomorrow morning if you have enough energy. The next day, Sumo pushed away the gravel that blocked the entrance of the cave. The sun shines on his handsome face, adding a touch of warmth. A new day has begun, let's set a small goal first, and earn him 10,000 energy points. After issuing the ambition, Sumo carried the alloy knife, stepped on the dragon step, and rushed out. 1.5 hours later, read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Grass. What the hell? A whole hour and a half. He didn't even encounter a monster. He didn't even encounter one within 100 meters of what he saw and heard. Something is wrong. This is not right. Frowning, Sumo thought for a while, and began to deepen in the direction of the dense forest opposite to the base city. Although it is possible to encounter a Tier 2 monster, it is better than not encountering a monster. Half an hour later, Sumo stopped on a big tree with a look of doubt. It's not a monster, but a human being. Of course, if he meets someone, he would normally ignore it. But the situation now seems a bit strange, and Sumo is a little curious. I saw that in his perception, hearing, color, and perception, nearly 100 awakened people gathered in one place. It seems to be in a stalemate, and there is no fight, just like that. The strangest thing was that Sumo felt for an hour on the tree, but he didn't see them leave. Could it be? Sumo's eyes suddenly lit up, and he thought of a possibility. If the awakened person is outside, there will be no conflicts if there is no conflict. After all, it is a matter of life. But once a conflict occurs, either the enemy meets or it is because of interest. In his perception, the breath of people on both sides did not look like enemies, because there was only vigilance without the breath of hatred. Then there is only one possibility, stalemate because of interests. There is baby. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Sumo's eyes, and then he sneaked closer to him. At this time, around a hill, nearly 100 awakened persons were divided into 8 small teams, which were in a stalemate. Below them, the hill seemed to have collapsed, forming a pothole. Looking down from the pothole, you can see a piece of white jade-like stone crystal. Chinook veins. Hiding on a tree 10 meters away from the crowd, Sumo looked at the pothole, his eyes heated up. No wonder. It turned out that this group of force discovered a new Chinook vein. Chinook mineral vein is a kind of precious mineral vein formed in the ground by chance of psychic energy wandering in the world. The Shinik stones needed by the awakened for cultivation are collected from this. In the previous life, it was a golden mountain that made the world jealous. And in this world, the psychic veins are thousands, 10,000 times more precious than the golden mountain. Next to the hill, in the largest group of awakeners, a tall middle-aged man stood up. There were 2 scars on his face, and he looked very vicious. After scanning the rest of the awakened squad, he said in a cold tone, "Everyone, no matter who discovered this place first, but now the most important thing is not to inform the military. Once the news leaks out, it will not only be the military, but even the big groups. I will rush to hear the news, then, at that time, I am afraid that I can't even drink the soup. You should all understand this." When the words fell, many people smiled and nodded. However, only the face of the awakened squad was ugly and couldn't laugh. And this team Sumo still knows. It turned out to be the team led by the middle-aged uncle who kindly invited him to join the team before entering the jungle. Standing on the top of the big tree, Sumo looked at the reactions of everyone at the scene and probably guessed the reason. The other 7 teams all smiled, but the uncle's team looked ugly. What does this show? Suffice it to say that the uncle's team is probably the first to discover this place. But in the end, this group of guys caught the news and came to share the pie. It may even be squeezed out, the cake ratio is wrong, resulting in a bad mood. And then, just as Sumo thought, this mineral vein was indeed discovered by the uncle team. Then I was bumped into by another team, and the current situation was formed as soon as the news spread. In the middle-aged uncle team, an ordinary-looking woman gritted her teeth and said unwillingly, "Wang Meng, don't go too far. We discovered this vein first. Why do you account for 70%? Believe it or not, I will notify you now." People from the military. Anyone who notified the military. Wang Meng, it is the middle-aged man with a scar face. He looked at the woman mockingly, "Now, can you tell me if you try?" The woman's face changed and she quickly turned on the phone, only to find that there was no signal at all. "Stupid woman, I knew this situation would happen and arranged it in advance, ha ha ha." As his words fell, the surrounding teams instantly surrounded the middle-aged uncle's team, and the meaning became obvious. Looking at the team of middle-aged uncles who were already surrounded and unable to escape, Wang Meng grinned and said, "In the world of the awakened, the weak are eaten by the weak and the weak still want to split? It is extremely ridiculous. Now here, only the strong, only I, Wang Meng, can enjoy everything." At this time, Sumo slowly walked over, "You are right. In this world, it is true that only the strong can enjoy everything." Chapter 15. You are right. In this world, it is true that only the strong can enjoy everything. Slowly walking out of the grass, Sumo's deep eyes outside the black pattern mask looked at the middle-aged scar with a smile. Moment. Everyone was shocked, and quickly turned to look at Sumo. There are still people? They just sent someone to distract all the monsters nearby. On the way, no extra awakened persons were found nearby. How did this guy find this place? Luck? For a time, except for the middle-aged uncle's team, everyone stared at Sumo badly. At the middle-aged uncle's team, a team member looked at Sumo in surprise. "Captain, it's that young man." Yang Zhong nodded, but he didn't expect that he would meet this young student again. He Taiyuxing was lucky to be able to spend a whole day in the wild alone. And many more. But soon, his face changed. Isn't it dangerous for this little brother to get involved in this situation? Thinking about it, Yang Zhong's character of a good man had broken again, and he anxiously shouted to Sumo, "Little brother, go, don't come over." Sumo nodded towards Yang Zhong as a greeting, but continued to walk towards the hill. Joke. There was not even a silver realm awakened in the presence. The ugly point is, everyone present is rubbish. The good point is, no one is his enemy. According to that Scar man's philosophy, he should be considered the strongest. So as the strongest, shouldn't you enjoy the following Shinik veins? Go? Non-existent. Behind the middle-aged Scar, several awakened persons apparently also recognized Sumo. A few days ago, when they first left the city, they happened to see this kid on the spot. The dress is very saucy, but it seems to be just a little chicken with just awakening abilities. Such a small dish, how dare you come to mix with the adults now? Sure enough, young and frivolous, not knowing life or death. Hearing the murmurs of several players, the middle-aged Scar was secretly relieved. Grass. With such a sassy dress, he dared to be alone in the wild. He thought he was an awesome character. Unexpectedly, it was a little chicken. Oh, scare me. Squinting his eyes, the middle-aged scarab looked at Suemo with a grin. Boy, you're very courageous. I've always been so bold. Suemo shrugged, then looked at the pothole below and smiled. Who see you have a share. Words fall. Puff. Wow, ha 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 ha. The middle-aged Scar smiled. Behind him, he learned that all the members of Sumoxi also laughed. Ha ha ha. Captain, this one-star black chicken wants to have soup. This kid may not be courageous, but has a brain problem, ha ha ha. Talent, this is definitely an individual talent. Ha ha ha. Suemo also laughed. Next moment, read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. The overlords domineering surging out. The invisible waves spread out quickly, even if it was only 100 meters away, but it also directly covered everyone present. Bang 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 bang. At the scene, all the awakened people who were less than the 8 stars of the Black Iron fainted one after another. After a long while, only the middle-aged Scar and Yang Zhong and other Black Iron 9 stars were still barely awake. But it was already crawling on the ground, unable to move. Suemo slowly approached the middle-aged Scar, and looked down at him from a condescending position. Come on, let me show you another smile. Woo 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 woo. The middle-aged Scar looked at Suemo in horror. Because of the pressure of the overlord's color, he could only moan. Snapped. A big slap slapped the man with Scar's face, and the boy's cheek was instantly red and swollen. Withdrawing his right hand, Suemo grinned lightly. Laugh, didn't you just smile so beautifully? Snapped. What are you doing to give me a smile? Snapped. Laugh. Bang bang bang. A few minutes later, the fierce cheek of the middle-aged Scar had swollen into a pig's head. The eyes are full of begging for mercy. This made the few captains who did not faint, including Yang Zhong, dare not make a sound. For fear of attracting Sumo's attention. The sentence you said before is quite right, the strong can indeed do whatever they want. Looking at the scarred man who is no longer a man, Suemo said with emotion, but it's a pity that you are just a weak chicken. After speaking, kick out with his right foot. Click. Accompanied by the sound of broken bones, Scar Man's chest was instantly sunken, and the whole person flew out directly. After falling to the ground, he struggled to stare at Suemo, but when his eyes were turned, his head tilted and he couldn't die anymore. Ding! The host killed a 9-star awakener in the Black Iron realm and gained 50 energy points. Okay? Listening to the prompt, Suemo wondered, does killing the awakened also reward energy points? Human beings are also creatures, and they can naturally get energy points. Yes, they are all beings, and it is normal to get energy points, Suemo nodded. Then, he looked at the awakened people who had fainted to the ground, and a flash of blood flashed across their eyes. He didn't feel any discomfort the first time he killed someone. This world itself is the weak and the strong, and it is normal for the wild to fight for profit. Moreover, the secret of this Chinook vein must never be passed on. Thinking faintly, Suemo carried the alloy knife, and after suppressing his emotions, he began to reap mercilessly. The few captains who were still awake saw this, and were scared to death. But they couldn't move, they could only look at Suemo with declining eyes on the spot. What can greet them is a ruthless knife light. After a while, except for Yang Zhong's team, all the other teams of awakeners who had mocked Suemo. They have become the dead souls of his sword. Withdrawing the domineering look of the overlord, Suemo looked at Yang Zhong who was already able to move. Captain Yang, let's go about 5 points of this Chinook vein, after all, you discovered it first. What? Yang Zhong looked blank. His heart is still beating frantically. Who can imagine that Suemo, who is regarded as a rookie by everyone, is such a cruel murderer? Too horrible, Nima. I actually wanted to protect this killer yesterday. Thinking about it now, the clown turned out to be himself, which is ridiculously ridiculous. Patting Yang Zhong on the shoulder, Sumo smiled and said, I said, this psychic vein is equally divided. Yang Zhong said, this is not so good. If it weren't for you, little brother, this vein would definitely be snatched by Wang Meng and the others. It is Captain Yang Yu who discovered this vein. Let's do this, little brother, as soon as you give us a success, we will be satisfied if we can get 10%. Looking at Yang Zhong, Sumo was speechless, and then said in a strong tone, 64, I am 6 and you are 4. Okay, that's it. Also, these corpses, you wake up your team members to deal with it, to prevent the smell of blood from attracting monsters. With that, Sumo jumped directly into the pothole below, leaving Yang Zhong with a dumbfounded look. This little brother is a ruthless man, and his character is extremely tough. Sighing secretly, he began to wake up his team members. Ah! Captain, this is... Wang Meng and them, are all dead. Team. Captain, what happened? As soon as the team members woke up, they froze in place and their eyes widened after finding the corpses on the ground. Then he looked at Yang Zhong at a loss. Yang Zhong took a deep breath, his face solemnly said, don't ask, knowing it won't do you any good. With that said, he began to take the lead in handling the dead bodies at the scene. And below the pothole, Sumo finally fell to the bottom after buffering for 10 meters. Chapter 16. Just after landing, Sumo saw patches of white jade spar. It is the Chinook stone that has not been polished. Upon closer inspection, these white jade spars had spread to a cave in front of them. Mother, you should be able to run to a well-off society this time, right? Sumo stared fiercely at the white crystals, and Sumo was looking forward to it. The system can sense what level of Chinook vein this is. When I was in school, the teacher probably explained the Chinook veins to them. Chinook veins are generally distinguished based on the purity of Chinook crystals. It is divided into low-level Chinook veins, middle-level Chinook veins, high-level Chinook veins, top-level Chinook veins. In fact, there are higher-level Chinook veins in the follow-up, but there is no record in the textbook. I only mentioned that the veins above the top-level psychic veins are extremely rare, and there is no good luck and no blessing if there is no great chance. Host, according to the detection result, this is a low-level Chinook vein. Hearing this, Sumo was a little regretful at first, but then he was excited, the low level is low level, contented. After all, most of the mineral veins discovered in this world are still low level. If you want to meet intermediate or even advanced levels, it is impossible to encounter without a certain amount of luck. And low level is already considered rare. Some are not even low level, and can only be said to be semi-low level, and the Chinook crystals in them are extremely rare. What he found now was obviously a normal low level, and there was even an extra cave, which was pretty good. Low-level Chinook veins can produce low-grade, medium-grade, and high-grade Chinook stones. For this quality issue, the same can only depend on luck. No longer hesitating, Sumo immediately let the system begin to absorb Chinook crystals. He doesn't want to waste time on polishing, just absorbing it all and turning it into energy point is the kingly way. Ding! The host has absorbed a low-level middle-grade Chinook stone and gained 298 energy. Ding! The host absorbed a low-level low-grade Chinook stone and gained 90 energy points. Ding! The host absorbed a low-level high-grade Chinook stone and gained 560 energy. Ding! The host has absorbed a low-level middle-grade. Seeing the soaring energy spot, Sumo's mouth was grinning. At the same time, he also knew the approximate proportion of low-level Chinook stones. A low-level low-grade Chinook stone generally can gain about 100 energy points. The low-level middle-grade Chinook stone is about 300. The most low-level and top-grade ones are the most difficult to produce, usually around 600. 10 minutes passed. As Sumo continued to touch the psychic crystals, the Chinook stones were quickly absorbed. After the energy is absorbed, the Chinook crystals turn into powder on the spot. It's almost 5,000. After another half an hour passed, Sumo gained 5,000 energy points. As long as you absorb another 5,000 points, you can exchange the one unlocking progress of shocking power. But this is just the beginning. Absorb. Keep absorbing. Gradually, Sumo had absorbed the psychic crystals on the outer wall. Get more than 30,000 energy points. He began to touch the edge of the cave. Read more at hotmentalnovel.xyz. Another hour later, Sumo finally absorbed the 60% Chinook energy stone belonging to him. The energy point directly reached a terrifying height. Full of 110,000. This time, it should really be enough to splurge. Satisfiedly stepping out of the cave, Sumo climbed again to the cave. When he reached the top, Yang Zhong stood by the hill like this. Sumo was taken aback. Captain Yang, why don't you go down? Yang Zhong looked at Sumo and replied with a smile, we were afraid of being discovered, so we went out on patrol again. Nodded, Sumo pointed at the pothole, below this is a low-level Chinook vein. I have collected 60% of the Chinook stone, and 40% is left. Go down, then Captain Yang, I will go ahead. Goodbye. As he said, Sumo stepped on his body method and left quickly. Watching Sumo go away, Yang Zhong sighed with emotion, this little brother is destined to not belong to the same world. He can foresee that this young man will definitely become a big man in the bright future. That ability to freeze people, like a realm-like ability, coupled with a calm and decisive character, can never be mediocre. At this time, a team member finally couldn't help but asked, Captain, weren't Wang Meng the one who killed them? Don't ask if you shouldn't ask, let's go, this little brother actually gave me 40% of the Chinook vein. If this is changed to someone else, I am afraid that Chengdu will not give it to me. This time I encountered this little brother is also lucky. As he said, Yang Zhong looked at the pothole with excitement. This was the first time their team had collected Chinook veins by themselves. In the past, I could only drink soup, or even the soup, so I could only stand outside and watch other people gather enviously. This is actually the norm in this world of the weak and the strong, but this time they were lucky and met Sumo. I can finally eat meat. On the other side, Sumo stepped on his body technique and returned to the cave before. Closing the hole, he waved his hand and summoned the system. Now I am carrying a large amount of money on my body, and I always feel airy, and every move feels as refreshing as the wind. 110,000, how to arrange it? Looking at the energy point, Sumo began to call out the template character. Character template, Edward Newgate. Shocking power, unlock level 10. Overlord color domineering, unlock level 52. Armed color domineering, elementary, unlock level 30. See and hear domineering, beginner, unlock level 102. Physical skills, unlock level 102. Swordsmanship, unlocked level 113. First purchase 9's swordsmanship unlocking progress, then 5's shocking power unlocking progress, followed by 10's elementary insights, 3's overlords domineering, count how many first. Grass. 1.02 million. It's so unbelievable. Painfully paid for the energy points, Sumo quietly waited for the feedback from his strength. Soon, the major unlocking progress changed. Shocking power, unlocking level 15. Overlord color domineering, unlocking level 82. Armed color domineering, elementary, unlock level 30. See and hear color domineering, beginner, level of unlock 202. Physical skills, unlock level 102. Swordsmanship, unlocking level 203. Boom! Several vast forces poured into his body immediately. And the amount of feedback this time is definitely greater than the one during the special reward. The understanding of swordsmanship, the destructive power and area of the power of shaking, the color of seeing and hearing, the color of overlord. All improving. The psychic realm and physical fitness are the same. The flesh began to make a crackling and crisp sound, and it was constantly being refined, and the skin became more and more crystal clear and firm. The realm of Chinook energy is soaring. Black iron 6 stars. Black iron 7 stars. Black iron 8 stars. Black iron 9 stars. When he reached the limit of the black iron realm, his power was still half as much as possible. Boom! With an invisible explosion, the shackles in his body were broken instantly. Silver Realm. It has been less than 3 days since the awakening ability. Sumo has been promoted directly from Black Iron 1 star to the Silver Realm. I'm afraid no one will believe it. For thousands of years, the legendary record of the fastest promotion to the Silver Realm has been engraved on the books, and it took only half a month. And Sumo is now far beyond the legend. Chapter 17. Inside the cave, Sumo sat cross-legged, continuing to receive the infusion of strength. It wasn't until an hour later that he completely absorbed these forces. After breaking through the Shinic realm to the Silver Realm, he was once again promoted to 3 stars. The physical strength has become extremely abnormal. If the Golden Awakened person is more than physical strength, he will definitely not be able to do it. The slender figure has become more perfect again. In short, this time the promotion, Sumo's comprehensive strength has definitely surged to a terrifying level. Is this the power of the Silver Awakener? Sitting on the ground, Sumo suddenly stretched out a finger, and a grey gas immediately gathered at the fingertips. Compared with the weak psychic energy of the Black Iron Awakened, the total psychic energy of the Silver Awakened has reached a level that can extend to the surface of the body. Although it is impossible to condense a psychic shield like the Golden Awakened, but it can also be partially wrapped. In this way, in terms of combat, there will be more means of attack. I just broke into the Silver Realm like this. Will it be too eye-catching when I report? After feeling some strength, Sumo began to fall into contemplation. After all, he has just awakened, and if his performance is too exaggerated, it is not a wicked evildoer, but a weird one. It will definitely attract the attention of interested people, and even some unnecessary troubles will follow. System, since you can help me conceal the S-level abilities, what about the psychic cultivation base? The system replied in a cold voice, yes, everything is hidden as the host wishes. Call. Sumo breathed a sigh of relief. In that case, it's all right. Next, he quietly got acquainted with his own power. This is indeed too much improvement. If you don't get familiar with it, you will definitely be a little uncomfortable. Time passed quietly. As dusk approached, Sumo finally digested the abrupt feeling of overall improvement. Immediately afterwards, he practiced the rising method and the sword method in the cave. He has already practiced the third sword with the heavy sword and 9 consecutive cuts, and when he has practiced the fourth sword, he will be able to enter Xiao Cheng. Reach Huang Kongguang's current state. There has also been good progress in physical fitness. Although it is still far from Xiao Cheng, as long as you insist on practicing daily, I believe that it won't take much time to achieve a small success. It's almost like this for now, and I'll continue tomorrow. After eating a little bit to fill his stomach, Sumo closed his eyes and rested contentedly. Cultivation is certainly important, but it also requires a combination of work and rest. Before he could not see hope, he did his best at all costs. But now the future is bright, and there is no need to overwaste like that. Now, we should focus on the foundation and avoid physical problems, so that we can reach the peak on the road to becoming stronger in the future. On the second day, Sumo woke up early, washed up and started a new day of killing without stopping. The huge consumption this time made him understand that there are not enough energy points, only continuous earning. And with his current strength, Tier 2 monsters should also be able to kill. And I heard that the second-order monsters seem to be able to control the bloodline ability similar to human abilities. The strength gradually suppressed the human awakeners of the same level. However, Sumo didn't care about this. What he cares about is that the energy point will be doubled. This is what matters. Looking forward to it, he started frantically looking for the figure of the second-order monster. No, after continuing to go deep into the dense forest for an hour, Sumo finally came across a snake-like monster that was covered in flames. Like the human fire elemental awakener, this fire python should be a second-order monster with fire attributes. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. His. Spitting out a snake letter, Huo Anaconda stared at Sumo with a pair of cold snake eyes. Boom! Suddenly, it opened its mouth of the blood plate without warning, and saw a 3-meter-thick flame column directly shooting towards Sumo. The flames boiled violently, how many times stronger than Lu Chen's sea-level fierce fire ability before. All the trees that were affected in the front were blasted into debris in an instant. Good fellow, the second-order monster is different. After the birth of the power of blood, it will attack from a distance. Pulling out the alloy knife, Sumo smacked the corner of his mouth, but it was not at all empty, and under the cover of the armed color, it turned into an afterimage and rushed out. Hi! The cold light flashed past, and the blade's edge howled vigorously, splitting the flame column into two on the spot. Immediately. Dead. After cutting off the flames, Sumo used his full-strength swimming dragon step, with a vigorous and elegant body, stepping on the treetops and approaching the fire python. A top-down blade gleamed with blades of light, and instantly smashed into the big head of the fire python. Hi! The fire python was shocked and wanted to evade, but he was still a step slower, and the snake's head was cut in half on the spot. Ding! Overlord killed the early second stage flame python and gained 130 energy. Sumo was very satisfied with the blood on the scalpel. The energy points of the monsters in the early stage of the second stage are indeed considerable. At the same time, he also had a general understanding of his own strength. Well, below the Golden Awakener is enough to crush. As long as you don't find death and enter the restricted area that is thousands of miles away, this is his paradise for Su. However, several hours passed, Sumo was dumbfounded. He didn't encounter another second-order monster, and even the first-order monsters were encountered in a scattered manner. And this situation will continue to be the case in the following days. After half a month. Grass. Sumo's face was so dark that he stood on a hill and cursed. Too bad. In half a month, he didn't even earn 10,000 energy points. Is this particularly possessed by a non-chief? Forget it, go back. After sighing, Sumo shook his head helplessly. It seemed that he had run out of luck when he encountered the psychic vein. And after all, this place is just a small area in Tianhai City. The remaining part of the second-order monsters now seem to know that there is such a killer god as him, and they start to get so oily that they ran away when they saw him. Tier 1 monsters earn little, and under various factors, it is indeed difficult to stay any longer. Calculating the time, it seems that it hasn't been a few days since the start of special enrollment. If so, just go back. Anyway, the harvest this time is generally not bad in content. An hour later, Sumo smoothly returned to the barrier checkpoint outside Tianhai City. It was the two officers and soldiers who were inspecting at this time. Suddenly, the middle-aged officer and soldier who had persuaded Sumo before seemed to be aware of it, and looked at the figure of Sumo slowly approaching. First, he was taken aback, then his eyes straightened. FK. It's that kid, he's still alive. The other officer also naturally recognized Sumo, and his eyes widened unbelievably. With the cultivation base of Black Iron 1 star, how did this kid survive for half a month in the wild? He hadn't seen Sumo returning for so long, thinking that the latter had already become the dung of a monster. Could it be that luck has exploded, without encountering a monster? Thinking secretly, the two began to look at Sumo. Immediately, the pupils shrank sharply. The blood-stained self-cultivation battlesuit, with the domineering guan knife behind him, exuded a strong and extremely suffocating aura. The eyes outside the mask are so sharp that people can't look directly. What happened? Is this the kid? The two officers and soldiers have been in and out of the battlefield, fighting veterans who have fought hard for many years, and they are still very good at seeing people. Half a month ago, although Sumo said that he was sharp, he was still a little immature. But at this moment, this evil spirit, this look, this powerful step, this kind of temperament that they don't have, unexpectedly appeared on a young man who had just awakened the ability. The most terrible thing is that they were so shocked by the fierce aura of the teenager that they didn't dare to look at them directly. OMG! In half a month, what has this kid experienced? Chapter 18. It is inevitable for the two of them to be so shocked. You know, Sumo has been slaughtering monsters for half a month. Even if he didn't deliberately, he would naturally condense. Moreover, he also killed a whole 100 awakened people. This killing intent blended into the evil spirit, and it was even more terrifying. In addition, Sumo pushed horizontally all the way to train the Overlord's domineering spirit. All kinds of combinations, it is not surprising that you can have this kind of aura. Although the two officers and soldiers also killed monsters and people, if you want to make a careful calculation, I am afraid that there are not as many monsters as Sumo killed in half a month. Shocked inside, the two officers and men froze in place. It wasn't until Sumo approached that the two of them came back to their senses. The middle-aged officers and soldiers swallowed their saliva and asked, "Little brother, have you killed a lot of monsters?" Sumo shook his head, "Kill a little bit. This old man really doesn't open which pot to pick up which pot. If there were so many monsters to kill him, he would not come out with regrets. At least earn him another small goal, 10,000 energy points. Of course, if you let others know that in less than half a month, Sumo will have thousands of dead souls under the sword, and he will definitely yell at him and pretend to be a cup." "A little?" Hearing Sumo's words, the middle-aged officers and soldiers glanced at the bulging backpack that was more than 2 meters long behind Sumo, and the corners of their eyes twitched. "Good guy, can you kill a little bit to have this kind of evil spirit? Can a backpack with retractable space have such a drum? Have you not been a soldier before, your brother?" Secretly complaining, the middle-aged officers and soldiers tentatively smiled again. "Honestly speaking, did your kid hide his strength?" Hearing that, Sumo directly transported the psychic energy in his body that was suppressed into the black iron 6 stars by the system. This is a decision he thought about beforehand. Just use the strength of the black iron 6 stars to sign up. From the awakening ability to signing up for more than 20 days, he has an S-level ability, plus his previous inspirational image. Although the black iron 6 stars is still a monster, it is not impossible. No wonder. The aura of the black iron 6 stars surprised the two officers and soldiers. If it is black iron 6 stars, be careful, it can indeed survive for half a month in the wild. But then, the two of them froze again, frowning. It's not right. Even black iron 6 stars, shouldn't it be possible to have such a strong evil spirit? The strength simply does not allow him to kill like this. For a moment, the two officers and soldiers were at a loss. How could this kid be so contradictory and mysterious? You kid is really weird. It's the first time I saw you like this. Come on, get the awakening certificate. Finally, after the middle-aged officers and soldiers checked Sumo's awakening certificate, he was released into Tianhai City. It wasn't until Sumo got into the armored bus and walked far that the officer on the other side whispered, "Sumo, where did I hear the name of this kid? Sumo. Sumo. FK. Isn't this the news that Lao Ye showed us a few days ago? The name of the S-level student in Tianhai City this year seems to be Sumo." Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. The middle-aged officers and soldiers looked stunned. What a coincidence, this kid has the same name and surname as that S-level enchanting student. Probably. With that said, the officer picked up the instrument that had previously registered for the Sumo awakening card and looked at it. When I saw that handsome face, my eyes stared directly. In a hurry, he walked in front of a computer instrument beside the platform and typed in the words Tianhai City S-level student. When the identical face on the computer screen unfolded, he was already in a daze. Upon seeing this, the middle-aged officers and soldiers also came over and took a look, and then they were also sluggish in place. The two looked at each other, and they both saw the dumbfounded and stunned from each other's eyes. That kid just now is the S-level enchanting student Sumo who has been circulating in the past half a month. Then, half a month ago, this enchanting student wore a mask and really went into and out of the wild with the strength of the black iron 1 star. When I came back, not only did his temperament change drastically, he was also promoted from 1-star black iron to 6-star black iron. The two of them seemed to have been struck by lightning, their heads blank and motionless. An hour later, Sumo returned to his rented house under the curious watching of many people. After opening the door, there was no trace of dust in it for half a month, and there was still a piece of paper on the dining table. With your kid's personality, you must be eager to go outside and kill the monsters. Be careful. Putting down the note, Sumo couldn't help but smile. Dae Young. Maybe I didn't find my trace, and then I was a little worried, so I ran over and left a note, right? Go talk to him later. Smiling and shook his head, Sumo immediately dialed the Federal Skynet's acquisition call. He brought back a large bag of materials for the monster. Selling it is definitely a fortune. After a while, a young lady in a professional suit brought a few after-sales personnel from Federal Skynet to rent a house. It's really you, Master Sumo. As soon as she walked in, the young lady in the suit screamed out in exclamation when she saw Sumo. When she just received news about the sale of monster materials, she saw that the other party was not anonymous, but was marked with Sumo's customer name. She was surprised at first, and then excited, and then, with random thoughts, led people to rush to the address. Coming. Unexpectedly, this customer named Sumo is really that enchanting high school student with an S-level ability. Lucky. The young lady looked at Sumo with a face of nympho. Sumo's mouth twitched, thinking of hearing most people discussing his scene on the way back. No way. In only half a month, his Sumo's name has been known to every household? I want to keep a low profile. With a helpless sigh, Sumo pointed to the large backpack placed aside. I plan to sell these materials, let's take a look. Leave it to me, Master Sumo. The young lady hurriedly and diligently prepared. Master Sumo. Sumo's face turned dark, and he felt that the name was weird. Soon, the materials were sorted out. Originally, only 3 million of materials could be sold, but the young lady literally raised it to 4 million. Just because she is the daughter of a director of the Federal Skynet and has power. Also, she said that she is the Yan fan of Master Sumo, and she has endless discounts. Well, it seems famous, but also a bit fragrant. Someone thought shamelessly. Finally, before leaving, the young lady begged Sumo for an autograph. Location, well, in an indescribable location. St. She even wanted Sumo's contact information. Of course Sumo wouldn't give it to him. Want to get him with profit? Perhaps there was a slight possibility when he was the poor boy before. But now, it's impossible. Before, you didn't care about me, but now I want you to be too high. Unless true love. After 4 million arrived, Sumo looked at the rented house he had lived for several years with nostalgia, then put on a mask and stepped out of the house. He planned to go to Chenderong to be alone first, and then go directly to the Magic City to report. There is his future stage for Sumo. Chapter 19. In front of the high-speed rail station in Tianhai City leading to the Magic Capital. Amo, you wait for me in Magic City first. When all universities are officially enrolled, I will go to Magic City University to try my luck. Even if I can't enter Magic City University, I will study in other key universities of Magic City. At that time, we will continue to be in the Magic City. With the flow of people, Chen Derong hooked Sumo's shoulders and stared at the eyes outside the mask of the good brother reluctantly. I believe you, don't worry, you will definitely enter Mordu University. Sumo felt a little disappointed, and patted his best friend on the shoulder. Brother, I'm leaving. After speaking, he walked into the Chinook high-speed rail carrying the alloy knife and a backpack. Between men, there is no need for too much joy and sorrow, just hook shoulders and back again when they meet next time. What's more, all universities, including the top 5 universities, normally enroll students in the second month. It's only a month, and it will pass quickly. What's the reluctance? On the second day, the Modu high-speed railway station was full of people, and the flow of people far exceeded the high-speed railway station in Tianhai City. Ordinary mortals are busy with life, and there are countless awakened people, and all of them have strong auras and are not low-level. In such a situation, Tianhai City is not comparable at all, and the difference is not even a star and a half. It's really worthy of being one of the top big cities of mankind. The atmosphere and prosperity are far from comparable to other cities. Looking up at the surrounding tall buildings with a sense of science and technology, and the floating Chinook vehicles flying around in the sky, Sumo was full of emotion. So far, although human beings have developed into an extraordinary age, technology has not lagged far behind. With the existence of Chinook stones, epoch-making technological products that were unimaginable in previous lives. This world has them, and is even more advanced. Especially the current Magic City is a high-tech product that can be seen everywhere. What is reflected on the virtual TV in the void, it is playing the highlight moment of the powerful awakened fighting. But the most common news is all kinds of federal news, among which the most headline news. Surprisingly, it is the introduction of the 5 top universities, and the celebrity graduates talks about the enrolling students. In short, as soon as he stepped into the Magic City, Sumo felt his blood boil. Facing such an unknown and prosperous big city, he began to look forward to it. "Sir, you need to show your awakening certificate when you leave the station." At the exit of the high-speed rail, many pretty girls are checking the IDs of those who leave the station. There are hundreds of exits, but even so, they are still extremely crowded, and they are all lined up. Of course, for the awakened, there is no need for such trouble. The awakened can enjoy privileges to enter special passages, and there is an open-air elevator to pick up and drop off the lobby. Mortals can only wait slowly there, a very realistic class manifestation. Sumo saw this scene in his eyes, shook his head, and walked to the special passage. For 18 years, he has long been accustomed to this kind of class treatment, and he dare not show up in front of the awakened, and the awakened has priority. Although the other party did nothing wrong, but in this monster rampage, the awakened one defends the world. Ordinary mortals will still subconsciously courteous the awakened. But Sumo found that many awakened people are used to being crowded, and they all have a superior character. Read more at hotmentalnovel.xyz. To put it simply, the taste has deteriorated. Different from the unity of the ancestors who united and resisted the monsters thousands of years ago, human civilization today is different. Although united on the surface, it is scattered in the dark. Sumo also knew that this was a problem that couldn't be solved, because no matter where it was, what the world was. Wherever there is a difference between strengths and weaknesses, there will be such problems. No longer thinking about it, Sumo handed the awakening certificate to the waiter sister, after the other party welcomed her with a professional smile. He officially entered this prosperous and mysterious big city. When he came to the outside, Sumo took off the black mask, and when he arrived in the magic capital, he didn't have to cover up. He hasn't been so narcissistic yet, and feels that everyone in the magic city knows him. S-level abilities, the magic capital is not without, and well known, they are also those who have already put their talents into ready-made strength. Diddy. Dad, the call is coming. Dad, the call is coming. At this time, Sumo's phone rang. I took out the latest model of mobile phone I just bought, and a familiar but unfamiliar phone number was displayed. Sumo clicked to connect. Teacher Yan Yun. Sister. Hearing this lazy female voice with ridicule, Sumo's face went dark. Teacher, if you ask me to go to Magic City, you will call you. I am now in the lobby of the Magic City high-speed railway station. I said I was called sister. Talk about business. Yan Yun's slightly more serious voice came from the other end of the phone. I have asked someone to wait for you over there. You continue to walk out of the lobby and go to the reception area. Someone will welcome you. Remember, don't blush, don't swallow your saliva. Withstand. Sumo has a black line on his forehead. What the hell is this woman going to do? I understood what I said before, but the last few sentences are human words? Sumo Dang even wanted to hang up. If it's okay, I will go to the waiting hall. And many more. Teacher, are you so idle? Hi, it's not to get you. My sister can't compete with the 4 old guys for half a month. No, now I can only rush to the next school in a desperate way, and I'm so bored in the car. On the other end of the phone, Yan Yun gritted his teeth and cursed. Sumo curled his lips. Then what? What else do you have to explain? My sister, as your special recruiting teacher, will definitely teach you in the future, so naturally you have to supervise your cultivation on time. How about it? Have you encountered any difficulties in your cultivation in the past half a month? Sumo, no. Have you been promoted to Black Iron 2-star? Sumo thought for a while. Anyway, he had to sign up when he went down to school, so he simply said, Black Iron 6 stars. I knew that with the S-rank talent, the Black Iron 2 star is light and easy. Wait. What did you just say? On the other side of the phone, Yan Yun, who had reacted, opened her beautiful eyes and rubbed her ears. A charming red lips directly touched the phone and asked, You said how many stars are your Black Irons? Sumo calmly repeated, Black Iron 6 stars. Boom. The sound of the phone falling to the ground came from Sumo's phone, and there was no sound for a long time. After a long while, just when he was about to hang up, Yan Yun's trembling voice came over, Brother, it's wrong to lie to sister. Sister's heart can't bear it now, do you know? I never tell a lie. Teacher, if there is nothing else, I just hang up. Yan Yun said anxiously, Wait. You have really been promoted to the 6-star Black Iron realm. It's true, how could I lie to you if you take so much care of me, teacher? With that said, Sumo hung up the phone, not giving Yan Yun a chance to be long-winded. I'm sorry, teacher, I love to lie to you, next time I will dare. With no guilt murmured in his heart, Sumo immediately walked to the reception hall. Chapter 20. There were a lot of people in the reception hall. As soon as Sumo came in, his superb temperament instantly attracted the attention of many people. Especially the alloy knife behind him is taller than others, which surprised many people. Unexpectedly, someone would use this weapon. You know, the sword is very heavy, and the awakened who strengthen the physical system are not willing to use such an overweight weapon. The proportions of the boy in front of him are indeed perfect, but they don't seem to be that tall and mighty type. But with this heavy weapon, does he make it move? Ignoring these curious gazes, Sumo just stood quietly beside the wall of the reception hall. Yan Yun actually asked someone to pick him up, which means that the person receiving him should know his appearance. Just wait here. FK. It's Shangguan Feiyan. At this moment, an exclamation rang outside the reception hall. Immediately afterwards, the crowd glanced over, and then there was an uproar. Why did she come to the high-speed rail station? FK. FK. The real person is so beautiful. Much more beautiful than on TV. Is she the Shangguan Feiyan? Isn't this a fairy coming out on TV? How can a person be so beautiful? The dear girl of the Devil University, I am so lucky to meet a real person in the Dark Iron Realm, and die without regrets. Especially if a fairy takes a look at me, I would rather die now. You're thinking about fart, she won't look at you more for 8 lifetimes. Get out. Get out. I want to look closer at the goddess. As the exclamation of the blockbuster continued to sound, a passage was abruptly squeezed by the crowd. Sumo looked curiously, his expression could not help but he recovered quickly. Under the gaze of everyone, a tall woman came slowly, her posture generous and elegant. She wore a long black dress with a perfect figure. The facial features under the bangs of the blue silk were very delicate, just like the fairy walking out of the painting, especially the long and bright beautiful eyes. I can't extricate myself from being stuck in it. What a woman! Sumo sighed secretly. It can be said that this is the most perfect woman he has ever seen. Yan Yun is much inferior in front of him. If you ask him to score, you can definitely score 999 points. The only 01 is that this woman's expression is too cold to make people dare not approach. Soon, Sumo withdrew his gaze, it didn't matter to him to be beautiful. In other words, why the person Yan Yun called hasn't come yet. I have been waiting for nearly half an hour. Reluctantly, Sumo could only call back again, Teacher, why the person you called hasn't arrived yet. On the other side of the phone, Yan Yun was still shocked by Sumo's realm. He heard Sumo's voice. She suddenly stopped calling, Brother Smelly, I dared to call my sister just now, looking for death. I'm wrong. Sumo apologized perfunctorily, and then continued to ask, Teacher, why don't I take a taxi to school by myself? Hi. I'll ask you later about the cultivation base. After Yan Yun snorted coldly, he said in doubt, I've already arrived. I just called me. Hearing this, Sumo nodded, well, then I'll wait. I have given her your phone number. If she can't find you, she will call you later. As he said, Yan Yun suddenly changed his tone and smiled meaningfully. By the way, brother, have you ever fallen in love? Here comes again, this teacher of sand sculpture. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Sumo said honestly without expression. No, why are you asking about this? Isn't it weird to have never been in love? He hadn't talked about it in his previous life, and he was still alive and well. Well, then you have to withstand it. After speaking, Yan Yun hung up the phone jokingly. Inexplicably, my sand sculpture teacher turned out to be really sand sculpture. Spitting, Sumo suddenly felt a little urgency to urinate. After a glance at the location of the bathroom, he ran away. After washing his hands and coming out, Sumo stood in his original position again and began to wait quietly. Due to the arrival of the black dress fairy, everyone on the scene looked at her at this moment. There was no shouting at all. Sumo glanced at it and shook his head secretly. They were all LSBs. Are you here to pick up people? Do you know that the people who are out of the station are waiting for you to pick them home? And many more. People who don't know how to receive him are also fascinated and untenable. Forgot to look for him, right? Probably. Thinking of this, Sumo was speechless. Diddy. Dad, the call is coming. Dad, the call is coming. At this time, his phone rang. He took out his cell phone, not from Yan Yun, but from an unfamiliar number. Brother, you finally think of me. Sumo burst into tears, and immediately clicked to dial. Hello. An ethereal, beautiful female voice came. School Sumo. Okay? Not a man, but a girl. The sound is pretty good. Sumo, it's me. Where are you, brother? I will look for you. This voice. It sounds nice indeed. Sumo sighed secretly, and then replied, I'm right here on the wall at the entrance of the reception hall with a knife on my back. It should be easy to recognize. Where are you, or if I am looking for you in the past, I have to drop in anyway. Ethereal female voice, just under the fence this platform, I saw you, I will pick you up. Under the fenced platform. Sumo quickly looked at it, and instantly he met those narrow and bright beautiful eyes. No way. The corner of Sumo's mouth twitched. Would you like to be so irritating? He swallowed. Is it you? Okay. Sumo was silent. At this moment, he finally knew what Yan Yun meant. Actually let this evildoer come and pick him up in person. Teacher, you really belong to you. At this time, everyone was secretly puzzled from the moment the woman in the black dress took out the mobile phone. Could this goddess come to pick up people from the high-speed rail station? Damn it! For a while, everyone's eyes widened and the pot exploded. Who is that? Actually let Shangguan Fiyin from the Devil's University of Heaven pick it up in person. The most important thing is this lucky guy a woman or a man? The female is okay, the male is about to split. I saw that as the black dress fairy slowly walked towards the inner door of the reception, the eyes of these guys followed closely. They didn't dare to take a mouthful, but they wanted to see who was so arrogant. Sumo felt bad when he saw this situation, and said on the phone quickly, Sister, wait, you don't need to come here, let's go out by yourself first, and then meet again when you are outside. What a special thing. You are a fairy, if you walk in front of me, that's fine. Can't tens of thousands of eyes stabbing the young master to death? Terror. What a real beauty. How can this work? Teacher Yan has already explained that you have to pick you up from the reception hall in person. In the ethereal voice, there was already a trace of stubbornness and toughness that could not be rejected. Oh my god! This fairy is still a strong character, this is over. Thinking of this, Sumo began to yell at Yan Yun in his heart. She was going to be tricked by her, CAO. Chapter 21. At the inner door of the reception hall, Shangguan Fiyin walked towards Sumo gracefully with a lotus step. Her expression is cold, like an iceberg that hasn't changed forever, making people feel afraid to blaspheme, and can only secretly admire the distant view. At this moment, everyone was staring at her secretly while scanning around, their eyes full of curiosity and envy. Sumo felt his scalp hair. According to what the people around him called this fairy, the latter should be the Lady of the Sky from Magic Capital University, with a good reputation. Even the whole demon is not low. If you suddenly had a face-to-face conversation with him, and even picked him up from the high-speed rail station in person, wouldn't it be filled with hatred? The next day I am afraid that it is possible to go directly to those gossip media. Kin. At first glance, this fairy looked like a tough woman, fearing that she could not escape. Ugh! Forget it. Since I can't hide, let me come, let me experience what it's like to be a male public enemy. Soon, Shangguan Feiyan came to Sumo's face. Although her expression was cold, her voice was soft and empty and said, "Student Sumo." Sumo smiled and nodded, "Senior sister." Then Yu Guang sneaked around. Good guys. What the hell are the desperate eyes all around? At this moment, the eyes of all the male awakened people around him were fiery, as if the sky had fallen. Male. It turned out to be a man. Ah! They were crying in their hearts, and the group of people immediately looked fierce and evil one by one, and gritted their teeth at Sumo. Seeing Sumo was frightened. However, Shangguan Feiyan, who seemed to be a little natural, didn't notice the gaze around him, so she quietly introduced, "Senior brother, my name is Shangguan Feiyan. Enrollment, you will be your senior sister from now on." The voice is very soft and ethereal, but the expression is very cold, completely unsuitable. Generally speaking, people who look very cold will have a very cold voice, and there will be a block of ice completely. Shangguan Feiyan had a cold expression, like a fairy with a facial paralysis, but her voice was ethereal and soft, with a touch of human touch. Well, this is a special iceberg goddess. Speaking secretly, Sumo immediately said, "Senior sister Shangguan, let's go to school first." The gaze around him made him a little hairy, and those invisible gazes were as uncomfortable as sharp swords. While feeling uncomfortable, he can also understand the feelings of these older brothers at this time. After all, in his previous life, he was a mediocre man, and he had a crush on the goddess. I have also witnessed the process of being soaked in the hands of the goddess I have a crush on. Oh, hard to force. Well, let's go. Shangguan Feiyan nodded before leading Sumo. It wasn't until the two of them walked away completely under the gaze of countless people that the scene could not be suppressed and directly exploded. Read more at hotmentalnovel.xyz. Grass. Who is that kid? I'm split. A man who can personally let the immortal sword princess receive personally. This is the first time, right? It's sour, I'm so sour. Shangguan's daughter, the immortal sword fairy of Demon Capital University, are they falling here? No. I want to fight that kid. By the way, who is he? The scene was in chaos, and the male awakeners hugged their heads and howled. They have the name of self-knowledge, knowing that the goddess is an existence they will never get for 8 lifetimes. But they also don't want others to get it. Cold and uncomfortable. At this time, Shangguan Feiyan had brought Sumo to a luxurious Chinook car. An elderly man immediately got out of the car gracefully, opened the door for the two with a smile, and made a pleased gesture. Out of the corner of his eye, he secretly looked at Sumo. Except for the master, this is the first time for the young lady to be so close to other men, right? It's really rare. Nodded to the old man, Shangguan Feiyan turned to look at Sumo. "School brother, let's go to school to sign up now." Meeting those charming eyes, and glanced at this valuable Chinook car, Sumo swallowed. He had only watched a car of this level on TV, and he was afraid that his current wealth would not be able to afford a tire. Unexpectedly, this fairy is still a wealthy daughter. You have to look good, you have to have an identity, you have to be talented and talented, no wonder the group of men is crazy about it. He would be crazy if he replaced him. How hopeful a rich woman would say to herself, "Little brother, don't have to work hard." Cough. No longer thinking about it, Sumo immediately said, "My sword." He seemed to be unable to put down his 2-meter-long guan knife. "Give it to me, I'll hold it for you first." Under Sumo's stunned gaze, Shangguan Feiyan's hand touched his guan sword, and then guan sword disappeared. Storage bracelet. Looking at the alloy decoration on Jirinayu's hand, Sumo said that he was really sour. The storage bracelet is a storage treasure developed by a noble crafter using a material called space stone. The interior is a self-contained space, which can facilitate the storage of the awakened, and it is a truly indispensable artifact for going out. Rich woman. This kind of treasure, but only the strong in the diamond realm can afford to buy it. What makes Sumo most sour is that such a baby, there is actually one in the jade hand on the other side of the fairy. Envy. Host, the system has its own storage space with an infinite area. Listening to the cold voice that suddenly popped in his mind, Sumo was taken aback for a moment, then his face was full of black lines. System. It takes 100,000 energy points to activate. Sumo instantly withered. Okay. Shangguan Fiyin noticed Sumo's longing Yu Guang, and suddenly said astonishing, would you like me to give you one? You are the second direct enrollment of Teacher Yan. I am the first. Then I will be yours. I'm a direct senior, it's a meeting gift for my younger brother. Sumo's heart beat suddenly, this fairy, so generous? It made him move a little bit. But on the surface, Sumo shook his head, thank you, senior sister, for your kindness, but I want to get it through my own efforts. Although the body wants it very much, his self-esteem does not allow it. With the system, if he can't even get a small storage bracelet, then he would rather die. Words fall. Elder Bo, who was on the side, had a look of appreciation in his eyes. Facing the temptation of a storage bracelet, he was able to withstand it. This young man has far more willpower than his peers. Even tougher than some older golden awakeners. Of course, if you let him know that Sumo is guileless and upright, he wouldn't think so. The three quickly drove the Chinook car to the direction of Magic University. Being in the air, Sumo glanced away. All kinds of new things came into view one by one, which made him have to marvel again. The prosperous city of Devil is indeed one of the most powerful big cities in the world. After half an hour, a huge school gate that was tall, magnificent, and full of years of breath appeared in the vision of the three of them, lurking there like a wild beast. Madu University, I'm Sumo here. Chapter 22. A few minutes later, the Bo veteran Chinook car parked at the exclusive parking space of the University of Magic. Although Mordu University is now on vacation, there are still a lot of students here, and three of them get out of the car. The scattered students nearby looked over curiously. When they saw that it was Shangguan Fiyin, many male students showed a look of admiration, but they didn't dare to come close and only watched from a distance. The alienation that a fairy gives is really too strong. If it weren't for Sumo but her direct school brother, who is also Yan Yun's special enrollment, this fairy will not come to pick him up, right? Thinking about it, Sumo quickly got out of the car. When the surrounding male students saw this scene, they froze on the spot. It's the sound of heartbreak. In the car of the goddess Shangguan, besides the old gentleman butler, another man got off? Still a man as young as them. In the past, this was simply impossible. Big news, big news. Many male students have already taken out their mobile phones and started to take photos. Judging from Sumo's experience, he naturally knew what they were doing, so he frowned and said, "Senior sister, these guys." Shangguan Fiyin said calmly, "As long as it's not too much, it's good to ignore it. Such a thing is normal at Mordu University. Senior sister, are you afraid that they will use photos and videos to make a fuss?" Sumo was speechless, frowning, "What if they say it matters to you? By then, the innocence of the younger brother will be gone." Shangguan Fiyin was visibly taken aback, and there was an imperceptible blush at the base of her ears. She took out the alloy knife again and handed it to Sumo, and whispered, "Ignore it." After that, I took the lead in the direction of special enrollment. Elder Bo followed behind him, his mouth twitching. "My lady hasn't cared yet. Do you care about your innocence first?" Grass. There really is you, boy. When you learn how rare it is to be able to talk to the lady, take the lady's car, and the lady personally receive you, you won't think so. Old Bo thought secretly, then turned his head and glanced at Sukan, and muttered, "But I have to say that this kid's concentration is really sufficient." Along the way, he saw the scenes where Sumo was talking with his own lady. It was the first time that he saw a boy of the same age getting along with a young lady so calmly at such close distances. This kid will never be tempted by beauty in the future, absolutely. Following behind, Sumo looked helpless. Of course he said that on purpose. Read more at hotmentalnovel.xyz. Because he smelled the strong smell of the dog blood plot in the urban novels of the previous life. The goddess gets close to the protagonist for no reason, and then a group of suitors challenge the protagonist with all kinds of disgust, like a fly. Annoying. Although it is because of the relationship between Yan Yun's direct special admissions, Shangguan Feiyan has taken care of him more. It's not for nothing, but the result is the same. Just because the fairy in front is a stubborn and tough character, he has to follow Yan Yun's meaning. If you have to pick him up to the school personally, you must take him to sign up. It seems that flies are unavoidable. Shaking his head, Sumo began to admire the scenery. I have to say that the environment inside the Magic City University is truly beautiful. Along the way, no matter what the department is, it is carefully built, and each department has the characteristics of each department. Combined with the long history and culture, you won't get bored at all. And along the way, because of Shangguan Feiyan's existence, naturally attracted a lot of hatred. Even if Sumo deliberately pulled behind him and followed behind a little distance, Shangguan Feiyan would be forced to keep up. Oh, it's difficult. After a long while, I finally came to the registration point for special enrollment. It is a luxurious and majestic attic with 3 large characters of dragons and phoenixes written on it. Special recruitment. At this time, in the noble hall of the attic, a charming middle-aged woman saw Shangguan Feiyan walking in as her head, and immediately smiled kindly and said, "Feiyan, bring your younger brother to report." In Magic University, all high-level teachers knew that Yan Yun had recruited a student with S-level special abilities. They were jealous. After all, when she just graduated and became a special recruit teacher, she had already competed for an S-level special kind of girl like Shangguan Feiyan. After 2 years, she actually recruited another S-level special category. This luck is too good. You know, as a special recruiting teacher, all the special recruits you recruit belong to the direct line of the special recruiting teacher. In the future, these special enrollment students will gain any honor, and the special enrollment teachers will also benefit together. Therefore, special recruitment teachers generally do their best to train their own special recruitment students, so that they can grow into strong people who can step into the society. Because of this, the contacts of the specially recruited teacher are terrifying. The S-level who is taught out, which one is the strong one? So no one dares to offend this group of specially recruited teachers easily. Moreover, the special enrollment between direct departments will also care for and help each other, just like the relationship between brothers and sisters. This is actually why Shangguan Feiyan took care of Sumo. Well, Director Liu, I will bring Sumo's younger brother to report. Shangguan Feiyan nodded, and then looked at Sumo. Sumo immediately took out the awakening certificate and handed it to Director Liu. After receiving the awakening card, Director Liu looked at Sumo with a smile on his face. "Student Sumo, after half a month, you should have improved. The teacher will help you adjust the card core of the awakening card. Every time you are promoted, you just need to enter your own Chinook power into the awakening certificate and it will be updated to your latest cultivation base in real time. By the way, what level of your cultivation is now, the teacher will help you update it first." On the side, Shangguan Feiyan also looked at Sumo curiously. She remembered that when she came to the school for half a month to sign up for her first year, she was a black iron 4-star cultivation base, nearly 5-star. At that time, she was called 100 years. The fastest genius to be promoted. Of course, for half a month to be promoted so fast, besides her being an S-rank ability, she also has massive resources in the family to help. All sorts of combinations made her the achievement of the first person in her class. As for Junior Sumo, because he has not yet entered the school, I heard that his family is not very good, so there should be no resources to help him. If you slowly cultivate purely by absorbing the psychic energy between heaven and earth, you should reach 2 stars at most, or close to 3 stars. Not only Shangguan Feiyan thought so, but Director Liu also thought so. Because in the past, most S-level students who practiced purely by abilities did not take any Shinik potions, and most of them reached the second 3-star level. Teacher, if I am now, I have been promoted to Black Iron 6-star. With that, Sumo's fingertips showed a trace of grey psychic power, and the aura of strength was the 6 Black Iron stars. Moment. Including Bo Lao, the 3 of them were a little confused and didn't react. Black Iron 6 stars, what the hell? For half a month, Sumo, who had no reasonable resources to help, was promoted to Black Iron 6-star. 2 stars more than the previous record of Guan Feiyan, the Lady of Heaven? Oh my god! Chapter 23. The 3 of them looked at Sumo with dumbfounded expressions, and they hadn't recovered for a long time. Until a long while later. Student Sumo, let the teacher take a look. Director Liu reacted first. She quickly grabbed Sumo's hand and began to sense it. With the help of the system, the cultivation base of Sumo Silver 4 stars had long been hidden, and he could only sense the psychic energy of Black Iron 6 stars. Even if the person in front of him is a diamond expert, it is difficult to see. Really, it's the Black Iron 6 star, and the Shinik power is very pure and strong, and the foundation is very solid. The glamorous director opened his red lips slightly and looked at Sumo with a ghostly expression. Enchanting. This Sumo is definitely a monster who is even more abnormal than Shangguan Feiyan. I thought that Shangguan Feiyan was the fastest promoted student in the past century. And for a while, no one should be able to surpass it. But I didn't expect her record to be surpassed by the new freshman in just 1 year. Such a talent, I am afraid that there is already a quarter of the legendary record. Thousands of years ago, the legend who was promoted to the Silver Realm in only half a month. Of course, if she were to let her know, it took only 3 days for Sumo to be promoted to the Silver Realm, and she would sling legend. I wonder how she would feel? Before sitting on the stage, Director Liu suddenly showed envious eyes, envious of Yan Yun's eyes. With Sumo's talent now shown, coupled with the S-level special type of assault ability, if there are no accidents, cultivate it well. I'm afraid it's the first in the same class again, right? Only a few years after being a special recruit teacher, he recruited 2 enchanting evildoers, and each of them was perverted. To be honest, she was envious. It's a pity that she doesn't have the right to be a special recruit teacher, otherwise she will teach such S-level students herself. It should be a sense of accomplishment, right? Thinking enviously, Director Liu looked at Sumo again, and said with emotion, able to be promoted to Black Iron 6 stars alone, and with such a solid foundation, student Sumo, in the past 2 months, it seems that you are really desperate. Sumo smiled and said, if the talent is okay, as long as you are willing to work hard. Director Liu's face suddenly darkened. This kid. How to call talent is okay, as long as you are willing to work hard. You call the S-level talent okay? Isn't that S-level or lower? After thinking about her B-level ability, she felt offended. After giving Sumo angrily, Director Liu took Sumo's awakening card and walked into an instrument room. Seating in the hall, Shangguan Feiyan's narrow and bright beautiful eyes kept staring at Sumo. Sumo was a little speechless. Senior sister, if you keep staring at me like this, I will be shy. It's not that he was joking, being stared at by this fairy elder sister, who was full of curiosity, was embarrassed. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. You won't be shy. Shangguan Feiyan blinked, and whispered, brother, your talent is enough to rank among the top 5 in the history of Magic Capital University. Will you be able to discuss it with me when you return to the dormitory next time? I'm very curious about your abilities. Sumo seemed to see a trace of dissatisfaction and fighting spirit in this senior sister's eyes. Good guys. This fairy is still a fighting freak? Also, why did you go back to the dormitory to learn from each other? Wouldn't it be enough to find an empty martial arts hall to compete in later? Tuko, Sumo thought for a while, nodded. Senior sister seems to be an S-level special type ability. I am actually quite curious. I heard that her senior sister is also an S-level special kind of enchantment. He also wants to see how it is. Since awakening, he has faced awakeners with some low-level abilities, without any challenge. The highest level was Lu Chen's C-level elemental class Fierce Fire, but it was too rubbish, he didn't even bother to use the shocking force. And now that Moda University is here, Sumo naturally wants to take a look at the other S-level battles. Seeing Sumo's consent, Shangguan Feiyan's eyes brightened, then it's agreed, I will suppress the cultivation base to the same level as you. Remember to be more merciful. After a while, Director Lu came out of the instrument room. When she came to the front, she handed Sumo a certificate and the adjusted awakening card. Your awakening card teacher has helped you fix it, and this crystal card is your student ID, it's your university. The 4-year entry and exit information certificate, as well as the points are also stored in the student ID, which should be kept. In addition, the school has already assigned you to a special department, and you will be formally divided into classes after the follow-up recommended students start semester together with normal students. That is to say, you can freely allocate time during the remaining month. It's okay to get familiar in school. Finally, welcome to Moda University. The teacher is looking forward to your 4-year rise in college. After receiving the certificate, Sumo nodded and said in return, thanks to the teacher's auspicious words, I will work hard. Okay, let Feiyan take you to the dormitory. On the way to the dormitory, Sumo took out his mobile phone and downloaded an app called Magic University. He entered his student ID number and started to check it. In this app, all the relevant information of Moda University is displayed in detail. In general, points are important. After reading it again, Sumo probably knows some common sense of Magic Capital University. At Moda University, points are the important currency. For example, various training facilities, gravity rooms, simulation spaces, etc. can improve their strength. All need to spend points to get in. There is also the purchase of training resources. The Federal Skynet will convert the points, and students can buy them directly with the points. Anyway, various operations are inseparable from integration, which shows how important it is. The points can be obtained by completing tasks issued by the school and participating in various large-scale competitions. In order to motivate students, the school even created some challenging and special buildings. As long as you complete the challenge, or even break the record, you can earn bonus points. School brother, we are in the dormitory. Shangguan Feiyan's ethereal voice came from the side. Sumo put away his phone, looked up, and suddenly exclaimed, good fellow, it's all a villa. I saw rows of luxurious villas clearly located there, and the surrounding environment is the kind that makes people fall in love at a glance. This is our dormitory for special enrollment. Shangguan Feiyan led the way and explained slowly. Sumo, who followed behind, was full of emotion. The gap between the student and the student was immediately reflected. But, it smells so good. Soon, Shangguan Feiyan took Sumo to a villa marked with number 10. It is very wide, large in size, and exquisite and elegant. This is Sumo's first impression, and he quite likes it. I took out my student ID and swiped it, the door opened automatically, and a concise but generous hall came into view. At first glance, it is at least 1,000 square meters. There are many facilities and rooms around the hall, and the decoration is simple and not out of style. Yes, it fits my style. Sumo nodded in satisfaction, and then found that Shangguan Feiyan had actually walked up the stairs on the second floor. Frozen, he said in doubt, senior sister, why don't you go back to your dormitory and go to my second floor? Forgot to tell you. My dormitory is on the second floor. The villas for special enrollment are 2-story double dormitories, one for one person. Before you came, my dormitory was on the second floor. The first floor was empty. Teacher Yan, she arranged for you to live here with the school, saying that we are both her special enrollment students, and I want me to take care of you. After speaking, Shangguan Feiyan walked straight to the second floor. FK. On the spot, Sumo was dumbfounded. Chapter 24. What a special woman! Does she want to make herself a male public enemy of Magic University? If this is known by the gays, he lives under the same roof with Shangguan Feiyan. Tomorrow the door of the villa shouldn't be full? Gen. Sumo felt his scalp numb when he thought of the scene. Then he walked to the top of the stairs and looked up, wondering, "Sister, does the school allow men and women to live together?" There was silence upstairs. After a while, there was an ethereal and soft voice, "You're so long-winded, brother." After finishing speaking, he added, "Across the stairs, it should not be considered cohabitation. Many special enrollment students are like this. Old students lead new students. It's so, let's be together." Anyway, Shangguan Feiyan didn't think there was anything, so Sumo didn't think too much. "Senior sister, please give me some advice from now on." "Okay." Putting down the big military backpack, Sumo chose a luxurious master bedroom, and then picked up his clothes, planning to take a shower first. From Tianhai City to now, he hasn't taken a bath yet. After half an hour, Sumo finished washing, wrapped in a big bathrobe, and walked out with a small song in his mouth. However, before he could walk to his bedroom and pass by the living room, he froze. I saw a perfectly tall figure sitting quietly on the sofa in the living room, following him out. A pair of narrow and bright eyes looked over. Moment. 4 eyes face each other. Awkward. Sumo has a black line on his face. "Senior sister, why don't you say a word when you came down, if this is?" Shangguan Feiyan turned her head to the side, and a blush appeared on her face. If Sumo could see it at this time, he would be surprised. It turns out that the iceberg is also warm. "Brother, every villa has a martial arts training room. We'll have a martial arts training room later." After speaking, Shangguan Feiyan got up and walked to the back door. In the backyard, there is a martial arts training room that is as wide as a basketball court. There are a lot of low-level and low-grade alloy weapons, and some exercise equipment, which are specially used for them when they practice martial arts. Looking at the distant beautiful shadow, Sumo couldn't help but laugh, fighting the Madstone hammer. Immediately after he walked into the bedroom and changed into a slim-fitting combat suit, he also came to the martial arts training room. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. "School brother, are you ready?" On the opposite side, Shangguan Feiyan's face was cold, but her tone was a little excited, and Sumo was secretly surprised by the contrast. "Since the senior sister is so anxious, let's start." With Sumo's words falling. "Shoo, hoo." A large amount of silver sword energy suddenly shot out from Shangguan Feiyan's body, and then, as if she had a life, completely wrapped her, and continuously condensed and compressed it. After a while, it actually formed a piece of light emitting a faint silver light. Particle armor. At this time, Shangguan Feiyan's temperament changed drastically with this particle armor attached to her body. If her previous temperament was a cold black snow lotus, then at this moment, she is a heroic Valkyrie. Sumo almost didn't react to this change in temperament. "Student brother, my S-level special abilities Indestructible Sword Suit is a particle sword suit condensed with unique sword energy. Attack, speed, defense, and even recovery ability will be fully increased. Sword energy the particles will also attack with my thoughts." Shangguan Feiyan, who was wearing a particle sword suit, looked at Sumo with bright eyes exposed at the moment, and introduced calmly. "It's a bit fierce." Hearing that, Sumo secretly smacked his tongue. Such a comprehensive ability, there is no shortcoming. It was also S-level, no wonder Shangguan Feiyan's ability overwhelmed all the S-level special enrollment students in their class. With such a terrifying ability, coupled with a belligerent temperament, it is not strange if it is not the first. Sighing secretly, Sumo immediately raised his fist. "OM!" Accompanied by a buzzing sound, a white halo immediately enveloped the iron fist. Under Sumo's intentional control, the halo exploded directly. Click! The sound of glass shattering was heard strangely, and thin cracks began to spread from the iron fist in all directions. With Suken as the center, cracks continued to spread, and the force of the terrifying shock caused the space to oscillate. This scene, as if this piece of space would shatter and collapse at any time, was terrifying. And Shangguan Feiyan felt the aura of destruction from a distance, and the pretty face under the particle sword was already full of dignity. At this moment, the power in that space gave her the feeling that the indestructible sword suit condensed by her own black iron 6 stars. It may be difficult to prevent. This was a feeling I had never felt before, even the destructive S-level element types could not give her such palpitations. Senior sister, this is my S-level special power demon shock, it can cause everything to oscillate. For example, I am now causing the space to oscillate, thereby gaining unparalleled power. Shangguan Feiyan had already explained her abilities in detail, and Sumo naturally wouldn't hide it. Arouse all things to oscillate, space oscillate. Shangguan Feiyan immediately stared at her beautiful eyes. She thinks very fast, understands what this ability means, and understands how high the potential of this ability is. Horror, unimaginable horror. Senior sister, let's start, just click and finish. On the other side, Sumo waved his hand to remove this shocking force, and 2 groups of halo appeared in his hands, and he assumed a fighting posture. It is good. At this moment, Shangguan Feiyan no longer treats Sumo as a novice. Let's not talk about the destructive power of the abilities, just look at the appearance of her junior who just used her abilities at will. He didn't look like a student who had just awakened his abilities at all. That natural look is simply so proficient. Not daring to be careless, Shangguan Feiyan immediately turned into an afterimage and killed Sumo. I have to say that her indestructible sword outfit is really powerful. With this speed alone, it crushes many S-level enhanced speed awakeners. Coupled with the blessing of that unique sword aura, the whole person is like a handle. Sword-like, fast and fierce. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Sumo, a particle sword in his hand quickly condensed and pierced fiercely. However, Sumo twisted his head and dodged it by the slightest difference. One sword failed, Shangguan Feiyan swung out the second sword again, and the sword suit seemed to have life. The particle sword continued to derive, piercing out from the particle sword outfit, completely blocking all of Sumo's path. It's really scary. Whispering, Sumo tried his best to urge the sights and sounds. He evaded the constantly generating particle swords one by one, which made Shangguan Feiyan frowned. Sumo was able to judge her indiscriminate attack in advance. This fighting consciousness also has the ability to react, which makes her feel incredible. You know, even the average Golden Awakener, under the attack of her indiscriminate particle sword energy at such a close range. They were all forced to feel a little embarrassed, but this schoolboy, unexpectedly evaded one by one under such a dense sword. Is this really the consciousness that a black iron awakened person should have? Chapter 25. After a wave of offensive failed, Shangguan Feiyan stopped. Mei Mao looked at Sumo deeply, she was once again amazed by her own junior. The talented evildoer, she can accept, after all, it is born. But things like combat awareness and experience can only be acquired through continuous actual combat. It hasn't been long since my junior's awakening ability, how could he have such a wealth of practical experience? In the past freshmen, none of them were in actual combat, they were clumsy and rough to death. But Sumo was good, and she looked like she was able to do so, which made her the sophomore first person a little bit shameless. Thinking, Shangguan Feiyan's eyes exposed outside the particle sword suit gradually became sharp. Boy, you have to be more careful next. Words fall. She once again turned into a silver sword light and rushed over, and a series of particle swords appeared, wrapping around 1 meter around her sword suit. 6 in total. This is the number that Shangguan Feiyan can create when he suppresses the black iron 6 stars, which is twice as much as just 3. And the offensive formed by the 6 particle swords is like a violent storm, making it difficult for people to resist. When she was a freshman with black iron 6 stars, she used such an offensive to crush a group of peers. Strength, speed, defense, resilience. Plus the fierce and weird particle swords, all of them are combined into one, even some seniors of the black iron 9 stars or even the silver 1 star. Also defeated by Shangguan Feiyan. It can be seen how terrifying she is in this state. Shoo, hoo. The 5 silver particle swords were circling, Shangguan Feiyan held one, and once again approached Sumo. The thunder offensive hit instantly. Sumo exerted all his strength on seeing and hearing, and this time, he also added a dragon step. A dragon step in the realm of Xiao Cheng. Seeing and hearing the color plus the elegant body technique, this dodge, directly fills up, on the spot, Shangguan Feiyan is once again bewildered. However, without giving her a chance to be stunned, Sumo chuckled lightly, "Senior sister, you are careful." After finishing speaking, his body swayed and twisted, like a ghost, just evading the 6 swords that came from howling. Immediately afterwards, his right hand clenched into a fist as fast as lightning, and a white halo emerged, blasting towards the beautiful woman's abdomen. Shangguan Feiyan's face changed suddenly, but she knew how perverted Sumo's ability was. If it is hit, under the turbulence of space, the sword suit condensed by the black iron 6 stars, the chance of defending it is small. But at this time the speed of this punch is too fast, even if you want to move with your body, you can't avoid it all. While biting her silver teeth, Shangguan Feiyan directly removed most of the sword chi particles from her body. Read more at hotmentalnovel.xyz. Condensed on Sumo's fist road. Click. There was a strange breaking sound, and Sumo's fist exploded at the distance of a finger from the sword chi particle. A series of transparent cracks spread from the fist. I saw that the sword chi particle group was violently shaken at a speed visible to the naked eye, turning into a trace of afterglow. It wasn't until Shangguan Feiyan took this opportunity to explode 10 meters back, that the remaining sword chi particles fled and flew back. The space in front of Sumo was also blasted into a vacuum zone in the subsequent remaining power. Opposite. Sword chi particles reattached to Shangguan Feiyan's delicate body, but at this time, it was obviously unable to fully condense. It was originally the indestructible sword suit of the heroic saint, but at the moment it was a large piece of missing, revealing the black dress under the sword suit. Sumo looked at Shangguan Feiyan with some surprise. His shocking power was the first time that he was defended by people. Although he fled after resisting it for a while, he could escape by this clever way. This elder sister has a lot of reaction ability and combat experience. You know, his punch just now uses the power of the black iron 6-star psychic energy and physical body. This power, let alone the black iron awakened, is afraid that the ordinary low-star silver will hurt your muscles and bones when touched. Unexpectedly, the elder sister who was also the black iron 6-star was actually blocked. Originally he wanted to stop in an emergency. But now it seems unnecessary. Really worthy of being the Devil's Lady of the Sky. At this time, Shangguan Feiyan suddenly withdrew the indestructible sword suit, walked to Sumo, gritted his silver teeth and said, "Scholar, I lost." As a senior, she was still the sophomore chief student, and lost to her own junior. Although she could accept it, it was still a bit uncomfortable. Sumo shook his head and smiled, "Senior sister, you didn't lose, neither you nor I were injured. Don't look at me like this, but it's actually quite expensive, but your indestructible sword suit can slowly recover itself. What's more, the elder sister is suppressing the strength to fight with me. There must be a lot of methods that I haven't used. It should be that I took advantage of you and it is almost the same. Why is it a tie this time, how is it? In fact, the consumption is not large. With such a fist, Sumo can also make a lot of punches, and the power is not only that. But sometimes, it is necessary to speak with high EQ. Hearing this, Shangguan Feiyan of course heard that Sumo was comforting herself, and she somehow felt in her heart. It turned out to be a little warm, and even with the corners of his mouth, he also grinned subconsciously, then continue to discuss with me next time. Sumo was surprised, "Senior sister, so you can laugh too." Shangguan Feiyan's face blushed, and the corners of her mouth closed again and whispered, "I am also a human being. Of course I smile when I am happy." "Well, let's continue PK next time, senior sister, you are happy, I just happen to be able to practice body skills." Back in the villa, Shangguan Feiyan gave Sumo a rare glare, and then went up to the second floor. Sumo took out the special app of Magic University and checked it again. "Now that I am enrolled, it is time to consider how to obtain energy points." And it was when he carefully studied the app. In the campus forum for all teachers and students of Mordu University. A new post was posted up with the title, "Shocked. The goddess Shangguan seems to have a man." The title is very attractive, but no one wants to click in and watch it. Because there were a lot of posts with this kind of title before, and they were all news from major celebrities at Mordu University. But after I clicked it in, it didn't match the title at all. It was the title dog at all. Of course, generally such posts will be blocked after verifying the content. So at this time, although the title about Shangguan Fiyin was very popular, no one clicked it to read it. Until half an hour passed, the poster himself gave a wave, and the title came to the head again. Some students who were puzzled and looked a little impatient came in cursingly. Unexpectedly, what the hell? Really? This title dog, dare to use the goddess Shangguan to get the heat, grass? Is the administrator eating she? It doesn't matter. I know the owner of this post, brothers, if the content of the title causes discomfort, how can you kill him? This man is too disgusting, right? You dare to make a joke with Shangguan schoolgirl, don't you know who she is? He is looking for death. For a while, many people entered this post viciously, and when they saw the content, they were dumbfounded on the spot. Chapter 26. In terms of content, there is a row of large fonts, with an exclamation mark between each word. I. Special. What? Heart. State. Collapse. Up. Yet. It can be seen how excited this post owner was when he created this post. After that is the main content. Everyone, it's terrible, terrible. This morning, I discovered a very, very incredible thing, that is, a young man got off the car of the goddess Shangguan. What does this mean? You should understand. That cold fairy, besides the old housekeeper, should be the first time a man got in her car, right? Shocked expression, don't talk nonsense, everyone, look at the picture and watch the video. Below the content, there was a video of Sukin coming down from luxury, and then Shangguan Fiyin handing the alloy knife to him in person. Immediately afterwards, the two entered the campus together, the beautiful back view of their counterparts. For a while, the students who entered this post watched the video in a daze. In particular, some male students who regarded Shangguan Chanjun as an ideal goddess broke apart on the spot. His expression was numb, as if he had lost his life goal, and froze in a daze. Tell me, this is not true, this is a composite video, right? Right. I'm split, and I feel like I lost the meaning of life. The goddess Shangguan has a master, oh, it seems that I am going to miss it with another goddess. It is a pity that other goddesses are not as perfect and charming as the goddess Shangguan after all, bless this brother, every day. Wait, have you got the persecution of fantasy? Maybe the man is a relative of the goddess Shangguan or something. That's right. Don't think about it, brothers. The rapid rise of replies and comments instantly pushed this post to the head of the forum. In less than 10 minutes, hundreds of people came in curiously, and the number was still increasing. Like the first wave of students, the students who came in later were also shocked, and then they participated in the comments. Among them, a few radiant IDs were directly pushed to the forefront. Goddess of ID Magic University, tisk tisk, Shangguan Fiyin, isn't the woman very cold? Why is there a man suddenly? God of Fire, Fiyin schoolgirl is confused. Once affected by a man, the speed of drawing the sword will slow down. Demon City's men, humph damn Fiyin, there is a man, so I won't tell me this good girlfriend, I am so angry. The sun does not sing, in her capacity, even if it was her own choice, Shangguan would not easily agree to it. The owners of these IDs are all popular students in the university, and are as famous as Guan Fiyin. Seeing news about Shangguan Fiyin at this moment, one after another came to join in the fun. Concerned, there are cynics, and melons. In short, this post has exploded. In less than half an hour, it has directly become the focus of Mordu University today. At this time in the villa, Sumo was still looking at the app, read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Did I? Dad, the call is coming. Dad, the call is coming. Taking out his mobile phone, Sumo suddenly stopped calling, hey. Oh, my brother's tone is so fierce. On the other end of the phone, Yan Yun came with a weird smile. How about it, senior sister goddess, are you getting along well? Sumo, I'm going to become a male public enemy, what do you think? Ha ha ha, I just called Fei Yan's little Nizai, she said that she has a good impression of you. After teasing, Yan Yun's tone suddenly became emotional. I heard that you won with Fei Yan. Sumo was taken aback, senior sister even said this? But we are tied, no one can win. Ignoring Sumo's humble words, Yan Yun smiled proudly, it's really the man chosen by my sister. Sister, don't make trouble, you are already 27-8. Smelly boy looking for a fight. After arguing with Sumo for a while, the young teacher suddenly became a little serious. By the way, I got internal news for this year's freshman competition. I heard that not only did this year's resource distribution doubled, but you also won the ranking. Students have received more awards than any previous class. If your kid can win in it and get a good ranking, then during your freshman year, you will not only get the resources that the school should give, but with this reward, you will definitely be the richest kid in the first year of college. Of course, the premise is that you must get a good ranking. How about it, are you confident? Hearing this, Sumo's eyes flashed with expectation, and he just saw the explanation about the freshman competition on the app. It can be said that this freshman competition determines the resource allocation for all freshmen in human universities in 1 year. It is funded by the federal government and distributed according to ranking. Therefore, every school attaches great importance to the freshman competition. After all, this affects the growth of freshmen in the first year. If the ranking is not good, the resources are not distributed enough by then. The school has to pay for it. On the contrary, once students help a school get a good ranking, then the school will get a lot of resources. Not only will all freshman resources be sufficient for the freshman year, the student will also be treated like an emperor. Not to mention the rewards given by the federal government, the school will also give a lot of resources to the student from the allocated resources. It can be said that a freshman competition is the key to the improvement of the school's talents. It is also the first step in the rise of the new students of the majors, winning the rankings, and absolutely soaring. In the freshman competition last year, Mordu University won the first place. From Shangguan Feiyan, who was still a freshman at the time, to the end, she won the top spot among freshmen. Therefore, Sumo would not let go of this resource. In the case of all new students, he is confident to become the most beautiful boy. Thinking about it, Sumo said to the phone, just take the top 3 so-so. That said, it is already low-key. Yo yo yo. Yan Yun smacked his lips and said with a smile, aren't you too confident? You're still so-so. I admit that you are indeed better than your senior sister, and your sister is also very proud. People can't wait to be defeated. As she said, her tone became a little dignified, and she continued, according to the gossip, Tokyo University seems to have recruited an enchanting student with dual awakening abilities a while ago, an S-level elemental ability plus an A-level special type ability. And when I signed up today, the cultivation base turned out to be the 7 black iron 7 stars, and some old students were beaten into the infirmary. The strength was amazing. This matter has already spread to the public at Tokyo University. But our special recruit teachers in the group agree that if there is nothing unexpected, this student is likely to be the top of this year's freshman list. When the words fell, Sumo was slightly surprised. With dual abilities, I finally heard someone mention this. And from Yan Yun's tone, dual abilities are indeed very rare. But it doesn't seem to have reached the shocking level of sobbing ghosts and spirits. Thinking of this, Sumo breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that he was indeed overly cautious. Of course, if you let others know, his is the double S ability. That's not far from shocking weeping ghosts. After all, S-level and A-level are like heaven and earth. On the other end of the phone, Yan Yun saw that Sumo was silent and thought he was hit. He laughed and comforted, don't worry, my brother is not bad. Although this year is more competitive than ever, the top 10 is still no problem. Hearing Yan Yun's words, Sumo also smiled, teacher, you trust me so much, then the top 10 is too profitable, right? Nothing else, not careless, just be a little serious and take the top spot. Top 10? I'm sorry, Sumo didn't want this kind of vague ranking, only the top of the list barely caught his eyes. Both are new students, awaken at the same time, and grow up at the same time. If you have the system, you don't even have this self-confidence. It can really be rebuilt. Chapter 27. Huh? Top of the list. Yan Yun snorted and laughed. If your younger brother can get the top of the list, the older sister promises you a condition, and it's not impossible to make an appointment with you. Here comes again, this shameless teacher of sand sculpture. Sumo's face changed slightly. Then I still won't take the top spot, just take the top 10 casually. Sumo. When your teacher was young, he was the goddess of Magic University, an S-level genius girl. If others want to have a meal with me, let me see that they are doing everything possible, huh? Yan Yun voiced angrily. Listening to this angry cold snort, Sumo quickly changed his words and said with a smile, just kidding, teacher, rest assured, I will do my best. And teacher, you are very beautiful. Humph, this is almost the same. Yan Yun hummed twice, and then the corners of his mouth curled slightly. By the way, you can go to the school forum to check it out later, and there will be news notifications. After speaking, he hung up the phone. Message notification. Sumo seemed to have just seen such a campus forum in the app introduction. He immediately took out his mobile phone, entered the student ID number, and entered the campus forum. Where is the news? Sumo began to scan. Suddenly, he was taken aback for a moment. His eyes looked towards the position of his head. Shock. The goddess Shangguan seems to have a man. Okay? Senior sister has a man? Boyfriend? Unexpectedly, the forum of Mordu University is quite gossip. With a hint of curiosity, Sumo clicked in. Then, what greeted my eyes was a sentence, my mentality has collapsed. Continue to look down, Sumo's face suddenly darkened. When he finished watching the content and the video pictures, his forehead was already violent. Grass. The heroine of the title is Shangguan Feiyan, but the actor is Sumo. According to the shooting perspective in the video, it is very likely that these are the forced posts. Give it back, guys. Sure enough, it was used to make a fuss. Shangguan Feiyan's man? Man, you are such a darling. My relationship with senior sister is very pure, okay? Sumo was already unable to complain. Then Sha sculpture teacher must have known this post, and then I came to the routine, but also to notify the news? Day. Immediately, he looked through the comments. I can't wait for him not to lift. Can, read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. This group of beasts are so vicious that they actually made such a poisonous oath. After looking at it for a while, Sumo left the forum dumbfounded. The popularity of that senior girl is so high, it is afraid that it is the whole school, whether it is a sophomore or a junior or senior. Are you all here to join in the fun? Fortunately, those guys didn't take pictures of their front faces, and no one could recognize them for the time being. But I believe that within a few days, he will live with Shangguan Feiyan under the same roof. It will definitely be discovered by someone with a heart. At that time, I don't know how sad these guys will be. It's pretty exciting when you think about it. Thinking amusedly, Sumo logged into the school app again, and then opened a series of introductions about the challenges of earning points and rewards. The most important thing now is to become stronger. It's truly a top university. There are so many challenges to earn points. Seeing a challenge to earn points, Sumo was a little dazed. They are all challenges set up to make students stronger, and there are all kinds of tricks. Huh? This simulated battle space actually has storage items rewards, interesting. After watching for a while, a more conspicuous challenge attracted Sumo. Simulated battle space. It is a virtual battle space connected with spirit, and challenged in the form of a ring. The goal of the challenge is naturally a virtual character simulated by the system. These characters are all virtual people simulated by the data of school students. There are strengths at each level, which are randomly provided to students who come to challenge. As for the way to get rewards, it's also very simple. That is to fight the ring, challenge the virtual person arranged for you by the system. As long as the winning streak continues, the rewards will be richer. After the challenge fails, the system will also settle and issue your current result rewards. The above said that as long as the winning streak reaches a certain level, storage items are one of the rewards. Go and give it a try. His eyes were gleaming. Sumo quickly picked up the alloy knife, and walked towards the battle space without saying a word. Fortunately, no one was outside the villa at this time, but no one saw him coming out of the villa of the goddess. 10 minutes later, according to the instructions, Sumo walked to a tall and simple tower. The tower is built of unknown stone with various ancient patterns carved on it, which looks very majestic and mysterious. Above the entrance of the tower, there are 6 large characters carved. Simulated battle space. At this moment, there are many students sitting around the battle space, all of them frustrated. Damn it! I managed to win 3 games in a row, but in the 4th game, I actually arranged a silver 4-star virtual person 1 star higher than me and a virtual person with a B-level wind elemental ability. What a hairy! There is no way. In addition to strength, the simulated battle space also requires a certain amount of luck. If you are unlucky, it is possible to arrange a silver 9-star in the first game. Of course, the probability of such a battle is still very small. After all, it is a challenge. Not to be abused. No matter, I have to challenge. I have already received the reward for 3 consecutive victories. If I don't break through, I won't be rewarded in the future. I still want the reward of that 10-game winning streak of spiritual energy liquid. Listening to the conversation of these people, Sumo curiously walked to the front of the battle space, and a virtual panel was projecting on it. Above, is the ranking of each realm to maintain a winning streak, as well as an introduction to the rewards obtained for the winning streak. Sumo immediately raised his head to look at the winning streak of the Black Iron Realm. First place, Mirong Changkong, 426 consecutive victories. This is a bit fierce. Sumo slapped his tongue for a while. He had heard that in the battle space, he would be tired and exhausted his abilities. Only after 10 consecutive victories will it recover. But even in 10 games, sometimes it will collapse. But this guy can actually win more than 420 games in a row. This mental state and willpower are indeed a bit awesome. Withdrawing his gaze, Sumo turned his head to look at the introduction of the reward. Storage props do have them, but they are low-level storage props, and they are simple bracelets for low-level and inferior products. But even so, it is also a treasure that most of the Golden Awakeners can hardly obtain. If you want to get this low-level and inferior storage bracelet, you have to win 200 consecutive victories in the corresponding realm. Difficulty is not small. But for him, it shouldn't be difficult. Not to mention the 200 consecutive victories in the Black Iron Realm, I am afraid that it is possible for him to do it at the Silver Realm. But of course he can't be so high profile, otherwise it would be meaningless to call the system to hide the realm. When should it be high profile, he knows. Anyway, the challenge of the Black Iron Realm has storage items, and there is no need to risk exposure to challenge the Silver Realm. 200 consecutive victories, it should be a little harder than drinking water. With a low smile, Sumo immediately stepped into the battle space under the gaze of some seniors. Chapter 28. This brother looks very young. It seems that he hasn't seen him much in the battle space. Aren't you nonsense? There are so many students in the school, they will stagger at any time. Isn't it normal if you haven't seen it? No, I'm a frequent visitor here. I dare to pack a ticket. This brother is definitely here for the first time. But at school, it seems that no one uses alloy knives? If so, I must be impressed. Is it the first time? If it's true, I don't know how many games he can win in a row. Winning the streak? You think too much. This force may be in the same class as us. I was too embarrassed before. Now I have to be a sophomore to come. Counseling, it's really distressing. That's right, the new students have not yet started school. Although this brother looks really young, it shouldn't be a freshman. You said, this kid is so young and a freshman, is it a special enrollment? Hey, you think too much, do you think the special enrollment is Huxia cabbage? Seeing Sumo stepping into the slender back of the tower, the students who were sitting around started gossiping when they had nothing to do. It is true that Sumo's alloy pass knife is really conspicuous, and it is difficult for them to pay attention. In the battle space, Sumo was dazzled as soon as he entered. Inside the tower, it turned out to be a background of the universe and starry sky, revealing a strong science fiction atmosphere. Slowly approaching the front desk, there is a teacher in charge of the battle space today. Sumo stepped forward and smiled. Teacher, I want to challenge the battle. Okay. The teacher nodded, then took Sumo's student ID, and his pupils shrank. He looked up at Sumo and said in surprise, "Are you the special enrollment of Teacher Yan this year?" "Yes, teacher." Hearing this, the teacher couldn't help but praised, "Black Iron 6 stars, young and promising." He knew that Yan Yun had recruited an S-level special enchantress, but he did not expect that this student had just entered the school and had the Black Iron 6-star cultivation base. This is much better than Shangguan Fiyan, right? Go in, the virtual space in the first row of the head is in the Black Iron realm. Just go in and you can start. After that, the teacher returned his student ID to Sumo after logging into the database of the virtual space. After receiving the student ID, Sumo asked, "Teacher, can I really get a storage bracelet for winning 200 games in a row?" The teacher was taken aback, then shook his head and said, "Student Sumo, if you challenge the battle space for the first time, the teacher recommends that you challenge 20 games first. It is the best to have a winning streak. If you can't, you can come out and digest it calmly. Fighting experience cannot be challenged with such a mentality, because it will make people easily lose their composure and get nothing in the end. So don't be too ambitious. It's a good thing to be confident, but the teacher thinks that combat experience is also very important. If you store a bracelet, you can choose after 200 consecutive wins. With your talent, the teacher believes that you will be sure in the next period of time. Will challenge success, but for the first time now, it is still based on experience." After confirming that there are storage items, Sumo's heart has already flown into the battle space. But the proper etiquette is still necessary. He nodded and smiled. "I see, teacher. 20 consecutive victories? Non-existent. He came here to get a storage bracelet. He didn't have 200 consecutive victories and he challenged a feather." Soon, he entered the virtual battle space. The battle begins. The space is being generated. The challenger, Sumo. A virtual computer sound immediately spread in the space of the universe background. The next moment, Sumo felt a dizziness and came to a blank wide space. On the opposite side, a fuzzy human figure gradually emerged. A virtual list pops up. Defender, virtual human. Realm, Black Iron 6 stars. Ability, B-level enhanced gold and bronze armor. Read more at hotmetalnovel.xyz. Challenger, Sumo. Realm, Black Iron 6 stars. Ability, S-level special demon shock. The game officially begins. As the sound of the virtual computer fell, the virtual character who looked like a youth rushed towards Sumo. The gold-bronze armor wrapped the entire body, and although the speed was attenuated, it was within the normal range. Strengthen the system? It's okay, touch your flesh. Sumo grinned and rushed directly. The ability called Golden Bronze Armor in front of him is obviously biased towards defense, but he said it was not at all empty. After many comprehensive upgrades, his physical strength is now unknown to what point. Haven't fully used it yet. Now it's time to try this virtual character's defensive ability. In the blink of an eye, the two collided, and the virtual human fist furiously, causing a whistling sound. Head to head, I like it. With a grin, Sumo's body stretched and charged like a giant crossbow, and his right fist immediately blasted out with the weak psychic energy attached to it. Clang! There was a symphony of gold and iron, and the virtual character's arm was wrapped in a layer of gold and bronze armor. It was also distorted by Julie's blast, and the whole person flew out directly. Boom! When it fell to the ground, the virtual character hugged his twisted arms and wailed in extreme pain. Although it is a virtual character, the pain is quite realistic. No longer hesitating, Sumo stepped on the dragon step to kill again, with the goal of at least 200 consecutive victories. He doesn't want to waste any time. Upon seeing this, the virtual character also quickly got up, trying to avoid Sumo's offensive. But it's a pity that when the speed is not as fast as Sumo, and the strength is not Sumo's violent situation, he is like a wooden stake, being bombarded with fists to the flesh. Bang 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 bang! Under the violent iron fists, the virtual characters were directly bombarded into waste gold and rotten bronze, and large swaths of blood flowed out. In the end, Sumo broke his heart and lungs with a leg whip, and he couldn't die anymore. Successful in the competition, Sumo. With the sound of the virtual computer, the slain virtual character slowly disappeared, including the blood dripping on the ground. And soon, the second game was opened immediately after less than 10 minutes. This time, it was Sumo guarding the challenge, and a virtual character randomly generated by the system grabbed the challenge. A few seconds later, a thin figure formed, a B-class fire element virtual girl from the 7 Black Iron 7 stars. However, after being approached by Sumo, a heavy knife was cut for 9 consecutive seconds. Next, he can be said to have swept all the way, either in a spike, or on the way to a spike. He is a Black Iron 6 star, with a perfect foundation. He is definitely an invincible existence of the same level in the world. Even if it's a 9-star Black Iron Awakener who is rarely matched to the S level, Sumo also killed the target with the full force of the Black Iron 6 star, and he can recover after 10 games after being injured. No one can do it. At this moment, at the front desk of the battle space, the sitting teacher frowned and looked in the direction of the Black Iron virtual space. 2 minutes have passed, and student Su hasn't come out yet? Did he meet his opponent in a stalemate? This is the case when most newcomers challenge, the first time they are nervous, and the battle begins after a stalemate for a long time. After the next game, it was the same again. Although it is an evildoer, I feel nervous when I think about it. Shaking his head, the teacher retracted his gaze and sat down again. Until 3 more minutes passed. The teacher realized something was wrong. He was about to get up and wanted to check it out, but he was startled by an exclamation outside. He immediately frowned and walked out. What the hell these students are doing, shouting and making noise outside, how decent they are. Walking outside the battle space, the teacher saw that the students were all standing stupidly at this moment, their eyes staring round upwards. What the hell are you guys doing? So noisy. A student slapped his mouth and pointed his finger at the virtual panel above. Old teacher, look. Frowning, the teacher looked over, then. The body froze directly, just like the group of students below, unable to move, his eyes were round. I saw it on the light curtain of the virtual panel. At the top left of the head, the familiar handwriting has actually changed. Black Iron Extreme Challenge Record. First place, Sumo, 888 consecutive victories. Chapter 29. This record breaking? FK. The record left by Senior Murong has been broken. Who is this Sumo? It's so awesome, with a winning streak of 888, this is really going to go to heaven. Mainly, this record was just broken, that is to say, this awesome guy is still in the battle space. FK. Big boss. After a group of students froze for a moment, they boiled directly, blushing and staring at the names on the light curtain. Sumo. This is definitely a ruthless person. Murong Changkong was a great man 200 years ago, after leaving a record of 426 consecutive victories. Then all the way forward, sophomore invincible, junior invincible, senior invincible, until graduation, the achievement is absolutely outstanding. Today, it seems that it has become one of the pillars of mankind, a legendary powerhouse. But now, the record of such a great man was broken by this man named Sumo. It also broke a record that was twice as fast. 888 consecutive victories, is this something that people can do? Aren't you tired? Gen. People are more angry than people. A student immediately grabbed the teacher's arm with excitement. Teacher, who is this Sumo? Words fall. All the students stared at the teacher. The record was just broken, the teacher absolutely knows who this person is. However, the vocational teacher was also stunned at the moment, and was caught by the arm by the student and didn't come back to his senses. Sumo actually won 888 in a row? Snapped. As if the invisible slap hit his face, it felt hot. 5 hours ago, why did I tell him not to be too far-sighted? When he turned his head, his face was swollen and swollen. This feeling is really not a taste. With a wry smile, the teacher at duty immediately recovered and hurried back to the tower. Seeing this, a crowd of students behind them followed suit. 888, that's it. In the battle space, Sumo stopped the challenge and looked at this winning streak and expressed his satisfaction. Full of meaning. After giving up the challenge, he withdrew from the battle space. Walking on the road leading to the front desk, Sumo looked happy. Read more at hotmtalnovel.xyz. With a winning streak of 888, in addition to getting a storage bracelet, you should be able to get a lot of good things, right? Quickly. After passing a corner, Sumo just came to the hall corridor when the teacher on duty greeted him. Behind him, many of the hundreds of students exclaimed on the spot. FK. It's him. It's the brother who just carried the alloy sword. Can challenge the battle space of the Black Iron Realm, and he is still very young, with a face, he is definitely a special enrollment. Well. So, it's impossible for sophomores to challenge the Black Iron anymore, and only special enrollment students can sign up to enter the school in advance, but this special enrollment freshman is too awesome. Just entering, come to challenge the battle space, it really broke the record of Senior Murong, so his strength, terrifying. I dare not think about it. The students were amazed again and again, and then looked at Sumo with admiration. The vocational teacher took a deep breath and asked excitedly, Students Su, did you really kill 888 virtual people? Being watched by everyone, Sumo nodded, well, it's quite a waste of time. The teacher's breathing was stagnant. 888 consecutive victories are just a waste of time? When the students heard the words, they knelt directly. Looking at it, the big guy's speech is different, exuding a strong force of the king. Students Su, as far as your current strengths are concerned, the future is absolutely boundless. Looking at Sumo, the teacher sighed again and again, come on, receive your reward. A group of students swallowed and followed behind, looking at Sumo with envy. 888 consecutive victories. The rewards are definitely rich. If they are given 50 consecutive victories, they are all too excited. At the front desk, the vocational teacher took out 2 storage bracelets, one looked delicate and the other rough. He handed both of them to Sumo and said with a smile, Students Su, this 200 game winning streak storage bracelet is only a low-level low-grade, the space can only be considered barely enough, and this one is 400 consecutive wins. The intermediate low grade that can be obtained is something that even the teacher would envy. Besides, all the rewards for winning streaks have been stored in this intermediate grade low grade bracelet. Take a look. Sumo carefully took over the 2 storage bracelets upon hearing the words. This morning, he was still envious of Shangguan Feiyan. Now, he also has one in each hand. Sure enough, the system in Mordu University treats outstanding students like a paradise. After binding the 2 storage bracelets according to the instructions of the teacher, Sumo said goodbye and left. Everyone looked at his distant back with awe-inspiring expressions. This schoolboy seems to be the most beautiful one among the freshmen this year. Brothers, the things here have not been known yet, let's go, let the forum go. Ha ha ha, let's post a post next time, it's absolutely superb, no less than the man incident of the goddess Shangguan. In my opinion, only the evildoer like the brother just now is worthy of the goddess Shangguan, what do you think? +1. +2. At this time, it was already dark, and Sumo was very happy when he walked on the campus road filled with lights. It was just a challenge that allowed him to gain so much, what about other challenges and mission activities? With his strength, wouldn't he be able to gain more? Madu University really did not disappoint, it is indeed a holy place for education. With a secret sigh, Sumo quickly walked into the special enrollment villa area. But just as he was about to step into the avenue of Villa number 10, a figure suddenly sprang out from the side. Sumo squinted at the Xiangfeng shop. I saw a tall woman with long hair shoulder to shoulder and wearing a flaming red dress glaring at him with hands on her hips. This woman's appearance can be scored at least 90 points or more. Although it is not as perfect as Shangguan Feiyan, but in this magic city, I am afraid that it is also a big beauty, especially the little cinnabar on the forehead, which adds a lot to this woman. Points coquettish temperament. Looking at the woman staring at him, Sumo was a little puzzled. This classmate, what is the matter? Looks like he doesn't know this woman, right? What an angry look. Hi. I learned about Feiyan getting out of the car and walking with a man on the forum today, and I was really PD off this girl. The woman looked at Sumo up and down, and then said in a sour tone, "You stinky boy, who angered this girl, dare to make me jealous?" Amount. Sumo's mouth twitched, what does this woman mean? Chapter 30. Looking at the beautiful woman opposite, Sumo decided to ignore it. If there is nothing else, I will go back to the dormitory. With that, he stopped driving the woman and walked away. Unfortunately, the woman in the red skirt was a step forward and stopped him again. She stared at Sumo, pursing her red lips and said uncomfortably, "Feiyan is mine. Also, my name is Ye Xiaoxiu, I am Feiyan's best childhood sweetheart and best friend, and also your senior sister. Don't ignore me." "Good fellow," Sumo called the good fellow directly. "Lily?" But Shangguan Feiyan didn't seem to have that kind of habit. In other words, this guy. Thinking about it, Sumo's expression became weird. "Senior sister, do you like women?" Turning a glance at Sumo, Ye Xiaoxiu Jiao hummed, "Hi. Don't think of me so vulgar, I don't like ordinary women, such as Feiyan's perfect existence is my favorite." "It's a pity, your male fan must be very sad." Shaking his head, Sukin spared this weird woman again. However, Ye Xiaoxiu grabbed his arm directly and pulled him back. "You can smell the body scent on the surface of the fragrant wind." Sumo's face changed slightly. "Senior sister, if you are a man or a woman, don't be like this." "Screw you." Ye Shui snorted coldly, "Remember, Feiyan belongs to me. Don't think any bad thoughts, you kid." Sumo was speechless. "Senior sister, it's impossible for you. Besides, the relationship between me and senior sister is very pure, don't worry." "Really? Well, it can't be true anymore." After the guarantee, Ye Shui released Sumo, followed behind him, and went to Villa number 10. The door just opened, and a tall and perfect figure just came down from the second floor. "It is Shangguan Feiyan." After she saw Ye Shui behind Sumo, she was slightly taken aback. "Xiao Shui." Seeing the surprised expression of a good girlfriend, Ye Xiaoxiu looked incredulous. "Feiyan, what is your expression? Seeing this kid is so natural, it seems to be surprising to see me." Shangguan Feiyan said calmly, "Didn't you go home on vacation? Hi. Didn't you rush back to school when you saw that you were going to be stolen by this man?" Ye Xiaoxiu pouted her mouth and stared at Sumo. Sumo shrugged, looking at Shangguan Feiyan meaningfully. "The meaning in the eyes is, you are a miraculous girlfriend." Shangguan Feiyan was silent. When Sumo came back with Ye Xiaoxiu, she knew what had happened. Ugh, read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. I blamed myself for protecting Ye Xiaoxiu too much when I was young. As a result, the latter is now dependent on S**x, and even develops such a quirk. Shangguan Feiyan has sinned. Thinking helplessly, Shangguan Feiyan took the lead to walk up to the second floor, followed by a soft and ethereal voice. "I just made some food, Xiaoxiu, you guys just came back, let's eat together." Hearing this, Ye Xiaoxiu had blown up her hair directly. My heart began to think about it randomly. If she didn't come back unexpectedly, wouldn't Feiyan invite Sumo alone? Hateful. These two definitely have a problem. It is very possible that the stinky boy has already begun to attack Feiyan, otherwise she, a good girlfriend, would never invite a man to dinner, it must be so. Ignoring Yaziaxu who kept glaring at him, Suemo walked up to the second floor and said with a smile, I didn't expect the senior sister to cook, just because I was hungry. The dormitory on the second floor is no different from the style of the first floor, but I don't know if it's because of girls living. There was a faint scent, a very natural and very good smell, like a girl's body scent. When I walked to the dinner table, a very sumptuous dinner came into view. The appearance looks very good. Suemo suddenly moved his index finger and praised, Senior sister, the craftsmanship is okay. Shangguan Feiyan blushed, cooking is one of my hobbies. This was the second time she cooked for other men, and the feeling of being praised was a bit different from that of her father. Hey. Yaziaxu was angry at the side, do you think I don't exist? These two people are actually haunting our land, damn it. Soon, the three of them were seated, and Suemo directly cooked up the meal. The image was not important in the face of hunger. Shangguan Feiyan kept staring at Suemo, hesitated for a moment, and suddenly said, School brother, are you going to challenge the battle space today? Senior sister, how did you know? Suemo was taken aback, but he went out quietly. Seeing Suemo's doubts, Shangguan Feiyan clicked on a delicate bracelet in Yu's hand, and a virtual panel popped out. She logged into the campus forum and was at the head of her head. At this time, the three posts were extremely hot. The first one is naturally a post about Shangguan Feiyan's man incident. Shangguan Feiyan didn't look at this post, but clicked on the second one. The title is, Brothers and Sisters, Senior Murong's limit record was broken by a special recruit. A very simple title, there is no exaggeration, but it is just such a title. But let its heat catch up with Shangguan Feiyan's post instantly. The content inside is exactly what Suemo went to the simulated battle tower today and then broke the record. And this time, his handsome appearance was also photographed, and it was clearly seen. Followed by various blows. Brothers, this specially recruited freshman is definitely the strongest this year, even the strongest in the past 10 years. Look at him, his name is Suemo, handsome and capable, definitely the freshman chief student has not ran away. Well, all kinds of flattery will blow Suemo to the sky. Finally, a screenshot of the light curtain is attached. Black Iron Extreme Challenge Record. First place, Suemo, 888 consecutive victories. Putting away the light curtain, Shangguan Feiyan looked at Suemo earnestly, when you were discussing with me, you really retained your strength. On the side, Yaziaxu also reacted, looking at Suemo with a shocked expression, will it really be you? Did you really break the record of the battle against Senior Murong? You have reached the 88th floor, hell. Suemo continued to eat the food, and said vaguely, this group is forced, the movements are really fast. The meaning is self-evident. Yaziaxu directly took a breath, looked at Suemo, unable to recover for a long time. She is the same as Shangguan Feiyan, but the last special enrollment. But even in his freshman year, he had already been promoted to Black Iron 9 stars. The highest has only won 266 games in a row. This is still the case when her luck and strength have reached her Black Iron limit. And the most enchanting Shangguan Feiyan, it was close to 400 games, almost reaching the height of Murong Changkong's senior. But these records of them are simply not worth mentioning in front of Suemo. The smelly guy in front of him, who was planning his meal, had just entered school, and he broke the record that had been maintained for 200 years. Although she didn't want to admit it, Yaziaxu had to say that Suemo is definitely the strongest freshman in this year, and even the 10th year in history. Chapter 31. At the dinner table, Suemo was staring straight at the two beauties, a little hairy. Eating and eating, isn't it just breaking a record, don't make a fuss. Knowing that 888 was such a sensation, he would definitely win a 666 streak. Thinking helplessly, someone continued to plan. Shangguan Feiyan and Yaziaxu looked at each other, unibite, wishing to slap him to death. Don't make a fuss? Not to mention that they were shocked, I am afraid that the teacher and the principal have already begun to make a sensation. However, This guy is now indifferent, and it makes people angry, as if the 888 consecutive victories are easy. People who have tried hard to challenge them are embarrassed and angry. Of course, if you let them know, these 888 consecutive victories are a record made by Sumo's reasonable score control. If he can actually win another 810 games in a row, I don't know how he feels. Did you have the heart that crushed Sumo crazily on the ground on the spot? After a long while, the two women exhaled deeply, and after a wave of turbulent waves, they calmed down their excitement. Yezioxu seemed to think of something at this moment. She looked at Shangguan Fiyin and asked in confusion, "By the way, Fiyin, what did you say about discussing with Sumo just now?" Taking a look at Sumo, who was looking down at the meal, Shangguan Fiyin spoke softly, "I lost to the junior in the same realm." "What?" Yezioxu exclaimed first, then fell silent. In her mind, Shangguan Fiyin, wearing an indestructible sword suit, is a heroic Valkyrie. Since freshman year, facing peers, he has not failed. A deep and invincible image was left in her heart. Now I heard that I was defeated by a freshman who had just entered school. It was a bit unacceptable. However, when she thought that Sumo had broken Murong Changkong's record, she had to accept it again. Such talent and strength seemed to be much better than Fei Yan. This stinky guy, it seems that he is really going to sweep all the freshmen of the Devil's freshman year. Even if the cultivation level is improved, some seniors are afraid that they are not his opponents. Because that was the case with the former Shangguan Fiyin. After a dinner, Sumo consciously washed the dishes. Read more at hotmtalnovel.xyz. In order to protect Shangguan Fiyin, Yezioxu moved in temporarily and lived with the latter on the second floor. Cursing his lips, Sumo looked at Yezioxu, "I am a gentleman, and I am not as dirty as your thoughts." "You?" Yezioxu snorted coldly, "Don't think I don't know, you boys are actually LSBs." Ignoring this magical woman, Sumo looked at Shangguan Fiyin and chuckled, "Senior sister, thank you for your hospitality. You cooked delicious food. From now on, she will definitely be a good woman who can go to the battlefield and go to the hall." Shangguan Fiyin's pretty face blushed, "I'm trying some new dishes recently. If you like it, you can come and try it often." When the words fell, Yezioxu broke apart. "It's over. Her good girlfriends seem to be a bit different, why don't they feel a little bit cold?" Sumo didn't think too much. After agreeing to Shangguan Fiyin's invitation, he said good night and went downstairs. Back downstairs, Sumo first took a shower, and then lay on the bed to check the campus forum. Just when Shangguan Fiyin showed him the forum, among the 3 most popular posts, he found that the third post appeared to have written his name. "Everyone, I have discovered an amazing secret." The man who got off the car of the goddess Shangguan seemed to be the enchanted special enrollment Sumo who broke the record of Senior Murong's challenge. "You all wait for me to analyze it slowly, and be optimistic about it." As a result, the content began to list a number of well-founded analytical sentences. Alloy knife. The slender figure of the golden ratio, and so on. They all corresponded one by one. Good guys, these people are so careful to observe. Lying on the bed, Sumo secretly smacked his tongue. Now, he is truly famous. With curiosity, he continued to look through it. In addition to those who dissatisfied him in the comments, there are actually many admirers and praises of him. Some senior sisters even said that they would become his face powder. Sumo naturally praised these good-sighted senior sisters. He didn't lie down to rest until he felt sleepy after he liked it for half an hour. After going to bed the next day, Sumo had just stepped out of the bedroom after washing. They found that Shangguan Fiyin and Yezioxu were already sitting on the sofa. Sumo's face suddenly darkened. "Do you consider my first floor as your site? This is especially good about his sofa and hall." "Ahem." Yezioxu pointed to some exquisite food on the guest table in the lobby. "Smelly schoolboy, you have breakfast first, and then I will tell you something." Sumo looked at her suspiciously. "You can't put poison, right? This breakfast is made by Fiyin." "Oh, then I can rest assured, thank you senior sister for the hospitality." After a quick breakfast, Sumo looked at Yezioxu with a puzzled look. What's the matter, please tell me. Yezioxu looked at Shangguan Feiyan. Come on, Feiyan. Hearing this, Shangguan Feiyan looked at Sumo and whispered, School brother, the other special recruitment teacher just called me, saying that this year's special recruitment freshmen wanted to challenge you after reading the forum and said they would wait. Make an appointment together for a friendly match. It's up to you. Sumo was taken aback. Challenge me all alone. Yezioxu gloated on the sidelines and said, it's not because the campus forum blows you to the sky. What is the strongest freshman in the freshman year, the strongest chief student, and the rest of the special recruits are not the arrogant students, and they have to challenge. You are not surprised, even the other special recruit teachers wanted to see your bottom, so they played such a friendly match. Fei Yan was tempted like this in the first place. Is that so? Sumo thought for a while, then grinned and said, then accept the challenge. Anyway, I will meet each other in the future. It's okay to get to know him earlier. It happened to see what the S-level abilities of the other special admissions were. After all, these people would be his competitors in the future. Well, just barely count it. Shangguan Feiyan nodded, and immediately called back, Teacher Zhuang, Student Sumo. He agreed, you can arrange it. On the other side of the phone, a middle-aged man laughed in a low voice, haha, good. The little guys are good for each other to learn from each other. Thanks for your hard work, Feiyan. Hanging up the phone, Shangguan Feiyan looked at Sumo, school brother, this teacher Zhuang is actually very at odds with the teacher Yan. When I was specially recruited, I fought with Master Yan, and finally I chose Master Yan. So on campus, the two of them didn't deal with each other very much. Of course, it was always an educational competition. He finally recruited special enrollment students this time. He definitely wanted to test you before starting this friendly match. Sumo heard this and said weirdly, do you want to prove that your students are better? Shangguan Feiyan nodded, that's almost what I mean. Standing up, Sumo twisted his neck, made a creak, and grinned lightly at the corner of his mouth, then I'll prove it for Teacher Zamenyan. Chapter 32. Soon, under the leadership of Shangguan Feiyan, the three came to a tall martial arts hall marked with number 33. This is one of the facilities for students to learn and hold large-scale events on weekdays. The equipment is the top-notch. And there are at least hundreds of such martial arts halls in Magic University. Looking at the towering alloy competition hall in front of him, Sumo smacked his tongue, this is bigger than our high school, right? A martial arts hall directly covers an area of 1 kilometer, should it be so exaggerated? Yezioxu curled her lips, of course it is bigger than your high school, but the other martial arts gyms in the school are much bigger than this. You know, high-level awakeners have a wide range of destructive power. If it is too small, it will affect some awakened people who need to use terrain to fight. For example, awakened people who have awakened the ability to fly will need space to fight with others. With that, the three of them entered the gate, and the environment inside made Sumo sigh again. It really has everything. In the halls full of science and technology, detectors, dynamometers, and tachometers are all new products. And there is a hall like this, extending all the way to the center of the martial arts venue, which is very atmospheric. After walking for about 10 minutes, a bright light suddenly came in from the entrance of the venue. Arrived. Turning his head and looking at Sumo, Shangguan Feiyan stepped into the field first. Immediately afterwards, an open-air venue instantly caught Sumo's eyes, and it was even more shocking than it looked outside. At this time in the center of the venue, Mr. Zhuang and several special recruiting teachers were already waiting with the special recruits. As soon as the three of Sumo came in, he looked over and laughed loudly, come down, Fei Yan. Beside their group of teachers, more than a dozen young people also looked at the three of them. To be precise, it should be looking at Sumo walking behind the two women. There was dissatisfaction and arrogance in his eyes. These more than a dozen young people are nearly 2/3 of the newly recruited students this year. The rest have not come yet, or they have not been recruited yet. Yesterday, Sumo had been touted in the campus forum, which made them feel very uneasy, who also just reported. Young and frivolous, which one of them is not 1 in a million, but a demon who chooses 1 in a million. But as soon as I arrived at school, it came out that I and others were overwhelmed. They must be very unconvinced. No, a few of them discussed this morning and asked Teacher Zhuang to host such a friendly match. The purpose is to prove that they are no better than Sumo, no worse than any special enrollment students in the same year. The 3 of them got off the observation deck and came to the front. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Teacher Zhuang stepped forward, patted Sumo on the shoulder and smiled. Student Su, thank you very much. This Teacher Zhuang is a middle-aged man who looks very kind. In addition to being criticized for his comparability, everyone's evaluation of him is pretty good. Sumo smiled politely. It's not hard, I'm quite happy to meet you all in advance. In this case, the superficial effort must be put in place. All the special recruit teachers nodded secretly when they saw this. The handsome young man in front of him was not as arrogant and domineering as the news spread. I am polite, and my senses are not bad. It seems that some people are chaotic. After a few more polite words, Teacher Zhuang suddenly smiled and swept at the crowd. Classmates, I just discussed with a few teachers. The school is now on vacation, and the opportunity is rare, but you are the new one at Magic University. The special enrollment of this year is the facade of our school. Therefore, some of our teachers in this friendly match are considering whether to broadcast live, so that all teachers and students of the University of Magic University can understand. Of course, the teacher will ask for your opinions, whether it is private or meaningful. It's all up to you to decide the open friendly match. Words fall. The dozen or so specially recruited freshmen looked at each other, and Sumo was also slightly taken aback. Live? Do you watch the whole school? If I feel this way, I feel a little nervous. But soon, a young man in a blue shirt with broken hair perm smiled confidently. Teacher, I have no objection. Although I will be a little nervous, it is just what I want. Can. Then broadcast it live, teacher, just let the senior sisters and seniors see my majesty. Among the dozen or so students, most of the students agreed, and Teacher Zhuang looked at Sumo. Sumo shrugged and said with a smile, I don't care. Nodded, a teacher was ready to prepare the live broadcast equipment of the venue. At the scene, Teacher Zhuang continued to preside over. Everyone, during this time, please introduce each other. You come first, Tianyi. The blue-clothed, perm-haired handsome boy immediately stood up and smiled confidently. My name is Li Tianyi. I am a special enrollment for Teacher Zhuang. If I have an ability, it is an S-level thunder elemental ability, Shadow Profound Thunder. Words fall. All the students subconsciously looked at Li Tianyi solemnly, and Sumo was also a little surprised. Not to mention the S-level element type, it is still the strongest lightning element, although the name is not the kind of extreme attack. But definitely also very strong. Being watched by everyone, Li Tianyi showed a smile on King Xiu's face, and then glanced at Sumo intentionally or unintentionally. The corners of his mouth were slightly tilted, and then he looked back. He is actually one of the initiators of this friendly match, the name given to Sumo's strongest freshman. Li Tianyi disagrees very much. What if he broke the record? He hasn't really played a game, his peers, he is not convinced by anyone. Sumo naturally noticed Li Tianyi's small eyes, but he didn't care too much. Wait for the competition to start, whoever is not convinced will stand up. After Li Tianyi stepped back, the second person quickly stood up. He is a masculine teenager with a Huxia character face, but a very good-looking man. He smiled honestly and said, Hello everyone, my name is Cheng Wuxiang, and my ability is a Mad Blood Gold Master with an S-rank beastization class. Please give me your advice. Beastization, or S-level beastization of the Lion King, very strong. Everyone secretly wrote down the young man's abilities. Immediately afterwards, it was the turn of a tall girl with a ponytail to walk out, wearing a tight-fitting casual one-piece dress. The hair is waist-length, and the small face is very delicate, definitely 90 points, but still inferior to Shangguan Feiyan. At this moment, her small face looked very cold. Murong Zi, an S-level mutant ice power, absolutely 0 degrees. Mirong. As soon as this remark came out, many people except Shangguan Fiyan and Ye Xiaoxiu were taken aback. They are so familiar with this surname. In the past 200 years, every student who has challenged the battle space is no stranger. Teacher Zhuang smiled and said, Mirong Zi is the great-granddaughter of Senior Mirong Chang Kong. As Senior's alma mater, Mirong Zi naturally chose Xiamen Magic University. The vice president personally recruited him. Hearing this, everyone suddenly realized that they were the great-granddaughters of the predecessors of Mirong Chang Kong. No wonder the surname was Mirong. Next, after being introduced by a few classmates, it was finally Sumo's turn. I saw a group of students staring straight at him. Sumo smiled calmly, everyone should have heard of me yesterday, let me formally introduce it. My name is Sumo, S-level special class. The power demon shock, by the way, as for the name of the strongest newborn, it is actually blown out, so don't care about it. Chapter 33. Everyone should have heard of me yesterday. Well, let me introduce it formally. My name is Sumo, S-level special power demon shock. By the way, as for the name of the strongest new student, it is actually you don't need to care if you blow it out. Words fall. Ye Xiaoxiu, who was on the side, laughed out loud, and muttered, this smelly schoolboy is definitely on purpose. This group of specially recruited freshmen was originally unbalanced because you were blown up to the sky. Are you still mentioning this? Good or bad smelly schoolboy? A faint smile flashed in Shangguan Fiyan's beautiful eyes and looked at Sumo. All the freshmen were furious. Especially Li Tianyi, although there is nothing on the surface, his hands hidden in his sleeves are already clenched into fists. But they couldn't say anything, because Sumo's tone was easygoing, and what he said was biased towards modesty. What do you call them? Soon, everyone was introduced. Just wait for another 10 minutes, when the full range of live broadcast equipment is ready, you can start. At this moment, the handsome young man with the national character face walked towards Sumo. There was a simple smile on his masculine face. Student Su, they don't accept you. I'm Cheng Wuxiang. You can win 888 games in a row in the battle space. I think you are definitely the strongest freshman in our class. Even successive years. And I heard that you were born in an orphanage. In fact, I was the same. I was abandoned since I was a child and grew up with an old beggar, so I know you. They, rich children of noble background, will never see others better than them. I don't know us. How many times do the children of these poor families need to work hard to surpass them? As he said, the boy stretched out his right hand. Sumo stared at those sincere thick eyebrows and big eyes, couldn't help but smile, and stretched out his left hand to hold it. This is a sincere, honest, and enthusiastic teenager. It's worth making friends. Seeing Sumo shook his hand, Cheng Wuxiang spared his head with the other hand, and said with a shy smile, you are the first friend I met in college. You will be a companion on campus from now on. I think your student ID is a few months older than me. Can I call you Brother Mo? Ha, that's okay. Patting the young man's shoulder, Sumo grinned lightly and said, that's a coincidence, you happen to be my first friend of the same age when Sumo was in college. You can contact me for anything in the future. Cheng Wuxiang smiled honestly, okay, Brother Mo. His idea is very simple and simple, that is, he knows that Sumo is the only special enrollment post of the same age with his own background. He made this friend, and Gemo was indeed very good, although he only had a few minutes of conversation. But Cheng Wuxiang could see that the latter had a very good character, and he was the kind of friend who could really talk to each other. This is not only his intuition, but also the result of his supernatural mad-blood golden lion sensing a person's mood swings. 10 minutes later, the all-round live broadcast equipment of the competition field was adjusted. The friendly match officially started. At the same time, at the campus forum of Mordu University, a video box popped out. All the students on vacation, including those who were staying on campus, were shocked by this pop-up box. Then, after seeing the official reminder from the campus, I immediately went in curiously, read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. As soon as the virtual 4D video was opened, a title was hung on it. The live broadcast of the 3021 special recruitment freshman friendly match. In an instant, everyone's spirits came. FK. Didn't these talented recruits just sign up yesterday? Why did they just start a friendly match? Really, I seem to have seen the goddess Shangguan and the goddess Yat, and the damned Sumo. It's so sour, there are two beautiful senior sisters in the company, and the blood is soaring. Doesn't this directly hit Invincible? Brother upstairs, goddess Ye doesn't count, you know. The place is number 33 tournament hall, haha. I happen to be at school, walking up and watching the scene is called Shuangyyy. Wait for me, I will go too. After a while, all the teachers and students who received the news entered the 4D live broadcast room. And some of the sophomores, juniors, seniors, and seniors, including teachers, all rushed to the 33rd competition hall. When they entered the venue through the avenue, they saw Sumo and others below. Hi, it hasn't started yet, it's just right. Get seated quickly. Get seated quickly. It's hard to see the special admissions test, so today we are going to feast my eyes. Is he Sumo? He looks really handsome, he really deserves to be a man who broke the record of senior Mirong. FK. Brother, don't you sorrow him? He lives under the same roof with the goddess Shangguan. Sour? I have a girlfriend, and I'm going to be interrupted when I'm sour. Grass. As a large number of people poured into the venue, the scene began to become a little lively. Especially with the arrival of some distinguished and prestigious senior students who are about to graduate. The scene was lifted to a new height by bursts of screams and exclamations. On a high platform at the scene, a handsome young man surrounded by people stared at Sumo below the venue. The eyes were squinting, but there was a cynical smile on the corners of his mouth. Is he Xiao Feiyan's boyfriend? A beautiful woman beside him heard the words, and the corners of her mouth suddenly twitched. If you say that your baby sister, aren't you afraid that she will kill you? My father already knows that she lives with her little boyfriend, what do you think? At this time, in the center of the venue, Mr. Zhuang looked around behind the observatory. He smiled and looked at Sumo and others. So many people are watching you, are you nervous? More than a dozen special enrollment students quietly glanced at the curious eyes around them, and suddenly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Tension. They are really nervous now. If you talk about live broadcast, that's fine, but suddenly so many people came to the scene, and they were all seniors and even teachers. It's strange if you are not nervous. It's right to be nervous. Overcoming the past, who can calmly confront the enemy in this environment can definitely train your character. Teacher Zhuang was very satisfied with the atmosphere, and immediately took out an alloy box from the side with the names of Sumo and their special enrollment students. The two people who got the names began to compete. Taking out two notes from the box, Teacher Zhuang announced loudly, in the first competition, Mirong Zi will play against Sumo. Sumo was taken aback, this was him in the first game? And the opponent is the great-granddaughter of Mirong Changkong. Amount. I don't know if I have a grudge against her grandfather's record. Thinking about it, Sumo sneaked to the girl aside, and immediately met those cold and stern eyes. It seems a bit. On the observation platform, Ye Xiaoxiu looked at Sumo in the middle of the field, and curled her lips. This stinky schoolboy played against little beauty Na Mirong in the first game. With his LSP character, he will definitely let go. Shangguan Feiyan on the side shook her head, even if his opponent is a woman, he won't be merciful. Ye Xiaoxiu looked at her upon hearing this. Why? I only heard Shangguan Feiyan whispering softly, because he once wanted to blow me up with a punch. Ye Xiaoxiu. Chapter 34. Ye Xiaoxiu stared blankly at Sumo in the center of the field. Is this something human can do? Actually want to blow up Feiyan, this beautiful girl. Wouldn't it be a pity if you really blow it up? For a moment, Ye Xiaoxiu was stunned. At this time, the scene, with Sumo's first appearance, was already boiling, and there were endless discussions. Good guy. This Sumo actually appeared first, and his opponent is still a goddess-level beauty, envy. Do you envy you a hammer? This is a competition. My student Sumo will definitely not be merciful. Your student Sumo? Female face powder, how disgusting. Cut, you are not as handsome as Junior Sumo, and as talented as Junior Sumo. If you don't work hard, you will know sour, and you are even more disgusting. You. The audience was full of noise in the middle of the hall. Mirong Zi and Sumo face each other far away. The girl had a cold face, looked at Sumo, and suddenly said, "The ancestors' record, I will break it again." The voice was cold, with a hint of confidence. Looking at Mirong Zi, Sumo just chuckled, then go on. To be honest, he is actually very disgusted with the character of this woman in front of him. Cold is also divided into categories. Shangguan Feiyan's coldness is just instinctive coldness, but if she gets along with her, she can find that she is actually warm. And Mirong Zi's coldness is intentional coldness, and there is always a high-level disregard for people and things. For such coldness, Sumo just wanted to say, "Climb for the Lord." Looking at Sumo's appearance, Mirong Zi frowned, "Do you think I can't do it?" Sumo was speechless. This woman is not only disgustingly cold, but also persecuted obsessive-compulsive disorder? Helpless, he can only put up his middle finger, "Come on. If you don't fight, this woman is afraid that she can still talk." Absolutely zero. Opposite, Mirong Zi's eyes flashed a hint of anger, only to see her whispered. A wave of cold air suddenly appeared all over his body, and immediately after that, lavender ice appeared. The temperature of the surrounding 4 or 5 meters also dropped to an extremely terrifying level in an instant. Even at a distance of nearly 30 meters from her, Sumo could see a trace of purple ice floating in the space near the girl. The students and teachers who watched through the 4D live broadcast also saw this scene under the subtle shooting. Looking at the introduction, this schoolgirl turned out to be the great-granddaughter of Senior Mirong. And her Absolute Zero is still an S-grade ice variant, and her cultivation has reached the level of 4 stars, the Devil Girl of Heaven. But Sumo looks like Black Iron 6-star, and I don't know if she can beat it. S-level elemental variable type ability, so even though Sumo is a special type, but I don't know what it is. Maybe Mirong schoolgirl can go beyond the level. Are you thinking about A? She's a genius, so the junior is not a genius? 888 consecutive victories are white wins. This little sister, so proud and indifferent, will definitely lose to Junior Sumo. I'm a man, and I also think that the younger brother can win. Read more at hotmentalnovel.xyz. Suddenly, the barrage was sent out as if it didn't need money, it was all analyzing the winning percentage of Su and Mo. Among them, most male seniors turned into lower body creatures, unanimously thinking that Mirong Zi could win, after all, a genius and beautiful girl. Only a few sane people, and Sumo's Yanfen senior sisters, desperately sent the bullet screen that Sumo will win. In the audience at the scene, the young man with squinting eyes cast a glance at the beautiful woman on the side. "What do you think?" The beautiful woman rolled her eyes. "Hi. You still ask me if you know it? Yet. 888 consecutive victories, how difficult it is." The center of the venue. Condensation. Mirong Zijiao screamed, and she saw a large amount of purple chill under the command of her jade hand, condensed into ice and shot towards Sumo, and at the same time a blue alloy long sword appeared in her hand out of thin air, and immediately displayed her body skills also quickly kill. Shoo! 6 ice ridges, wherever they passed, the air was frozen by the terrifying cold air and turned into ice slag, falling to the ground. Mirong Zi was stepping on the lotus step, her beautiful eyes were cold, her body style followed behind her elegantly, the sword in her hand showing a straight stab. "It's near." Sumo looked at the approaching offensive and shook his head, "Weak, too weak." As he said, he raised his right hand, and a white halo emerged, padded like a fly. Click! The weird sound of breaking sounded, and I saw the place where I slapped, as if a glass of glass was broken, and the slender cracks spread out and then spread. The 6 ice ridges seemed to hit the wall of the invisible space and stopped directly. Together with Mirong Zi who was stabbing behind her, the sharp point of the sword was also frozen, and her pretty face revealed doubts. Next moment, a shocking force of extreme aura recoiled. This. Mirong Zi's face suddenly changed, and he wanted to back down, but he had just given birth to this idea, and it was already with the long sword. He was directly shocked and flew out, and he was in the air. The dress on his body was stained with blood in many places, and he was hit hard on the spot. Boom! Falling to the ground, the girl was full of horror and puzzled, trying to get up stubbornly. But just after supporting it for a while, the jade hand crooked and fainted directly. Quiet! Deadly quiet! In the spectator stand, everyone was stunned, and the needle fell. What the hell? Hasn't started yet, is this over? Mirong Zi, the girl of the sky, was killed directly? Even some spectators who were sure that Sumo would win were confused. In the end they guessed it, but the process is so exciting. That understatement, that casual shot, that strange space burst. Let everyone blow up their hairs, and their hearts are extremely shocked. The first game, Sumo wins. Teacher Zhuang on the side didn't expect that the result would be so fast, and he announced loudly. On site. There was a big round of applause immediately. It was the seniors who supported Sumo. Sumo is awesome. FK it. The bloom just now caused my hair to explode. This ability of junior brother Su is terrifying, isn't it? The younger brother is so handsome. The younger sister loves love. Sisters, I'm wet, you. The understatement that the younger brother just said is so handsome. Yezioxu turned to look at Shangguan Feiyan, and swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said, Feiyan, you are right, this stinky schoolboy will not be merciful when hitting a woman, so Mirong Zionizi is afraid that she will be in for a week. The infirmary. Shangguan Feiyan nodded in agreement. During the competition yesterday, if it hadn't been for the punch that he barely blocked, wouldn't it be the same? The schoolboy of Zay's family seems to be a little bit unwilling to pity Xiangziyu. Student Su, the start is a bit heavy. Teacher Zhuang looked at Sumo with a headache at this time. Student Mirong can't compete directly now. Sumo spared his head and apologized. Sorry, teacher, I know that I am high, but I have already taken away most of my strength, but classmate Mirong may be careless. He was really not serious just now. The strength of the 6-star black iron against Mirong Zi, the 4-star black iron, Sumo only used the 2-star psychic energy to spur the shock. Even the power of the physical body, armed color, and so on are useless. This can be seen from his casual look that seemed to slap flies just now. But that's the case, the little girl flew out, it really wasn't his fault. Chapter 35. Hearing Sumo's answer, Teacher Zhuang suddenly had a black line on his face. People girls, can't you let them go? After finishing speaking, he reached Sumo's ear and whispered, and it's Senior Mirong's great-granddaughter, your kid is impulsive. Sumo curled his lips, what about girls? Girls are not humans? If I'm careless, then I won't be ice scum. Teacher Zhuang was speechless. At the same time, a fact has already been confirmed in my heart. His special enrollment Li Tianyi is probably not Sumo's opponent either. At first, he still had a fluke mentality. He wanted to see if his baby special enrollment student could defeat Sumo with the powerful attack power of the Thunder system when he was 2 stars behind. The stranger's strange ability turned out to be a force attack system. The special type of assault system is not worse than the elemental mine system, and even stronger in some aspects. Ugh! Sighed inwardly, he seemed to have lost to that girl Yan Yun again. Uncomfortable. Teacher Zhuang looked at Sumo helplessly, you are the strongest in the special enrollment right now. When you wait for the competition, you can no longer play such a heavy hand. You know, most of them don't accept you. The competition is definitely still it's a competition, but you have to be more merciful. If you can't control the abilities, the teacher will help you stop them appropriately. Upon hearing this, Sumo nodded and smiled, then trouble the teacher. Mirong Zi was quickly carried away, and the remaining 10 or so special enrollment students looked at Sumo with palpitations. The scene just now really scared them. The scene of the explosion of space, and the scene of Mirong Zi flying out, his body being hit hard. To be weird and weird. Such opponents are higher than their realm, and the trace of luck in my heart has disappeared. Of course. Some people are still very dissatisfied at the moment. For example, Li Tianyi, there is also a short-term young man named Ji Peng. At this time, the two of them fisted tightly and stared at Suemo, even if they knew that the latter might really be better than them. But their self-esteem will never allow them to give in. Cheng Wuxiang came to Suemo with a grin, "Brother Mo is awesome, see if they dare to look down on you, hi." Suemo shook his head and smiled, "It's my realm higher than you." Cheng Wuxiang's mouth grinned, "It's not a good thing to have strength and low-key, Brother Mo. I know, even if you are lower than us, we are not your opponent." Suemo curled his lips, "Do you know it again?" Cheng Wuxiang said seriously, "A man's sixth sense." Okay. The sixth sense came out, and the number 1 fan was +1. In the second match, Cheng Wuxiang vs Yang Xiang. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. At this time, Teacher Zhuang's voice sounded again. Suemo patted Cheng Wuxiang on the shoulder, "Come on. Haha, don't worry, Brother Mo, except I persuade you, I will not accept anyone else, I will definitely beat them." The center of the field. Opposite Cheng Wuxiang was a young man with a thin list, his expression was cold, and he was not kind at first sight. Suemo remembers this person, because when he was just introduced, the S-level enhanced and variable type demon arm impressed him quite deeply. Roar! As Teacher Zhuang announced the start of the competition, a loud roar came out immediately. I saw Cheng Wuxiang, who was in the confrontation, directly transformed into a golden lion more than 3 meters high. The blood-colored hairs were mixed into the golden hairs, which made him, who appeared to be extremely noble, add a bit of evil spirits. The pupils were as red as blood, staring at Yang Xiang on the opposite side. Yang Xiang was obviously frightened by Cheng Wuxiang's beastization, and he was taken aback for a while before he immediately used his power. Demon Arm. His 2 arms, after a burst of black light, were constantly twisted and turned into hideous claws with mysterious runes. The battle is on the verge of. I have to say that the S-level beast-like abilities are indeed terrifying. Unlike the low-level beastization abilities that can only be changed partially, the follow-up will have to be continuously improved to complete the full transformation into the beast. In the case of S-level, it is completely animalized when it can start, and all aspects of quality are far beyond the low level. The characteristics of the type of residence can directly have a strong combat effectiveness. Cheng Wuxiang is very lucky. The object of beastization is the king of beasts and the legendary beasts in the annals. Wild Blood Golden Lion. The king of kings. The opposite Yang Xiang was not his opponent at all. The golden afterimage kept attacking and killing Yang Xiang, even if the latter's demon arms were so powerful that they could even generate black light protection. But under the powerful claws and terrifying force, Yang Xiang was still repelled continuously. In the end, he was directly smashed into black light by a palm, flew out, and was defeated. Teacher Zhuang immediately announced, in the second competition, Cheng Wuxiang won. The scene was in an uproar. S-rank Mad Blood Golden Lion. It is another powerful evildoer. This year's special enrollment is really much better than previous ones. After Cheng Wuxiang won, he laughed and came to Sumo's side, "I didn't shame Brother Mo, brother, I also won, haha." Sumo patted him on the shoulder and smiled, "Yes, it's a very powerful ability." In the just watched the battle, he not only saw the little brother's enchanting talent, but also his combat consciousness was also very good. He showed the lion's domineering and attacking characteristics to the fullest, and he was a real genius. It is said that in the 4 years in Magic University, most of the strong students will form their own outing team. Tasks and everything are done together, and the efficiency is extremely high. Even after condensing one's own strength in the academy, when he graduated, joining the rumored 9 demon suppression army would get twice the result with half the effort. In short, it is necessary not to go alone in the university and to gather the strength of the team. Looking at Cheng Wuxiang, Sumo had already begun to think about his team. He suddenly smiled and said, "Takeo, after this friendly match, I will go out to hunt monsters in the abyssal territory. Are you going?" Cheng Yuxiang grinned without saying anything. Go, why not go? I'll be led by Brother Mo, and I must kill enough. I've killed monsters near my county before, and I got all the money from my body like this. That's it. Nodded, Mo continued, his expression very serious. Also, I will form a team in the future, Takao. I join. Cheng Yuxiang also looked at Mo earnestly, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, full of sincerity. When I recognized Brother Mo as the first friend, I had such an idea. I believe Brother Mo. Mo also smiled. Haha, good. This is the case between people and people, as long as they agree, they are like brothers. Cheng Yuxiang won. At that time, she asked Jian Yun to use her privileges to recruit Chen Derong into the Magic City University. The team that requires 3 talents to be formed can be formed by yourself. After that, some special tasks requiring 3 people, but a larger number of people, can also be taken by Mo. And the points and income of these tasks will be one of the sources of resources for him to unlock the template in the future. Chapter 36. During the time when the two of Su and Mo were chatting, the third match began very quickly. One is Li Tianyi, and the other is a pockmarked teenager named Yu Qiang. His ability is an S-level enhanced speed variant, which accelerates instantly. The battle between these two people is also a lot to see, that is, the speed of the lightning system is compared with the real S-level speed system abilities. Who is stronger? Li Tianyi had already regained his self-confidence expression at this moment. Of course, his inner fear of Mo was getting worse. He glanced at Mo secretly, and clenched his fist unconsciously. The opposite Yu Qiang saw this scene and frowned. Li Tianyi, you still have some time to think about Mo, so confident that you can take me down. Li Tianyi turned his head, with a hint of arrogance in his eyes. You black iron 3 stars, my black iron 4 stars, naturally confident. Hi! I didn't know until after the battle. With a cold snort, Yu Qiang took off the alloy saber behind him, and his figure disappeared in an instant with a swish. Instantly accelerate. This kind of speed type ability is mainly self-centered, and the combat effectiveness depends on your physical fitness. Shinik energy activates supernatural powers, if physical fitness explodes. Then, under the blessing of the terror speed, the strength is definitely an increase effect of 1 + 1 greater than 2. But Yu Qiang's physical fitness can only be regarded as the average level of that H, even after an instant acceleration. It must be cushioned, otherwise the body is easily injured. It's very fast, but I am a lightning ability. With a sneer, Li Tianyi immediately burst into a dense yellow thunder. Then he twisted his body, and saw that Yu Qiang, who came to the front and appeared, missed the fatal stab directly. Zi. Anticipating that he would dodge the knife, Li Tian's hand was sharp and quick, and his fisted right hand was instantly covered with thunder and lightning, heading towards Yu Qiang. Clang dash! After hurriedly swinging the knife to block the punch, Yu Qiang flew out directly, but stopped his body shape after turning over twice. Looking solemnly at Li Tianyi, he shook his arm paralyzed by lightning. Immediately, he rushed away again, pulled out a afterimage, and began to change directions continuously. The corner of Li Tian's mouth was disdainful, and he took out an alloy sword from the storage bracelet, and rushed away with his body covered in thunder and lightning. This Li Tianyi is worthy of being the young master of extreme martial arts gym. Fortunately, he has awakened an S-level 1 level higher than his own A-level thunder system. Not to mention, he has reached 4 stars in just half a month. If there is no Mo, if this is abnormal, he is likely to be the first in this year's special recruitment, right? It's too early to say that Mirong Zi and Cheng Yuxiang are also very strong, especially the latter, the Mad Blood Golden Lion. It's not a joke. That's right, the others haven't played yet. Why are you eager to make a conclusion? I think this year's special enrollment students are very talented. It seems that this year's freshman competition is the first place in Magic University. You think too much. My friend at Takeo University sent me a message yesterday, saying that there was a ruthless man among the special enrollment students of their school. It was terrifying. They sent a few senior Silver Realm old students into the medical service. It's room. Ah! This, Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. There was a lot of discussion in the audience, and the battle between Li Tianyi and Li Tianyi soon came to an end. The third match, Li Tianyi wins. In the end, it was natural that Yu Qiang failed miserably, but it was not bad. He was able to fight Li Tianyi, who was 1 star higher than him, for more than 10 minutes. It is not a shame to lose because of the unbearable physical fitness. Of course, this has something to do with Li Tianyi's failure to exert his full strength. Sitting on the waiting seat at the edge of the field, Sumo looked at Cheng Wuxiang and smiled. You are fighting with that Li Tianyi, are you confident? Cheng Wuxiang cast aside his eyes on Li Tianyi, who was proud to walk off the court. I'm not afraid of him, except for brother Mo, I can fight everyone else. Haha, you licked too much, Takeo. I'm telling the truth, brother Mo. The next competitions were going on in turn. Several of the special enrollment abilities drew everyone in the live broadcast rooms into amazement. They secretly shouted that there were such magical abilities. Even Sumo was very curious. Of course, all these people lost because of their realm and proficiency. The first round is over, take a break, and then proceed to the second round. After teacher Zhuang announced, he walked to Li Tian's side and began to teach. From then on, looking at Sumo from time to time, it is not difficult to see that the two teachers and students should analyze how to deal with Sumo next. In the auditorium, Shangguan Feiyan and Ye Xiaoxu walked off the field again and walked towards Sumo, which made many people looking here sore. Coming to the front, Ye Xiaoxu teased, "Smelly schoolboy, you just beat a woman, not a gentleman at all." Sumo glanced at her, "Sorry, I didn't rely on the lower body to fight." "You stinky rascal!" Cheng Wuxiang dared not speak aside, and secretly gave a thumbs up to Sumo. "It's really my brother Mo, the goddess is in front, he's not chaotic, and he's still a man, enough to be a man." On the side of Shangguan Feiyan's narrow and bright eyes flashed a smile, "Senior brother, just after you won the victory, Master Yan's nose will be up to the sky now, look." As he spoke, he clicked on his watch, and a virtual video immediately popped up. In the video, it was Yan Yun's extremely glamorous face. At this moment, she looked at Sumo, her beautiful eyes were about to bend into a crescent shape. "Brother, you are awesome." As soon as the enchanting tone came out, Ye Xiaoxu and Shangguan Feiyan both blushed. Cheng Wuxiang's face was flushed to the bottom. "Good guys. It's so exciting as soon as he opens his mouth, and it makes him feel difficult. This teacher Yan, is it so exciting on weekdays? No wonder brother Mo sits in a mess." Looking at Sumo with a calm face, Cheng Wuxiang secretly admired him. Sumo's expression was calm. "Teacher, I helped you earn face, should you give me some benefits, such as points? Would you like to blow a kiss?" Roll. In the video, Yan Yun looked at Sumo with a light mouth, okay, sister will benefit you later." Soothing, she suddenly became a little thief in her tone. "By the way, the principal, his old man seems to have just returned from the battlefield. You have to wait and behave well. No, if his old man receives the news, come and watch after a quick glance, seeing your exceptional performance, maybe you will be given something good. Feiyan won a lot last year." Hearing this, Sumo's heart trembled. President of Magic University, Happy Wind. That extraordinary 9-star peak, the existence of the half-step Seal King? Such an existence is now one of the pillars of mankind. It is an important force against the billions of monsters, and even the king of the monsters. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew by. A figure quietly appeared beside Sumo and the others. He looked at Yan Yun in the video and smiled helplessly. "You Yan girl, you know you are greedy for petty gains." Chapter 37. I saw this suddenly appearing figure wearing a blue robe, tall, with a slight breeze blowing all over. The facial features are even more obscured by a blue light, which looks erratic and mysterious. "Principal." Shangguan Feiyan, Ye Xiaoxu and Yan Yun in the video exclaimed on the spot. This principal, every time he appeared, he was so sudden and scared to death. Sumo and Cheng Wuxiang reacted and hurriedly shouted politely, "Hello principal." Looking at the principal quietly, "Is he Feng Xiaoao?" That extraordinary powerhouse who is close to the realm of conquering kings. Suemo was extremely shocked at this moment. Because in his experience, as the headmaster appeared, the wind around him turned agitated. In the faintness, as if taking the principal himself as the center, it was flowing around him. Moreover, Suemo had a hunch, if the man in front of him thought, the wind around the mile would definitely obey him. Terror. Is this an extraordinary powerhouse? The breath is as vast as the abyss, once it appears, it will trigger a change in the world. Sumo's heart is hot, such a strong person is exactly the goal he aspires to reach, even beyond. At this time, the movement here was also noticed by everyone. The silhouettes of Teacher Zhuang and the special recruiting teachers flashed, and they appeared behind Feng Xiaoao, principal. In the audience, all the students and teachers also respectfully shouted, "Welcome the principal back to school." In the 4D live broadcast room, a large barrage was set off. FK. It's the principal and his old man. Zaman hasn't seen his old man for half a year. For the sake of mankind rushing on the frontline battlefield, the principal is awesome. If I can become such a strong man in the future, I will definitely defend my homeland and become a great elder like the principal. Although I agree with your ideals, my brother, I still want to say, you are thinking about farts. On the field. Looking at the special recruiting teachers behind him, Feng Xiaoao nodded, I watched the live broadcast on the road. This year's seedlings are very good. You have done a good job, especially Yan Yun. It is worthy of praise. The voice is full of magnetism and very ethereal. And hearing his words, all the special recruit teachers looked at Yan Yun enviously. Feng Xiaoao's words were already obvious, and he valued Suemo very much. The principal, his old man, is very satisfied with Yan Yun's ability to recruit such a prominent evildoer for Magic Capital University. Well, this Yan Yun's reward is more than theirs. There used to be Shangguan Fiyan, now Suemo, how could this girl be so lucky? Especially Teacher Zhuang, with a bitter expression on his face at the moment. I thought that Li Tianyi, an S-rank thunder monster, would be able to overwhelm Yan Yun this year. Result. Alas, uncomfortable. Although there are many rewards, it is no better than Yan Yun. It has always been a thorn in his heart. In the video, Yan Yun smiled and said, President, to send talents to Moda University is what our specially recruited teachers should do. Read more at hotmentalnovel.xyz. Humph. A cold snort came from Feng Xiaoao, you girl, you just wanted to get something from me. Ahem. Well, the principal, you are free. After speaking, Yan Yun stuck out his tongue and hung up the video. After shaking his head, Feng Xiaoao immediately looked at Suemo and looked up and down. He said with emotion, battle space. I still vaguely remember when I was young with Chang Kong, but we were fighting for this. Unexpectedly, you could break the record of Chang Kong with the Black Iron 6 stars and reach the unprecedented company. Winning record, young people have something to do. Sumo modestly said, we still need to work hard. Ha ha ha, just as humble as when I was young. With a hearty laugh, Feng Xiaoao looked at Teacher Zhuang, you guys keep trying, it's rare to go back to school once. It's okay for the old man to watch and relax, don't care about me. Yes. Quickly. With the announcement of Teacher Zhuang, the second round of the competition began, and Feng Xiaoao sat quietly on the sidelines. Shangguan Fiyan and Ye Xiaoxu were called by him to sit down together. Fei Yan, haven't seen me for a long time, where is the cultivation base now? Facing Feng Xiaoao's kindly greeting, Shangguan Fiyan whispered, Principal, it's already the 7 silver stars. Yes, much faster than the old man back then. Ha ha ha, you deserve to be the little princess of the Yan family, the lady of the sky at Magic University. Shangguan Fiyan's face blushed, we still need to work hard. Feng Xiaoao suddenly grinned, and said with a weird smile, just as humble as that kid, I heard Yan girl say that you two are now boy and girl friends. No, the words are exactly the same, as expected. Ye Xiaoxu on the side blasted her hair directly when she heard the words, but because the other party was the principal, she could only hold back. Shangguan Feiyan's cheeks are getting more and more rosy, and she doesn't know how to respond. At this time in the center of the scene. At the start of the second round, Yang Xiang played against Yu Qiang. S-level enhanced variants of Demon Arm vs Speed variants accelerate instantly. Both of them are Black Iron Samsung. After a fierce battle, the ultimate winner was Yu Qiang. In the use of supernatural powers, Yu Qiang is the better one after all. In the second round of the second round, Cheng Wuxiang played against Suemo. Words fall. Cheng Wuxiang, who was sitting next to Suemo, stood up and raised his hands. Teacher, I surrender. Just kidding, who can beat Brother Mo at the scene? Although he is a mad-blood golden lion, facing his eldest brother, he still has to be counseled. Teacher Zhuang had a black line and immediately continued to announce. The scene was also very speechless. They also wanted to see if the mad-blood golden lion could do a miracle and defeat Suemo. Feng Xiaoao also looked at Cheng Wuxiang and smiled with satisfaction. If you talk about beastization-like abilities, Moda University should be the most talented this year, and this kid's bones and physical fitness are also the best among his peers, very promising. The test continues. 2 hours later. The second round of the friendly match is gradually coming to an end. Suemo, the strongest player, almost won, and the strength he showed was all-round. Using the dragon step, seeing and hearing, plus a precise and violent punch, Yu Qiang is within seconds. Awaken knife made a heavy sword for 9 consecutive slashes, splitting the black light shield of Yang Xiang's devil's arm and the throat of the knife holder. The rest of them were all killed by a single move, without exception. This young man is amazing. Feng Xiaoao felt extremely emotional at this time, and had a more intuitive feeling about Sumo's talent. He dared to swear that although he was not sure of Sumo's future achievements, at this moment, the latter showed the ability to enroll in school. Definitely the strongest freshman in Magic University. After Suemo. On the other hand, Li Tianyi and Cheng Wuxiang performed the best. Except for Suemo, they swept their opponents one after another. Today's last friendly match, Suemo vs Li Tianyi. Words fall. The student audience, who was a little numb by the shock of Suemo, suddenly regained their spirits. I don't know if Li Tianyi, this S-level thunder monster, can catch Sumo's move? That's right. Now they don't want anyone to beat Suemo. But if they want to withstand it, they must let that pervert use the second trick. Unconsciously, even those seniors who didn't agree with Suemo at the beginning. At this moment, he had already subconsciously acknowledged Sumo's identity as the strongest freshman. That horrible performance can be seen by anyone with eyes. Li Tianyi, you must do the first trick. With one move, it was the last dignity of this group of seniors, and they shouted for Li Tianyi in their hearts. Chapter 38. Soon, Suemo and Li Tianyi walked towards the center of the field together. Li Tianyi looked at Suemo at this time, although the surface was calm and his expression indifferent, but his heart was actually panicked. It can be seen from the slightly twisted fingers of his hands behind him. Sumo's performance just now was too horrible. Even if he was arrogant, he couldn't help but feel anxious when he really met at this time. Come on! Tianyi schoolboy, you must stand a trick. At this time, I don't know who suddenly shouted. Then. Senior Tianyi, come on. Go ahead and ask you to go to Dabayajian. That's right. It's an S-level thunder monster, absolutely can't be second. Come on, brother. Senior has already placed a bet, you can definitely beat a move, come on. Li Tianyi, who was walking towards the venue, almost staggered when he heard the words. His face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. Grass, Yuan. Is there anyone so cheering? I really appreciate your encouragement. Taking a deep breath, Li Tianyi looked at Suemo, seemingly irritated, and his anxiety was reduced a lot. Of it. One move? Who do you look down on? I really want to top 5, no. Top 10 tricks. Thinking fiercely, Li Tian's eyes gradually became sharp. And being stared at by Li Tianyi's sharp eyes, Suemo didn't care too much. Even he was thinking at the moment, what means should be used to squeeze the opposite? $1? Or is it okay with one punch? Or is it Cao Dian, the the power of the shock and the color of the king? Ugh! Too many means, a little tangled. On the sidelines, Mr. Zhuang glanced at the two of them, and immediately announced, "The test begins." Words fall. Li Tian's watch suddenly burst out densely dense electric lights, as if a series of electric snakes were free, sizzling. In the next moment, he rushed out directly, with Ying Xianlei wrapped in one hand, and a fierce sword in the other. Without reservation, the speed and thunder's destructive piercing have been brought to the extreme. However, when Li Tianyi was about to approach Sumo, he suddenly changed his direction, not in a hurry to attack. Instead, he rushed around Sumo. He is scared. If Sumo's weird ability is attacked rashly, it is very likely to be killed in seconds. Just look at the fate of that Mirong Zi. You have to look for opportunities, such as finding flaws, and then winning with one blow. At the moment he was thinking about it, a voice suddenly rang in his ear, waiting for an opportunity. "Brother, do you think you are fast? Go away." Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Li Tian was shocked, and just about to turn his head, a big footprint was already printed on his delicate face. Boom! Li Tianyi flew out on the spot, his head buzzing, and he was at a loss. If you jump repeatedly in front of someone faster than yourself, and don't give you a kick, I feel that my IQ has been insulted. Withdrawing his right foot, Sumo looked at Li Tianyi, who was lying on the ground with some speechlessness. In the auditorium, those seniors who were cheering for Li Tianyi stopped abruptly, like ducks caught in their necks. This, shame! Repeatedly jumping horizontally in front of others to be killed by a spike, this is more embarrassing than being shot in front of a second. Ha ha ha, the younger brother Sumo is awesome. Still withstanding a trick. I'm going to laugh out of it. The secret technique repeatedly jumps horizontally. Humph, in front of the shadowless feet of the younger brother, it's all rubbish. Learning handsome brother. Sister love the and so we must look for him to V letter. Men can either. +1. The senior fans and Yan fans cheered immediately, forming a sharp contrast with the group of silent acid fans. Teacher Zhuang was also a little stunned. He looked at Li Tianyi, who was lying on the ground, and sighed helplessly. In terms of speed, attack power, combat awareness, etc., after all, it is so much worse than Sumo. Not unjustly defeated. The real evildoer. On the sidelines, Feng Xiaoao let out a chuckle. Before Teacher Zhuang announced, he turned into a wind and appeared beside Sumo. Satisfied that he patted the latter on the shoulder, his ethereal and magnificent voice immediately spread throughout the competition arena. From this moment on, Sumo will become the first year's chief student of Magic University in 3021 ahead of schedule. As soon as this statement came out, the audience and students in the 4D live broadcast room, including all the specially recruited teachers, were stunned. Sumo become the chief student in advance. This is too sudden. Didn't all previous chief students compete only after the students had grown up for 3 months? At the next moment, everyone thought of a possibility. The principal is an old man and he values Sumo very much. He wants to make an exception for the latter. For a moment, everyone looked at Sumo enviously. Before school officially started, he became the chief student ahead of schedule. This salary is so cool. You know, the chief student of each grade enjoys great privileges, even bigger than some teachers. The treatment of resource and welfare is even more exaggerated than the conditions for the recruitment of BIT. In terms of points, not only can you get a lot of points every month, but you can also get discounts on Federal Skynet. In short, the chief student of each grade enjoys much more than all the students, including special enrollment students. After reading the instructions on the app, Sumo naturally knew what the meaning of the chief student meant. He quickly looked at Feng Xiaoao in surprise. This principal, does he value him so much? Feng Xiaoao smiled and said, "This is what you deserve." "Thank you, principal, I will not let you down." Ha ha ha, well. It's this confidence. Laughing, Feng Xiaoao finally slipped a delicate ring into Sumo, and it disappeared into a gust of wind. The special recruit teachers who were all in the diamond realm naturally saw this vague scene, and they were full of envy in their eyes. The principal's private rewards are absolutely generous. It can be seen from that exquisite storage ring that this is an intermediate top-grade storage ring. Even some of their teachers are reluctant to buy it. This Suboy, Earn Blood, not only became the chief student, but also won the favor of the principal and privately rewarded him. Wait a minute, these special recruit teachers will also come up with some rewards agreed in advance. For the best student in this friendly match. This Sumo has just entered school, and the wealth he possessed at this time is probably more than that of most sophomores. Chang Wuxiang ran over excitedly at this time, and gave Shang Sumo a bear hug with ecstasy. I knew that brother Mo is the best. Ha ha ha, congratulations on becoming the chief student, brother Mo. The dozens of special enrollment students on the side, in addition to Murong Uv, including Li Tianyi who woke up also came over. Congratulations to Sumo, even if he is reluctant, he still has to save face. This is the chief student. Privileges are in hand, sometimes even more terrifying than some teachers, and superficial skills must be done. You are polite, everyone is classmates, next time the freshman competition, we have to win honor for the school. Sumo responded one by one, smiling. Just now he broke his mind to check the ring that Zifeng Xiaoao gave to you, and the things in it made him feel at the moment. That is quite pleasant. Chapter 39. Behind her, Shangguan Feiyan brought Ye Xiaoxiu to her. She stared at Sumo, her mouth curled slightly. Scholar, congratulations on becoming the chief student. She actually laughed. This smile was very sudden, like an iceberg snow lotus blooming. Everyone nearby who had been accustomed to seeing Shangguan Feiyan's cold face was slightly taken aback. What a nice view! Even Ye Xiaoxiu was stunned. She hadn't seen her good girlfriend smile for a long time, right? Now you are laughing to congratulate the smelly brother. For a moment, Ye Xiaoxiu's pretty face bulged like a bun, and she was so angry that she didn't want to bless Sumo at all. Sumo looked at Shangguan Feiyan and said with a grin, "Sister, you are smiling again." Shangguan Feiyan blushed. I said that I would naturally smile when I was happy. Oh, are you happy for me? Although Shangguan Feiyan's pretty face was a little ruddy, she nodded naturally. Well, teacher Yan Yun will be very happy too. The two men talked in such an ambiguous manner, so that the male seniors who had not left the field were sour. In the 4D live broadcast room, a lot of sour barrage floated by. This dog food, am I special? Two people live in a villa, something must have happened, otherwise it can't be so sweet. Gan. You, Senior Feiyan takes the shot. Do I still have a chance for my junior aunt? Sisters, don't cry. Although we don't have the chance to be positive, we can secretly, you know. Senior sister upstairs, I can do it. Roll. At the sight of Sumo, Li Tianyi and other specially recruited boys were so sore that they turned around and left. Of it. People are more angry than people. With Sumo, they seemed to be an ordinary student. They are obviously evildoers, awakeners of S-level abilities. Among the billions of human beings, he is the proud son of heaven. But when they stood next to Sumo, they suddenly felt that they were nothing. The strength is incomparable, and the luck is not as prosperous as Sumo. What a special thing! Why is it not Teacher Yan who specially recruited them? They also want to live with a goddess chief student like Shangguan Sueja. Shaking his head bitterly, these two went directly to the seat and sat autistically. Two of the special enrollment girls also ran to the distance to find a place to sit down, and then secretly looked at Sumo curiously. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Student Su, stretch your hand over, and the teacher will pass you the reward of this friendly match. At this time, Teacher Zhuang touched his storage ring to Sumo's storage bracelet and moved with his heart. The thing went directly into Sumo's storage bracelet. In Sumo's perception, there were actually some Shinik stones, as well as a spiritual energy liquid that strengthened the body, a martial skill. There is even federal currency. After sending it, Mr. Zhuang said again, bring the student ID, and there are bonus points. Sumo hurriedly took out his student ID, only to see Teacher Zhuang took out his teacher ID and began to input points. A total of 1000 points. In addition to the previous challenge to the battle space, the winning streak was rewarded with more than 5000 points. Sumo now has more than 6000 points directly. They are more than some ordinary students who have saved points for a year in their sophomore year. After Teacher Zhuang gave the rewards, he then took out some rewards and distributed them to Cheng Wuxiang and the others. The big head Sumana, as a friendly match, the rest of their special enrollment students will naturally get a little friendship reward. Soon after the distribution was completed, the friendly match was completely over with an announcement from Teacher Zhuang. When the live broadcast room was closed, the audience also left the scene one after another. Such a wicked evildoer, a little bit better than I was at the beginning. Yes, if you grow up fast, you are qualified to be my brother-in-law of Shangguan Qinghong. After the young man with squinting eyes glanced at Sumo with satisfaction, he also left with the pretty woman behind him. Sumo and others also left the competition hall. Back to the special enrollment villa area, Cheng Wuxiang grinned and said, "Brother Mo, I will go back to the dormitory first. My dormitory is on the 27th. If you go to Abyss territory tomorrow, just call me and I will be there immediately." After speaking, Cheng Wuxiang left. After the people left, Shangguan Feiyan frowned and said, "Scholar, are you going to Abyss Realm tomorrow?" Sumo nodded, "Well, tempering and tempering." Shangguan Feiyan furrowed her brows deeper, "School brother, you'd better not go to the Abyss Realm recently. Don't even go to the maze. Anyway, your cultivation resources should be enough for the time being. If they are not enough, I can give it to you." Sumo ignored Shangguan Feiyan's suspicion that he wanted to protect him, and wondered, "Why can't you go?" Yezioxu said solemnly from the side, "Smelly brother, although I hate you to death, but the senior sister does not want you to have an accident. You may just come to the Magic City and don't know what happened recently. Let the senior sister tell you. Recently, in the Abyss territory, one of the most dangerous places outside, the actions of monsters are very strange, even the monsters in the outermost Abyss Novice Labyrinth. According to the analysis of the teacher and their experience, it is said that it may be the group of wisdom monsters. The generals are planning something, even if it is not, it will trigger a tide of monsters at any time, so that students who are not in the Golden Realm should not enter for the time being. Monster Tide. When Sumo heard this, he was not surprised but rejoiced. In the senior year textbook, there is an introduction to the tide of monsters. This seems to be due to the dispute of higher monsters, and then the subsequent turmoil, which is generally true. But there are exceptions, that is, more advanced intelligent monsters are planning in it. Planning how to capture the important base city of mankind, this has been a millennium-long battle. The dangerous places that surround the major base cities of mankind are actually the forefront of aggression by the intelligent monsters. But no matter what the reason, every time a tide of monsters is triggered, humans will suffer heavy losses. The layers of war fortresses outside the base city, even if a large number of elite legions are stationed, are extremely difficult to defend. Sometimes it even broke through several layers of fortresses and was constantly forced to retreat. Such disasters are terrifying. Of course, Sumo wouldn't think so much at this time. For him, among the great dangers outside, the closest abyssal territory is the heaven where he earns energy points. Golden Realm? With his current 4-star Silver Realm, coupled with the full burst of power, even if he can't be beaten, it should be no problem to escape, right? And be careful, in case of seeing and hearing. He and Cheng Wuxiang were in the Abyss Labyrinth outside of the Abyss territory, the novice training ground, it should be fine. Thinking, Sumo looked at the two women, "Don't worry, I have a sense of measure." Upon seeing this, Shangguan Feiyan frowned her eyebrows, but she couldn't say anything. I saw that she suddenly took out a delicate brilliance spar from the storage bracelet. This is a signal spar. If you are in danger, crush it immediately without hesitation, you know. Yezioxu on the side also took out a special spar and hummed, "This is the signal spar of our Ye family. I will give you one too. If you encounter danger, I will crush it." Although my Ye family does not have Shangguan family, the background is profound, but it is still significant in the Magic City, and there are not a few awakening wasteland reclamation teams all over the world. Looking at the two spars that stretched out in front of him, Sumo said he wanted to refuse. But before he could say anything, those two slender hands suddenly grabbed his hands and forced them in. Chapter 40. Feeling the wonderful touch of the two jade hands, he looked at the two spars in his palms. Sumo always felt that he was being taken care of. The exclusive signal spar is a rescue-heavy object of a big power. There are main spar and a large number of auxiliary spars. As long as the main spar is crushed, the Awakening Wasteland team with the auxiliary spar, or the rest of the family will sense it. No matter what you are doing, even if you are seriously injured, you have to climb to support me. Because the owner of the spar is often an important person in the family, as the guardian of the retainer, he must work hard. Now, Sumo owns the two main spars of the Shangguan family and the Ye family. In other words, once Sumo crushed the main spar, as long as the auxiliary spar received a signal, people from the two families had to protect him. He has the power to protect himself. I don't want to be a protected little boy. Putting the two spars into the storage ring carefully, Sumo quickly raised his head and looked at the two women. Thank you, senior sister. Shangguan Fiyan nodded in satisfaction when seeing Sumo put the spar away. Immediately after entering the villa, an ethereal voice came, "School brother, didn't you say you want to try my new dishes?" Ha, to celebrate the younger brother becoming the chief student. Okay. Hey, then I want to eat prawns and have a seafood meal. Hearing this, Shangguan Fiyan nodded, then walked up to the second floor. Sumo followed with a smile. Ye Zioxia was immediately dumbfounded. What's the matter? Why are these two people becoming more and more natural? For a moment, she felt a huge sense of crisis, but she was helpless. Hateful. Shouldn't the little fairies in the family seduce this stinky student? Thinking wildly in her mind, Ye Zioxia walked up to the second floor with an unhappy expression. After eating and drinking, Sumo returned to his room. To be precise, it was a training room. In each villa, there are as many as 5 or 6 such training rooms. After closing the door of the training room, Sumo sat cross-legged on the ground, then poured out the contents of the storage props with a smile on his face. Not for a while. The floor made of alloy is full of various training resources. There are medicinal liquids, medicines to restore psychic energy and healing, cards to temporarily store federal currency, and martial arts. The most common among them is the Shinik Stone, which is also Sumo's favorite. Although they are all low-level and inferior, they include the rewards from Feng Xiao, the winning streak, and the friendly matches. That's a lot. Of course, there was still not as much harvest as the encounter with low-level Shinik veins. System, convert all into energy points. With Sumo's words falling, the Shinik stones on the ground were immediately absorbed by the system and began to dim. Ding! The host absorbed a low-level low-grade Shinik stone and gained 90 energy points. Ding! The host absorbed a low-level low-grade Shinik stone and gained 85 energy. Ding! The host has absorbed a low-level low-grade Shinik stone and gained 107 energy. Ding! The host has absorbed a low-level low-grade Shinik stone. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. When he came from Tianhai City, Sumo had already used up the remaining energy points to unlock the template. Upgraded in all aspects, with a 4-star silver cultivation level, it can be said to be impoverished. Now, finally there are energy points in the account. After a few minutes, the Shinik stone was completely absorbed. A total of 32,761 energy points were obtained. How to say it is pretty good. After all, if these Shinik stones were given to ordinary students to practice, it would be almost enough for a semester. Even for the special enrollment students with S-level talents, even if they need more energy than others, it will be enough for 2 or 3 months. And more than 30,000 is enough for Sumo to unlock 3's shocking power, Tusk. However, the feedback will be all-round improvement, such as spiritual, psychic, physical power and so on. The price of being invincible at the same level is a lot of consumption. It's an equivalent exchange. 30,000. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Sumo began to wonder to himself how to consume. Is it necessary to save up to 100,000 to activate the infinite space that the system said, and continue to unlock and improve the cultivation base? He is now 4-star silver, not kidding, below the golden realm. Just crush and kill. If you only go to the upper and middle levels of the Abyss Labyrinth, and not the lowest level, it will be enough for the time being. But I'm afraid of accidents. Although the Abyss Labyrinth has been occupied by humans, as long as you don't continue to the real Abyss territory, it will be fine. But there are also third-order monsters. After thinking about it, Sumo decided to unlock the template. The storage space was enough for him now. The storage ring of the middle-level top grade that Feng Xiaoao gave is quite large. Click on the Whitebeard character template. Shocking Power, unlocking level 15. Overlord Color Domineering, unlocking level 82. Armed Domineering, Elementary, unlock level 40. See and Hear Color Domineering, Elementary, unlock level 204. Physical Skills, unlock level 107. Swordsmanship, unlocked level 206. Except for the Overlord Color and Armed Color Sumo, which have not been used recently, the rest are more or less added. A few tenths of a few tenths, a little bit so special. Then exchange 2's Shaking Power and 5's Physical Skill. After thinking about it, Sumo clicked on the exchange. Next moment. Boom! Several strands of force are coming back. Sumo felt it quietly. After 10 minutes, this force gradually faded. Silver 5 stars, the feeling of strength improvement is just cool. Standing up, Sumo's physical body suddenly heard a chuckle, and his bones roared, as if there was endless energy. Afterwards, he picked up the 2 martial arts on the ground. One given by Feng Xiaoao, one awarded by teacher Zhuang and others. Tiangang Demon Boxing, an intermediate top grade, is a boxing technique that the goalkeeper can show incisively and violently, and is very particular about the requirements of strength. In fact, you must have at least the Silver Realm to cultivate. Because only in the Silver Realm, the amount of Shinik energy is large, and the body surface can be attached to a large area. With the Tiangang Demon Fist, the physical strength and spiritual energy are combined, and under compression, it blasts out a violent fist like a demon roar. Even some awakened people with elemental or assault system, if they reach the first realm of ability, follow their state of mind. You can also compress and combine them into the Tiangang Demon Fist together. The 3 are united, and the burst of power will be extremely terrifying. Haha, the principle is magnificent, he actually gave me such an advanced martial art that can be matched with abilities. Sumo just lacked a martial art capable of exerting physical skills, and the Gang Demon Boxing this day could be said to be tailor-made for him. Is he physically strong? Needless to say. Even if it can't achieve the large area of Silver Realm overflowing Shinik energy, it can compress the power of the shock and the power of the physical body, and even blast the magic fist of the sky with the armed color. That picture is terrifying when you think about it. Who can take a punch from him? Isn't it uncomfortable even in the Golden Realm? Looking forward to it, Sumo immediately grinned and said, "System, discuss something with you. You said earlier that only the martial arts produced by the system can enjoy the benefits of getting started. Can you work around it, you know? Intermediate top grades, even those who are strong in the Golden Realm, can hardly get started in a short period of time." Although he is quite confident of his own savvy, time is precious. At this time, the system's cold voice came, but it was so comfortable in Sumo's ears. The purpose of the system has always been to help the host become stronger, and martial arts outside the system can enjoy this benefit if they consume energy points. Chapter 41. System, I love you. With a grin, Sumo immediately continued to ask, how many points do I need to get started with this martial art? Looking at the level, 10,000 energy points are needed to get started on the intermediate top grade. Words fall. The corner of Sumo's mouth twitched, and he looked at his remaining 3,000 points. Ugh! Still poor. No matter how much you earn, it feels not enough. Of it. Go out this time, you must kill enough. Thinking fiercely, Sumo picked up another martial skill. Benlei body method, low-level top grade. A body method. Shaking his head, it really couldn't compare with the principles. But on the market, it is definitely considered a noble martial skill, and a lot of awakened people in the silver and gold realm are rushing to ask for it. But now he has a dragon step, and the system produced, even if it is a low-level top grade, it is more sophisticated than the average middle-level low grade. The most important thing is that he has still cultivated to a small level, so he doesn't need the rest of the body for the time being, unless he is advanced. Leave it to Takeo or Dei. Although Cheng Wuxiang is a beastly battle, a beastly awakened person with a human mind can also practice martial arts. If you can use it cleverly, there are many people who can perform martial arts with beasts. After recollecting the things on the ground, Sumo consolidated his strength and went back to the bedroom to rest. On the second day, Cheng Wuxiang arrived outside the 10th villa early. At this moment, this guy had thick eyebrows, big eyes, and piercing spirits, and his fighting spirit was high. Without Sumo's reminder, he rushed forward. Hearing the doorbell, Sumo got up and opened the door. Takeo, did you pass through with your special recruitment teacher? Cheng Wuxiang grinned and said, he said that all the dangerous places, including the abyssal territory, are not peaceful now. Don't go out for the time being, but I have decided. He can't stop me, but the teacher gave me something to save my life. Sumo nodded. Then he was taken aback. Damn it! Should he also tell Yan Yun that he is going out into the wild, and then cheat something to save his life? Although Feng Xiaoao gave some things. But of course, the more life-saving things, the better. Was thinking about it. Diddy. Dad, the call is coming. Dad, the call is coming. It was from Yan Yun. Taking out the phone, Sumo clicked and connected. Teacher. Brother, sister is proud of you. I was so excited that I couldn't sleep last night after learning that you became the chief birth officer. As always, Sumo wanted to hang up at the beginning of Sao talk. But soon, the sand sculpture teacher recovered his seriousness. Listen to Fiyin saying that you are going to the abyssal territory. Sumo nodded. Hi. I know your character, it's useless to persuade you. I have already dragged Teacher Lu to give you something. On the other side of the phone, Yan Yun's tone gradually became solemn. Remember, you can only go into the abyss labyrinth, you can't enter the abyss realm, do you know? I'm going to die of sadness. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. The first half of the sentence was okay, but Sumo chose to ignore the second half. I know the teacher, thank you for your concern, I will pay attention. Well, my brother is so good, sister. Hanging up the phone, not giving the woman a chance to slap, Sumo turned his head and looked at Cheng Wuxiang. Let's go. At this moment, Shangguan Fiyin didn't know when she went downstairs, and she looked at Sumo and whispered, do you need me to accompany you? In the voice, there is concern. Senior sister, if you come, I won't be able to play the role of tempering, don't worry, I will pay attention. After speaking, Sumo took Cheng Wuxiang and left directly. On the way, Cheng Wuxiang admired, Brother Mo, how can you be as attractive as you? Walking ahead, Sumo didn't turn his head back, don't be a dog licking. Hearing this, Cheng Wu looked like a tiger for a while. At this moment, he seemed to have realized. After taking the life-saving equipment entrusted by Yan Yun with Teacher Lu, Sumo and Cheng Wuxiang walked out of the magnificent school gate. I have to say that even though Yan Yun ridiculed him with a sneer, the things he gave were really in place. Not to mention the exclusive signal spar, there are even some one-time attack items that can withstand Tier 3 monsters. Too spoiled, right? It seems that the Yan family is not much inferior to the Shangguan family, but it is an ancient family. It is a behemoth that has been passed down since the Transcendental era. This special teacher of my own seems to be the first in my hand. Sumo really doesn't want to be treated as a little white face. Shaking his head, Sumo stopped a floating taxi, master, base station. Soon, the suspended vehicle rushed to the outbound station. When he arrived at the place, Cheng Wuxiang was shocked by the scene before him, so many awakened people who are going out. Didn't it mean that there is not much peace recently? Before leaving the station, I saw a crowd of people, all awakened in battle uniforms with alloy weapons on their backs. Some have a strong breath, and some seem to be weak. But there are not many students. In the past, students from various universities would often go out to loot and kill monsters in order to score points, while honing. But now there are very few, all of them are individual awakeners for life, or a small league of awakeners formed temporarily. Of course, there are also many wasteland teams from all major forces. Although it is not peaceful, most people still choose to fight for the sake of cultivation and life. Suemo was also shocked by the scene before him. Just the exit station in this place is more awakened than Tianhai City combined, right? The demons have countless exit sites, scattered around the city. Let's go. Arriving on the alloy armored vehicle leaving the station, a silver-level officer began to check. After seeing the awakening certificates of Suemo, he was suddenly shocked. The students of Morta University are still recruiting new students. It's rare. Actually encountered 2S level evildoers. But after the surprise, he frowned. Haven't the universities recently received news from their military? It's best for students not to go out yet, it's dangerous. This magic university is better, and directly let 2S level special enrollment students go out to practice. Is the special enrollment already Hyuxia cabbage? Or are those teachers floating? If there are 3 long and 2 shortcomings, it is not just a loss to the school, but a loss to all mankind. As a military person, he knows how nervous the human situation is now. The demon army of the 9 towns is fighting abroad, in order to regain the territory of mankind. It can be described as extremely tragic. If even these future hopes behind him are gone, then mankind is really not far from despair. Thinking about it, the officer said, 2 classmates, does your teacher know that you are going out? Suemo nodded calmly. The officer was silent. In the end, he could only tell Suemo to pay more attention, so he stopped asking more questions. After all, school affairs are managed by the school, and their military doesn't get involved. 3 hours later, the armored vehicle came to a dense forest shrouded in black fog and could not see the end. 100 meters ahead, there was a pitch-black hole that looked like a huge beast's blood plate, at least 1,000 meters wide. Here is the abyss labyrinth that has not yet reached the abyssal territory, recently connected to the human fortress. I heard it was an underground labyrinth created by a powerful master of the Earth system while killing monsters. As the monsters drifted in, after many years, a labyrinth of magic caves in which the monsters inhabit was formed. Following a large number of awakened squads, Suemo walked silently behind them. After half an hour, when I came to a dense black forest at the top of the maze, there was a gust of wind and mist. The 2 Suemo hadn't fully adapted to the surrounding deep environment. They were attacked by a black-scaled snake in the early stage of the first stage. Brother Mo, you don't need to deal with this little snake, let me come. Cheng Wuxian grinned and turned into a mad-blood golden lion in a roar. The domineering body that was close to 3 meters high appeared, directly carrying a golden streamer, and then roared and killed it towards the black scale snake. Chapter 42. Cheng Wuxian's speed is very fast, and his domineering body has already jumped over the black scale snake in a few flashes. Hi! In the volley state, a golden claw glow directly patted the black scale snake's head. Hi! The black-scaled snake didn't even have a chance to react. It was torn on the spot, blood spattered, and it broke into pieces and fell to the ground. Recovering his body, the battle suit that had been purchased with a lot of money rewrapped Cheng Wuxian. He smiled and walked towards Suemo. Brother Mo, you don't need to deal with this low-level monster in the future, just let me solve it. Suemo was silent, his eyes showed a painful color, and he looked at the miserable black scale snake impenetrably. He wanted to say to Cheng Wuxian, let the eldest brother come, you just call 666. Gen. A dozen energy points are gone. If the subsequent low-level monsters let Cheng Wuxian shoot, how can he earn energy points? No matter how small a mosquito is, it is meat. Ding. Start loading team mode. Ding. Team mode loading, 1, 8, 17. Suddenly, Just when he wanted to tell Cheng Wuxiang about his pros and cons, a cold voice from the system came. Sumo was taken aback. Team mode. Host, after the team mode is turned on, as long as the team members you specify are killing creatures, you will also get energy points. The proportion of energy points obtained depends on the level of the team mode. The team mode level that will be activated is at the first level. You will get 10 energy points and the number of people in the team will be 3. The level of the team mode requires energy points to improve. Currently, the open upgrade level is level 2 and requires 10,000 energy points. The ratio of the players in the second team mode is 20, and the number of team members is 6, and the team is formed. When the level of the mode is raised to a certain level, the players will also get corresponding benefits. Listening to the introduction of the system, Sumo almost wanted to look up to the sky and laugh. Cool! This team mode is really a gift in the snow, and it rains in time. With this model, the problem just now will no longer be a problem, and the speed at which energy points will be collected in the future will rise straight up. As long as he appoints Cheng Wuxiang and the follow-up team members as team figures, he will continue to improve the level of the team mode. Will there be a shortage of energy points? The efficiency is definitely stronger than looting monsters yourself. At this moment, Sumo suddenly felt the mood of those black-hearted bosses. Of course, he is not a black-hearted boss. The follow-up team members are all people whom Sumo trusts, as long as the level is raised. These players will also benefit, which is a win-win situation. Ding! The team mode is loaded, the current level is level 1, the feedback ratio is 10, and the team has 3 members. Ding! The host only needs to contact the target, and the system will automatically generate a team relationship. Hearing this, the corners of Sumo's mouth gradually became perverted, and he stepped forward and patted Cheng Wuxiang on the shoulder. Great, good job. This evil charm smiled, very strange. Coupled with his handsome face, it will definitely make those senior sisters scream. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Cheng Wuxiang, who was slapped on the shoulder, was a little flattered. Although the chrysanthemum was subconsciously tightened, he still smiled. To be praised by a wicked genius like Brother Mo, he was a little drifting. Well. Next, I must work harder to loot and kill the monsters, so that Brother Mo will continue to praise him, haha. Ding! Cheng Wuxiang has been listed as the team figure. The system sound falls. Sumo seemed to feel that he had established a wonderful relationship with Cheng Wuxiang, as if he could always determine the position of the latter. Suddenly, he thought of an interesting question. System, can I bring in awesome characters? If you encounter a principal of the level, can you join in? In this way, it is definitely more effective. Ding! The designated character must be lower or equal to the master's cultivation base, and those who exceed it cannot join the team. Upon hearing this, Sumo nodded. Sure enough, this kind of bug can't be drilled. No longer thinking about it, he and Cheng Wuxiang immediately planed out the black scale snake. Snake scales and snake gall are all available for sale. After a long while, the two set off again. The uppermost layer of this abyss labyrinth, although it is underground, is actually not small. At first glance, there is no end in sight. The mist concealed everything, and from time to time there were the sounds of monsters. If you are cowardly, you will definitely be scared to death. Of course, for Sumo, who had a sense of sight, it was just a blinding technique on the surface. In a short while, he led Cheng Wuxiang to find a first-order mid-stage ape-like monster covered in pitch-black scale armor. Looking at Cheng Wuxiang, Sumo smiled and said, "Are you sure?" In the middle stage of the first stage, it is equivalent to the awakened person of the 4 to 6 stars of the black iron of human beings. If it is an awakened person with general talent, it is absolutely difficult to match. But Cheng Wuxiang is an S-level talented evildoer. Although he is a 4-star, it shouldn't be difficult. Brother Mo, you look down on me too much, right? Cheng Wuxiang smiled confidently and walked to the grinning demon ape. I've slaughtered a monster of the first stage and late stage. Finished. Roar. He directly turned into a mad-blood golden lion, a pair of bloody eyes pierced with blood, and his hair was brilliantly golden, and he slaughtered the past without a word. The low-level monster has no wisdom. When the demon ape saw Cheng Wuxiang pounce, he also patted his chest and roared. Raising a pair of iron fists also jumped up. However, facing Cheng Wuxiang's sonorous claws. Clang! After the sound of the golden and iron cries, the demon ape's pair of iron fists were directly beaten to blood, and fell down with a miserable howling. Cheng Wuxiang took the lead and fell sharply, and the claws killed again. Sumo watched from the side and nodded secretly. I have to say that Cheng Wuxiang is really strong. He was sure that in the friendly match, this guy definitely didn't use all his strength. If he exploded with all his powers, then Li Tianyi was definitely not his opponent. The Mad-Blood Golden Lion is indeed a legendary beast. Roar! Die! After another fierce fight, Cheng Wuxiang found the right time, and the sharp claws directly penetrated the heart of the demon ape, slapped and flicked. This demon ape flew out on the spot, and died too much. Ding! Cheng Wuxiang beheaded the first-tier mid-stage demon armored ape and gained 3 energy points. Really get energy points? Sumo's eyes flashed with ecstasy. A mid-tier monster can gain about 30 energy points, and at 10, it's exactly 3. Haha. Not bad. Although the current gain is a bit small, as long as the subsequent promotion to the second level team, it is even higher. Then join the team members one after another. That effect will definitely increase exponentially. In a good mood, Sumo no longer hesitated, seeing and hearing the color unfolded with all his strength, leading Cheng Wuxiang to continue to plunder and kill. This time, he didn't keep his hands anymore, even if it was a low-level monster, he quickly killed it. Only when they encounter a large number of monsters, they will fight together. And at this moment, Cheng Wuxiang really saw Sumo's strength, and the 666 in his mouth never stopped. Just now, he saw his eldest brother with his own eyes, and 2 monsters at the peak of the first order late stage were killed on the spot with a single knife. You know, that is equivalent to the peak of the 9 stars of black iron. Of it. Brother Mo is really furious. Chapter 43. After killing a few more monsters of the first tier late stage, Cheng Wuxiang swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Brother Mo, you are too fierce. He has no doubt now that Brother Mo is afraid that even tier 2 monsters can be killed. This relaxed posture like cutting vegetables and melons can't be done by low-level silver awakeners, right? Awesome. My brother Mo is definitely the best freshman in all colleges this year. Yesterday, I heard of that ruthless man with dual abilities. In front of my brother Mo, he was a scum. At this moment, Cheng Wuxiang has completely become Sumo's obsessive brother. Either blowing or blowing on the way. Facing Cheng Wuxiang's worshipping eyes, Sumo smiled lightly. It's okay, let's go, clean up, continue. Okay. Cheng Wuxiang's body was shocked, and at this moment, he realized again. I remembered a sentence someone else said, invisible cups are the most deadly. Brother Mo, should he be such a person? In the next period of time, Cheng Wuxiang followed Sumo, looting and killing monsters. It wasn't until he met a monster of the early stage of the second stage that he knew what Moge's sentence was okay. The monster in the early stage of tier 2 spit out a spit of water and was directly beaten for a second. That's right. It was just after meeting that he spit out his elemental attack, and Sumo got close for a second. Well, it's really okay. Cheng Wuxiang didn't feel strange at all, even if Sumo showed stronger strength. Because he was numb and became a tool man who could only shout 666. A few more hours later, Cheng Wuxiang, who had killed a first-tier late-stage monster in the fierce battle, was already out of breath. He didn't explode like Sumo's physical fitness. He was able to support the world for nearly an afternoon and dusk. He had already gritted his teeth and persevered. In order not to make Brother Mo look down on him, he really tried his best, killing nearly dozens of heads. Monster! Sumo stopped when he saw this, and looked at Cheng Wuxiang with satisfaction. Thanks for your hard work, let's do this for today. Cheng Wuxiang's performance in this half-day, he was watching. It can be said that this boy with thick eyebrows and big eyes is not only amazing in talent, but even perseverance is extremely exaggerated. I can definitely compete with my previous self, that fierceness. Not for a while. Sumo found a relatively hidden dark cave. As soon as Cheng Wuxian came in, he lay directly on the ground and gasped for breath. Sweating profusely, Sumo took out a bottle of drinking water from the storage ring and handed it to him. "Thank you, Brother Mo." After thanking him, the guy grumbled directly into his mouth. Sumo sat cross-legged on the ground looking at him, and smiled, "Take Xiong, I told you to rest in front of me. You have to hold on. Now it's alright, you can't even stand." Cheng Wuxian took a big breath, and took a moment to look at Xiang Sumo. "I want to be as strong as you, Brother Mo." After he finished speaking, he had a pair of thick eyebrows and big eyes showing recollection, and said in pain, "Before he died, the old beggar hoped that I could become a man who stood upright and defended the country. The old beggar was killed by a monster because he was protecting others. At that time, I was as weak as an ant, and could only be protected. I watched my dearest being swallowed. From that moment on, I secretly vowed that I would become stronger and become the man in the mouth of the old beggar, strong enough to be able to protecting those closest to me. I never want to experience that feeling again, so I can't help but work hard." Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Looking at the determined young man, Sumo could only pat his shoulder, and said with a certain tone, "You can become a man of indomitable power, Sumo can guarantee it. The first to become the strongest man upright is also Brother Mo first, and I will follow." Seeing Cheng Wuxian who became optimistic all at once, Sumo also smiled, "Okay, we must be the strongest man." After that, Sumo took out some medicines to restore physical and spiritual energy, including the source liquid to enhance physical fitness, and handed them to Cheng Wuxian. "You take a good rest, you take these things, I don't need them now." Cheng Wuxian quickly refused to answer, "How can this work? This is your Brother Mo. Take it." Seeing Sumo's tough appearance, Cheng Wuxian accepted it with difficulty, gritted his teeth and said, "Brother Mo, I will definitely not let you down." After speaking, he sat down cross-legged and started taking medicine. Sumo smiled with satisfaction, then closed his eyes and opened the system in his mind. Host, Sumo. Repair, 5-star Silver Realm. Ability, the power of shaking, S+, 3-color domineering, S. Martial skills, 9 consecutive cuts with heavy swords, intermediate lower grade, Xiao Cheng, Yalong step, low grade upper grade, Xiao Cheng. Energy point, 10,890. Character template, Edward Newgate. Character details and unlock level can be found in the template list. After half a day's hard work between him and Cheng Wuxian, coupled with the remaining more than 3,000 points of energy, the energy point finally barely reached 10,000 points. And this is still lucky, stabbed into a low-level monster den, otherwise I am afraid it will be less. Enough for 10,000 points. System, help me get started with Tiangang Demon Boxing. After careful consideration, Sumo decided to learn this violent martial art first. At present, the effect of improving the team mode is not great. After all, the number of people is only Cheng Wuxian, which is very limited. And if he learns Tiangang Demon Boxing, he can become one of his trump cards. Under the trade-off, it is more practical to increase the strength. Soon, with the empowerment of the system. Regarding the power-generating skills of the Tiangang Demon Fist's entry level, the mystery combined with all kinds of power, all flooded into Sumo's mind. If it wasn't for the fear that Cheng Wuxian would be noisy, he would just stand up and show off. This kind of empowerment, the feeling of being able to directly and completely control it, is so cool. Boom! At this moment, there was a breath of spray from the side. Sumo turned his head to look at Cheng Wuxian. This guy has actually been promoted to Black Iron 5-star. Sure enough, only by constantly challenging one's limits in the midst of fighting can one break through the shackles. Seeing Cheng Wuxian who opened his eyes, Sumo smiled and said, "Congratulations, Takeo. Ha ha ha, it's GEMO's resources that have played a role. It's the reason for your own hard work. Well, rest after you consolidate it, and you will continue tomorrow." Received, Brother Mo. The next day, the two walked out of the cave early in the morning. After a whole night of repairs, Cheng Wuxiang is already alive and well. It has to be said that the beastly awakened person has strong resilience. Patting Cheng Wuxiang on the shoulder, Sumo smiled and said, "Today's goal is higher than yesterday. Can it stand it?" Hearing the meaning of Sumo's words, Cheng Wuxiang raised his eyebrows and grinned, "Brother Mo, the man didn't say that he can't stand it, he must stand it. Okay, let's go." After half an hour, the two had slaughtered no less than 100 monsters. Of course, most of them were killed by Sumo. But Cheng Wuxiang is not bad, and the efficiency is definitely much stronger than yesterday. The two of them started to solve the plan quickly. They are all materials, which cannot be wasted. However, just when the two were ready to do it, in the sight of Sumo, a young awakened squad approached in the direction of the two of them, with a large number of monsters behind them. Although Sumo was puzzled, he didn't want to discard these materials, so he could only stand in place and see what happened. After a while, the team of awakeners, knowing whether it was intentional or unintentional, rushed out of the grass and found the two of Sumo, and their eyes lit up. Without saying a word, he rushed past the two people, and then ran in the left and right directions separately. But soon, the monster that rushed forward rushing out of the grass also rushed out of the grass, and found Sumo two people, and culled them on the spot. Among them, there is even a second stage late monster. Seeing this scene, Sumo picked up Cheng Wuxiang and quickly ran away. The eyes gradually became as cold as a knife. He and Cheng Wuxiang were led by misfortunes. Chapter 44. Cheng Wuxiang was dazed at the moment, being carried by Sumo, feeling the harsh cold wind blowing on both sides. Then I looked at the group of wolves and tigers behind him, with blood-red maddening monsters. He was unwilling to say, "Brother Mo, our materials." No matter how dull he was, he knew that both of them should have been caused by man-made disasters. Grass. The team of awakeners that suddenly appeared, dared to treat him and Brother Mo as stunned. As he rushed, Sumo had no expression on his face, "It's just a little material, let's go first, as for them, hee." A sneer revealed infinite murderous intent. Sure enough, in the wild, you must beware not only of monsters, but also humans. Just after hesitating for a while, he and Cheng Wuxiang were pitted by the group of awakened men, and they were in a crisis. This suffices to show that the sinister heart of humans is 10 times more dangerous than monsters. Feeling the killing intent on Sumo, Cheng Wuxiang couldn't help but shudder. It was the first time he saw such a handsome Brother Mo. Lifting his head to look at the monster behind him, his thick eyebrows suddenly frowned. "Brother Mo, it's a bit strange. The group of monsters behind him hasn't stopped devouring the monsters we killed. You must know that for monsters, the flesh and blood of their companions they swallowed the growing tonic, they didn't even stop." Sumo sneered and said, "The group of awakened people angered them, either because of the treasure, or because they killed the cub of the second-order monster headed by them, and the scales were touched. This group of monsters is naturally crazy." In his experience, he also sensed this strange scene. None of the monsters stopped and swallowed the corpses, all followed the tiger monster at the peak of the second stage late stage to kill wildly. In his eyes, it seemed that there were only human beings. Hearing this, Cheng Wuxiang became anxious, then what to do with Brother Mo, the group of monsters behind him looked so fierce. The tall black and white demon tiger headed by him gave him a sense of suffocation of death, which was far more terrifying than the second-order monsters he had encountered before. And there were no fewer than 10 second-tier monsters and thousands of first-tier monsters behind him. If he is caught up, Brother Mo doesn't know whether he will die, but Cheng Wuxiang, he will definitely die. "Takeo, wait until I put you down, you will follow the group of people, remember, everything is safe, don't be found, wait for me to find you, you know." Hearing Sumo's words, Cheng Wuxiang was taken aback, then his eyes widened. "Brother Mo, you want to stay?" Sumo nodded calmly, "Yet. Although it is a disaster, but the group of monsters behind them is not an energy point." Had it not been for Cheng Wuxiang just beside him, fearing that it would be dangerous to be swarmed by the monsters, he would have stopped slaughtering the group of monsters a long time ago. After that, it is not in a hurry to destroy the awakened squad. With knowledge and beauty, even if he overturned the entire abyss maze, he would never let it go. Kill. Sumo's words caused Chang Wuxian to shake his head abruptly. No, I can't let Brother Mo take risks. Don't worry, I'll be fine, you stay, but it makes me unable to play. Your task is to keep up with the group of people, pay attention to yourself and try not to let them run away, and wait for me to come back. After speaking, Sumo directly threw Chang Wuxian to the group of people who had fled to the left. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Immediately turning around, a white halo immediately appeared on the iron fist, and the power of psychic energy and the power of the physical body urged the shaking power wildly. The buzzing sound, constantly screaming, is a force far beyond the past. This wave, there should be a lot of energy points, right? Licking the corner of his mouth, Sumo threw an iron fist straight. Click. The weird sound of glass breaking immediately came out, and the slender cracks continued to spread in the space along his fist. 10 meters. 20 meters. 35 meters. It didn't stop completely until about 40 meters. And the distance that the force of the front shock bombarded was even more than 100 meters away. This time, it is definitely the largest in terms of space area and distance since the fruit of the earthquake was used. Buzzing, boom. I saw the monsters that had been killed all over the sky, and the body that had been culled in midair was directly shocked into large pieces of flesh and blood. Only the demon tiger at the peak of the second stage, late stage, and a few agile second-order monsters noticed the crisis early and jumped away in advance. But it was also affected, and the blood overflowed crazily, very embarrassed. Bang 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 bang! Countless monsters and dense forest trees were constantly shattered, turning into a sea of blood mixed with wood residue. On the ground, it was plowed into a dark gully that was 100 meters away, tens of meters wide, and more than 1 meter deep. Smoke and dust billowed, and the vibration continued. When the aftermath of this punch was completely dissipated, a full 1/5, hundreds of monsters passed along the way were directly killed by a punch. Ding! The host kills the first order mid-level force lizard and gains 28 energy points. Ding! The host kills the first stage late fire ape and gains 50 energy points. Ding! The host beheaded the second tier early demon armored ape, gaining 146 energy points. Ding! Overlord beheaded the first stage late. The intensive prompt sound immediately sounded in Sumo's mind, and it was so beautiful. Cool! With a grin, he didn't hesitate anymore, carrying the alloy sword to show his armed color, and rushed directly into the remaining monster group. Under full firepower, Sumo was like a god of war, wielding a sword. Blood was spilling wherever he passed, and no monster could stop him with a sword. At the same time, in a small mountain 10,000 meters away, a group of people stopped. It was the reunited team of young awakeners who found no monsters behind to chase after them, and they reunited. They are actually students of Linhai University, but the key students of the sophomore and junior year. Naturally, I was out for experience this time. And they were lucky, and they found a spark of expansion. This spark of spiritual expansion can open up a spring of psychic energy, and can provide an elixir that can be promoted to the golden realm with a rate of more than 80%. It is a precious elixir of intermediate top grade. For this reason, they died 9 times, stole from the mouth of the demon tiger, and were chased madly because of this. Fortunately, I met 2 scapegoats, and now finally got rid of the crisis. A woman standing in the middle of the crowd panted and looked at the young man on the side. Senior, would it not be too good for us to do this? Those 2 seem to be students too. When she said this, she had no guilt at all, even with a smile on her mouth. The other awakened students on the side laughed as well. One of the girls with heavy makeup and a red face covered her mouth and joked, "Did you just see it?" When they rushed out, those 2 guys were still dumbfounded. Standing there in a daze, there is nothing common in the wild, it deserves it. The young senior was the captain of this team. Hearing this, he smiled warmly, "Can you get the spark of expansion without hurting one person? You are afraid that you will laugh to death at this moment, and you still pretend to be the virgin." Ha ha ha! A group of students, including the yin and yang woman, laughed immediately. And on a rock 10 meters away, Chang Wuxian gritted his teeth and looked at the group of Linhai University people. He clenched his fist tightly, this group of scumbags. You wait for me, if Brother Mo can come over, you will definitely be killed, grass. Chapter 45. Who? Just after Chang Wuxian murmured, he was in the awakened team of Linhai University. A young awakened person with a short stature suddenly shouted and looked towards the rock where Chang Wuxian was. Not good. There are detective awakeners. On the rocks, Chang Wuxian's face changed drastically, and he was careless. He actually forgot such an important thing, an awakener team must have this kind of auxiliary type awakener. Aside from anything else, Chang Wuxian turned into a mad-blood golden lion and fled desperately afterwards. Below. Captain, it's one of those two people just now. Hearing the words, the young captain's expression sank, and he hurriedly ran after him. The other students looked at the short youth. Are you sure it is one of those two? How could they be faced with such monsters? The short young man snorted coldly, my ability is a B-level hearing increase. Even if the sound within 10 meters is small, I can hear it roughly. I used to hear this guy's laughter. You rushed there. Words fall. The girl with heavy makeup looked cold, then catch up. That guy definitely heard our conversation just now. The news of spirit expansion spark must not be revealed. Although we are going back to school soon, we must be just in case. With that said, the girl's eyes were gloomy, and she followed the youth captain's pace and chased after her. The other people looked at each other and all caught up quickly. In the dense forest, Chang Wuxian rushed with all his strength, the 3-meter-high golden domineering body, constantly jumping on the thick treetops. The speed is faster than the average black iron 9 stars. However, he was only 5-star black iron, even such a legendary beast. It can't be compared to the silver 5-star youth with speed ability behind him. Turning aside the young man who was approaching behind him, Chang Wuxian cursed, FK, Nima. I've already helped you with a cut, what else do you want? Behind him, the youth captain could no longer listen to Chang Takeo's words. He stared at the golden domineering body of the former wild blood golden lion. He had read the annals of history, so he recognized this legendary beast at a glance. The young man in front of him was actually an awakened S-class beastie, or a mad-blood golden lion, the king of beasts. And many more. Yesterday, there was news from a student of Mordu University that one of the newly recruited freshmen was the evil spirit of the mad-blood golden lion. And it is impossible for such talents to appear so many at the same time. Shouldn't. Thinking about it, his heart beat abruptly. Did they treat the special enrollment of Magic Capital University as a stunner? The young man almost fainted at this time. If you let the Magic University know, the president of Linhai University will be deflated. No way, read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Don't let anyone know about this. If necessary. He shook his head abruptly, and the young man's eyes gradually became frenzied, and the killing intent filled. Without saying a word, he mobilized all his psychic powers, displayed his own speed ability, and got close to Chang Wuxian again. Really? If I have also been promoted to the Silver Realm, I will turn around and kill you if I don't say anything. Don't tell me if I was cheated, and then he would be chased and killed by someone who cheated him. Chang Wuxian vomited. But at this moment, he could only run as best as he could. Otherwise, he won't even have the chance to see Brother Mo for the last time. He will definitely regret it for the rest of his life. Gen. Unlucky. I knew I should listen to Brother Mo, and put safety first, not so close. Dead. In the end, Chang Wuxian was still close to his body, and the alloy sword in the young man's hand chopped down from above. The sharp whistling sound of the air being cut open caused Chang Wuxian's hair to explode, and he hurriedly twisted his body and swung his claws to meet him. Clang! Sparks were flying everywhere, and although the claws were intact, Chang Wuxian's body over 3 meters tall was shot down directly into the dense forest. Boom! It fell to the ground, splashing a large amount of dust. Grass! It hurts? Chang Wuxian struggled to stand up and waved his sharp claws, although there was not even a trace. But it was very numb and painful, and I felt almost lost. At this time, the Linhai University awakening team chasing after him surrounded Cheng Wuxiang. They looked at Cheng Wuxiang one by one, all showing shock. "Captain, this is a mad-blood golden lion." The yin and yang woman opened her mouth wide, S-level talented awakener. The young man nodded solemnly, "It's the new special enrollment of Magic Capital University this year, that crazy blood golden lion." Hearing that, this group of key students of Linhai University first showed an expression of jealousy and envy. But the next moment, it was killing intent. They naturally understood the seriousness of the matter, and they absolutely couldn't let Cheng Wuxiang run away. Otherwise, any one of them here will die. Either he was punished to death by Moda University, or he was retaliated to death by the evil spirit in front of him. Taking a deep breath, the youth captain looked down at Cheng Wuxiang, "Kill him, and then go find another person. This is the end of the matter, and we can't look back anymore, you know." Following his words, a young man with a very strong physique stood up. His limbs gradually swelled, and then began to grow thick black-brown hair. In the end, his height was also raised by more than 2 meters, and his limbs turned into bare paws. Bare legs. "I am both a beastly capable person, and it is a great honor for me to kill an S-rank mad-blood golden lion." The majestic young man grinned and rushed directly towards Cheng Wuxiang. The terrifying bear's legs trembled the ground. Cheng Wuxiang roared and rushed away, "Really? I'm afraid you won't succeed. If you are going to die, you must die a little more heroic, and you can't be humiliated by this group." However, facing the beast-eyed silver awakened who had a cultivation base too much higher than his own, Cheng Wuxiang was completely crushed by the hammer. Bang bang bang! He was hit by a hammer, and his hair was bleeding, and he was blasted by the terrorist force to smash the trees one after another, which was very miserable. "Ha ha, great!" The majestic young man grinned and stepped on Cheng Wuxiang's head, who had recovered. The rest of them all smiled happily, and being able to kill an S-level special enrollment student made them extremely comfortable. Even a few students geared up towards Cheng Wuxiang. The youth captain frowned and scolded coldly, "Stop making trouble, kill him." The majestic young man nodded, licked the corner of his mouth and raised his leg, trying to step on Cheng Wuxiang's head. On the ground, Cheng Wuxiang's eyes wilted, "Brother Mo, it seems that I can't become the strongest man with you." The words are not finished. Suddenly, boom! A big head fell to the ground, and Cheng Wuxiang's gaze gradually condensed in his wilting eyes. Looking at the head very close to him, it was the head of that majestic young man. "You stinky boy, clearly telling you to put your own safety first." A helpless and angrily reprimand sounded in Cheng Wuxiang's ears, and then he felt that he was being picked up. Looking up, it was his familiar and handsome face, Brother Mo. Chapter 46. At this time, all the student awakeners, including the youth captain, were staring at the majestic youth who had fallen on their heads. What happened? Just a moment. They didn't even react, and saw a spatula light up, and the majestic young man was already stunned. When the reaction came again, a young man covered in blood was already standing there. What's the situation? You know, there is an awakened in their team with increased hearing. The little young man looked at the majestic young man who was still grinning, then looked at the blood-stained slender figure, and said with a trembling voice, "Team, Captain, it's the other person." The youth captain nodded with an ugly expression. On the devastated ground, seeing Cheng Wuxiang who was covered in blood, Mo felt very guilty. If he comes later, cannot imagine. Holding Cheng Wuxiang, Mo slowly walked to a flat ground and gently put him down, and whispered, "Next, you can rest well and leave everything to Brother Mo." After speaking, his complexion turned cold, and the killing intent in his eyes almost turned into substance. Turning his head and scanning everyone at Linhai University, "You guys, damn it!" The voice was suppressed and low, as creepy as Shura crawling out of hell. Moment. All the students, including the youth captain, took a step back subconsciously and turned pale. As if being stared at by a predatory monster, he didn't dare to move at all. Dead. There are not many BBS, holding the alloy sword, Sumo fully displays the dragon step. The body is like a wandering dragon rushing out of the clouds, carrying a magnificent, violent death towards the strongest youth captain among the few. He just wanted to kill this group of people at this time, even if the King of Heaven came. You have to stand aside for him. Fast speed. Seeing Sumo who rushed in front of him in the blink of an eye, the youth captain's pupils shrank, and he reacted quickly, raising his knife and hurriedly parrying him. However, clang! Under his horrified gaze, Sumo's dark blade directly cut off his alloy sword. Immediately afterwards, the sword came to his eyes like a broken bamboo. To die. Looking at the pitch-black blade close at hand, this was the youth's last thought. Hey! I saw the alloy pass knife from top to bottom, splitting the youth captain in half on the spot. With a sneer, Sumo twisted his body and did not hesitate to rush to another Linhai University student again. 9 consecutive heavy swords cut the second one. The girl with heavy makeup only reacted at this time, her expression horrified. Captain. Their captain, the 5-star Silver Awakener, just died like this? Not only her, the rest of the students all looked at the young captain who had fallen in half with an incredible expression. No. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. And just after everyone was stunned for a moment, another person was cut to the head by Sumo. Can't let him break one by one, hurry up. Let's go together. I don't know who screamed in horror, and the rest of the talents came back to their senses and used their abilities to kill Sumo. There are B-level water elemental water blade attacks, enhanced monster power attacks, special sonic harassment. Various abilities all attacked Sumo. All die to me. With a grinning grin, Sumo swept across with a hand knife, blasted out an iron fist, and 2 white halos appeared on the edge of the knife and the iron fist. Click! Click! Accompanied by 2 weird glass-breaking sounds, all attacks were swept and wiped out, and the force of the shock came out. Among them, the 5 Linhai students who attacked Sumo were separated from flesh and blood on the spot, exploding into blood mist. Boom boom boom! The land within a radius of 10 meters, constantly shook, and the earth moved and the mountains shook. If it weren't for fear of affecting Cheng Wuxiang, Sumo's blow would even cover everyone in. All shocked to death. The remaining 7 people looked at Sumo dumbfounded at this time, with horror in their eyes. It's already a retreat. Run! The girl with heavy makeup yelled, turning around and fleeing without a word. Facing Sumo, they couldn't compete at all. At this moment, only escape. But before the 7 had any reaction, an invisible ripple suddenly spread out. Wherever they passed, the bodies of the 7 who were about to turn around seemed to be suppressed by 100-fold of gravity. Bang 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 bang! They all lay down on the ground like dead dogs, unable to move. Like a killer god, Sumo walked towards the 7 without expression. Don't kill me! I was wrong, I was wrong! Being approached by Sumo, the short young man was full of souls at this moment. Looking at the shimmering and colored incision, a commotion came from the crotch, and he actually urinated. Sumo looked down at him, raising the knife in his hand and dropping it down. Hi! The head rolled down, his face was frozen and twisted. When the other 6 people saw this, their faces were pale in fright, and they struggled to move, crying out. Don't kill us! Don't kill us! Right! Right! We have money, Shinik stones, and sparks of expansion. Sumo's eyes were indifferent, and his hand raised the knife. No! Hi! My lord, let me go, I'm from the magic city Mingdwuguan. Hi! Wow! I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Hi! Shaking the blood from the knife, Sumo walked towards the last 2 who wanted to escape. That is, the yin and yang woman and the girl with heavy makeup. At this moment, these 2 women were as calm as they were at the beginning, and the expressions of one of them were distorted and frightened. Tears fell in one's eyes. Sumo walked to the yin and yang woman, looked down at her, closed the knife in his hand and raised it. No! 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 I beg you, don't kill me, don't kill me. As long as you don't kill me, I will listen to you. Whatever you want, mine is big. I'm big everywhere. Please, please. Hi. The hysterical sound stopped abruptly, the head rolled to the side, and the body was still twitching. The girl with heavy makeup on the side wailed directly and screamed, I know. I know. She is not beautiful enough, right? Right. I am beautiful, I am beautiful. It's also the best in school. It definitely satisfies you. Will it make me alive? Weeping, the little face that had been beaten by tears lifted up, the net red face that could still be seen, was made like a ghost by the foundation, making the corners of Sumo's mouth twitch, almost breaking the defense. He squatted down and reached out his hand to support the girl's chin. The latter suddenly became hopeful and stopped crying. However, Sumo's next sentence made her face horrified again. When you reborn in your next life, I hope you can be a little bit forced. After speaking, Sumo twisted his wrist. Click. There was a sound of broken bones, and the girl's horrified face solidified, and her head was twisted aside, so she couldn't die anymore. Ding! The host killed the silver 3-star awakener and gained 160 energy. Standing up, clapping his hands in disgust, Sumo immediately began to touch the corpse, waiting for everything he could take away. He walked towards Cheng Wuxiang with satisfaction, and then walked away from here with Cheng Wuxiang on his back. As for these corpses, let's add a meal to the monsters. Chapter 47. Soon, Sumo carried Cheng Wuxiang under a hidden valley. After building a fence with a rock tower, he breathed a sigh of relief. In this battle, first slaying thousands of monsters, and then destroying a group of silver awakeners, the cost is indeed not small. Walking into the valley, Cheng Wuxiang was lying there with a guilty expression on his face. Seeing Sumo coming in, he bowed his head and said, Brother Mo, I'm sorry, I didn't listen to you. Sumo suddenly had a black line on his face, and stepped forward and gave Cheng Wuxiang a burst of chestnut. You never end, and you know all the way to apologize, is it your fault? It's my fault that is right, you are in the Black Iron Realm. You should not be asked to follow them. This brat. The appearance of self-blame makes him very guilty. Brother Mo. Okay, you blame yourself again, believe it or not, I will send you back immediately. Hearing this, Cheng Wuxiang shook his head abruptly. Glancing at him unhappily, Sumo suddenly wondered, you obviously have something to protect yourself, why don't you use it? Brother Mo, I forgot. Helplessly, Sumo immediately shook his head and sighed, forget it, don't blame you, the first time facing such a crisis, tension is inevitable, remember this lesson, next time be smart, you know. I see, Brother Mo. After throwing some healing medicine to Cheng Wuxiang, Sumo stepped aside and began to check the harvest. The harvest this time is quite a lot. With thousands of monsters alone, it reached nearly 20,000 energy points. In addition to the slaying of the awakened team of Linhai University, the Shinik stone collected should be enough to 20,000. Most importantly, he found a fiery red and radiant elixir from the storage bracelet of the youth captain. When he was in high school, the teachers taught them this knowledge, so he recognized it at a glance. Expansion Spark. A rare elixir of intermediate top grade. In the market, there are things that are priceless, and it is difficult for ordinary diamond experts to buy them. After all, this is a treasure that can make people promote to the Golden Realm with a rate of more than 80%. If the abilities are very strong, the awakened person who is talented and enchanting can cooperate with this medicine. If there is no accident, open up the psychic energy spring, and promote to the Golden Realm easily. Looking at the expansion sparks in the storage space, Sumo asked in his heart, the system, can you exchange energy points? In addition to killing creatures to obtain energy points, all items with energy can be exchanged for energy points. After hearing the system's answer, Sumo gave up the idea of exchange after weighing it up. His promotion to gold is actually as simple as drinking water, but what about Cheng Wuxiang and Chen Daong, what about future members? Let's keep it first, and see if his two little brothers need it in the future. As for the energy points that can be converted into energy points, I'm sorry, it takes a little time to kill the monsters. But the spark of expansion is very difficult to meet, and when there is a choice, fools know how to choose. System, absorb the Shinik stone in my bracelet. In that team of awakeners, a total of 3 people have storage space. The rest are carrying packages, but they don't have Shinik stones, which is a pity. Although the Shinik stones in the 3 storage spaces are all low grade, there are hundreds of them. Read more at hotmtalnovel.xyz. Estimated, it should be able to exchange more than 3,000 energy points. Ding! The host absorbed a low-level low-grade Shinik stone and gained 90 energy points. Ding! The host absorbed a low-level low-grade Shinik stone and gained 110 energy. Ding! The host absorbed a low-level low-grade Shinik stone and obtained a full 3,607 points of energy, plus the 19,504 points obtained by killing the monsters and the team of awakeners. A total of 23,111 energy points were obtained. It's enough for the unlocking progress of the shocking force by 2 more points. Of course, this time, he doesn't plan to unlock, first upgrade the team mode. With his thoughts falling. Ding! Team mode is being upgraded. Ding! Upgrade progress, 1, 10, 24. Ding! The team mode has been upgraded. The current level is level 2, the feedback ratio is 20, and the team has 6 members. Very well, I should be able to get more now. Suemo grinned and felt very happy. Next, because Cheng Wuxiang needed to heal his injuries, Suemo could only accompany him. When the injury is almost healed, he can continue to go out and kill. After all, leaving him alone, Suemo was not relieved. At night, the temperature dropped sharply. Suemo took out the food because Cheng Wuxiang couldn't move. He could only feed this guy by hand. If you let those Yanfen seniors in the Magic University see this scene, they would definitely be envious. How much I hope that the person who let Master Suemo feed is themselves, not Cheng Wuxiang. After eating and drinking, the two lay in the prepared quilt. Cheng Wuxiang suddenly opened his mouth and said curiously, "Brother Mo, can you ask a question?" "Suemo, you said. Your current state?" "Yes, as you can see, the Silver Realm." Suemo didn't hide it either, after all, he had displayed strengths that were not in line with the Black Iron Realm in front of Cheng Wuxiang many times. Guru. After swallowing a handful of saliva, Cheng Wuxiang's heart was already numb. Silver Realm. 20 days have passed since their awakening ceremony, right? Brother Mo is already the Silver Awakener, and he must catch up with the legendary record in the textbook. The most embarrassing thing is that Brother Mo is still so low-key, not high-profile cups, just invisible cups. Really? God doesn't give birth to my Brother Mo. The eternal life will force the road to grow into the night. Cheng Wuxiang was full of emotion, and he admired Suemo more and more in his heart. "Brother Mo, you hide so deliberately, I won't say it." Suemo nodded, "Well, Mu Xiu Yu Lin Feng will destroy it. If it is too conspicuous, there will be a lot of trouble. Although I am a little eye-catching now, I still have to keep a low profile." Cheng Wuxiang? Somewhat compelling? Need to keep a low profile? The strongest freshman chief student of Mordu University, the whole school knows that there may be news or something else at that time. This is a bit compelling. How can it not sound like human words? Although he complained in his heart, Cheng Wuxiang still nodded his head. "Brother Mo is right, he should keep a low profile." The old beggar also said the same. "Well, just understand and go to sleep." "Yes, Brother Mo." For the next 3 days, Suemo practiced martial arts while accompanying Cheng Wuxiang. It is worth mentioning that, with 9 consecutive cuts with heavy swords, the Xiaocheng realm has been completely controlled, and it is approaching towards Daqin. It is already possible to cut 5 knives in a row, the 5th knives. The superimposed power is terrifying. Cheng Wuxiang's body gradually improved and he was almost healed. Sure enough, the resilience is extremely abnormal. On the 4th day, the two walked out of the valley again. Cheng Wuxiang grinned, "Brother Mo, I'm a hero again." Words fall. Booming. The earth shook suddenly, and the hard ground above the surface, as if suffering a huge impact, started to fall. Then, a magnificent voice spread throughout the underground labyrinth. All the awakened under the labyrinth follow orders. In case of emergency, the army is already waiting outside. The tide of monsters is coming, and quickly return to the base city. Chapter 48. All the awakened under the maze listened to the order. In an emergency, the military is already waiting outside. The tide of monsters is coming, and quickly return to the base city. The magnificent voice spread throughout the entire abyss labyrinth, all the awakened at the top, middle, and even the bottom. All heard clearly. The tide of monsters. Withdraw, quickly withdraw. No? Really? I just came to the maze. 3 years ago in the northern Newgate, I still remembered the monster tide. Run. If you don't run, you will die. Sand sculpture, do you still plan the materials? Is your life gone? Come on with me. In the abyss maze, after hearing this sound, all the awakened faces changed a lot, and they ran towards the exit. And some of the golden awakeners in the lowest level even used the speed of feeding, like lightning bolts, rushing to the upper level. Most of them are the survivors who have experienced the dangerous tide of monsters in the Bone Forest 3 years ago. That time the monster wave came too suddenly, the military did not react, many people did not react, and eventually suffered heavy casualties. The front line fortress was broken through 3 more, until the powerful king and one of the 9 demon armies smashed back. Only to keep the last few lines of defense. Otherwise, if the tide of monsters rushes into the magic city, ordinary people and low-level awakeners will definitely not be spared. This is the tide of monsters. The catastrophe that makes human civilization fearful. At the top level. Brother Mo, what should I do? Cheng Wuxiang naturally knew what the monster tide was. When he was in high school, his teachers often reminded them of the horror of this calamity. Su Mo sighed helplessly, what else can I do? Run. Although I am very unwilling and want to continue to earn some energy in this newbie land, nothing is more important than fate. Soon, he led Cheng Wuxiang to the exit. Along the way, I met a lot of awakened people, all of them looked hurriedly and worried, wishing to have 4 legs and run faster. Out of the mouth of the blood plate, there were already a lot of alloy armored vehicles parked outside. An officer wearing a black military uniform is walking in the sky at this time. His features are majestic and not angry. Walking in the air, this officer is actually a strong man in the Diamond Realm. I am Chief Chen, the person in charge who took you to evacuate this place this time. Those who come out will immediately be armed with armored vehicles, and move fast. Seeing the awakened people, Hulu continued to run out of the abyss maze, the Chief Chen once again urged majestically, the monster tide is expected to rush out of the abyss territory in 4 or 5 hours and pass through the abyss maze. Time is very short, so hurry. When the words fell, the faces of the awakened who had just ran out changed again. 4 or 5 minutes, read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. So fast. You know, it takes 3 minutes to get back to the base city from here. And you have to wait for some people to come out later, if an accident happens halfway, then. Thinking of this, the group of awakened people rushed into the armored car and sat down nervously. Su Mo and Chen Derong also rushed out. At this time, an ethereal voice came, student brother, here and here. When Cheng Wuxiang looked at it, his eyes suddenly widened, senior sister Shangguan and sister Ye. I saw Shangguan Fiyan and the pretty and charming Ye Xiaoxiu sitting on an alloy armored car and beckoning here. Cheng Wuxiang immediately turned his head to look at Su Mo, with a look of admiration. Good guy, as soon as she was in danger, the goddess senpai came to pick her up in person, or she came in a luxurious armored car alone. If he hadn't known that Brother Mo was as fierce as a tiger, he would have made Brother Mo a little white face. Su Mo couldn't help but froze. Shangguan Fiyan came to pick him up in person? Is it because I'm also a student of Yan Yun, or? Low-key, not too narcissistic. Shaking his head, Su Mo quickly led Cheng Wuxiang towards the armored vehicle where Shangguan Fiyan was. Around, many awakened people saw this scene, it was an envy. Most of them knew Shangguan Fiyan. The 2 boys in front of them, who are they, can actually be greeted by the daughter of Shangwen's family. Because Sumo's current reputation is only spread in the Magic City University, many people still don't know about it in the outside world. So at this moment, these awakened people all looked at Sumo sourly. It's great, there is no need to squeeze a car, and there are beautiful women to accompany you. When they arrived in front of the armored car, the door opened automatically, and the two Su and Mo immediately stepped onto the armored car. The space inside was wide and it smelled nice. As soon as Sumo came up, Shangwan Fiyin looked at him, and when he found that there was nothing serious, he breathed a sigh of relief. Old Bo, go back. After seeing this scene, Ye Xiaoxiu and Cheng Wuxiang were naturally imbalanced again. The former died of anger, the latter died of acid. On the way. Booming. The horrible shock continued, and the armored vehicle that had just been driven not far was almost overturned. Sumo looked surprised and uncertain. What is the situation with this shock? Ye Xiaoxiu stabilized her figure, looked towards the direction of the Abyss territory, and said solemnly, according to internal sources, it is said that a new Tier 5 demon general has been promoted in the Abyss territory. This time the monster tide is their new one, the temptation, the principle. They have already gone to stop these big monsters. Tier 5 demon general. The battle of extraordinary powerhouses. Hearing this, Sumo looked shocked. This time, the tide of monsters actually involves such powerful people? The most terrible thing is, what the hell is this power? Fighting in the abyssal realm, has it spread to the abyss labyrinth? You know, within the field of vision, the direction of the abyss territory, but there is no trace of movement. In other words, the battle of this class of powerhouses is already enough to affect the area of 1,000 miles, and even more. Extraordinary powerhouse, so terrifying. At this moment, Sumo was even more in awe of the extraordinary powerhouses, and even the powerful kings. At the same time, I am more eager to get this power. Cheng Wuxiang stared at the side, the battle of the supernatural power. This is something he can't even think of. Looking in the direction of the abyssal territory, Ye Xiaoxiu's tone was already a little worried at this time. This tide of monsters may be several times more terrifying than the one 3 years ago, although the military has prepared in advance this time. The layout is done, but the sacrifice is not small. After the conversation, she looked at Sumo. By the way, Brother Smelly, this time the military has recruited the major forces and the awakened to organize to defend the front. It is said that as long as the monster is killed, it will give the corresponding Shinik energy stone as a reward. Many of our Mordu University, including the sophomores, juniors, and seniors of other key universities, have come to the front line for tempering. Of course, many people who are afraid of death have not come, but Fiyin and I have decided to give it a try. There are teachers and they are watching, and the powerful monsters naturally have powerful awakeners to resist. We only need to guard against the first and second order monsters. Although it is also very dangerous, if this experience can overcome it, it will definitely affect the state of mind. The cultivation base has been greatly improved, and a lot of freshmen have come here. I just saw the special recruiting teacher bring Li Tianyi and Mirong Xiaomei Niu. How about you? Hearing this, Sumo's eyes gradually brightened. Chapter 49. Apart from anything else, Sumo grinned directly. This is a rare opportunity, I naturally want to participate. Just kidding, I came to the Abyss Labyrinth for 6 days and spent 4 days taking care of Cheng Wuxiang. It simply failed to get enough energy points. Now the military has recruited the awakened to defend together, and the battle lines have been divided. To create space for these low-level awakened people, although it is still dangerous, there is a possibility of death at any time. But if it is not dangerous, it is impossible for the military to set up such a high return, isn't it? Anyway, it is voluntary. If you want to participate, if you don't participate, the military will not force you. After all, the time has not yet come to truly despair. The strongest man. 9th Army of Demons. As long as the biggest hole cards of these two humans are still there, it is impossible for the demons to fall so easily. There is a crisis, but it is not going to die. Most people know this, so they actively participated in this recruitment. Although it is dangerous, the rewards are really great. For Sumo, the third and fourth order monsters were blocked by the strong, and the remaining first and second order lines of defense were simply heaven. Sitting on the opposite side, Shangguan Fiyin saw Sumo with a confident smile on his face, and softly reminded, "School brother, if you are also involved later, remember to follow me." After all, this last line of defense still has a second order. The monster is there, no matter how evil you are, facing the second order monster, it is still a bit dangerous. Ye Xiaoxiu was jealous when she saw this. "Hi! Fiyin, do you pet him? Be careful when others call him a little white face." When Cheng Wuxiang heard the words, the corners of his mouth suddenly twitched. Little white face? Is it dangerous for Brother Mo to encounter a Tier 2 monster? Gen. A fierce man who destroyed thousands of monsters by himself, the second order monster is like cutting melons and vegetables. Are you telling me that it's a little boy? I'm afraid that the lives of those second order monsters are almost the same. He wanted to blow his brother Mo in front of the two big beauties, but Brother Mo said that he should be low-key and not forced. Ignoring Ye Xiaoxiu's small eyes, Sumo looked at Shangguan Fiyin and chuckled, "Senior sister, I will pay attention to proportion." Quickly. More than 3 hours passed. The towering alloy fortress came into view. At this time, on the alloy city wall, a large number of awakened officers and soldiers wearing alloy armor stood on it, killing them all. Read more at hotmtalnovel.xyz. Behind them, there are countless awakened people, fully armed and strictly forbidden to wait. In the sky, a Chinook fighter floats above the fortress, buzzing. It is actually the latest annihilation machine. A heavy-duty killing weapon carrying a terrifying fire power, with sufficient psychic power, can kill a large number of low-level monsters. There are many barrels on the alloy city wall, and it is also the latest psychic crystal cannon. Once the shuttle goes down, Tier 3 monsters can't stand it. In short, this first fortress alone is full of countless. The latest high-tech weapons, definitely let the monsters drink a pot. Let's go up. The armored car drove into the city gate. After stopping, Shangguan Fiyin took the lead to go upstairs, and Bo Steward followed behind. While chatting in the car, Sumo learned that this old housekeeper was silently following Shangguan Fiyin. Turned out to be a powerful awakener in the Diamond Realm. It is a personal guard with a knife who is responsible for protecting her own lady. Hidden enough. Even Sumo couldn't perceive the color of what he saw and heard. There is no doubt that this is a high-star diamond expert. With him, Shangguan Fiyin's safety this time can be said to be worry-free. On the platform belonging to Morda University, many sophomores, juniors, and even seniors gathered at this time. The overbearing young man who went to watch the friendly match last time saw Shangguan Fiyin approaching and greeted him with a grin. Behind him, followed by a team of seniors who were wearing battle armor with him, the beautiful woman who followed him last time, was among them, and each of them was breathtaking and sharp-eyed. They were all awakened in the Golden Realm. When he got closer, the overbearing youth grinned and said jokingly, "Sister, have you brought your boyfriend back?" Shangguan Fiyin's pretty face immediately blushed, and she glared at the young man, and then introduced to Sumo, "This is my brother, Shangguan Qinghong, who is a senior enrollment." Senior sister's brother? Shangguan Qinghong. In the campus forum, this name seems to have been hung on the senior man list. It seems that a ruthless person did not run away. Sumo smiled and said hello Shangguan, senior. Shangguan Qinghong looked at Sumo meaningfully, with the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. "What is the name of the senior? Shouldn't it be the older brother-in-law?" Ye Xiaoxiu on the side couldn't bear it. "Brother Qinghong, what brother-in-law? Fiyin and this stinky guy are so pure." She curled her lips. Shangguan Qinghong stepped forward and took Sumo's shoulders, and looked at Ye Xiaoxiu contemptuously. "I'm sorry, my sister has a normal taste. You have no chance. Also, my brother-in-law, I am very satisfied with this young man." Looking at the handsome cheeks near Chi-Chi, Sumo was speechless for a while. This old man, why did he call himself a big brother-in-law all of a sudden? If this spreads out, he and the senior sister will not be innocent. "Sumo, senior, my relationship with my senior sister is very pure. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Qinghong looked at Sumo with a ghostly expression of believing you. Do you think I would believe it? Apart from my father and me, you are the third man Fian cooks in person. And she smiled at you, right? Plus you still live together, little brother, all men, I understand. A mean smile came, causing Sumo's mouth to twitch. Good guy, the content of this analysis is really imaginative, but the real situation is that the two of them are really pure, okay? Just when the big brother-in-law wanted to continue teasing, a loud police siren rang. Immediately afterwards, a majestic sound was heard in the sky. Everyone, the monster tide is about to arrive in the base city in half an hour. Now, all the Diamond Awakeners who are ready to tie it, kill with me, stop all the Tier 4 monsters, and don't miss one. When the words fell, on the platform, a group of magnificent auras, extraordinary figures stepped into the air and rushed into the clouds one after another. This scene was extremely spectacular, and the rest of the awakened people looked forward to it. The Diamond Realm can walk in the air, free and unrestrained. It is the realm that most awakened people aspire to achieve in their lifetime. After a while, most of the Diamond Awakeners followed the owner of the voice and killed them in the direction of the Abyss territory. At the sight of Sumo, Shangguan Qinghong grinned lightly, his eyes revealing that he couldn't hide his domineering look at the faraway Diamond Awakener. Diamond Realm, it's not far. As he said, he looked at Sumo again, with a stern expression again. Brother-in-law, behave well, brother-in-law, I will be the brightest boy in the third order monster defense line. You will be the brightest boy in the first and second tier defense line. If our father sees it, he will definitely be greatly satisfied. By the side, Shangguan Fian's ears were already a little red. He grabbed Shangguan Qinghong's waist and pulled the brother aside to start a game of beating with brothers and sisters. And soon, 10 minutes passed, the horizon in the distance. At the junction of the sky and the earth, a series of incomparable black shadows continue to catch everyone's eyes. Overwhelming, roaring, the monster tide, which will make your scalp numb, is finally here. Chapter 50. Monster Tide. As if a black sea of horror was flowing, it gave people an extremely suppressed feeling of suffocation. Some of the weak and small students who saw this scene for the first time turned pale suddenly. There is no self-confidence and eagerness to try at the beginning. Even some of the older awakeners who have experienced a monster wave at this moment have a tingling scalp and an ugly face. Why is the scale of this monster tide so big? It's too much horror than the one 3 years ago, can we really keep it? Don't say frustrating words, just cheer me up. Behind me is our home, and my wife, son, and daughter are still behind. Yes. I don't believe it, we have so many people, coupled with the military brothers and technological weapons, we can't stop these beasts. On the platform, after the initial panic, most of the awakened people quickly calmed down. Although I was still nervous, I was already able to face the tide of monsters. At the platform of Mordu University, Yezioxu's pretty face turned pale too. Is this the real tide of monsters? Muttering, she swallowed anxiously. The monster wave 3 years ago, these high school students just heard of its horror. They didn't see it with their own eyes at all, but even so, they could still feel the tragedy from the palpitations of some older generations. However, these feelings, in front of the real tide of monsters at this moment, are just farts. Facing the feeling of the tide of monsters can almost make people's head go blank, and there is no idea of resistance. Behind her, Li Tianyi, Murong Ziai and other special recruits who came here with confidence were even more bloodless. Looking at the tide of monsters, his face was blank. Can the 4 stars of black iron really survive such a wave? Even if it is the lowest level of the first stage, if it is surrounded by 10 or hundreds, it will still die. The students of the other key universities in Magic City also did the same, their bodies trembled slightly. Among the freshmen at the scene, only Sumo was excited. He looked at the group of monsters at this time, as if seeing a rushing energy spot. 20 o'clock, 30 o'clock, 40 o'clock. The monsters reflected in their eyes are constantly popping up numbers on their heads. At this time, on the tallest Alloy City wall, a burly officer with the Huxia character face solemnly stared at the tide of monsters on the ground. He is the commander of the general battlefield here, the existence of the 9-star Diamond Peak. The name Chu Kuang, known as the Iron Blood Madness. It was a general of the 9th Army of the Suppression Demon, who was sent to guard and command this battle this time. With a pair of tiger eyes stunned, he roared, "Fire!" Words fall. Shu, Hu, read more at hotmetalnovel.xyz. The annihilating gods in the sky above the sky flew out one after another, waiting for the tide of monsters to approach. One after another terrifying Chinook missiles flew straight out, and the target was directed at the monster group. Boom 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 boom. Boom 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 bomb. With a loud and earth-shaking roar, a huge mushroom cloud rose up. The psychic storm kept strangling the monsters below, but even so, it seemed that it couldn't afford to splash a little bit of water. The tide of monsters is still rushing forward, endless, like the Black Sea crossing the border, drowning everything. On the city wall, the countless psychic crystal cannons were also brewing energy at this time, and then fired out immediately. Bang 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 bang! The Blushnik artillery group, spanning tens of thousands of meters, continuously smashed into the tide of monsters. Boom 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 boom! Shnik storms continued to generate immediately, blasting and killing monsters one after another. This time, it did blast all the gaps in the tide of monsters, but soon they were filled up by the monsters behind. Such a scene is simply desperate. But Chu Kuang remained unmoved, and continued to speak. Choose a little, suppress with fire power, don't stop. After speaking, he turned his head and scanned all the awakened below. All the golden awakeners immediately rushed to the kilometer after the fire suppression, defend the line of defense, and kill. The last killing character fell, and all the awakened below seemed to be infected by this evil aura. Looking at the magnificent scene that burst into flames, and feeling the smoke-filled air, every eye suddenly burst into endless fighting spirit. Kill! Brothers, defend your home and country, kill with me! Everyone, behind our house is our home, absolutely can't let this group of cattle rush over and kill. Kill 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 kill, kill! A group of golden awakeners immediately turned into after-images, and after showing their magical powers, they jumped off the city wall and rushed away immediately. In the front, the soldiers wearing alloy armor had already rushed into the tide of monsters, looking for a lot of Tier 3 monsters. He fought desperately. Chu Kuang watched this scene with satisfaction. Although the momentum was not very good at the beginning, now, he finally looked like a man. On the platform of Mordu University. After Shangguan Qinghong took a deep breath, he grinned openly, ha ha ha. Shangguan Qinghong, come. When the words fell, he took the lead to jump off the city wall, and a black magic armor immediately attached to his body surface. Then he drew two ferocious and black-lighted long knives from the magic armor with both hands, and rushed out without saying a word. The team members behind them all displayed their own abilities in harmony with each other, and they were all shocking, and they all kept up with Shangguan Qinghong's pace. Mr. Bo looked at the middle-aged man who appeared on the side at this time. Go, look at the young master. Yes. This person stepped out immediately, and he was another Diamond Awakener. Soon, as the Golden Awakeners struggled to block the third line of defense, the remaining Tier 1 and Tier 2 monsters. Obviously it is not as dense as it was at the beginning, but it is still like the Black Sea, coming under pressure. Chu Kuang looked at the silver and black iron awakeners on the platform, and said in a deep voice, "This will be your line of defense, don't be afraid, unite, victory will belong to us, then everyone, for our homeland and for us the people behind, kill." The roar fell. On the platform, a group of silver awakeners also jumped off the city wall one after another, using their abilities, holding their swords in their hands, and killing them towards the tide of monsters. Suemo also didn't say anything, took out the alloy knife, and jumped down boldly. His blood is already boiling, and his eyes are full of energy points. Boy! Shangguan Feiyan's face changed drastically, and she wanted to catch Suemo, but the latter was obviously a step faster. No longer hesitating, she also immediately sacrificed the indestructible sword suit and pursued Suemo. "FK! Brother Mo, wait for me." Cheng Wuxiang was also dumbfounded. Brother Mo was too sudden, he didn't say hello, and others would even shout a killing word to raise his momentum. Gen. Sure enough, my brother Mo in society, there are not many people who are ruthless. Roar. After a lion roar, Cheng Wuxiang turned into a mad-blood golden lion and jumped off the city wall. Ye Zioxu's ability is the S-level fire element, the cold ice and the red flame. It is a kind of cold to the bones flame, not to mention the strong offensive power, the characteristics can also stiffen others. There was a sky blue flame on her body, and she immediately jumped down. Humph! Feiyan protects the smelly schoolboy, and the girl protects Feiyan. Chapter 51. On the ground a kilometer away from the alloy city wall, densely packed first and second order monsters attacked and killed them. The sky was overwhelming, the earth trembled, and the roar was endless. Facing this last line of defense, the military's silver armored corps took the lead in rushing away. As a forward force and an elite guarding the demon capital, although not as perverted as the 9th Demon Army. But it is obviously also a master of hundreds of battles who have experienced countless blood battles. I saw that they all subconsciously formed an offensive and defensive battle formation while they were on the way. 10 people are a small team, and 100 people are a big team. Kill. Once the collision, the soldiers of the battle armor displayed their abilities one after another. In the 10-man squad, there were speed-type awakeners, defensive awakeners, and special types of control abilities. They worked together in a tacit understanding and suppressed the first batch of monsters. Seeing this scene, Chu Kuang nodded his head secretly, although the guards in the base city were not as good as the 9th armies. But I didn't expect it to be unexpectedly good. This time he was transferred to the headquarters as a temporary commander. He was also worried about the fit of the soldiers. It seemed that although it was not as good as the 9th Suppression Army, it was not bad. Thinking about it, Chu Kuang turned his head and looked at the calling awakeners who had already rushed out, but his brows frowned. Too messy. In contrast, this group of recruiting awakened people is like a mess of sand, even if it has its own small team. But they still fight each other. I'm afraid they can't stand the impact of the first wave of the Black Sea at all. Just as he thought, after the battle armored corps rushed to buffer the tide of monsters, even the monsters that were missed to kill. This group of awakened people is also hurriedly parrying. After a while, there were casualties. Damn it, dare to sneak attack, no. No way, I can't stand it. My hand. My hand was bitten off. Quick. Back to back, don't be surrounded by them. That's right. There are too many monsters, my speed ability can't show off. One by one, the awakened faces panicked, shouts and panic sounds kept ringing. The momentum that had just emerged was extinguished in an instant. Of course, most of these are ordinary casual awakeners, who continue to fight. On the human side, among the silver awakeners recruited, a small team has also begun to show its strength, with an amazing record. It's like a sharp knife, running rampant in the tide of monsters. These people, in fact, have a good fight with the armored soldiers. They are all wasteland teams and elite guards cultivated by the great forces of the demon capital. All are the existence of Silver 9 stars, who have received excellent training. In addition, some of the already famous Alliance Awakeners squads are also not inferior. After the initial inapplicability, a fierce attack was also launched. At this time, following behind the first group of awakened people, Sumo looked at the dense monster in front of him, his eyes flashing. His alone figure was also extremely conspicuous among those who rushed out. Because other awakened casual practitioners, even if they were alone when they came, they would all be close together subconsciously at this moment. Form a temporary team, read more at hotmentalnovel.xyz. Sumo fell well, and rushed away alone, and within 10 meters of him, there was no awakened person. If there is a sneak attack and no one can take care of it, it will definitely die. Looking at his slightly youthful face, the Diamond Awakeners who stood on the platform and took care of them all shook their heads. Young and frivolous. This kid. The teachers of Magic University who were in charge of this caregiving task also had a headache, and were ready to take protection at any time. Feng Xiaoao reminded him before he left, if Sumo participates in this experience, he must take good care of him. If Sumo makes a little mistake, when he goes back, that sneer is still fresh in their memory. Even Chu Kuang on the platform frowned and turned to Sumo. Based on his cultivation base, he can naturally feel that Sumo is only the cultivation base of the Black Iron 6 stars. This young man. Why don't you stand behind a group of silver awakened people and check for leaks? Why are their heads so iron? Are you rushing to find death? Humph. With a cold snort, he withdrew his gaze. He admires courageous young people, but he hates those who are unaware and conceited. Sumo, who was running towards the tide of monsters, certainly didn't know how compelling his behavior was at this time. Because at this moment, he only has energy points in his eyes. With a hum, a white halo suddenly appeared on Sumo's iron fist. The psychic energy of the Black Iron 6 stars and the power of the physical body urged the power of shaking, and the halo continued to expand. After rushing for hundreds of meters again, the tide of monsters finally came to him. Kill! Facing the surging monster, the corner of Sumo's mouth was slightly raised, and he immediately blasted this long-charged punch. Click! There was a strange sound of glass breaking, and space cracks spread out. Click, click! In a flash, it covered an area of nearly 20 meters. The invisible waves spread away in the next moment. Boom! Bang 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 bang! With a loud explosion, all monsters of the First Order and even the early and middle stages of the Second Order were shaken by this invisible wave. Has turned into a blood mist. Even the latter stage of the second stage had many joints broken, flew backwards, and lost the ability to move. Ding! The host kills the first stage late stage magic wolf, gaining 51 energy points. Ding! Overlord kills no wildebeest in the first stage and gains 18 energy points. Ding! The host killed the flame snake in the early stage of the second stage and gained 160 energy. Ding! Overlord beheaded the early stage of the First Order. A large number of prompts immediately popped up in Sumo's mind. It's cool. With a grin, Sumo punched again. Invisible ripples spread. In the distance of more than 50 meters along the way, a large swath of monsters exploded into blood mist. FK. What a few things. The Shinik bomb is crooked. Behind them, a team of awakeners who followed Sumo to kill, hurriedly braked one by one, exploding on the spot. And on the platform. Chu Kuang looked over again, his extremely majestic face in the Huxia character, full of astonishment. He stared at Sumo steadily, then turned his head to look at the adjutant aside, understand this kid's cultivation. The adjutant was also shocked at this time, because just now, he witnessed all the actions of Sumo. After swallowing his saliva, the adjutant replied, "Sir, this young man is a Black Iron 6-star cultivation base." When Chu Kuang heard the words, the corner of his eyes jumped and he was silent. After a long time, he sighed faintly, "It's gone, the young people nowadays are so fierce. Black Iron 6 stars, Two-Fist Town killed hundreds of monsters? There are even second-order monsters in it. If it weren't for his excellent mental qualities, as a famous general, I'm afraid he would have to say something damned. Chapter 52. Taking a deep breath, Chu Kuang looked at the adjutant again. He should still be a student, check it out. Since the Transcendent Era, such combat power has erupted in the Dark Iron Realm. Such an evildoer can be counted by 10 fingers. Although it may be a burst of energy and cannot be a lasting attack, it is definitely the evil spirit among the evil spirits. This iron-blooded mad, at this time, it can be said that he is quite curious in his heart. This kid, who is the outstanding master of the big power? The adjutant immediately clicked on his wristband, and a virtual screen quickly popped up. After the operation, his eyes widened first, and then he exclaimed, "Sir, this young man is incredible." Chu Kuang looked at it quickly. I saw a record about CMO on the virtual screen. Tianhai City Orphans and Civilians, the most assiduous senior in the 3rd middle school, the Iron Man CMO. At the awakening ceremony, the S-level special type of assault ability Demon Shock was awakened, creating miracles as a civilian. Half a month, the registration and cultivation of the school will reach the 6-star Black Iron. Battle Space broke the record of Senior Murong and created a winning streak of 888, unprecedented. Sweep a lot of special recruits in the friendly match, and become the chief student ahead of schedule with invincible posture. Suspectability is to step into the state of mind, swordsmanship, body skills, physical skills are all accomplished. This son has the posture of being a king. Looking at the record, Chu Kuang was silent for a while before he suffocated such a sentence. Because of Sumo's talent, only these words can express his mood at the moment. A commoner, overwhelming the children of the awakened family who enjoy the help of medicinal materials, how much perseverance it takes. At this moment, he obtained the legendary S-level talent and took off directly. Such an encounter is simply a miracle. As long as you don't die halfway, you will definitely be a king. And this time, on the platform, many powerful men were all stunned at this time. Sumo rushed forward single-handedly, which had already attracted their attention, and now, even more so, he couldn't move his eyes away. Staring at Sumo, he was speechless for a long time. Soon, they also inquired about Sumo's information. When I saw these records, all of them were like Chu Kuang, and they couldn't calm down. Genius? Evildoer? I'm afraid it's not enough. Perversion, only perversion can interpret this year's chief student of Magic University. Even the teachers of Magic University, after seeing the strength shown by Sumo, also silent. I finally understood why Feng Xiaoao valued Sumo so much, and why he made an exception and was promoted to chief student. Because of such a genius evildoer, it's so worth it. Shangguan Feiyan, who was following Sumo, had a beautiful face frozen, school brother. He really retained his strength. That time, he was really making me, in the same realm, he couldn't resist such a punch at all. For a while, Shangguan Feiyan felt a little unwilling, but soon was filled with fighting spirit, and the corners of her mouth were slightly raised. Read more at hotmentalnovel.xyz. Ye Xiaoxiu, who followed, came to her at this time, did not notice the latter's smile, and hummed, "This smelly schoolboy will pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger, Feiyan, ignore him, he is like this. You don't need to protect his strength at all. He protects us pretty much." Shangguan Feiyan shook her head, Xiao's attack should not last long. Let's stay by his side. After speaking, Shangguan Feiyan continued to catch up with Sumo. Ye Xiaoxiu is going crazy, is there a magnet on Sumo? Why is Feiyan so attracted? Although she was so angry, she still caught up. And to say who is the most peaceful at the moment, it is definitely Cheng Wuxiang. Looking at the exaggerated movement ahead, he sighed with emotion, it's really my brother Mo. After all, knowing Sumo's true strength, this little movement is nothing. Brother Mo is already low-key. Otherwise, with full force, the movement, at least several times more, is definitely the most beautiful cub in the audience. Thinking secretly, he also rushed to Sumo's direction immediately. In front. After Sumo's 2 punches at this time, his energy point was soaring. After a while, I made a few thousand points. And this is just the beginning. In the past, how could there be such a good thing in the wild? Without luck, even after a lot of time searching, I couldn't find so many monsters. He was extremely happy, and just as he continued to blast 7 or 8 punches, he was slightly taken aback. Because in the perception of seeing, hearing and color, everyone's eyes seemed to be staring at him. Amount? Is it a bit high profile? For the sake of energy, it seems a little overwhelmed. Gen. This conflicts with the idea of someone low-key. Thinking about it, he began to compress the spatial range of the shocking force, but the power did not change in any way. What's the matter, if you hit another 7 or 8 punches like this AoE? The black iron realm that he exposed to the outside is indeed a bit unreasonable. Well, use a knife more. Holding the alloy knife, Sumo immediately swept across. That terrifying sword light directly slashed the 10 or so first-order monsters that had been culled to the ground. Puff 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 che. The red blood flowing on the edge of the knife seemed particularly shocking. The next moment, without hesitation, he rushed into the densest tide of monsters while carrying the alloy knife. The blade whoa. Every time he slashed, every time his fist burst, he could kill dozens of monsters on the spot. Some insidious monsters who wanted to sneak attack on him, in the all-round perception of seeing, hearing and color, all ended in failure and could only be slaughtered. At this moment, Sumo probably didn't know how shocking he was when he was a man and Wanfumo. He was easy to do, and he didn't show a panic posture in the face of the overwhelming monsters, just like the same god of war. Don't talk about low-key, as high-key as you want. It's more shocking than the 2 large AoE shots just now. Visual effects explode. On the high platform of the city wall, the diamond experts who were watching the whole process of Sumo's fight, whispered one after another, "It's perfect." In their eyes, Sumo is an almighty evildoer. Response capability. Evasion ability. Physical power. Speed body. Physical combat. Swordsmanship. Nothing is ordinary, coupled with that special type of power attack. Simply impeccable. There is no doubt that this year's first-year freshman of Magic University is definitely the most dazzling presence on the battlefield at this moment. It is more eye-catching than the armored soldiers, the sharp-handled knife team, and anyone. The efficiency of killing monsters is even more exaggerated than 200 elites combined. With one enemy 1000, and even looking at his next trend, if nothing happens, the enemy's 10,000 are possible. At this time, Shangguan Feiyan, Yezioxu, and Cheng Wuxiang were already within 50 meters of Sumo. The 3 of them were in a group at the moment, and the 5-star Silver Star Yezioxu used the cold ice and red flames to kill the stiffened monsters. Shangguan Feiyan was like a Valkyrie, with dozens of particle swords in an immortal sword circling within 10 meters. Through one monster after another. Cheng Wuxiang's words, because of his low cultivation level, he could only hide behind the 2 girls and fight the first-order monsters that came. But it is also extremely brave, the monster below the second order, under his claws, can only be a few rounds. The cooperation and strength displayed by the 3 of them at this moment is even more dazzling than the awakened squad such as the armored soldiers. "Brother Mo, you put the cup over there, we are here." After tearing up a Tier 1 monster, Cheng Wuxiang even grinned in Sumo's direction and ridiculed, "I can't stand it anymore, remember to say, senior sister, she said she would go there to protect you." Chapter 53. Boom. With a knock on his head, Yezioxu glared at Cheng Wuxiang who was aside fiercely. "You stinky kid, are you still in the mood to tease? Believe it or not, Fei Yan and I will leave you here now, and there is. Fei Yan won't protect that kid." As she said, with a wave of her left hand, the sky blue flame rushed out, igniting the Tier 1 and Tier 2 monster that rushed towards Cheng Wuxiang. Burning raging, the ignited monster rolled in pain, and was stiff and unable to move. Shoo! Immediately afterwards, Shangguan Feiyan's particle sword that was floating around to protect the 2 also quickly penetrated these monsters. Cheng Wuxian glanced at Ye Xiaoxiu, who jumped up and knocked on his lion brain, and suddenly did not dare to say more. But I was madly complaining in my heart of it. The other senior sister Shangguan didn't say anything, and even blushed. You, senior sister yet, like to be nosy. Lily? You are impossible. My brother Mo's charm has broken through the sky. If I were a woman, I would definitely be his licking dog. Thinking secretly, Cheng Wuxian didn't go on deserting anymore, and seriously killed the monster. At the same time, he was practicing the thunderbending method that brother Mo gave him, and his mighty and domineering limbs stepped on mysterious steps. The entire lion body is like a thunderbolt, and the speed is obviously much faster than a normal lion step. It can be seen from this that Cheng Wuxian's talent is indeed amazing. It has only been less than a week. Since Su Mo gave him the power to run thunder to the present, he has achieved a little bit. I believe that soon, he will be able to get started. On the other side, Su Mo naturally heard Cheng Wuxian's ridicule, and couldn't help but shook his head and smiled. This stinky boy, my brother is still worried that he will be swallowed by the monster. It seems that it is fine for the time being. Words fall. Facing a second-tier mid-stage tiger monster that leaped, he turned around and punched it. Tiangang Magic Fist. The psychic energy and the compression of the physical body are blended together, and the violent fist strength suddenly surges out. Roar! Accompanied by a low demon roar, this fist full of strength banged directly on the face of the demon tiger. Next moment, that violent boxing power blasted it into a cloud of blood on the spot, with no bones left. Ding! Overlord killed the second-tier mid-stage iron-armored tiger and gained 260 energy. What a violent fist! Su Mo was secretly shocked. This was the first time he used the Tiangang Demon Fist, but he didn't expect it to be so fierce. It is indeed a top martial skill of the intermediate top grade. Of course, he also knows that it is the power of his abnormal body, the power of psychic power that is purer than the same level, and the knowledge of physical skills that are combined to have such an effect. If ordinary people are allowed to come. Let's not talk about whether you can control such a violent boxing power, just practicing Tiangang demon boxing is a problem. With a grin, Su Mo immediately became even more crazy. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Intending to do two things with one heart, hold the knife in the left hand and perform 9 consecutive cuts with the heavy sword, and control the violent Tiangang demon fist with the right hand. Although it was a bit rusty at the beginning, as he slowly tempered it, he had really mastered the skill of one mind and two purposes. Cool! Not only can it plunder and kill monsters to obtain energy points, but it can also effectively hone martial arts. This tide of monsters is really a good environment for squeezing people's potential. If the awakened people who have died tragically in the mouth of the monster know his thoughts at this time, he will definitely come alive with anger. In order to survive, their ordinary awakened people risked a lifetime of death to participate in this conscription to earn Chinook stones. These geniuses are good, and they are used as a place for training. Ugh! People are better than people, mad at people, no, mad at people. Soon, several hours passed, but the tide of monsters, as if they could not be killed, came surging. On the human side, casualties are appearing more and more frequently, they are beginning to be weak, and the offensive is weak. Above the platform, Chu Kuang watched this scene, and shouted with majesty, "Awakeners with strong melee combat ability should not rely too much on abilities, all use alloy weapons, rationally arrange psychic abilities, and wait for half an hour, waiting for the first batch. The rested awakeners have finished their rest and immediately replaced them." This kind of large-scale fighting, the Diamond Awakeners on the platform actually want to keep one more. But it is impossible to cover everything, and the current casualties are still within an acceptable range. If they didn't help in these 3 hours, the casualties would have to double again. War is so cruel. Human beings are weak, and only through bloody battles can they survive more tenaciously, so sacrifice is inevitable. At this time, on the battlefield, those who can still be strong are undoubtedly those with great perseverance, who can achieve something in the future. Even if your hands and feet are numb, as if pouring lead, you have to grit your teeth. Here, Shangguan Feiyan, the three of them are naturally still supporting them, and they are fighting with each other while eating medicines to restore psychic energy. Cheng Yuxiang looked at the place where Sumo was. There, the corpses of the monsters were already piled up into a mountain, but the blood-stained figure above was still like a god of war. He came to kill as many times as he could, and became more and more fierce, with an aura like a rainbow. My brother Mo is fierce. He sighed, and immediately gritted his teeth and continued to hold on. The foreheads of the two women on the side were also covered with sweat, and when they looked up, they were shocked by the scene. Yezioxu, I have to admit, this smelly schoolboy is really tough. Shangguan Feiyan's beautiful eyes flickered, staring at the figure steadily, and then he fought wildly even harder. As for the Diamond Awakeners on the platform, they were either praised or flattered at this time. This son's perseverance is simply what the old man has seen in his life. So talented, so persevering, the future must be my human hope against monsters. Madu University really found a treasure this year. A while ago, I heard that Takeo University has a famous double-powered super evildoer, and it was so blatant, but now it seems that this one from the Moto University is more like a real super evildoer, right? No, it's called a super perverted fear. Is more appropriate. Haha. After the tide of monsters, the old man must go to see this newcomer contest, this year's young people, incredible, incredible. A group of Diamond Awakeners, while guarding the battlefield below, split their minds, staring at Sumo from beginning to end. The same is true for Chu Kuang. While commanding the battlefield, he looked at Sumo and said with a smile, if this kid can successfully graduate and join the 9th Army of the Suppressor in the future, he will definitely be an invincible general. Fortunately. With a smile, he immediately swept down the battlefield and shouted, starting to change people. Some awakened people who were struggling to hear the words suddenly breathed a sigh of relief and immediately exchanged with the first batch of awakened people who had rested. The bloody battle, continue. One day and one night later, human corpses and monster corpses intersect on the battlefield. But if you look closely, the monster is still more tragic, with a casualty ratio of almost 100 to 1. I don't know which wave of the awakened is after the handover. Suddenly, a loud roar came from outside the sky, from somewhere unknown. The monsters who were constantly rushing stopped one after another, and then turned around and fled back to the abyssal realm. Seeing this scene, everyone was taken aback. Also at this moment, the adjutant next to Chu Kuang seemed to have received some news, and his face changed drastically. He leaned to Chu Kuang's ear, whispering with an ugly expression on his face. What? Hearing this news, Chu Kuang's face suddenly changed color without anger. Chapter 54. Everyone wondered why the tide of monsters escaped. Such an unthinkable behavior was simply impossible in the past. 3 years ago, the wave of monsters in the quiet and dangerous place had gone through almost a week of fighting. And this time, the monster wave in the Abyss territory, which was larger than that time, escaped within 2 days after impacting. And the shuddering beast roar just now. What's going on? The more I think about it, the more people don't understand. But some masonry awakeners clearly noticed something wrong with Chu Kuang. They looked at Chu Kuang one after another, with doubts in their eyes. At this time, Chu Kuang's face was very ugly, almost as black as the bottom of a pot, and ashen. Taking a deep breath, his voice trembled and said, "Everyone, we are in the midst of it." As soon as this statement came out, the bodies of all Diamond Awakeners trembled slightly, their expressions began to become restless, and they continued to look at Chu Kuang. The news that can make this iron-blooded general be so moved and his voice trembling is definitely not simple. I saw Chu Kuang gritted his teeth and said, "This change in the Abyss territory, the big monster that has been promoted to the 5th Order Demon Commander, and this violent tide of monsters are all just feints. The true target of this group of monsters is the southern one. Fortress. The most inconspicuous-looking Mizusawa is dangerous. At this time, most of the high-level monsters in the dangerous places near the magic capital have been lurking, and they are already killing the fortress in the south. With the current defense of the southern fortress, I am afraid that it can't be prevented at all, damn it. What kind of method did this group of damn monsters use to avoid our investigation, damn it. Words fall. All the Diamond Awakeners have their faces changed a lot. The body shook, almost unable to stand firm. This group of monsters actually played this one. With the bizarre actions that lasted for a month in the Abyss territory, as well as the movement of promotion to the Fifth Order monster, to divert attention. Then he evaded human detection in some way. Secretly gather most of the high-level monsters in dangerous places, dormant in the waters where there are almost no second-order monsters. Just to wait for this fatal blow. And still take advantage of this short period of time when the bloody killing army, one of the 9th armies of the suppressing devil, is out of the direct troops of the demon capital city. Damn it! This is a long-term plan, come prepared. General Chu, what shall we do now? The faces of the Diamond Awakeners were very ugly, and they looked at Chu Kuang nervously. They knew that this time, the fortress on the southern side was afraid that it would be breached, or even one could not be repaired. There will be a crisis to the Magic City, read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Crisis. An absolute crisis. It is several times more dangerous than the hastily confrontation 3 years ago. After all, although it was very hasty that time, the scale of the monster tide was not too big, and the humans were able to keep it going straight back and forth. But this time, it was obviously different, and this group of monsters actually played a strategy. This was simply impossible in the past. It doesn't fit the monsters' rampage and savage siege habits at all. On the platform, after the initial panic, Chu Kuang had recovered his composure. He looked at the crowd and resolutely said, "Principal Feng, they have already rushed to the southern fortress. Even at this moment, the headquarters has already notified all the high-level awakeners in the Demon City, no matter what the retreat is or what they are doing, they must go there. Don't disobey the order. Desperately die, and insist on the return of the Blood Killers. As long as the Blood Killers are sent to Kunhua City, the nearest space teleportation location, regardless of the cost, there will be a chance to rush. No matter how great the sacrifice, we must also save the magic capital." After finishing speaking, he turned his head to look at the adjutant aside. The battlefield here does not need to be taken seriously. Even if there is a possibility of counterattack, ignore it. After rectification, lead the remaining awakened to catch up. The adjutant looked solemn. "Yes, General." Nodded, Chu Kuang greeted the remaining Diamond Awakeners, flew back to the magic capital, and rushed to the southern fortress. At the scene, only the low-level awakeners with an uneasy expression were left. Chu Kuang's words just now did not evade, but said it on the spot, so they all heard clearly. For a while, everyone was at a loss. The real purpose of the monsters turned out to be the southern fortress. Really? When have these monsters been so smart? I thought this monster tide was scary enough, but I didn't expect it to be just a feint. How is the situation over there now? I just said that they are all high-level monsters, almost covering most of the high-level monsters in the nearby dangerous places. My goodness! Can we really hold on to our cultivation base in the past? Don't make noise, listen to the military arrangements. On the monster's corpse mountain, Sumo's face also became solemn. Although it was only a few sentences, through Chu Kuang's expression and attitude, he knew that this time, it was definitely a huge crisis in the magic capital. Even if one is wrong, it may fall. At this time, Shangguan Feiyan and Ye Zioxu came to Sumo with pale faces, and Cheng Wuxiang with a dumb face. Sumo looked at the two women with extremely worried expressions, and quickly asked, "Senior sister, what's the matter?" Just now the general said that he would inform all the forces and high-level awakened people in the Magic City. Could it be? Shangguan Feiyan bit her silver teeth lightly. Well, Shangguan's family and Zioxu's Ye family are going to fight the war. Father and the others have already taken people there, and, according to the actions of the monster this time, it is very likely that there will be a demon king. Devil! Sumo stared. This is the equivalent of a human being's powerful king. This time, the demon king was dispatched, and it was like a king on the side of the monster. After swallowing a mouthful of saliva, Sumo felt his scalp numb for a while. He could already foresee how tragic it would be this time. Looking at Shangguan Feiyan, who looked worried, Sumo could only comfort him. senior sister who is okay, we humans must be able to resist the past safely, isn't it the same for so many years? Shangguan Feiyan's face calmed down when he heard this, yet. Ye Zioxu's beautiful eyes are a little red. In the past, as long as there was a battle with the Demon King, our human sacrifices would be very tragic, and this time we humans have been designed, fathers. Having said that, she couldn't go on. Looking at the two women, at this moment, Sumo really understood that 1,000 years had passed. It is still difficult for them humans to contend with monsters, and they can only survive with countless sacrifices, yes, survival. In the face of truly powerful monsters, they still can't really survive. He shook his head and didn't think about it anymore. He was still too weak and couldn't participate in this level of war at all. Ugh! Still not strong enough. At this time, after Chu Kuang left, the adjutant began to command the scene. The guard army stays here. After the rest of the awakened people have been repaired, they will immediately return to the magic city with me. For rewards, after the disaster, the government will liquidate them one by one. Now, return to the magic city immediately. Chapter 55. At this time, at the first war fort in the south, the overwhelming high-level monsters are rushing to kill, although in terms of number, there may not be as many low-level monsters. But the scene is hundreds of times more depressing than the tide of monsters in the abyss domain. Above the sky, black clouds rolled, and the aura of the monster was so thick that even the space was blurred. Sweeping away at a glance, a huge and majestic black shadow loomed in the thick black fog, and the low and suppressed roar continued. There is not even a monster below the third order, the lowest, all are third-order monsters. And in the dense place in the center, there are a series of humanoid black shadows, they are now stepping on the sky, driving the majestic black shadow below to rush. The devil, human, my evil dragon king, coming. A loud, low, and domineering voice suddenly resounded across the sky, echoing for a long time. The aura of the thick monster also surged at the moment the sound came out, covering the sky and the earth. All the thousands of miles have been shrouded in it. Ho 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 ho. A loud roar was also responding at this moment, and the group of demons were excited. Quickly. Above the southern fortress, the forbidden guards saw this endless thick black cloud. Feeling the extremely suppressed aura, these soldiers with only silver cultivation base turned pale. The diamond-level general who has been guarding here all the year round is even more ugly at this time, but he still cheers up and shouts, "Bring up your spirits, don't be afraid, the headquarters has already ordered, and support will be coming soon. No matter what, we must stand up to it, even if it is dead, we can't let them step into our homeland for half a foot, soldiers, not afraid of death. Decisively roar down. You are not afraid of death. You are not afraid of death. You are not afraid of death. Protect your home." Behind him, a group of battle armor soldiers roared, and their momentum was also reunited at this time. They are soldiers, swords that guard the country. Never back down, never. Even if it is dead standing. The psychic crystal cannons were immediately opened, and thousands of crystal cannons were aimed at the thick black cloud that could not see the sky. Bang 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 bang! Groups of Chinook bombs were launched at the same time, and instantly filled the sky. However, facing the overwhelming high-level monsters, almost all the big monsters in the surrounding dangerous places, I saw that these Chinook bombs couldn't even break through the thick black clouds outside, as if they had fallen into a quagmire without splashing any splashes, and all disappeared. Ants? At this time, the overbearing low voice sounded softly. I saw the towering shadow group below, spewing out a large number of long-range attacks. There is a black flame. Lightning and thunder, read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. There are violent wind blades. There are endless waves. Endless terrifying energy bombarded towards the alloy fortress. Quick! Open the protective cover. The diamond-level general suddenly changed his complexion and roared, energy is increased to the maximum. Hum! A light blue circular aperture immediately enveloped the entire southern fortress, boundlessly and completely protected. That horrible energy also blasted on the protective cover in an instant. There was silence at first, and then a deafening and dull loud noise suddenly erupted. Boom! Click, click! This protective cover only held a stalemate for less than a few seconds before it cracked open and the cracks spread out. And the next moment, it was completely shattered, and the remaining energy covered the entire alloy city wall with a black cloud overwhelming. The Diamond General roared, his whole body psychic energy exploded, and an ancient golden long knife in his hand burst out. Hi! 1,000 Zhang sword energy formed by psychic energy faced the overwhelming energy attack. Awakened, in addition to ability as a basic attack method, when in the Golden Realm, it opens up psychic energy springs, and can use Shinix as a means of attack to kill enemies. Diamond Awakens can use this method to play tricks. Played to the extreme, while using the psychic energy to activate the abilities, there is still room to perform such a terrifying slash. Qianzhong Daikai slashed above the energy sea, once again resisting the downward pressure. Kill! Upon seeing this, the Diamond General immediately roared into the air and displayed his B-level ability Golden Aperture. It is a special type of protective ability. A large piece of golden light instantly formed a wall of thousands of meters, trying to resist the remaining energy. But at this moment, a black light the size of a thumb came straight from the thick black cloud, as fast as it had crossed the space. In the blink of an eye, the black light pierced the golden light wall and also pierced the head of the Diamond General. Ridiculous! In the dark clouds, another voice came, with a hoarse and grinning smile. And as the Diamond General died, the golden light wall immediately dissipated, and the energy sea blasted on the fortress wall without any hindrance. Rumble! The war fortress that had been guarded by the capital for many years collapsed on the spot. And along with the massive energy attack gushing out from the thick black cloud, he was directly razed to the ground. On an armored vehicle heading to the south of the Magic City, CMO and others looked at the black screen in front of them, and fell silent for an instant. This video of the destruction of the first war fortress made them feel trembling, the extremely suppressed black cloud. As if entering an uninhabited territory, all the places passed by were pushed horizontally. In less than an hour, 2 war fortresses were destroyed. Now it is very likely that the third war fortress in the south has been reached. The powerhouses in the Magic City are still on their way. Such a surprise attack, as well as the ability to block investigations, is simply desperate. Without the 9 demon suppression army, can you really defend the demon capital? Staring at the video, Ye Xiaoxiu's expression was terrible. In terms of high-end power, let's not talk about whether all the strong in the magic capital can withstand it, let's talk about the backbone. Without the assistance of the 9th Suppression Army, it is obviously impossible to match. Every member of the 9th Army of the Suppression of Demons, even the lowest soldier, is an awakened person in the Golden Realm. And the minimum requirements are all B-level abilities, and they must be one of the best in a million. It can be said that the backbone of human beings against monsters is the 9th Army of Suppressing Demons. Now, the Blood-Killing Army, one of the 9th Suppressing Army, which is directly under the Demon City, is not there, so what is it to contend with? Driving an armored car, Bo Lao sighed helplessly, I am too eager to regain the territory. In the past 2 decades, human beings have indeed not experienced such a big crisis, so that they have slackened. In the past, even if they went out to fight, the Killing Army will also stay 2/4 of its power to guard the magic capital, but this time in order to regain another treasure, it is indeed too impulsive. But this is also involuntary. The speed of growth and reproduction of monsters is much faster than that of human beings. Only treasures can make us humans grow up quickly. The government is desperate to win the future. In short, this if you keep the magic capital once, you really have to think twice before doing it, alas. Chapter 56. Treasure Land. As Bo's old saying fell, Sumo's eyes flashed. The knowledge about Treasure Land was also popularized by the teacher in the high school class. This is a secret realm where psychic vortices can be born. It is an independent small world of space. Within the Treasure Land, the psychic energy of heaven and earth can be described as extremely pure, and it is the kind that can directly absorb and upgrade the cultivation base. It is more than 100 times stronger than the absorption of Shinix stone. It's as if you are in a world full of high-grade Chinook stones, inhaling casually, and your cultivation is extremely exaggerated. Those with strong talents are even more like a duck in the water, and can be promoted by leaps and bounds. Those top Chinook veins, even the legendary psychic veins, are basically only generated in treasure lands with a high probability. And within the treasure land, under the long-term washing of pure psychic energy, many natural treasures with magical abilities will be born. The reason why mankind has been able to sustain it for so long has reached the situation where it can barely survive today. It is because of the opportunity to rise to the treasure land that was discovered in the early years. Therefore, the government attaches so much importance to the treasure land. Once discovered, it will definitely send the strongest army of the 9 demon army to open up wasteland. But this time, it was obviously too desperate, bewildered by the inertia that the monster has been lurking for 20 years, and turned an army. Thinking about it, Sumo sighed quietly. In this situation, the blood-killing army clearly couldn't continue to suppress the treasure land, and had to rush back to the magic capital. Whether the treasure is important, or the magic is important, don't even think about it. Although the treasure is important, it is the key to win the future vitality of mankind. But if the root is gone, there is nothing. Diddy. Dad, the call is coming. Dad, the call is coming. At this time, the high-tech watch that Sumo just bought rang, still a familiar ringtone. Seeing that it was Yan Yun calling, Sumo quickly clicked on it. A virtual screen suddenly popped up. Soon, Yan Yun's beautiful cheeks appeared on the video. This time, she didn't say anything more, but her face was solemn. Brother, Fei Yan, are you all right? Tone, with deep concern. Sumo also nodded his head. Teacher, the situation here, read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Yan Yun took a deep breath. I know, and within half an hour, the situation has become more and more serious now. The southern 6 war fortresses have been destroyed, and only the last one is left. The magic city will directly face the group monster. Fortunately, Senior Mirong and Senior Gu have already forced the Demon King into the rest of the space. Although they are at a disadvantage, they can at least isolate the biggest hidden danger. And then, the headquarters also made up their minds, preferring to sacrifice. In addition, the defensive forces of the 4 top cities will also spend a large price to send the 9th army of the suppression demons to the past. We must protect the demonic capital, sacrifice the ego, and protect the ego. King Binglin, Mirong Chang Kong. King Shang, Gu Changfeng. Sure enough, the 2 powerful kings of the demon city were also dispatched. Shocked inwardly, the 5 Sumo people unanimously let out a sigh of relief. The top force is dispatched, coupled with more secure support. If so, the loss of the magic capital can definitely be minimized. Even as long as the other 4 top cities are not taken advantage of during this period of time, it will be a big profit. Even if he was attacked by the opportunity, he still had the power to protect himself, and the loss would be smaller at most. As for the other 4 top cities, are they designed to be encircled and suppressed by the dangerous monsters like the magic capital? Non-existent. The magic capital is definitely an exception this time. You know, since the transcendental era, the monsters have not been very united. If it were all designed together like this time, then mankind would have been extinct long ago. So, it was because of the habit of monsters that the magic city was negligent, and it was designed because of the discovery of a precious place. After all, who could have imagined that a group of dangerous places that were already very uncomfortable with each other would actually unite and design? After this time, all major human cities will definitely beware of this. Of course, we still have to overcome this disaster now. Okay, then, just leave it to the government and they will handle it. You can go back to school. Yan Yun said with a serious expression. After all, you are the hope of mankind. Even if the demons are really destroyed, nothing can happen to you. If you are really worried about the situation, the government has already turned on the official TV, and there will be live reports. After that, Yan Yun reminded him with a solemn tone, remember, don't go, just stay at school. If something really happens, our magic university has a hidden teleportation array that will protect you. Suemo and Shangguan Feiyan nodded at the same time. I see, teacher. Of course, Suemo didn't know what Shangguan Feiyan thought, but he definitely had some ideas. Fighting day and night gave him a lot of energy points, more than that of Shinnok veins. Go back to school and make good use of the wave, and then make plans. The military said that it is best not to participate in the war below the Golden Realm, but after a wave of improvement, his strength allows it. Soon, the armored vehicle changed its direction and hurried back to the Magic University. Bo Lao and Yan Yun have the same idea, and the safety of Guan Feiyan and others is the priority. And the master has ordered that the young lady is not allowed to go to the south, and even if necessary, she should immediately send it to other cities. As for the young master, he had already led the team to the south, and he was half angry with him. After a while, the armored vehicle drove into the Magic City University. At this time, many sophomores and juniors had already returned. Li Tianyi and Mirong Zi were among them. This time, the two of them actually performed fairly well, but compared with Suemo, they were far worse. Even Cheng Wuxiang's performance was much better than the two. As special enrollment students in the same class, the two of them could not compare to Sumo's pervert, but they were separated by Cheng Wuxiang. The heart is naturally unwilling. At this time, Mirong Zi got off the armored car too, her pretty little face full of worries. The butler who was following comforted him at this moment. Miss Hu is okay, if Senior Gu joins hands, Grandpa will be fine. Mirong Zi nodded when he heard the words, and then stepped into the school gate, just in time to see Suemo who just got out of the car. A pair of beautiful eyes suddenly brought a complex and unwilling look. She was the most humiliating special enrollment in the last friendly match. After being attacked by the man, he was taken away in a coma, and then he stayed in his hospital for 3 days before getting out of bed. Shame to death. The butler next to her was a diamond expert. Just when she was taking care of her own lady, she also saw Sumo's perverted fight. At this moment, the housekeeper saw that his own lady looked at Suemo unwillingly, so he shook his head. After the young lady was knocked down last time, the ancestor of the family, Mirong Changkong, was not angry. Instead, he admired Suemo, saying that the young lady was inferior to others, so I can't blame anyone, but always praised Suemo able to break his own record. He even said that one day he must invite the chief-born to be a guest at Mirong's house, and take a good look. Chapter 57. Feeling that someone was watching him, Suemo turned his head and looked towards him, and immediately met the pair of unwillingly beautiful eyes. The corners of his mouth twitched, but he nodded. After all, he will be classmates in the future, and there is not much hatred. Superficial relationships are still necessary. Moreover, this little girl was seconded by herself last time, and she didn't know how Mirong's reaction was or whether she would hate herself. A family with a powerful king. But after another thought, Suemo felt that he should have been thinking too much. Mirong's reputation in the Devil City is not bad, that is, the little girl's unpleasant personality is a little bit jiaosheng. In other words, there are no black spots, and it shouldn't be bullying. Soon, Suemo and others returned to the dormitory. Brother, you haven't rested for a day and night. You should be hungry now? I'm going to make some food. As soon as he entered Villa number 10, Shangguan Feiyan cheered up and said softly. Although there was still a hint of worry at the corner of his eyes, she was obviously stronger than Ye Xiaoxiu, unlike the latter who still had a red and weak eye corner at this time. Suemo shook his head. Senior sister, you are tired too, so I can just eat something. Let's rest first. After speaking, he stepped into his bedroom first. In the bedroom, Suemo sat cross-legged on the bed. System, help me shield it. Next, he has to improve. Bo Lao is trying to protect Shangguan Feiyan this time, but he is still guarding upstairs. A high-star diamond awakened person, if he is not careful, even if he perceives it subconsciously, he can feel unusual. It's better to be careful. Following his words, the system immediately opened the shield, and an invisible barrier immediately enveloped Suemo. Suemo immediately clicked on the character template. Host, Suemo. Repair, 5-star Silver Realm. Ability, the power of shaking, S+, 3 color domineering, S. Martial skills, heavy sword and 9 slashes, intermediate lower grade, Xiao Cheng, Yu long step, low grade upper grade, Xiao Cheng, Tian Gang demon boxing, intermediate upper grade, beginner. Energy point, 178,560. Character template, Edward Newgate. Character details and unlock level can be found in the template list. Looking at the energy point, Sumo smiled. A full 170,000. It's definitely the most time in my history. Moreover, if it weren't for most of the kills this time were first order monsters, I'm afraid I could get more. The battlefield over there in the south, I definitely want to go. Just a wave of faint monsters can get him 170,000 energy points. Then in the southern fortress is at least the battlefield of tier 3 monsters, what will be the gain? Although it is very dangerous, there is even the possibility of death. But the wealth are in danger, and there is no such thing as letting him just sit on the sidelines. After all, this kind of opportunity may be catastrophe for others, but for Sumo, as long as it is not a lifeless situation, it is a paradise for earning energy points. And if you miss this opportunity, I don't know when the next time will be. Therefore, he must go. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Thinking about it, Sumo clicked on the Whitebeard character template. Want to go to that battlefield, as long as you have the strength of the Golden Realm. This is for him who can contend with 1 or 2 by himself. If he makes a good improvement, he should be qualified. Shocking power, unlocked level 171. Overlord color domineering, unlocking level 82. Armed domineering, elementary, unlock level 40. See and hear color domineering, elementary, unlock level 209. Physical skills, unlocked level 161. Swordsmanship, unlocked level 213. After a day and night of fighting, the abilities used have actually improved a lot. The power of the tremor has increased by 0.1. Seeing and hearing color has increased from 202 to 209, and 0.8 has been added, which is almost a little bit. Physical skills from the original 152 to 161, the same is almost a little bit. Swordsmanship has increased the most, from 203 to 213, which is exactly a little bit. Looking at the changes on the panel, and feeling the enhanced power and psychic energy again, Sumo was very satisfied, although there is no energy point to unlock it quickly, but it is already very good. As long as it can continue to grow stronger, it is a good thing. Next, he began to think seriously. If you want to go to the battlefield, you must expose your strength. The shocking power he is currently exposed to, definitely cannot be used, and will not be improved for the time being. And this time, he intends to hide his identity and sneak into the battlefield. The disaster is ahead, and the military is now waiting for more and more manpower. So naturally, he wouldn't check for any awakening certificates. It should be safe to bring a mask or something into the battlefield. Let's upgrade your armed color first. At least they are tier 3 monsters. It's not a joke. Once you are besieged, this defense will definitely be enough. Thinking about it, Sumo immediately spent 60,000 energy points in exchange for 60 armed colors to unlock the progress. Plus the original 402. Directly unlock and promote to the intermediate armed color. Immediately afterwards, he spent another 280,000 to exchange 14 physical progress, reaching 301. Armed color matching technique can definitely bring out the close combat power. Seeing and hearing the color, also spent 30,000, exchanged 30 progress. Overlord color is more expensive, but now that you have money, you can be willful, exchange it for 2. And spend 160,000. So far, Sumo has spent 134,000 energy points. The biggest consumption ever. His little heart couldn't help but pounding. Shocking power, unlocked level 171. Overlord color domineering, unlock level 102. Armed color domineering, intermediate, unlock level 0. See and hear color domineering, beginner, unlock level 509. Physical skills, unlock level 301. Swordsmanship, unlocked level 213. Ding! Since the host's armed color domineering has been unlocked to the intermediate level, the exchange price has increased from 1000 to 3,000. Ding! Since the host body technique has been unlocked to the 30th level, the exchange price has increased from 2,000 points to 4,000 points. Listening to the sound of the system in his mind, Sumo suddenly felt painful. He had guessed before that if the ability is unlocked to a certain level in the future, the price will increase. After all, as the progress continues to improve, the power obtained will become stronger. According to the rules of the law of conservation, more will inevitably be needed. Energy point. Sure enough, the armed color was upgraded to the intermediate level, and then 3,000 points were required for every one. After physical surgery 4,000 points are required. After that, when the most expensive overlord's color and shocking power reached a certain level, wouldn't it be higher? Gen. 3 pressures. Ding! Are you empowering now? Listening to the system prompts, Sumo took a deep breath. The feedback this time was definitely not small. Yes. Boom! Several vast forces poured into his body instantly. Domineering. Seeing and hearing domineering. Armed and domineering. Physical surgery. The power of the flesh. Shinic power. Soul strength. All of them were initiating, and Sumo was like a sponge, absorbing these powers without hindrance. Especially armed color and body art, after unlocking to a large stage, it is obviously the two most prominent points. Just talk about the armed color, not only has the defense and offensive power been improved, but even the use of skills is constantly empowering. Armed color hardening, armed color covering and winding, armed color external release, etc. Chapter 58. Time passed by. Sumo sits quietly on the bed, the power in his body is still instilling. The spiritual cultivation base is rising even more. 6 silver stars. 7 silver stars. This feeling of becoming stronger made Sumo intoxicated. It wasn't until half an hour passed that these few forces gradually subsided and they were completely digested. The most intuitive realm of psychic energy directly reached the cultivation base of the 8-star silver peak. Although it doesn't seem to be as exaggerated as before from the black iron 6 stars to the silver 3 stars. But in fact, just this nearly 4-star improvement is definitely more than dozens of times greater than the energy contained in that time. I will be promoted to the 8-star silver peak before school starts. Sumo sighed, wondering if he should find the right time and make a high-profile wave. Otherwise, if this is hidden again, I'm afraid that once the cultivation base is exposed, he can announce his graduation, right? Of course, this is not anxious, everything still needs to have enough self-preservation. As a steady man, you can install a cup unintentionally, and take the initiative to do it, then forget it. After spending another hour consolidating his strength, Sumo immediately turned on his high-tech watch. A large virtual screen immediately popped up. The government's official live report is also in full swing at this time. At the same time, all mankind is watching this battle nervously. Live on the screen. At this time, the last war fortress in the southern part of the Magic City was about to collapse. In that world, various elemental energies and special forces are bombarding wildly. In the sky, the supernatural powerhouse and the humanoid demons on the side of the monsters are fighting frantically. The power that destroys the world will almost envelop the entire world. Every transcendent, at this moment, has expanded its own half of the domain. That infinite amount of supernatural power blasted the space into a distortion, as if it would be broken in the next moment. The humanoid demon generals are even more ferocious, and they sacrificed their true bodies one after another, and the power of blood derives from their own destiny. They all roared and rushed into the half-realm of the human transcendent powerhouse, without any fear at all. And at the next cloud layer. It is the battle of the diamond powerhouses, although it is not as shocking and destroying the world as the extraordinary powers, read more at hotmentalnovel.xyz. But it was equally terrifying, and the casual attack of the elemental awakeners covered several kilometers of mid-air. A series of psychic swords and air swords roared out in a vertical and horizontal manner, but when they fell on the earth, they were thousands of meters of pitch-black ravines. The body of the fourth order monster that is a few hundred meters tall also stands above the void, stubbornly shaking these attacks, and constantly forcing the human awakened to kill without fear of death. The scene is a thrilling, a little careless, anytime, anywhere. All have the possibility of falling. On the earth, tens of thousands of Tier 3 monsters and the Golden Awakeners are also fighting, but it is the human awakeners being crushed and beaten by one side, and people sacrifice every moment, which is very tragic. Sumo looked at this shocking picture with a heavy expression on his face. The extraordinary powers of mankind and the diamond powerhouses can barely withstand each other's fourth and fifth order monsters. However, in terms of the combat power of the Golden Awakeners, it was obvious that they were unilaterally crushed and beaten by the monsters, and people were dying at all times. In the previous battle, when the Diamond Awakener on the human side wanted to redeem the situation of his own Golden Awakener, he would be killed by the fourth order monster again, and he couldn't help it at all, so he could only watch the situation below get worse and worse. In short, the situation of the war was very unfavorable, and the human side was once again forced to retreat to the Fortress of War. Because of this, the last fortress also collapsed and destroyed on the spot. The monsters face the magic capital. All human beings who were watching the battle were extremely nervous at the moment, and some ordinary mortals were so scared that they almost fainted. Come on, Demon City! In persevering, the 9th demon suppressing army is ready to tie it, stand it. Too horrible! Too horrible! The incomparable Golden Awakener in the past was like cannon fodder. He died if he died. Come on! You must stand it! Devil! Damn it! I also want to go over and help. It feels really uncomfortable to see the same kind being killed. Now I can only wait for the support of the 9th army of the suppression of demons. I am in the capital of demons at this moment, no more. I want to go to the south. Although I am only a dark iron, I will never watch the capital of demons fall. Brother upstairs, don't be impulsive. In the lower left corner of the official live broadcast room, there is a barrage bar where all mankind can take the initiative to speak. At this moment, all mankind is screaming for the demon capital. One by one, they can't wait to fly over to protect the demon capital. Of course, they were all passionate teenagers, and most of them were still pale and frightened. At this moment, the tragic battlefield on the video turned around and came to the edge of the southern city of the Magic City. Everyone, the last war fortress in the southern part of the Demon City was breached. Although our side suffered heavy losses, in the end, we humans have withstood the pressure because the 9 suppression demon army burning heaven, Xiao Long, Dong Yuan, and Zia Yao have already completely arrived in the Magic City. At this moment, immediately go to the battlefield to completely kill the group of monsters. Please see. In the video, a female officer's high and excited voice sounded, and the camera shifted to the side with her. I saw that in a wide street, a Chinook armored vehicle quickly rushed towards the direction of the southern fortress. In the sky, fighter planes shot out quickly. The most eye-catching is the tall and mighty figure standing on the armored vehicle and fighter plane. These figures are like the blades with the same handle filled with evil spirits. Vigorous, domineering and sturdy. This is the first sense of everyone in the live broadcast room, and the heart is extremely shocking. The Burning Heaven army is wearing the flame gold patterned armor. The Owl Dragon army of the Silver Dragon patterned battle armor. The Eastern Yuan army of the Cyan Sword patterned battle armor. The Purple Obsidian army of the Purple Black Star patterned battle armor. Everyone, these 4 armies are the strongest armies of our mankind. Every soldier in them is one of the elite of our mankind. A soldier in the army. At this moment, let us follow these soldiers. Let's go to the battlefield together. As the female officer's words fell, the camera immediately followed the chariots and fighters. Seeing the expressionless and cruel figures on the camera, Sumo was stunned and shocked. Is this the 9th army of the suppression demon? This aura and momentum is really terrifying. He dared to guarantee that every demon suppression soldier in it was an outstanding existence in the same rank. Because only such a person can gather such momentum. Suppress the 9th army? In the future, graduates of various universities will be challenged and selected. I am starting to look forward to it. Smiling with emotion, Sumo immediately stood up and walked out of his bedroom. The real war has just begun at this moment. Chapter 59. When everyone came back, it was already near night, so at this moment, the sky was already dark. Upstairs, the two women, Yazioxu and Shangguan Feiyan, may have their heartstrings strained too tight, and they have not slept all day and night. It didn't take a while before that, and he fell asleep early. Sumo quietly walked out of Villa number 10, but a figure stopped there. Old Bo looked at Sumo helplessly. "Little friend Su, where are you going?" Looking at the old housekeeper in front of him, Sumo frowned. He knew that if he left, he would definitely not be able to conceal this old housekeeper. After all, there is still system shielding in the sitting state, but if you leave the state, a good person is gone. The old housekeeper will definitely feel abnormal. Looking directly at Bo Lao, Sumo whispered, "Battlefield." Old Bo shook his head when he heard this, and was about to persuade him, but the next moment, his eyes became round. I saw Sumo on the opposite side. A breath of Silver Realm suddenly burst out of his body. A pair of star-like eyes was looking at him with extreme sternness. Silver Realm. Looking at the boy in front of him in a daze, Mr. Bo was shocked. If he was right, Sumo was still an awakened Black Iron 6-star during that monster wave? How come you get one silver star in the blink of an eye? This. Is it a hidden repair? Can you hide the cultivation base in front of diamond powerhouses like them? How can that be? For a time, Bo Lao couldn't calm down inside, and felt that the young man in front of him was so mysterious and unpredictable. He took a deep breath and said solemnly, "Little friend Su, you are so talented, and the old man can't let you go to the battlefield. This kind of evildoer, let alone the lady's account. Even if it was his own decision, he would not be allowed to die in the past. Promote to the Silver Realm in 1 month. Proficient in boxing, swordsmanship, and body skills, and outstanding strength. Such an incredible talent is enough to catch up with that legendary existence. If nothing else, he is definitely another powerful king, and he is also the ultimate king of terrifying combat power. If Sumo died because of one of his negligent decisions, let alone the young lady would kill him severely. He would kill himself severely." Opposite, Sumo stopped talking nonsense, suddenly rushed out, turning into an afterimage and instantly came to Elder Bo. The terrifying physical power and the psychic power immediately blended together, and the entry-level Tiangang demon fist blasted fiercely. Roar! Accompanied by a low demon roar, that arrogant boxing power was completely vented. In an instant, the surrounding air was smashed into pieces, and then, with the powerful force of thunder, he blasted towards Bo Lao's face. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. As a diamond expert, Bo Lao naturally reacted, and his old palm seemed to rest on Sumo's fist path. Boom! However, after steadily catching the punch, the old housekeeper was stunned again, looking at Sumo in disbelief. "You!" Withdrawing his fist, Sumo solemnly said, "I'm not the kind of person who can make fun of his life, don't worry, Bo Lao." After speaking, he bypassed the old housekeeper and left quickly. It wasn't until his figure disappeared in the villa area that Mr. Bo came back to his senses and sighed, "Peerless evildoer." Very soon, Sumo left the school. Putting on a pitch-black battle suit and wearing a pitch-black mask, he looked extremely cold and mysterious. "Stopped a taxi, Master, Nanbu Station Base." The master suddenly changed his face when he heard this. "Brother, the south is very dangerous now. It is everyone's responsibility to defend our homeland." In his heart, Sumo added another sentence, "Earn some energy points by the way." Hearing what he said, the master stood in awe, and looked at Sumo with admiration. "Get in the car, no charge." At this time, those who dare to go to the south are all heroes. He is just an ordinary mortal, and carrying these heroes to the battlefield is the only contribution he can make. After a while, the taxi stopped at the out-of-town station in the south. "Brother, come on." After the master gave a cheer, he drove back to the inner city again. Entering the station, at this moment, some Golden Awakeners who had returned from other places also rushed to the southern station. The government issued an order, and even the Golden Awakeners who went out also received the news. So even if you are unwilling, as long as you reach the Golden Awakener, you must rush to the battlefield. Keeping up with the flow of people, Sumo immediately got on an armored car, because he did not hide the repairs at the moment. So the 10 Golden Awakeners in a car looked at him suspiciously. Silver 8 stars are also going to the battlefield? Isn't this looking for death? An older elder kindly reminded at this moment, Your Excellency is really going to the southern battlefield. The tone is more euphemistic, but the meaning is already obvious. It is everyone's responsibility to defend our homeland. After speaking, Sumo stopped talking and sat quietly on the armored vehicle. But when his words fell, he caused the middle-aged Golden Awakeners to lower their heads. Somewhat ashamed. What a special thing. A silver awakened person has such an awakening, and they even look reluctant. What a shame. Thinking, these Golden Awakeners raised their heads again, and their eyes no longer showed resistance. It's turned into a resolute. Well said. The old man immediately clapped his hands and exclaimed, Old man, even if I sacrificed this time, I must drive the damn beasts out of the magic capital. If we old guys are afraid of death, then who else will protect humanity's future? At the sight of the old man, a middle-aged man with a Huxia character face could not help but sigh with emotion. Yes. When we were still black iron and silver cultivation base, some seniors were working hard to protect us. That's why we can grow up to this day and be human. Don't forget our roots, now it's our turn to protect the younger generation. The few Golden Awakeners who had just resisted were also infected, and they suddenly spoke with shame on their faces. After hearing this silver friend's words, I am really ashamed. When did I start? I have become so ashamed. It's no longer oneself. Oh, don't care, even if you die this time, you must desperately die a tier 3 monster, and you must save the magic capital. The rest of the restless awakeners clenched their fists and shouted one after another. My son has always regarded me as a hero. This time, I absolutely want to be a real hero once, for him and for our family. Don't be afraid. Suddenly, on the lifeless armored vehicle, the style of painting suddenly changed, becoming enthusiastic, and the aura continued to soar. Looking at everyone, the corners of Sumo's mouth hesitated to speak. Suddenly I felt a little guilty. Well, he confessed honestly. He just screamed casually because he didn't want to be verbose. Everyone, don't get excited, you must survive as much as possible if you can survive. But in the end, Sumo still couldn't bear to destroy this beautiful atmosphere. After all, on the battlefield, high mood is always more important than low mood, isn't it? Chapter 60. Armored vehicles quickly rushed out of the southern city to keep up with the pace of the 9th Army. In the car, the old man clicked on the government's official live broadcast room. I saw that in the live broadcast room, the 9th Army of Demons who set off first was about to arrive on the battlefield. Some generals of the 9th Army of the Suppression Demons stepped away, already involved in the Battle of the Sky. Pause time. On top of the high-end combat power, from the original reluctance to contend, they began to defensively and attacked, forcing and killing a lot of Tier 4 monsters. And every diamond-level general from the 9th Army of the Suppressor was extremely cruel. The combat power is amazing. It is not at all vain to fight the terrifying Tier 4 monsters alone with one enemy and one. Among them, a handsome middle-aged man wearing a silver dragon-patterned battle armor is 1-to-1 against 3, and at the same time resists 3 Tier 4 monsters. Holding a silver dragon spear in hand, this handsome middle-aged man was covered in white light, like a white sun. At this moment, as the spear in his hand was constantly waving, the spear light instantly turned into a white light dragon and roared out. Roar! The dragon roar is deafening. The 1,000-meter-long elemental dragon body is even more lifelike, even if it entangles 3 Tier 4 monsters. The sharp spear light that contained immediately strangled the bodies of these 4 monsters, and the latter screamed again and again. At this moment, a tall figure wearing a bloodline gold-rimmed armor came to the side of this handsome middle-aged man. It was Chu Kuang, who had fought hard for a long time. He breathed a sigh of relief at this moment. Feng, you are finally here. While strangling the three monsters, the handsome middle-aged turned his head to look at Chu Kuang. No, do you watch you die. The handsome middle-aged man is one of the generals of the Xiaolong army, his full name is Mu Feng. Like Chu Kuang, he is a prestigious leader. When he was young, he was a special enrollment for Taikyo University. Honored as Aurora Shocking Dragon. With S-level light elements, Aurora Magical. The existence of the 9-star pinnacle in the Diamond Realm. The combat power is so strong that there are almost no opponents under the extraordinary. Chu Kuang grinned, of course I know that you guy is not willing to die. Humph. With a cold snort, Mu Feng immediately turned to look at the three monsters entangled by his spear light dragon, and said indifferently, dare to invade my human territory and kill my fellow robe, damn it. The extremely indifferent voice fell, and a large amount of white light burst out again above his body, like the setting sun in 9 days. With the finger of the silver dragon spear in his hand, the sky filled the white light and shot towards the three monsters. Buzzing! The sky-filled spear light illusioned by the Aurora God directly bombarded the body surface of the three monsters, splashing a lot of blood. Ha ha ha, kill! Upon seeing this, Chu Kuang also killed a few tier 4 monsters. The combat power was also extremely powerful. In the other places of the sky, among the 3 armies of the Eastern Yuan Army, the Purple Light Army, and the Burning Heaven Army, there are also such ruthless roles. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. The Dong Yuan Army is an old general. Although he is old, he has a sword intent to match his abilities. In the same way, several tier 4 monsters were pressed and beaten, and the sky-shaking sword aura whistled out, and the monsters were smashed everywhere. The Burning Armies was a young man, and in his eyes, there were clouds of golden light lingering. Although there is only a diamond 3-star cultivation base, a pair of iron fists surrounding the golden flames can also burn 2 mid-tier 4 monsters with screams. The golden flames burst into the sky, terrifying, and judging from their age, the absolute potential is endless. What? The last one was a female general of the Purple Obsidian Army, wearing a rugged purple-black star-patterned battle armor. Although it is close to 30, it is extremely pretty, sassy and beautiful. Dead. She held a long sword and gave a sweet cry. I saw the starlight surrounding her immediately merged into a towering purple sword pillar. OM. The sound of the sword sounded through the world, and on the spot, a magic ape with divine power that could be regarded as a king among the 4th order monsters was penetrated. Terror. As these ruthless characters of the 9 suppressors joined the battlefield, the human side immediately gained an absolute advantage on the battlefield of the Diamond Realm and began to chase these monsters and kill them. Of course, on the monster side, there are also several kings, but as more and more generals of the 9th Army of Suppressing Demons join, also began to be forced into embarrassment. Ha ha ha, awesome! The 9th Army of the Suppressor is invincible. It's General Mu. Our invincible general in Imperial City is considered my last senior. Okay. As long as the town's demon army arrives at the battlefield completely, these damn monsters will definitely be driven to extinction. One side is in trouble, all sides support. This is our 9 demon army, this is our human spirit. It will never be defeated. In the live broadcast room, all the human beings who saw this scene are all excitedly sending out barrages at this moment. It was more excited than the awakeners who were on the battlefield. On the armored car, Sumo looked at the invincible figure in shock. Is this the difference between S-level abilities and other abilities? That terrifying combat power made him almost doubt whether it was in the same realm. It is indeed the 9th Army of Suppressing Demons, the sharpest blade of mankind. A group of people watched the live broadcast quietly, and the armored vehicles quickly approached the battlefield. After half an hour, finally, loud and deafening noises came into Sumo's ears. Although the 10 golden awakeners in the car were motivating each other along the way, they arrived at the battlefield at this moment. It was unavoidable that he became tense, and his breath became heavy. Upon seeing this, Sumo reminded everyone, there is no need to face the monsters alone, just help the suppressing demon army together. After speaking, he took the lead to jump off the armored car, and then fully displayed the dragon step, rushing into the battlefield like a black dragon shadow. Armed color, hardened. Whispering, Sumo's body under his battle suit immediately turned purple and black. Defense and attack power surge. In front of him, an elite soldier of the Burning Heaven Army was fighting a giant Tier 3 demon cow. At the moment, the giant demon cow was braved with thunder, and a large thunder snake roared out, forming a thunder field within a few hundred meters. However, the soldier of the Burning Heaven Army, without fear, carried a big knife and dashed into the minefield. A blade shadow whizzed out, cancelling out a large number of thunder snakes, and finally got close to the demon cow, holding the long sword high. OM! A shadow of the sword suddenly formed on its long sword, and it severely slashed on the bull's body. The demon cow groaned in pain, and a corbel was directly chopped down. In the end, in less than 10 minutes, this third-tier mid-stage demon cow was directly dying. Seeing that the golden 9-star Burning Heaven Army soldier was about to be smashed into the head, a loud shout came from behind him. "Brother Bing, you don't need to take action, I'll do it, you can go and support the rest of your colleagues." In mid-air, Sumo's right fist combined the power of armed color, psychic power, and physical power. Accompanied by a loud shout, a Tiangang demon fist hit the demon cow's head fiercely. Boom! I saw that the head of the demon cow was directly blasted into a blood mist, and the ground with a radius of tens of meters suddenly cracked. A huge pit 10 meters deep was formed. Ding! The host killed the third-tier mid-stage thunder and lightning demon cow and gained 968 energy. Chapter 61. Ding! The host killed the third-tier mid-stage thunder and lightning demon cow and gained 968 energy. The system prompt sounded in his mind, making Sumo feel refreshed. This is so much for a Tier 3 monster. And it's still picking up leaks, which is even more delicious. Silver 8 stars. The soldier of the Burning Heaven Army was not angry because Sumo had robbed him of his head at this time. On the contrary, after seeing Sumo's cultivation base, his brow furrowed slightly with a cold expression. At the same time, he was also a little surprised. Sumo's punch just now was not ordinary. The power that bursts out is much better than some golden 3 or 4-star awakened ones, it is a monster. At least, he is an elite soldier of the Burning Heaven Army. Even if he comes from 5 universities, he is 1 in a million. At the time of the 8 stars of silver, it is not as good as the one in front of him. Don't be afraid of life and death, do you want to defend your homeland, it is worth encouraging. Be careful. After a sigh of admiration, the Burning Heaven Army soldier killed another Tier 3 monster. Sumo immediately followed his pace. This eldest soldier was obviously different from the rest of the Burning Heaven Army. There is a group of more conspicuous golden flames on the flame gold patterned battle armor, which is obviously a small captain-level existence. From the strength just now, it can be seen that it is obviously more powerful than the Burning Heaven Army in the other golden realms. Just hug his leg. Soon, the head of the Burning Heaven Army rushed to a Tier 3 demon that was about to swallow a human golden awakener. Animal mouth, look for death. With a loud shout, the old brother's knife shadow shook the sky, severely slashing at the 7 inches of the devil's python. Hi! Bai's hang knife shadow swept past, and the devil's python was cut into 2 sections directly from 7 inches, roaring again and again. The 100-meter-long snake body was constantly struggling and rolling, shaking with a big earthquake. The local awakener of the demon city, who was almost swallowed by the demon python, immediately looked at the team leader gratefully. "Big brother Bing, you go save people first, I'll come." Following behind, Sumo shouted with enthusiasm, and again shamelessly came to grab the head. I saw his right hand using another technique of armed color entangled. The black-purple airflow continued to overflow the arm, presenting a spiral airflow rising into the air, and the attack power continued to rise. Roar! Affected by the overflowing armed colors, a more terrifying Tiangang demon fist immediately fell from the sky. Colorless Quan Jin directly turned into black and purple, and then blasted on the struggling head of the demon python without error. Boom! The devil's python was not only its head, but also the snake's body. It was smashed by the fist on the spot, and a large amount of blood mist burst out, which was extremely shocking. I saw that a huge pit larger than before was exposed, and the smoke was billowing and shaking. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Ding! The host beheaded the 3rd tier midterm Titan Demon Python, gaining 947 energy. Ding! This magic python has given birth to a magic core, and the system has helped the host collect it into the storage ring. Putting away his fist, Sumo's mouth curled slightly to the side. Sure enough, there is a magic core. Once the monster reaches the 3rd rank, some monsters with strong blood can condense the magic core. The magic core is the essence of a monster, which combines the power of blood and the power of psychic energy. Humans can even use magic cores for cultivation, although they are not as pure as Chinook stones, they have to be absorbed carefully. But it is also a rare resource. If it is a higher level magic core, such as the magic core of a 4th order or even 5th order magic commander, there are all kinds of magical effects. Nowadays, many gold awakeners use magic cores and Chinook stones to practice together, which is also one of the expensive resources. Mind went deep into the storage ring, looking at the magic core the size of a fist, like a gemstone. Sumo Mind asked, "System, if you absorb the magic core, do you only absorb the psychic power inside or the power of the bloodline condensed by the monster has become an entity, which can be regarded as energy and can be completely absorbed?" Hearing this, Sumo smiled, really smiled. He smelled a hint of business opportunity. You know, many awakened people are careful to only absorb the power of Chinook energy. The remaining magic nucleus, the blood power in it, cannot be absorbed by humans at all, and will be eaten back. Therefore, most of the awakened people will sell the magic core cheaply as an ornament, or even throw it away. But the system can completely absorb all the energy in the magic core and turn it into an energy point. If Sumo collects a large amount of these magic cores, then... Ha 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 ha! Cool! Thinking about it, Sumo couldn't help laughing up to the sky. Of course, as a calm man, he still held back, and now he still picks up. It's important to defend his homeland. The captain of the Burning Heaven Army looked at Sumo deeply at this moment. It's not because the latter robbed him of his head again, but because the fighting power erupted from the 8-star silver guy. It turned out to be more perverted than before. Gen. Is this really the cultivation base of the 8 stars of silver? The enchanting warriors with S-level abilities in their burning army are not exaggerated by this guy, right? At this time, the squad leader has confirmed that the guy wearing the mask in front of him is definitely the owner of the S-level ability. But looking at the deep and clear eyes outside his dark mask, he is definitely a young man. Is it a student? Such a talent might still be a sophomore, junior and senior student of Magic University. It should be someone who wants to experience it. Secretly thinking that the captain of the Burning Heaven Army had already raised a protective heart towards Sumo. Such evildoers, once they grow up, can definitely become as strong and invincible as their young general who burns the heavens. You can't die. He flashed away, and immediately came to Sumo. Little brother, wait, you must follow me closely. Let us work together. I will attack and you will help. It is good if you want to practice, but you must do what you can. Got it? Soon, this old man greeted a few soldiers from the Burning Heaven Army to come over and formed a small team. Vaguely protected Sumo in the middle. Good guy, Sumo suddenly felt flattered. Especially, the one who originally wanted to catch the fish and pick up the leaks, is now protected by the rumored 9th Army of the Suppressor, and can still pick up the leaks openly. It smells so good. The fighting continued, and Sumo was called a comfortable one in this Burning Heaven Army squad. After the soldiers of the Burning Heaven Army ravaged the monster to death 2 or 3 times, he immediately voluntarily volunteered to kill it. Ding! The host killed the Black Spirit Fox in the early stage of the 3rd stage and gained 720 energy. Unfortunately, the magic core is not so easy to come out. Half an hour passed. In this way, Sumo followed behind the soldiers and killed at least 4 or 5 tier 3 monsters. Finally, another magic core was obtained from a middle tier 3 demon bear. As for the soldiers of the Burning Heaven Army, Sumo completely regarded Sumo as a member at this time, and was treated by the latter's clean and decisive means. And the extremely abnormal talent was overwhelmed, and even the cooperation was as if he was originally a member of the burning heavenly army. Wherever the 5 people passed, the monsters were beheaded on the spot, and as much efficiency as possible. Chapter 62. After Sumo made a surprise attack, a group of soldiers of the Burning Heaven Army beheaded a third-stage late-stage monster with a thunderous force, and several veteran soldiers of the Burning Heaven Army couldn't help but speak. Yes, little brother, looking at your raid action just now, it doesn't look like an experienced student at all. Yes, just the reaction and consciousness of the little brother just now, I may not be able to do it. You are young. You have a talent like General Mew, even. We soldiers have nothing to say, I dare to pack the votes. If the little brother grows up in the future and join the 9th Army of the Suppression, he must be better than General Mew. By the way, little brother, do you want to join our Burning Heaven Army? Facing the compliments and invitations of the Heaven Burning Army, Sumo smiled and said, it can be said that the strongest blade to defend the home and the country is the dream of every young man. I will definitely join the 9th Suppression Army in the future. But not now. The full name of the squad leader of the Burning Heavenly Army was called Jo Hwa, and he smiled and nodded, yes, it is still important to study now. My brother just asks which university you are from, but if you graduate in the future, you have to think more about our Burning Heavenly Army. In the future, the 9th Demon Suppression Army will definitely fight for such evildoers like Sumo. After all, if such an enchanting existence can be obtained, once he grows up, he will definitely be an invincible general. With such an existence, the 9th Army of Demons in which it is located will definitely get higher and higher achievements and rank higher and higher. That's right. Although the 9th Army of the Suppression of Demons is to defend the country's existence, there is also a competitive relationship. Ranked first now is the strongest God-killing legion, whether it is meritorious service, record, or combat power. They are all ranked first. All year round, he is invincible, brave, and invincible, regaining one piece of territory after another for the country. It can be said that in the God-killing legion, there is no weak person, at least they are the existence of A-level abilities. Therefore, the other 8 legions do not want to surpass the God-killing legion all the time. This is their goal as a soldier. To surpass the God-killing corps, talent is needed. Sumo is such a talent, a super rare talent, the kind that the God-killing legion wants to fight for. Jo Hwa was able to get in touch with such talents for the first time, so he naturally wanted to fight for the future of the Burning Heavenly Army. Although Sumo might not join them in the Burning Heaven Army in the future, at least he has to give him a good impression, right? Moreover, their Burning Heaven Army is not bad, ranking in the top 5, equally brave and invincible. Looking at Jo Hwa, Sumo nodded and said, Brother Joe, I will consider it. The 9th Suppression Army that he first came into contact with were the elder brothers of the Burning Heaven Army, and they had a pretty good impression of this army. It is indeed worth considering in the future. After Sumo's answer, Jo Hwa and others were delighted. Looking at Sumo, it became more pleasing to the eye, surrounding him in the middle, as if he was afraid that their future general would be injured. That's all. A group of 6 people continued to fight frantically and efficiently. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. At this time, in the official live broadcast room, with the intervention of the 9th Demon Army, the female officer was shouting impassionedly. Everyone, this is our 9th Army of Demons. The strongest blade of our mankind. Words fall. The barrage in the live broadcast room has also become a lot more relaxed and happy at this moment. At this time, the camera slid across the battlefield, and suddenly landed on a squad of the Burning Heavenly Army. It is Sumo 6. On the screen, under the leadership of Jo Hwa, where the 6 people passed, no Tier 3 monster could resist its sharp edge. Sumo Na and the 5 Fenshin monarchs were very different figures mixed in, extremely conspicuous. That terrifying combat power and cooperation perfectly blended into the squads of the soldiers of the Burning Heaven Army, and was even surrounded by them. This scene shocked everyone in the live broadcast room. FK. This old man is so fierce. He can be integrated into the 9th Army of the Suppression Demon. On all the battlefields just now, many Golden Awakeners bigwigs were deflated and rescued. This one is good, and he has faintly become the main force in the 9th Army Squad. It's awesome. He should also be a very strong Golden Awakener. I rely on, this old man's physical power is so fierce. What kind of power is the black and purple air current that entangles his body? Seeing his destructive power, he can open the mountain and break the river with one punch, right? Should be an enhanced awakener. Because it was a live broadcast, everyone could only see Sumo's extremely destructive power, and could not know his cultivation level. It's normal to be considered a Golden Awakener, even some Diamond Realm tycoons who are watching the live broadcast think so. However, if you let them know. If this tycoon who can open mountains and rivers is actually just a Silver Realm who is not allowed to participate in the war, I don't know how he would feel. I'm afraid that Sanguine has just collapsed. At this time on the battlefield. Ding! The host beheaded the initial stage 3 flame monkey and gained 752 energy. Shook his head, Sumo looked helpless. The probability of the output of this magic core is indeed small. Probably kill 10 third order monsters to get 3. A 3 in 10 chance. Secretly thinking, suddenly, a battlefield in front of him attracted his attention. I saw in the front, an awakened squad was fighting a monster that was obviously bigger than the other tier 3 monsters. Obviously a boss at the peak of the 3rd stage of the late stage. And that awakened squad, Sumo still knew it. It was Shangguan Qinghong, the team led by his brother-in-law. At this time, Shangguan Qinghong was wrapped in a pitch-black magic armor, holding 2 ferocious long swords that were exposed to black light in both hands. Buzzing! I saw his golden 8-star aura surging wildly, and black lights on the magic armor kept emerging, hideous and terrifying. Almost filled a few hundred meters nearby. In the next moment, it turned into a magic knife with the same handle as his hand, but it was countless times larger, and the sound of the knife buzzed. And soon, accompanied by Shangguan Qinghong's long laugh, each of these terrifying sky demon blades all shot at the tier 3 boss monster, and every time it was swiped, it brought out a large piece of blood, on the wound. There is even more devilish energy that cannibalize this monster. Sumo immediately looked at Zhou Hua, "Brother Zhou, go, let's go over and help." After speaking, he went to the battlefield of Shangguan Qinghong and others. Zhou Hua was taken aback, somewhat dazed. The pair of young awakened squads in front of them looked fierce, especially the young man with magic armor headed by them. Even much stronger than him, with the other teammates who are not weak, it should be able to kill the monster. It should, perhaps, may not need their help anymore. But seeing that Sumo had already rushed over, Zhou Hua could only lead the team to keep up. After all, this one might be their future great general. Charged on the road, Sumo's eyes were all the tier 3 boss monsters at this time. That's right. Of course, he is not worried about his big brother-in-law, but to grab someone's head. Just kidding, the 3rd order monster boss can definitely explode good things, so I must rob him. Chapter 63. Ahead, the tier 3 monster boss that Shangguan Qinghong and the others faced was a crocodile monster. Moreover, it is also the most powerful demon crocodile of the crocodile. Its majestic body is as high as 100 meters, and from head to tail, it is even more than 100 feet long. It's like a small island, lying on the ground. Its body was covered with blue-black scales that looked like armor, and it was now contending with Shangguan Qinghong's magic sword. Although a lot of wounds have been cut, they are not fatal, and they are still brutally forced to kill the Shangguan Qinghong people. Bang bang bang! As it stepped on it again and again, the earth cracked one after another, like a 100-magnitude earthquake. In his mouth, there were instantaneous spews of terrifying huge water bombs, offsetting those black energy magic blades. Kill you! In front of it, Shangguan Qinghong grinned lightly at the corner of his mouth, and the 2 ferocious magic knives in his hand continued to stretch out with psychic energy. It turned into 2 long knives that were 50 meters long, and then one person fought with the crocodile of the sky armor. Clang clang! The sonorous sound resounded. Although Shangguan Qinghong seemed so small, the knife in his hand swept across. With the powerful forelimbs of the demon crocodile, they continued to collide and fight, and the earth cracked and spread under the feet of one man and one demon. After a long while, Shangguan Qinghong, together with that handle of the heavenly demon blade on the sky, directly killed the demon crocodile and returned. Even after a terrifying martial skill, the relatively soft forelimbs of the demon crocodile were cut off on the spot, and blood flowed into a river. "Big brother, I'll help you." At this time, Sumo's figure finally intervened in the battlefield. I saw him seizing the opportunity, taking advantage of the pain of the devil crocodile's broken limbs. His right fist was fully released. Roar! Accompanied by the black and purple air currents, the armed color continued to overflow, and a demon fist resounding with the demon roar fell from the sky. Aiming at the big head of the demon crocodile blasted fiercely. Boom! The violent fist rushed out instantly, penetrated into the head of the demon crocodile. The entire crocodile body couldn't bear the huge force, and it was imprinted into the ground on the spot. The ground that was already in tatters collapsed in a radius of 100 meters, causing Shangguan Qinghong to jump away quickly. At this time, Shangguan's face under the Qinghong magic armor was very dark. "What's the situation? What does this guy who appeared suddenly want to do? Gen. Scared me." Flashing to the side of Sumo, Shangguan Qinghong said with an unhappy expression, "Brother, there are a lot of monsters around you." Sumo didn't turn his head, his tone was extremely passionate, and he said perfunctorily, "One party is in trouble, all parties support. I see this monster is fierce, and I'm afraid you can't figure it out. Come and help." The tone is as perfunctory as it is. After speaking, he jumped into the pit and continued to kill the demon crocodile, taking advantage of its illness to kill it. The reward of Tier 3 boss seemed to be beckoning to him. Read more at hotmentalnovel.xyz. On the spot, the corner of Shangguan Qinghong's mouth twitched. "They can't figure it out? Grass. I just cut off one of its forelimbs, why don't you come, you can cut it right away." Thinking angrily, but immediately, his pupils shrank. Sensing the breath of Sumo, his face gradually showed horror. "This guy, Silver 8 stars. I didn't pay attention just now, and now I feel it carefully, this guy who suddenly jumped out turned out to be a Silver 8-star cultivation base. That punch was made by this guy." For a while, Shangguan Qinghong couldn't calm down. 8 silver stars, blasting out the strength of the Gold Realm high stars. Can you do it in the past? Try your best, maybe you can do it, but you will definitely be unable to succeed afterwards. But this guy in front of him, so he can jump out of the pit to fight the demon crocodile, it means, there is more power. This. For the first time, Shangguan Qinghong's self-confidence was shaken. Even the guy who ranked first in the academy did not give him such pressure. Thinking shockingly in his heart, Shangguan Qinghong also jumped into the pit and caught up with Sumo. At this time, Zhou Hua and others also rushed to the scene, came to the side of the deep pit with the Shangguan Qinghong team members, and looked down. The beautiful woman in the Shangguan team looked at Zhou Hua at this time. "Sir, who is that guy?" Suddenly intervened in the battlefield, and then made such a movement, and they were the Silver Awakeners. They were also shocked. Zhou Hua was taken aback, and said, "Cheeky, my brother." Several veteran soldiers of the Burning Heaven Army blushed suddenly. "The brother you just met, Captain, you are a bit thick-skinned. Go down and help." Soon, Zhou Hua also jumped into the pit, and the shadow of the sword appeared, joining the battlefield between Su and Mo. The demon crocodile was in the narrow deep pit at this time. Its huge body could not move at all, and the forelegs were chopped off. It could only be killed by Sumo and Shangguan Qinghong, and with Zhou Hua's intervention, the injuries became even worse. Dead. In the end, under Sumo's quick eyes and quick hands, a note had been brewing for a long time. The more violent Tiangang demon fist directly exploded the head of this demon crocodile, shocking Zhou Hua and Shangguan Qinghong again. This guy still retains his strength. Ding! The host killed the peak boss Sky Armored Demon Crocodile in the late stage of the third stage, gaining 1598 energy points plus a special reward for the middle-level high-grade Demon Sword Xiaoyu. At the same time, a significantly larger magic core was put into the storage ring by the system. Listening to the prompt of the system, Sumo stood on the body of the demon crocodile. It was cool. With a thought, he quickly looked at the magic knife Ziyu in the storage ring. I saw in the storage ring, a pitch black, more than 2 meters long, with a simple blood moon patterned guan knife suspended there quietly. Demon Blade Xiaoyu, guan knife type broadsword, among the intermediate high-level swords, is enough to compare with the high-level low-level attribute magic weapon. Feature, it can devour the enemy's flesh and blood, and even his own blood, to continuously improve Xiaoyu's edge. The more flesh and blood, the stronger the edge. Good knife. Sumo's eyes sparkled with excitement, and finally he had a weapon that he could take advantage of. His current low-level awaken knife, as the power of the physical body becomes stronger and stronger, it has long been out of hand. Originally, after the monster tide had passed, he wanted to buy a knife that was at least intermediate. It's good now. Directly produced by the system, you don't need to buy those garbage knives, and it's still a knife with attributes in advance. Cool. Fortunately, he robbed the brother-in-law of the blame, otherwise, he would lose a treasured sword. Feeling extremely happy, Sumo looked at Shangguan Qinghong, and he was full of kindness. Brother Zhou, our assistance is in place, let's go and continue to defend our homeland. Finally, he nodded towards Shangguan Qinghong. Sumo greeted Zhou Hua, jumped into the pit, and went on killing monsters. Okay. Little brother is really a good soldier of the people. Ha ha ha. Laughing, Zhou Hua immediately followed Sumo's pace. He was really impressed by Sumo at this moment. This kind of strength is absolutely the capital of the king. Behind him, Shangguan Qinghong also jumped into the deep pit, looking at the back of the road and the Fen Tian army away. It was difficult to calm down. After a while, he looked at the beautiful woman on the side. Qing, do you think that guy's figure is a bit familiar? It's really a bit of hearing what you said. Are you acquaintances? Among the people I know, there shouldn't be such a ruthless person. Alas, I am frustrated in my self-confidence and uncomfortable. Chapter 64. At this time, in the center of the Magic City, in the exquisite discussion hall of a tall building. On an octagonal discussion table, an old man with white beard and white hair is sitting in a chair without anger. Around him, on the 7 seats, a blur of virtual figures were reflected at this time. Every virtual figure, even if it can't see its face, is just a subtle movement that reveals its majesty. In the center of the discussion table, a 3-dimensional screen stood there, playing all the battles on the battlefield. The white-bearded old man looked at the screen at this time, and breathed a sigh of relief. What do you think of the old man's next decision? With the old man's words falling, the slender virtual figure on the far left took the lead and said, I approve of Long Lao's decision. The price we paid is too much this time, and we must fight for more. Another virtual figure with a squatting body shook his head and said, it's too risky. We don't know what is still in the dangerous places around the Magic City. This time the monster's strategy must sound the alarm, not too impulsive. It's already the best result to protect the magic capital. Upon hearing this, the white-bearded old man frowned, did not say anything, but looked at the remaining 4 virtual figures. Among the 4 virtual figures, a figure with a bumpy figure pondered for a while, and then said, this is the end of the matter. I support Lao Long's opinion, but I must also be careful. Leave a demon suppression army to guard the demon capital. Sudden change, led by the other 3 armies into the dangerous place. After the group of monsters did not react, they opposed the army, probably cleaned it up, and strived for peace for the demons in the next few years. I also agree with Long Lao's decision. This time the actions of the monsters are a little weird. It is necessary to investigate, especially the ability to block investigations. In the end, everyone looked at the remaining sitting domineering figure. The overbearing figure looked at the white-bearded old man. Dragon, if there is an accident this time, are you willing to accept full responsibility? The old man with white beard nodded his head. Upon seeing this, the overbearing figure also nodded and continued to speak. The treasure land found by the blood killer will be suppressed as soon as possible, so as to make up for this loss, and the training plan must be upgraded. We have no time to wait slowly. Now, the degree of harm in those places, you all know, after the freshman competition of each university, it will be implemented immediately. When the words were over, everyone including the old man with white beard nodded seriously. On the battlefield. With the full intervention of the 9th Army of the Suppression of Demons, the battle situation gradually improved. Whether it is an extraordinary battle in the sky universe, or a diamond battlefield under the clouds, including the battlefield of the Golden Realm on the Earth, they have begun to crush in all directions. After all, this is the strongest legion of all mankind. 4 of them were teleported at once, and the dangerous places around the magic capital were just the front-line fortresses of the monsters. It is impossible to beat the combined force of the 4 legions to strangle. Sumo followed Zhou 5 people, and every time he killed a monster, everyone would give him most of the opportunity. Therefore, his harvest speed was even faster than the increase in the monster tide. Coupled with the acquisition of the magic core, after this time, it will definitely exceed. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Ding! The host killed the bloodthirsty spirit horse in the early stage of the 3rd stage and gained 775 energy. Soon, after beheading a tier 3 monster, it was covered by Sumo's sight. He unexpectedly found another boss at the end of the 3rd stage, a violent wolf king. At this moment, the wolf king was very thief, and the speed was lightning fast, with a howling gust of wind around his body, avoiding all the 9th Demon Suppression Army. Actually looking for those Golden Awakeners who are still weak and cannibalize them. It didn't take a while before it broke into a team of Golden Awakeners, and a Gold 4-star Awakener couldn't react. It directly became its food. Moreover, Sumo also knew this unfortunate, including the awakened squad. It was the 10 awakened who came to the battlefield with Sumo. It's just that 2 of the 3 middle-aged awakened people who were inspired by him have been killed instantly by the Storm Wolf King. Brother Joe, go! Sumo and the others saw this scene, and their faces suddenly became murderous. This tier 3 demon wolf is too cunning. If you let it go on like this, can you still have it? Apart from anything else, under the leadership of Zhou, the 6 rushed towards the Gale Demon Wolf. In the surroundings, many soldiers of the 9th Suppression Army also discovered this scene, and they all killed them one after another. Animal Mouth, look for death. Just when the demon wolf wanted to continue devouring another awakened one, Zhou's horrible shadow of the Bai's hang knife was already slashing towards it. However, this king demon wolf really deserves to be a monster known for the power of the blood element of the wind, and saw a violent wind roaring around it. The next moment, its figure looked like a wind, easily avoiding this slash. Tear it! The shadow of the knife fell through and tore the ground apart, forming a gully several hundred meters long. The power is very fierce, but it missed. A trace of humane disdain appeared on the face of Demon Wolf's wolf. As if laughing at Zhou, then a huge wolf mouth continued to swallow towards the golden awakened one. The 9th Demon Squad army approaching around, their complexion changed drastically at this time. If they wanted to kill this demon wolf, it was actually very simple. As long as we shoot together, all the attacks are poured out, but at this time the team of Golden Awakeners is there. It will definitely affect them. Perhaps this demon wolf was aware of this, and so unscrupulously swallowed some lonely awakened ones. At this moment, an invisible wave moved towards the magic wolf. Domineering. At this time, Sumo's spirit and energy were highly concentrated. In order not to affect the rest of the people, he almost gritted his teeth to urge the overlord. At the juncture of the crisis, it was finally dangerous to condense this precise kingly spirit. I saw that the violent wind demon wolf was covered in the color of the overlord, biting the body of the awakened person, obviously stiff. Panic and incomprehension appeared in the wolf eyes, and the whole body roared, trying to break the shackles of the overlord color. Sumo clenched his teeth and insisted on maintaining the overlord color, and shouted, "Big brother Joe, come on! It can't move, 3 seconds, come on!" Among all abilities, his overlord color can be said to be the least unlocked. At this moment, it is already very difficult to control the Storm Wolf King who is so much higher than his realm. 5 seconds, at most 5 seconds, will be broken free. But 5 seconds is enough for the 9 armies of the demons. Hearing Sumo's roar, and then looking at the trembling Gale Wolf King, Zhou was shocked by Sumo's methods. But no longer hesitated, the sword shadow rose again under the urging of the whole body's spiritual energy. The rest of the 9th Demon Suppressor Army also exploded with power, and the target was directed at the Gale Wolf King. For a while, there was panic in the wolf eyes of this cunning Wolf King. In the distance, Sumo's eyes flashed with excitement. It's a baby again. Chapter 65. And just at the moment when the Storm Wolf King was frozen, the awakened man with a desperate face also reacted. Including the remaining 7 Golden Awakeners, they all looked alive after the catastrophe, and they flashed to the side in a hurry. The attacks of the 9th armies of the demons of towns also came at this time. Monstrous Blade Shadow. Elemental Attack. Throwing huge weapons. All kinds of violent attacks, all bombarded the huge wolf body of the Storm Wolf King. Boom boom boom. The roar is repeated, and the smoke is billowing. Oh oh oh. Hearing only in the smoke and dust, the great Wind Wolf King heard a mournful cry, and blood was spilled in many places on the wolf's body, and the blood was blurred. Zhou Hua's monstrous sword shadow even cut directly into its body, almost cut in the middle. Sumo didn't hesitate anymore, and rushed forward quickly. If he didn't, he would be beheaded by the next wave of offensive by the rest of the town's demon army. From a distance, he leaped up, seeing and hearing the color lock the head of the Storm Wolf King with incomparable precision. The body is accumulating strength like a giant crossbow, the violent fist is concentrated, and the black and purple armed colors continue to rotate and spread. Next moment. Boom! Armed color out. 100 meters away, the extremely violent boxing power was directly accompanied by the exaggerated armed color, and slammed on the head of the Storm Wolf King, and the 100 meters wolf body struggling to get up was pressed down again. The earthquake trembled. And this was just the first wave of Sumo's offensive, and he saw his body shoot straight down with the help of a downward tilt. As he approached the head of the violent Wind Wolf King, his body flipped, and his right leg was wrapped in black and purple armed colors violently. Dead. A leg axe carrying the power of Thunderbolt was immediately brutal and pressed against the wolf's head. Click boom. Rumble. First, the sound of a fractured skull sounded, and then the mountain shook. The head of the violent Wind Wolf King was directly exploded by Sumo. Ding! The host killed the peak boss of the 3rd stage of the late stage, the Storm Wolf King, and obtained 1618 energy points plus a special reward for the middle-level upper-grade body method, the Wind Body 1. Shenfa. Not bad. Sumo was overjoyed. His dragon step has been infinitely close to Dachan, and if he combines this more advanced martial art, the changes will definitely be more. The wind helps the dragon, the majestic step of the dragon, the invisible and invisible nature of the wind body, complement each other, and invincible. Brother, your kick is really strong. Zhou Hua stepped to the side of Sumo at this time, watching the tragic situation of the violent Wind Wolf King under his feet, and stunned his tongue. He has no doubt that if this kick is on his body, he will definitely not be much better than this violent Wind Wolf King. Below. The remaining 8 awakened people also looked at Sumo on the Wolf King at this time, wanting to thank them. Read more at hotmtalnovel.xyz. But when he saw Sumo's outfit, everyone was taken aback. It's him. Among the 8 people, the old man who first persuaded Sumo on the armored vehicle was immediately stunned with an old face. At first they wanted to pull Sumo into the 10-man squad, but the latter got out of the car and no one was seen. For this, they are still worried. Result. He and others were rescued by this one, so he was a gangster who pretended to be a pig and eat a tiger. Gen. It turned out that the clown was themselves, and the 8 of them looked at Sumo in a daze. Noting the line of sight below, Sumo nodded at these hapless guys, and then continued to follow Zhou Huayuan. System, help me get started with the body of wind. Ding. Need to consume 10,000 energy points, do you want to continue? Yes. At the end of the speech, the introductory skills about the wind body suddenly merged into Sumo's mind. As he was rushing, he only felt that the wind around him had become cordial, as if his body had melted into the wind. The body became extremely light, and every movement was not hindered by the wind anymore. The trajectory of the wind turned into his instinct. At this moment, Sumo's figure has become extremely elegant, and the frequency of crossing his feet is obviously very small. But the speed is even faster than before. Zhou Hua on the side naturally noticed his change, but at this moment, the team leader was obviously accustomed to it. In other words, it's numb. Was numbed by Sumo's endless means and strength. Hateful. I really hope this stinky boy joins our heavenly burning army now. Secretly thinking, Zhou Hua immediately continued to lead the team to kill the other tier 3 monsters. Wherever the blade passed, it was invincible. Time passed quietly. Following the brave fight of the 9th army of the suppressing demons, these high-ranking monsters finally couldn't stand it in 3 days and 3 nights. Humans, our monsters are endless. It won't be long before they will be killed again. Can you afford it? Ha ha ha. At this time, a rampant and magnificent voice spread across the sky. And as the ferocious words fell, the 4th order monsters and the 5th order monsters above the sky immediately turned around and ran away. As for the tier 3 monster below, it has already been slaughtered almost. Moreover, the 4th order monsters and the demon generals are far away, and these 3rd order monsters are instantly killed by the human experts who are freed up. After a while, there is no more left. Seeing Sumo was a pain. Yet, even though he had already harvested a lot in the past 3 days and nights, the rest is meat. The Burning Heaven Army, the Purple Light Army, and the Xiaolong Army follow the order. Into the dangerous place, wherever you go, no piece of armor is left. Dongyuan Army stay and guard the magic capital. Kill. Not long after the monsters were gone, a magnificent voice came from above the sky again, with a monstrous evil spirit. This time, it was made by the extraordinary of mankind. Fighting magic machines flew directly to the battlefield, and the 3 armies immediately boarded the fighter planes and fought for 3 days and nights. They were not exhausted at all, but were full of anger. They were more than 10 times stronger than when they first came. Zhou Hua glanced at Sumo reluctantly. My brother is gone. Remember to consider our Burning Heaven Army when we graduate in the future. My brother likes you very much. Several veteran soldiers who had fought together for 3 days and nights also patted Sumo on the shoulder, and then jumped onto the fighter plane. On the spot, Sumo watched the 3 legions go away, with envy in his eyes. He hadn't actually killed him yet. I can't wait to rush into the dangerous place together. But the above doesn't allow it, there is no way. After this opportunity, I don't know when it will be so easy to harvest energy points. After thinking about it, Sumo immediately opened the system interface. Host, Sumo. Cultivation, 8-star pinnacle in the Silver Realm. Ability, Power of Shaking, S+, 3-color Domineering, S. Martial Skills, Heavy Sword 9 slashes, Intermediate level, Xiao Cheng, Yalong Step, Low level, Dacheng, Tiangang Demon Boxing, Intermediate level, Beginner, Wind Body, Intermediate level, Beginner. Energy Point, 456,123. Character Template, Edward Newgate. Character details and unlock level can be found in the template list. Long Step is done. But compared with the long energy point, the attractiveness is obviously not enough. Looking at the energy points of more than 400,000, Sumo felt a little ecstatic at this time. The system, with my current energy point, can you consider the second character template? Chapter 66. Ding. The host has not yet reached the qualification to extract the second character template. Like a plate of cold water, it instantly poured down Sumo's floating heart. The handsome face under his mask was speechless. Why can't you consider the second strongest character template after more than 400,000? The corners of his mouth curled. What are the conditions? Ding. The conditions for extracting the second character template require 2. First, Edward Newgate character template requirements. Shocking power needs to be unlocked to 40. Overlord color and domineering unlocked to 40. Armed domineering unlocked to intermediate 20. See and hear color domineering unlocked to intermediate 20. Physical skill unlocked to 40. Swordsmanship unlocked to 40. Second, 1 million energy points are required. If the 2 conditions are met, the second strongest character template can be extracted. Sumo's face at this time was as black as the bottom of a pot, even blacker than his mask. What's this? Let's do some. In an uncomfortable place, opening the Whitebeard's character template and unlocking the exchange ratio, Sumo secretly calculated with a black face. Currently unlocking the Whitebeard, unlocking progress. Shocking power, unlocked level 171. Overlord color domineering, unlock level 102. Armed color domineering, intermediate, unlock level 02. See and hear color domineering, elementary, unlock level 504. Physical skills, unlocked degree 304. Swordsmanship, unlocked level 213. Whitebeard character template, unlock progress redemption list. Shocking power, 10,000 energy points are required to unlock 1. Overlord color domineering, unlock 1 requires 8,000 energy points. Primary armed color domineering, unlocking 1 requires 1,000 energy points. Intermediate armed color unlocking 1 requires 3,000 energy points. Elementary insight and domineering, 1,000 energy points are required to unlock 1. Physical exercises, unlock 1 requires 2,000 energy points. Unlock 1 after 30 requires 4,000 energy points. Swordsmanship, 2,000 energy points are required to unlock 1. The power of shock is now 171. To reach 40, not to mention that the exchange price will be increased when reaching a large stage like the intermediate armed color and physical skills. If it reaches 31st, it needs 130,000 energy points. The Overlord color is now 102. If you exchange for 20, it will be 160,000 energy points. Intermediate armed color 20, 1 requires 3,000 points, and 60,000 points. Read more at hotmetalnovel.xyz. Beginner experience, 50 to intermediate, 1 needs 50,000, and then the price to reach the large stage, it is another 20, and it also needs 60,000. The physical skill is currently 304, rising to 40, and after the price increases, it is 40,000. Daosha 213, first reached 30, which is 180,000. That adds up to 5.18 million. Moreover, the shocking power, Overlord's color, and swordsmanship are only 30 before the big stage, and the follow-up has reached the level of the big stage. If it is raised to 40, it must be a big expense. Coupled with the 1 million extraction fee, it may exceed 2 million. Sumo suddenly felt that his more than 400,000 were nothing. Gen. I didn't ask if I knew it, it hurts feelings. Host, what you redeem is the template of the strongest person, and the power you get is also the strongest. This energy is actually not a big deal. After you unlock more character templates, you will find, everything is so worthwhile. The system gave Sumo a rare comfort. Sumo grimaced and said, Li is such a reason, but I am poor. Shaking his head, he decided not to ask questions about the template anymore. He would never ask before he saved 1 million energy points. Withdrawing his mind, Sumo swept back to the battlefield at this time, a mess, a sea of corpses and blood, and the earth was pitted. Although it was a victory, it was a miserable victory. Before the 9th army of the suppression demon arrived, the loss in those short hours was too great. At this time, some golden awakeners stood in place, their expressions decayed, looking at the former comrades in arms, they had turned into cold corpses, speechless for a long time. Brother, brother, where are you? Where are you? Some awakened people even have no corpses, and some awakened people are looking down and numbly looking for their no longer existing corpses. Ah! What's more, he cried bitterly, facing the passing of his closest relatives, even if they were the golden awakeners. At this moment, I couldn't help it anymore, and my emotions broke down directly, and I cried loudly. In the eyes of ordinary mortals, they may be extremely noble and powerful, and heroes who defend the country. But at the same time, they are also human. There are also emotions. They cry when they lose important things and people. Diddy. On the sky, there was also a light rain at this time, hazy. Soon, there was a downpour. The rain fell mercilessly on the awakened people, making the already sad air even more depressed. But these awakened people are indifferent, holding the bodies of their comrades in arms, looking for people close to them. In the official live broadcast room, all the human beings who were watching the live broadcast were silent when they saw this scene. The barrage to celebrate the victory also disappeared at this moment, and none of the barrage slipped past. They looked at the battlefield of the corpse mountain and the sea of blood, and the awakened ones who remained after the war. For some reason, the mood also fell. Some emotional people even started to flush in their eyes. My father, in order to protect me from being attacked by monsters 10 years ago, also, alas. 6 years ago, our small county town was also blood-washed by monsters. I will never forget that scene. Damn. I want to become stronger. Become very strong and strong. We must completely kill those monsters. They are all heroes. The reason why we can live steadily is because they are protecting us. They are all heroes. Yes. They are all heroes. For a while, after a brief silence, the barrage was resent, and the word hero floated densely. The host of the female officers and soldiers didn't know what to say at the moment. For a long time, she took a deep breath and said heavily, "Everyone, salute the heroes." Words fall. In the live broadcast room, an expression of tribute to JPG slid across, overwhelming, almost covering the live broadcast room. There is a sense of solemnity and respect. On the battlefield, Sumo was also caught in the rain. He watched this scene quietly, his eyes exposed outside the mask could not help showing heavy. Is this the real battlefield? Before, he was fighting monsters for energy points, completely unaware that so many people had died. Now that I came back to my senses, the rest of the emotions were only heavy. The war was so cruel and ruthless. Quietly, he took away everything about mankind. At this moment, his state of mind seemed to be infected, and the temptation of the monsters was no longer just energy points. A little bit more hatred. The rain was getting bigger and bigger, and the coolness continued to invade Sumo's body, making him stunned again, unable to recover for a long time. Ugh! After a long while, he shook his head and walked straight to the armored vehicle gathering place behind. He is not strong enough now, if in the future, he becomes fearless of anyone. Maybe it won't happen again, right? Chapter 67. At the scene, under the command of the old general of the Dongyuan army, the guard army began to transport the bodies of Tier 3 monsters back to the magic capital. These are all materials that can be made into battle armor and even weapons, and even their flesh and blood are great supplements. Naturally can't let it go. The logistics department immediately sent the wounded back to the magic city for healing. Taking a look at most of the wounded on the battlefield, the old general continued to give orders. At the end of the word, huge passenger planes flew in the direction of the magic city. On top of them, there were a large number of auxiliary healing awakeners on standby. They were logistics medical personnel, awakening healing abilities, and fighting power. Not strong, but in terms of saving lives and healing wounds, combatants cannot match it. It is precisely because of the existence of such people that mankind can be relieved after World War I. It is a force that cannot be ignored. Mr. Awakener, get on the passenger plane, I'll heal you. Suddenly, when a pretty girl passed by Sumo, she suddenly worried when she saw the miserable appearance of blood on the latter's battle uniform. Looking at the girl, Sumo was slightly taken aback. He was still an acquaintance, but not an acquaintance. It is one of the girls who is also recruiting freshmen. It seems to be called Ningke-kum. Ability is the life paradise of the S-level special type of healing system, which is one of Sumo's curious ones. Unexpectedly, she chose to come to the front line to help. That's right, the abilities of the S-level special type treatment department can really help a lot. Well, she is a kind girl. Sumo looked at her, shook his head and smiled, I'm fine, you can help other people in need. After speaking, he continued to walk to the armored car group behind. Rather than frowning at this time, Seeing Sumo's appearance, there was a trace of stubbornness in his immature eyes. She immediately went up and took Sumo's hand. "You are covered in blood, and you said it's okay." At this time, Sumo was covered in blood all over his body, and he clumped into a blood clot on the battle uniform. It seems that the injury is indeed serious. Sumo was speechless. He looked at the girl's worried eyes, his body shook, and he shook the blood clot down. "This is the blood of monsters. I'm really fine. Go and treat others." After speaking, instead of giving rather a chance to speak, she used the wind body and departed gracefully. Rather staying in the same place, "It looks like it's really okay, but his back is a bit familiar." "Forget it, it's okay if people are okay, next, I'd rather have to treat more and more." Hero. Raising her pink fist and waving in encouragement, the girl continued to trot towards the other injured awakener. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Soon, Sumo set foot on an armored vehicle. Around, some of the awakened people who were not injured or only slightly injured also got on the armored vehicles one after another. The follow-up matters should be handled by the guards and the demons. They have been ordered to return to the demons to rest. Coincidentally, at this time, the hapless guys who had rushed to the battlefield with Sumo at the beginning stepped on the armored vehicle where Sumo was located, but at this time it seemed that there were a few fewer people, a temporary team of 10 people. There are only 5 people. The 5 talents had just stepped on the armored car, and when they saw Sumo who was sitting there quietly, they were taken aback. The next moment, the old man among the 5 came directly to Sumo respectfully. "My lord, thank you for your life-saving grace." The remaining 4 also saluted Sumo together. "Thank you, my lord, for your life-saving grace." 5 golden awakened people salute 1 silver awakened one. If you let someone who doesn't know it, you will definitely be surprised. But the 5 knew that the sound of the Lord was still soft. In the 3-day and 3-night battle, the one that was watched by the Storm Wolf King was their most thrilling battle. If it hadn't been for Sumo to rescue them, they would most likely die tragically on the spot. Life-saving grace is like rebirth parents, who say thank you, they feel that it is not enough at all. The old man sitting on the side suddenly took out the most inferior storage bracelet from his arms. His face was a bit painful and said, "Sir, little old man, I don't have any good things. You hold these as a sign of life-saving." If he doesn't give anything, he feels uncomfortable. Looking at the bracelet handed in front of him, Sumo's mouth twitched. His current assets are probably more than the total of the 5 people present. He shook his head, and was about to refuse the call, but the sound of the system bounced out. "Host, these people do not have as many assets as you, but they have more magic cores than you." Hearing this, Sumo narrowed his eyes and looked at the old man. "Remember what I said at the beginning? It is everyone's responsibility to defend my home. Who does the old man regard me as?" The 5-person tiger's body was shocked. Yup. The adult in front of him came to the battlefield with the determination to defend his homeland from the beginning. It's just a matter of effort to save them. Guilt, guilt. They are vulgar, and they actually want to use such a vulgar way to report to this adult. The 5 people looked at each other and looked at Sumo again, more respectful. Powerful. Selfless character, a true hero. But if you really feel bad, just give me something useless. I have a hobby, that is, I like some beautiful decorations and I have a habit of collecting crystals. The 5 were admiring, and Sumo came out with a gentle laugh. The old man sitting next to him heard the words, his head turned, his old eyes suddenly brightened, and he seemed to have thought of something. He hurriedly took out a fist-sized crystal with a faint light from the storage bracelet. It is a magic core that has absorbed the power of Shinok energy, and still has the power of blood. The old man looked at Sumo expectantly. "My lord, look, can this magic core be used as an ornament?" According to this adult's hobby, this useless magic core is still very beautiful, obviously in line with it. If this adult likes it, then they can repay it. As the saying goes, the gift should be given right. This thing does not have any vulgarity. Wonderful. Sumo swallowed insignificantly, but Junyi smiled calmly on his face. "You tell me, I just use the useless magic core as an ornament, and this is my hobby. Words fall. The 4 people, including the old man, looked overjoyed. They are not stupid, knowing that it must be Sumo taking into account the feelings of himself and others, so he said this. Whether it is a real hobby or a fake. But this is definitely a comfortable step from this adult. My lord, we actually have a lot of magic cores that have absorbed psychic energy. If you like them, I will give them all to you. Yes. Although it is less than 1/10,000th of the life-saving grace, as long as the adults like it, I can even collect it for the adults. After a while, the 5 of them poured out all their magic cores, and the floor of the armored vehicle was suddenly full of magic cores. Chapter 68. Looking at the 5 people who were frantically dumping the magic core, Sumo quickly waved his hands. Enough is enough. In my heart, I was counting the magic core. 68. 70. 85. Ha ha ha. Pour, continue to pour. My lord, I have a lot of these things. It's okay. If you like it, we will give you all. Yet. My storage bracelet is not big enough, otherwise I will definitely pretend all the things at home to you, an adult. Little old man, I have been in the Golden Realm for so many years, and I definitely use the most magic cores. Unfortunately, most of them have been sold to cheap merchants. If you keep them, you are satisfied with Master Bao. With that said, these forces seem to be competing with someone with more magic cores, and they are all working hard to fall out. After a while, the space inside the armored vehicle was filled with magic cores. The rest of the awakened who wanted to get in the car were all bewildered. What does the guy in this car want to do? Don't want them to get in the car, and then use the magic core to occupy the position. Sumo hurriedly put these monsters into the storage ring, and the corners of his mouth under the mask were grinning to the roots of his ears. Seemingly, 2 million energy points are not so far away. Thinking happily, he immediately smiled at the 5 people and said, there is still a way to go from the demon capital. Let's rest first. After speaking, his consciousness was immersed in the system, and he couldn't help but want to see the exchange ratio of the magic core. System, what is the exchange ratio of the magic core? Ding! The ratio of magic core to energy points is as follows. Complete 3rd stage initial magic core, about 400 energy points. The initial magic core of incomplete 3rd order, about 200 energy points. Complete 3rd order midterm magic core, around 600 energy points. Incomplete 3rd order midterm magic core, about 300 energy points. Complete 3rd order late magic core, about 800 energy points. Incomplete 3rd stage late magic core, about 400 energy points. Complete tier 3 boss level magic core, about 1000 energy points. Incomplete 3rd order boss level magic core, about 500 energy points. Looking at the redemption list, Sumo was still very satisfied. In general, the complete magic core, the Shinik power contained in it is not as pure as the Shinik stone. But having such an energy point is already very good. It is equivalent to the level of middle grade, low grade and even middle grade Shinik stone. And the magic core with only the power of the bloodline is almost half of the complete magic core. Read more at hotmentalnovel.xyz. Although not too much, once the base number rises, it will be terrifying. Sumo's next goal is to take these incomplete magic cores as the main goal. After all, it is complete, but it can provide gold awakeners for cultivation, and no one will easily trade it. Only if it is incomplete, Sumo can easily obtain it. As for the 4th order magic core, it is considered to be incomplete, and it should be difficult to receive. After all, tier 4 monsters are equivalent to human diamond powerhouses. In this battle, even if the 9th suppressor army joined, there were not many dead, so it was naturally difficult to obtain. It seems that indeed only tier 3's incomplete magic core is my future fortune. Thinking secretly, Sumo began to instruct the system to absorb the magic core in the storage ring. Most of them were actually in the early stage of tier 3, except for Sumo's own beheading, all of them were incomplete. Ding! The host absorbed an incomplete tier 3 early magic core and gained 198 energy. Ding! The host has absorbed a complete 3rd order mid-stage magic core and gained some energy. Ding! The host has absorbed an incomplete Tier 3 early magic core and gained 204 energy. Ding! The host absorbed a complete Tier 3 early magic core and obtained. Soon, the magic core in the storage ring was being absorbed frantically. As the energy was completely absorbed, it turned into a push and scattered on the spot. 10 minutes later. There are about 300 incomplete Tier 3 early magic cores, one with about 200 points, and a total of 63514 energy points. As for the complete magic cores that Sumo obtained, except for the Tier 3 boss, they were not exchanged. The rest received a total of 45,842 points of energy, which adds up to more than 110,000. Not bad. It is indeed a business opportunity. Energy point, 565,479. Looking at the number on the energy point column, he immediately unlocked the infinite space of the system. Consume 100,000. Suddenly, Sumo's thoughts appeared in an infinite space, truly infinite, with no end in sight. The intermediate top-grade storage ring is in front of him, it is scum. After putting Demon Blade Xiaoyu and some valuable items into the system space all at once, he exited the system. Outside. At this moment, the armored vehicle has rushed back in the direction of the magic capital. In the car, there were also more awakened people at this time, all with expressions of sadness. After a while, the armored car drove into the southern city. Sumo quickly got off the car and disappeared into the crowd like a ghost. When he reappeared, he had taken off his mask and changed into his usual clothes. The cultivation base was also suppressed to the realm of 1 silver star. Stopping a taxi, Sumo smiled at the driver. Master, Magic University. Young man, I'm happy today, uncle, I won't charge you, ha ha ha. When he arrived at the gate of Magic City University, the driver master grinned at Sumo while looking at the official live broadcast room. Sumo smiled, then thank you uncle. Turning around, he immediately walked towards the majestic and quaint school gate. However, he didn't take a few steps, but his body froze in place. In his field of vision, 4 figures were standing at the school gate. 2 men and 2 women, they walked over immediately after seeing him. It is Shangguan Feiyan and them. Sumo suddenly looked embarrassed, neither was walking nor standing. Coming to the front, Shangguan Feiyan's beautiful eyes kept staring at Sumo, looking up and down. It wasn't until Sumo was staring that she was a little hairy. She breathed a sigh of relief and said softly, "It's fine if it's okay." Yeziaxu angrily looked at Elder Bo behind him. Elder Bo only talked about your promotion to the Silver Realm, and everything else was silent, and we were mad at us, but I know you must be a stinky student. Did you go to the battlefield, right? It made us worry to death, hi. Cheng Wuxian came to Sumo's side and looked up and down Sumo, even putting his hands together, not being honest. Brother Mo, you actually left your old brother behind and ran to that dangerous place by yourself, it's too much. FKU, I don't do anything about it. Sumo kicked him flying, then looked at Shangguan Feiyan, sister, sorry. Elder Bo was by the side and said helplessly, little friend Su, if I hadn't stopped the young lady, she would have to run to the battlefield to find you, old man, I am suffering. Fortunately, you are fine, otherwise I will be hated for a lifetime. Yet. Words fall. Shangguan Feiyan glared at Bo Lao first, then turned to look at Sumo, did you really go to the battlefield? Sumo nodded, yet. After a moment of silence, Shangguan Feiyan turned around and walked into the school gate, I have cooked food, let's go back. Okay. Chapter 69. Walk on the road leading to the dormitory area. Although Shangguan Feiyan was walking ahead, she still turned her head from the corner of her eyes to look at Sumo from time to time. This is even more true for Yeziaxu, with Bo Lao and Cheng Wuxian behind them, staring at Sumo's back with a pair of beautiful eyes. Sumo helplessly, if you have any questions, just keep asking. Yeziaxu, school brother, are you really promoted to the Silver Realm? They heard what Bo said, but in fact, they were still very curious in their hearts. Only Cheng Wuxian showed a proud expression, he had known that brother Mo had been promoted to the Silver Realm. This looks like the person who has been promoted to silver is himself. When asked by Yezioxu, Sumo's body immediately revealed a silver and 1-star spirit energy aura. Suddenly, Yezioxu's eyes were round and staring at Sumo's slender back. Although Shangguan Fian in the front did not turn her head, there was still a hint of shock in her beautiful eyes at this moment. When he entered the school half a month ago, Sumo was still a black iron 6-star. It has only been almost 2 weeks now. Has he been promoted to the silver realm? This speed is too fast. After a long time, Yezioxu couldn't help but muttered, "School brother, you are so abnormal." Cheng Wuxiang on the side was unhappy. "Senior sister, pay attention to the words, my brother Mo is a gentleman, so he doesn't change his attitude. Bad. I mean his talent." In front, there was also Shangguan Fian's slightly stubborn voice, "School brother, do you remember the appointment we agreed to discuss again?" Hearing this, Sumo looked at the perfect shadow and joked, "Senior sister, this time I have a showdown. You may not be able to beat me. I didn't know until after the war. You must not be able to beat me. I didn't know until after the war." The 3 people behind them looked at the 2 who were bickering. Except for Yezioxu, Old Bo and Cheng Wuxiang glanced at each other, and suddenly smiled weirdly. This relationship is too subtle. How does it feel like a young couple quarreling and bickering? Soon, the 4 of them returned to the dormitory, and a steaming seafood feast came into view at the dining table on the 2nd floor. All Sumo likes to eat. On the side, Cheng Wuxiang's eyes glowed, and he grinned and said with a silly smile, "Drinking the light of brother Mo, I have a good fortune tonight. Eat and eat." For 3 days and 3 nights, I was eating compressed food and fighting while eating, and Sumo's stomach was already dry. Now seeing a table of such a delicious meal, he immediately gobbled it up without an image. After a meal, "Scholar, take a good rest in the dormitory, don't run around, you know." After speaking solemnly, Shangguan Fian and Yezioxu left the school together and returned to the family. In this battle, there were quite a few awakened persons sent by the Shangguan family and the Ye family. The war has ended, and she and the 2 will naturally go back to see the situation. After the 3 people left, Sumo and Cheng Wuxiang went down to the living room on the 1st floor and sat down comfortably. Cheng Wuxiang suddenly took out his phone, thiefly approaching Sumo, pointing to a video on the phone and grinning. "Brother Mo, you are so fierce." In the video, it was the scene where Sumo followed the burning army team to kill and kill. Sumo glanced at him, "You can recognize this. The last time you took care of me in the cave, you accidentally took out this mask. I saw it and guessed it." Read more at hotmentalnovel.xyz. FK it. Do you dare to do something with me? Brother Mo, you are so fierce. Ahem, low-key, understand. I understand, Brother Mo. After Cheng Wuxiang went back to rest, Sumo then clicked on the system panel. Looking at the 460,000 energy points left, he whispered thoughtfully, "Is it to improve the cultivation base, or to keep it?" At present, he wants to consume nothing more than 2 directions. Upgrade team mode. Or unlock the character progress and continue to improve your strength. Host, the energy points are not only needed in the future. For example, if the system is upgraded, there will be more opportunities for template extraction, and some auxiliary functions of the system can be activated, such as the team mode. The voice of the system suddenly came. "Sumo, you want to squeeze me out?" Ding! The prompts made by the system are all for the host to become stronger. Shaking his head, Sumo clicked on the Whitebeard character template. "When these are necessary later, please remind me again. After seeing this cruel war, I feel more and more that I am still weak. Let me improve my strength first. In this way, there will be more self-protection." Currently unlocking the Whitebeard unlocking progress. Shocking power, unlocked level 171. Overlord color domineering, unlock level 102. Armed color domineering, intermediate, unlock level 02. See and hear color domineering, elementary, unlock level 504. Physical skills, unlocked degree 304. Swordsmanship, unlocked level 213. Just fly directly to the Golden Realm. Taking a deep breath, Sumo began to exchange it. Overlord's look and domineering, in this fight, it was obviously not interesting. Exchange. 20 unlocking progress, 160,000 instantly smashed in. Swordsmanship, also exchange it to 30, the unlocking progress of 9 is another 180,000. Intermediate see and hear color domineering, 50,5 million. Finally, the power of shock is also the most expensive, exchanged for 13, and consumed 130,000 again. A total of 3.58 million. Again. It's really like spending money. Currently unlocking the Whitebeard unlocking progress. Shocking power, unlocking level 301. Domineering, unlocked level 302. Armed color domineering, intermediate, unlock level 02. See and hear color domineering, intermediate, unlock level 04. Physical skills, unlocked degree 304. Swordsmanship, unlocked level 303. Ding! Since the host has unlocked the domineering and domineering level, the exchange price has increased from 1000 to 3,000. Ding! Since the Master Sword technique has been unlocked to the 30th level, the exchange price has increased from 2000 to 4000. Ding! Since the Overlord's domineering color has been unlocked to the 30th level, the exchange price has increased from 8,000 points to 80,000 points. Ding! Since the host's shock power has been unlocked to the 30th level, the exchange price has increased from 10,000 points to 100,000 points. System, 10 times the price, is it serious? Sumo is numb. In his estimation, the two most expensive abilities are 3 times at most, so it should be almost the same. But now, what the hell is this tenfold increase? Is this a plan to grab money and energy? Ding! Shocking power and Overlord's domineering power feedback is the most. When it reaches a certain stage, the more it will naturally consume. Amount. It makes sense. But you are too expensive, right? If it weren't for the business route of collecting incomplete magic cores, Sumo would absolutely shut himself down. You know, he can get so many energy points, and this is the only battle. In the follow-up, there weren't so many opportunities for him to catch fish and miss it, and it was difficult. Ding! Are you empowering now? Sighing, Sumo nodded. In the next moment, several forces surged in instantly. And it was in the official live broadcast room that was about to stop broadcasting when Sumo was madly improving. A piece of news was also hung at the top of the line alongside the battle. Reminder, 3 days later, the 3021 class of freshmen officially starts, no need to postpone. Chapter 70. A few days later, this heavy battle of Demon City was completely digested. The monsters didn't counterattack anymore. It was heard that the 9th Demon Army had already swept the surrounding dangerous places. With great determination, he was about to defeat the front-line fortress of the surrounding group of monsters. But in the end, it only killed some high-level monsters, just slowing down the pressure of the magic capital in the future. Did not find that this time the monsters can shield the means and conspiracy of the investigation. Such a result obviously makes the senior government very dissatisfied, but they are helpless. In the end, the 9th Demon Suppression Army could only retreat to the demon capital. After leaving some power to guard the demon capital, the 4 major legions returned to their respective base cities. Of course, they did not teleport, but traveled long distances. After all, teleported these huge legions. The cost that needs to be consumed is really too great. The restoration plan of the southern fortress has also been officially launched in these few days, and various government departments have been busy. People's attention has also shifted from this battle to the start of school for freshmen. Just today, the 3021 class of freshmen begins. Sophomores, juniors, seniors, and fourths from various universities are also about to return to school. The high-speed rails in major cities are crowded with students at this time, and the senior high school graduates are even more excited. Come to a new city, or a new university environment, no matter which session it is bound to be full of expectations. I wonder if I can soar into the sky, amaze everyone, and be the most beautiful cub on campus. I wonder if I can meet a good fate, meet a new young lady, or be looked at or even favored by the senior sister. Of course, more, still uneasy. Most of them are actually just students who have awakened E-level and D-level abilities, and they may be geniuses in their small county. But when it comes to big cities, it seems too ordinary. Therefore, some self-aware students will choose local universities in the county. I would rather be a small genius than a humble mediocre in a big city. Only those who have inflated self-confidence and want to try their luck will come to big cities. The most embarrassing thing is those students who were born in a big city, but the awakening ability is too trash to be trash. In a big city, even a normal university must have a C-level ability. What? If you don't even have a C-level, and you're born in a big city, there are only 3 ways to go. The first is to spend huge sums of money to enter some private martial arts gymnasiums, and there are also special personnel training, but it costs money everywhere. Second, try to get everything done, go to some ordinary cities, go to some ordinary universities, resources, etc. are relatively small. Third, go through the back door. After all, the country's resources are limited, and it is definitely priority to cultivate better talents. So at this moment, except for the special enrollment students who have awakened the S-level ability and the recommended students who have awakened the A-level ability, even all the students who had awakened the B-level abilities were extremely nervous. Because there is still an assessment. Maybe ordinary universities don't need it, but as long as it's a prestigious university, you must pass the examination before you can be admitted. Students with B-level ability have relatively more opportunities. Even if the 5 top universities cannot enter, they will retreat. There will be a lot of schools asking for them, but it is difficult if they are below grade B. Once they fail, they can only retire and then retire, and they cannot choose the school they like in the first time. At this time, there was already a crowd of people at the gate of Magic City University. Read more at hotmentalnovel.xyz. There are seniors who have returned to school, parents with children, and more, of course, senior high school graduates. Is this the Moda University? Sure enough, go up. God bless. God bless. Let me go to Moda University. One of the best 5 universities. The university that all young people dream of. I hope I can succeed in admission. Wow! There are so many beautiful senior sisters and young ladies. The quality is much higher than that in our city. I love my B-level ability. As the most beautiful boy in the city, I must work hard to pass the assessment. In this way, you can live a shameless 4-year life with the young ladies and seniors. I really envy you B-level geniuses. Even if the admission is unsuccessful, there are other key universities to choose from. Alas, I am a D-level. I don't know if I can get a successful admission. Brother, I didn't even speak at the C-level, so you just spoke? Want to eat it? Head iron. Head iron +1. In the crowd, these freshmen looked at the gate of Magic University one by one, their faces flushed, and they started discussing in excitement. Of course, most of the excited geniuses are geniuses who have awakened the B-level abilities, and the rest of them are all coming over to gain insight. FK. It's Gojo, our Demon City's escort. It's great to be able to report directly to the Demon City. I am jealous, envy, hate. Is he Gojo? A-level elemental genius has been awakened and sent off. So handsome. Oh, how do people's lives differ so much from their lives? They are handsome and talented, and the future is bright. If you want to start some brothers, we envy them to send students, and they envy the enchanting group of enchanting students who have already started school in advance. People can't envy them, oh, but I really envy them. After a burst of exclamation from the crowd, a handsome boy got out of a luxurious suspended chinook car. Then, followed by a housekeeper, he walked into the gate of Magic University with a proud look. After greeted the teachers in charge of the report, he continued to walk into the Magic City University. On the way, some sophomores, juniors, and seniors who were just B-level abilities looked at him and couldn't help showing a trace of envy. A-level talents have a higher starting point than them. As long as they work hard, their future achievements will definitely be broader than them. As the student named Gojo entered the gate of the school, there were bursts of exclamation from the crowd. The follow-up students also rushed to the school one by one, and they were all eye-catching. This is the rule. The students will report first, and then the assessment will begin. Everyone also waited quietly, taking a look at the demeanor of this student. At this time, sorry, let's go. A masculine-looking teenager squeezed through the crowd and ran straight to the registration office with a look of excitement. The boy came to the registration office and immediately said, "Chen Derong, come to Tian High City, C-level enhanced abilities are metallized." Boy, it was Chen Derong who came from Tian High City. And follow his words. The onlookers around were suddenly taken aback. C-level ability? Be the first to send students to sign up? What the hell? Doesn't this guy know the rules? FK it. Is this guy's brain sick? I don't dare to step forward with the B-level ability. What is his C-level? Ha ha ha, where did you come from, the hillbilly? I heard that there will be such oolongs in the past. Just get used to it, just get used to it. I'm a C-level. Although I'm not convinced by being looked down upon, I have a name for myself, this brother. Oh, I'm afraid I will lose face. That's not it, you look at his excited look, it must be embarrassing to wait. When the crowd looked at Chen Derong, they suddenly started talking in contempt, and they all wanted to watch his next joke. However, the discussion of these people has not yet subsided, and there was a burst of heart-piercing screams from the entrance of the campus of Magic University. All these discussions were suppressed. Finally met the real person. Ah sisters, I can't take it anymore, he is so handsome too. Long live Master Su. He actually showed up, unprecedented. Amidst the screams of the elder sister and the senior, a slender, handsome boy was walking towards the school gate expectantly at this time, and a crowd of students followed him. Chapter 71. The screams spread to the entire school gate from a distance, and everyone outside who was waiting for the assessment was confused. What's the situation? What's wrong over there? This scream that made my ears screamed, is it from the senior sister of Magic University? Ah, the sound is so nice. FK. Look over there. Many senior sisters are so beautiful. Where? Wow, it's really a long time. Ahem, a lot of beautiful senior sisters. Who is the person in front of them? Sour, the eyes of those senior sisters have been staring at the buddy in front. This treatment, who is he? Outside the school gate, many people were sharp-eyed and spotted the slowly coming crowd. When they saw the slender figure headed by the group of Ying Ying Yanyan figures, they were suddenly talking sourly. I have forgotten about Chen Derong. What a special thing. Who is this brother? So happy, surrounded by so many beautiful senior sisters. If they are not blind, then any one of them is definitely better than the school flowers in their high school, right? Gen. Count them carefully, these enchanting and graceful figures, there are no 1,000, there are hundreds of them, right? This is what they have always imagined after entering university. Inside the school gate. Those students who had just walked into the school gate were also shocked by this scene. Suddenly I felt that my light had been robbed, so uncomfortable. Moreover, they were standing in the middle of the avenue at this time, facing the group of seniors who came by. The handsome boy named Gojo stood in the forefront and was the first to face the coming crowd. He looked at the slender figure headed by Tao with some envy. Who is he? Words fall. The housekeeper behind him was confused at first, then seemed to think of something, his eyes widened. Master, listening to the names of those students, it seems that it is the one who has been going viral in the past few days. It's going to go viral. Gojo was taken aback for a moment, then couldn't help but whispered, "CMO." At this time, the crowd had already walked in front of him. Subconsciously, Gojo, who had reacted, quickly pulled the housekeeper back aside. Then with a shocked face, he continued to look at the slender figure headed by him. The little bit of unhappiness in my heart disappeared at this moment. In these few days, amidst the turmoil of the school opening in the Magic City, talented freshmen who are highly regarded in various universities will be heatedly discussed. They are all topics that are bound to have a boundless future in the future, which are enough to rank among the new students in the Magic City, and so on. Read more at hotmentalnovel.xyz. The media public relations even made some rankings, the 3021 freshman ranking of the Magic City. His Gojo, as a student at Magic University, is naturally among the best. But at this time, his top-ranked genius student, in front of that slender figure, is a fart. Sumo. This year's S-level Special Class Force Special Enrollment of Mordu University. As soon as I enrolled, I took the Black Iron 6-star cultivation base to disdain the crowd. The friendly match swept a lot of special enrollment, and was appointed as the first-year chief of Magic University in advance by that extraordinary principal. A few days ago, the tide of monsters showed unmatched invincible combat power of the same level. After returning to retreat for a period of time, the cultivation base directly broke through to the realm of Silver 1-star, incredible combat power, incredible talent. In the past few days, Sumo's name has been arrogant. Positioned by major media public relations as the transcendent existence in the 3021 newcomers of the Magic City, the first is to blaspheme his talent. Even some media have boldly released their rhetoric that Sumo is the strongest new student in this world of mankind. The top spot in this year's freshman contest must belong to the Magic City. Compared with this one, his Gojo's status as a escort student is really nothing. Of it. It's an honor to make way for the boss. Behind them, some of the escorts seemed to recognize Sumo, and they were flattered and gave way one by one. Even some people who could not be recognized without reading the news were suppressed by the powerful aura, and subconsciously stepped aside. Outside. As Sumo got closer and closer to the school gate. FK. He's Sumo. What? I was just bewildered by the pair of seniors. The seniors didn't pay attention for a while, and now I found out that it turned out to be an idol. Ever since I saw that person standing on the corpse mountain, I have become a fan of Su Idol's brains. No. In addition to gaining insights when coming to Magic Capital University, I just hope to see this enchanting chief student. He really did his wish. Is he Sumo? This young man is incredible. If my son has 1% of his, I will be satisfied, even if it is half of his life, I will be willing. Brother, don't say 1%. If my daughter has 1 of 10 million, I will burn incense on my head immediately. Woo, Susu is so handsome. For him, I must be admitted to the Magic University. Don't dream, Master Sumo is mine. When he arrived at the school gate, Sumo's identity had been completely recognized, and the exclamation of the Hushin tsunami could not be stopped. Especially some young girls who are beginning to love each other, their eyes are shining at this time. Looking at Sumo's gaze, his eyes were amused, with a hint of shyness. He was obviously attracted. If a person only has a good skin, attractiveness can only be said to be good. At that time, Sumo had a pair of deep sword eyes, sharp and energetic, and his facial features were three-dimensional and handsome, and his temperament was good. In addition to the enchanting talent that swept a lot of new students, the attractiveness can be described as bursting. The absolutely right girl killer. Ignoring the fanatical gaze of everyone, Sumo looked forward to Chen Derong's registration site. The ordinary teacher who was in charge of registration just wanted to say hello to him, Sumo classmate. Immediately. Ha 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 ha. It was interrupted by a burst of hearty laughter. After Sumo and Chen Derong laughed, they looked at each other, ha ha ha. Laughed unanimously again. For a long time, Chen Derong took a deep breath and looked at Sumo, who had outstanding temperament in front of him, with a look of excitement and excitement, much. Before he finished speaking, Sumo hooked his shoulder and interrupted, between us, thank you. Dad said that when you awaken, the S-level ability will definitely cover you, how about it, Daddy? Looking at the handsome face close at hand, and the unabashed ridicule. Chen Derong grinned immediately. Fortunately, you guy has awakened the S-level ability, otherwise I will kill my own big mouth. Fortunately. Wait, your stinky son won't set up any bad FG on the day of the awakening ceremony, right? Being stared at him maliciously by Sumo, Chen Daong shrank his head, stand up. This this. If you awaken the S-level ability, I will go to the dung pool butterfly swim to celebrate for you. Chapter 72. Good fellow. You are ruthless. Sumo immediately looked at Chen Derong with admiration. The FG of the dung pool butterfly stroke also dare to stand, what a man. When will it be honored? Sumo grew up so old, whether it was in his previous life or this year, he had never seen such an interesting show operation. Hearing Sumo's expectant greetings, Chen Derong's scalp numb. He swears to God, he definitely didn't mean it, that FG, he really hid it in his heart. Who knows that a good brother can really awaken an S-level ability? Can the broken place in Tianhai City have an S-level ability? The whole city dare not think about it. Guru. Swallowing a mouthful of saliva, Chen Derong said aggrieved, brother, can you lighten it, can the butterfly swim in the urine pool work? Puffy ha ha ha. Seeing Chen Derong's insult, Sumo snorted and said with a chuckle, I am teasing you, how could I really let you go, but I remember this punishment, and I will tell you when I think about it. Thank you brother for not killing. The scene of the two laughing and playing was captured by everyone. Some people who despised Chen Derong before suddenly changed their style and turned into envy and jealousy. The sour smell immediately filled the surroundings. That guy turned out to be Chief Su's friend. Envy, I seem to smell the name of the back door. Good guy, it turns out that the clown is ourselves. I heard that the chief student of Mordu University has a lot of power, and that Chief Su was made an exception by the principal. He was very fancy, ahem. It seems this a brother with a C-level ability doesn't take the usual path. Envy, jealousy, and hate. It would be nice if I knew people at Magic Capital University, woo. Damn. Sisters, I really envy that guy named Chen Derong. Master Sumo actually laughed at him and hooked up his shoulders. Happy to death. Master Sumo's smile is too difficult to bear. I want to rush up and pounce on him. Sisters, do you think it is okay? Add me. +2. At this moment, let alone the strange brain circuits of the little girls, most of you here, as long as they are not fools, all know what's going on. Chen Derong is not stupid. It's that there are people in Magic University, or Chief Su, who has been going viral during this period, and he doesn't take the usual path. Gen. Envy is dead. Registration office. Sumo looked at the teacher who was in charge of reporting. Teacher, I should have told you about this, right? The teacher smiled and nodded, and then looked at Chen Derong affectionately. Congratulations, Chen Derong, who has officially become the 3021 freshman of our Magic University. As early as half a month ago, the teacher Yan had greeted them in advance. Even before the monster tide arrived, the principal Feng Xiaoao gave a notice to meet all Sumo's requirements. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. These teachers in charge of reporting, naturally bear in mind. I have been waiting for this student named Chen Derong. Now that he has such a cordial appearance and a welcome sound, anyone with a discerning eye knows that he is trying to please Sumo. The rest of the registered teachers suddenly looked at him with envy. Gen. The good impression was given to this guy. The corner of Sumo's mouth was slightly tilted, and he looked at the work card of the ordinary teacher. Teacher Huang, I wish you success in enrollment, we will leave first. On Wang's surname, he deliberately increased his voice. The meaning is obvious. After speaking, Sumo took Chen Derong into the campus. A group of seniors immediately followed. In their words, we have fallen. On the way to the campus, Sumo's movement once again attracted the attention of many people. More and more seniors approached with curiosity. After discovering that it was Sumo, the female screamed and the male wolf howled. The popularity exploded. Following Sumo, Chen Derong's whole body was stiff as he saw this scene out of the corner of his eye. Nervous. In the past, where he was an outsider from Tianhai City, how could he enter a sacred place like Magic Capital University? Now there are a group of senior elders following behind, which is not a talented B-level genius student. Pulling one out alone, Chen Derong couldn't match him. But at this time, being next to Sumo, he was also covered in light and attracted much attention. Although he was only looking at him because he was curious about his relationship with Suemo, it was enough for a lifetime. Immediately, he looked at Suemo. Amo, you should be doing well, right? Suemo smiled lightly. It's okay, haven't you watched the news? When the senior elder sisters who were following the two behind them heard this, the corners of their mouths suddenly twitched. Good guys. This sentence is okay, it really thundered them. However, when they looked at Suemo, they were even more admired and infatuated. Strong, amazing talent, and low-key. I love, such Suemo students, they love it. Quickly. Chen Derong took out his phone and looked at it, when he saw Suemo's piles of deeds. Immediately turned his head to look at Suemo with a grievance. You guy, you still love to pretend to be a cup. The former Suemo was so humble when he was in the third middle school, but his actions made people want to kill him. Overcome the children of the awakened family, break the limit record, just say hard work. I took the first place in the liberal arts, so that the teacher can't teach me, I still work hard. Isn't this really a cup? Chen Derong immediately diarrhea. After a while, Suemo took Chen Derong to the villa area for special enrollment. Behind a group of senior sisters and seniors saw it. Master Suemo, remember to go out and go shopping more, sister-in-law will never get tired of you for the rest of your life. Yet. We don't care about your love with Fiian Senpai, so we just watch you from a distance quietly. Oh, if I were a female, I would definitely go after the younger brother. Huh? Brother, your thinking is very dangerous. We are worship. It is worship. Remember, it is worship. Yes. I almost went crooked, Gan. Under the reluctant gaze of these elder sisters and seniors, Suemo and Chen Derong immediately stepped into the special enrollment villa area. Along the way, Chen Derong was like a hillbilly who had just entered the city, and was shocked by the luxurious villas of the special enrollment students. He swallowed his saliva. Amo, the treatment of your special enrollment is really good. Suemo grinned and said, after that, you can also live here. What? Chen Derong suddenly screamed and looked flattered. I read the introduction of Magic University. Didn't I say that only special enrollment students can live in the villa area? I am a scum with a C-level ability, will it be a bit wrong? Okay. What's the good thing? You are my brother, and this is also one of my chief students' powers. From now on, you will live with a younger brother I know at Magic University, and there seems to be a vacancy on his side. Hearing Sumo's words, Chen Derong's heart warmed. How can he Chen Derong and how good is it? Have such a brother. After chatting, the two quickly arrived at Villa 10. Chapter 73. Standing in front of the door, Chen Derong looked curiously, and was taken aback when he saw the two names on the door plate. Below is Suemo, his good brother. The above words are a pleasant name called Shangguan Fiian. Shangguan Fiian. It seems to be a girl's name. Good guys. This brother, he actually lived with a girl. It's only been a month, is it so exciting? Thinking about it, Chen Derong suddenly looked at Suemo with admiration. No wonder it was perfunctory to introduce my cousin to this guy when I was talking on the phone. It turned out to be there. Did I? In front of Villa number 10, Suemo gave a chuckle, swiped his student ID, and the door full of science fiction immediately opened slowly. Seeing the good brother's gesture of please, Chen Derong immediately walked in somewhat restrainedly. Bang bang bang! Congratulations on joining Magic University. The sound of a flower tube came out, followed by 3 voices. A friendly and honest. An empty and smart sound. Together with a touch of arrogance. It was a small surprise that Suemo called Cheng Yuxiang in advance, and Shangguan Fiian and the 3 prepared. Cheng Yuxiang and Shangguan Fiian agreed to Sumo's request without saying a word. Even Yezioxu could only follow the crowd. At this time, Chen Derong was a little dazed and flattered. The 3 people in front of them were able to be in the villa area, indicating that they were all specially enrolled students, and they should be genius friends that Amo knew. Especially when he saw the 2 women, he lowered his head shyly. This is too beautiful. I feel a little afraid to get close. Especially the beautiful woman in black dress with a calm face but suffocating beauty, dare not look directly. Seeing him like this, Sumo patted his shoulder helplessly and said, "You guy, hurry up and don't make it so humble." After that, Sumo pointed to Cheng Wuxiang with a smirk. "This guy is the brother I met at Magic University that I just told you, named Cheng Wuxiang, who is a special enrollment student in the same class as ours." Cheng Wuxiang quickly stepped forward and grabbed Chen Derong's hand. He smiled with thick eyebrows and big eyes. "Hello, Brother Derong. I heard Brother Mo say that you are his super good brother, but you seem to be older than me. I call you Derong. Brother, can't you?" "No, no, no. You are a special recruit of S-level ability, and you are also Amo's brother. Just call me Derong." Chen Derong was still flattered, and his heart was agitated. This is an S-level special enrollment. Among the hundreds of millions of human beings, there is such a small cluster of evildoers. Calling yourself a brother with a C-level ability, read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. "How can I stand it?" snapped. Sumo slapped the guy's buttocks fiercely. "Derong people are very good. Let's not talk about those things. Once he recognizes things, he will still scream. You can follow him." Cheng Wuxiang grinned suddenly. "Brother Mo still understands me, Brother Derong. We will be the three brothers of Moda University in the future." Sumo nodded, and then pointed to Shangguan Feiyan. "This is really terrible. She is called Shangguan Feiyan. She is a senior student who is a special recruit teacher, and she is the chief student of the sophomore year." When the words fell, Shangguan Feiyan's face blushed slightly. Is this the first time the schoolboy praised herself in front of outsiders? Shangguan Feiyan. Chen Derong's body was shocked when he heard the words. Is this suffocating beauty the object of living with his good brother? Still the chief student of the sophomore year. Sister-in-chief student. Goddess. Brother Mo is so awesome that he has chased the goddess of Magic City University only 1 month after he came to Magic City University. Just now when the goddess senpai was introduced by her good brother, he saw the slight change in blushing. Cohabiting again. It's definitely the relationship that didn't run away. Immediately, Chen Derong directly bent over and saluted. "My name is Chen Derong, my sister-in-law. Brother Mo is taken care of by you." Words fall. The scene suddenly fell silent. Cheng Wuxiang looked at Sumo and Guan Feiyan with a smirk, with an ambiguous expression. On the other hand, Shangguan Feiyan's pretty face was even redder, and her expression hadn't changed much. Such a contrast gave a hint of cuteness. Yezioxu exploded directly. "What did you guy just say?" Chen Derong was stunned and took 2 steps back subconsciously. Sister-in-law, sister-in-law, isn't Amo and Shangguan senior sister a boyfriend or girlfriend? They all live together, and the relationship is so delicate, isn't it that relationship? Ahem. Sumo lightly coughed from the side. "Derong, this is the little girlfriend of senior sister Shangguan, you can call her senior sister yet." Chen Derong was at a loss, but he hurriedly said to Yezioxu politely, "Senior sister yet is good. Welcome to join Moda University, Derong brother." With 2 jiao hums, Yezioxu immediately turned her head. Of course she was not angry, she was just arrogant. She is not an idiot, naturally knowing that Shangguan Feiyan should be really interesting to Sumo. These 2 people have become a big success. I'm afraid she can't stop it, but she just can't help being jealous. Damn it! Don't stand up, come to the hall and sit down, I'll cook today. After the introduction, Sumo immediately walked to his kitchen on the first floor. Shangguan Feiyan, Cheng Wuxiang and Yezioxu looked at Sumo's back, and they were taken aback for a moment. You brother Mo, can still cook?" Bringing the shocked expressions of the 3 into his eyes, Chen Derong wondered, "Have you never eaten Amo's food?" As he said, he showed a look of aftertaste, and continued, "For 3 years in high school, Amo used to cook in a rented house by himself. Even if I am used to the common delicacies of mountains and seas, I still can't forget the taste. His cooking skills are so good, it is absolutely a pity for people who have never eaten." Following Chen Derong's words fell. The 3 of Shangguan Feiyan narrowed their eyes and stared straight at the slender back. Sumo turned his head helplessly. I never said that I don't know how to cook. The meal made by the senior sister is so delicious, so I don't bother to cook. Moreover, I have been busy practicing during this period of time. That time. In his previous life, he was actually quite good at cooking. After passing through, life is difficult, so naturally he can only cook by himself. It's no surprise to develop a good cooking skill. After a while, Shangguan Feiyan followed Sumo's pace and entered the kitchen simultaneously. The beautiful eyes are full of curiosity and fighting spirit. In addition to practicing, her other major hobby is cooking, and now she knows that the cooking skills of her younger brother seem to be very good. Naturally want to compare it. Almost an hour later, a table of very good-looking meals appeared on the dinner table. Yeziaxu looked unbelievable. You really did this? Sumo, otherwise. It looks good, but it's definitely not as delicious as Feiyan. With that said, Yeziaxu immediately put a piece of braised pork into her mouth, and immediately, she stared at her beautiful eyes. Cheng Wuxiang followed closely and quickly picked up a piece. After chewing, his eyes brightened. It's delicious. It's better than Shangguan Senpai. The sound stopped abruptly. Sitting on the side, Shangguan Feiyan looked at Cheng Wuxiang's hesitant appearance, her beautiful eyes flickered, and then she picked up a piece and put it in her mouth. Chapter 74. Chewing slowly, Shangguan Feiyan bit her red lips in the next moment and looked at Sumo unwillingly. Boy, your cooking is better than me. In terms of cooking skills, Shangguan Feiyan is very confident and has been affirmed by the master, saying that she is super talented. Now, her confidence was shattered by Sumo. Although I really don't want to admit it, the meals made by my younger brother are really delicious. She surpassed herself in talent, and now she surpassed her in hobby, which made Shangguan Feiyan uncomfortable. She remembered her mother saying that if you want to grab a man's heart, you must first grab his stomach. But now, what should I do if my cooking skills are no better than this man? On the contrary, she herself was caught in the stomach by this man. It was almost. Thinking about it, Shangguan Feiyan suddenly blushed, thinking about what she did. Sumo smiled and said, they are all trained over the years, they are just some family dishes. Shangguan Feiyan's voice was as quiet as a mosquito channel, teach me. I don't know if it is a hobby of cooking or what makes this lady of heaven who never take the initiative. Take the initiative. When the three people on the side heard the words, Chen Derong and Cheng Wuxiang exchanged ambiguous eyes. As for why he didn't speak, he was naturally afraid that Yeziaxu would go crazy. But this time, Yeziaxu didn't go crazy, but sighed, turning acidity into strength. I ate the meal regardless of the lady's image. It's so fragrant. After a satisfying meal, the four of them started walking around the campus with Chen Derong. Suddenly, Master Sumo has come out again. Sisters, come together. FK. It is the goddess Shangguan and the goddess Yet, feast your eyes. Feast your eyes. Sisters, senior sister Shangguan is really beautiful. Oh, do we have any hope for such an outstanding existence? Didn't you tell me you just watched it quietly? No way. No way. Do you believe such nonsense? The beautiful scenery naturally attracted a lot of students, and this time the number of people really exploded. Read more at hotmentalnovel.xyz. The popularity of Shangguan Feiyan and Yeziaxu, coupled with the popularity of Sumo, directly numbered thousands. Screams and howling wolves were endless. This is a normal phenomenon in Magic University. Every time that famous figure appears, he is bound to be surrounded by onlookers. This is the worship and admiration of those geniuses. If the man who is about to graduate from the senior year appears, I am afraid it will be even more explosive. On the way to the campus, Long Long followed the five people closely. It was so lively. Some freshmen who had already been assessed and entered the school were also attracted to come in, and immediately couldn't take their eyes off. Until the school's broadcast came out, all students were required to rush to the playground hall to gather immediately, and all the talents dispersed. Because the annual school opening ceremony is ready to begin, these seniors and seniors must sign up immediately. At this time, in the principal's office, Sumo was called by Feng Xiaoao alone. Feng Xiaoao at this time has not been obscured by the blue light. Sumo saw the face of this principal for the first time. Middle-aged appearance, handsome features, an image of an elegant uncle. Feng Xiaoao looked at Sumo with a smile at the moment. The more he looked, the more satisfied he was. A few days ago, after returning from the battlefield, he received the videos recorded by the teachers about Sumo. When he saw Sumo alone fighting the monster tide alone, the power that broke out completely. He was so excited inside. He absolutely underestimated Sumo's potential far and wide. Feng Xiaoao is now reassessed once, and Sumo's talent is definitely the first person in the history of Magic University. Those kings who came out of Magic University are not as good as Sumo's age. This kind of talent can only be matched by the few double S abilities in history. Looking at Sumo, Feng Xiaoao suddenly smiled and said, "Xiao Su, I called you this time because I want you to be responsible for selecting candidates for this newcomer competition. Because of this battle, the pressure on us humans has increased. Therefore, the plan for cultivating talents should be carried out in advance. This year's freshman contest is the first step, and it will be held in advance, probably next week. The candidates are the 10 best freshmen in each school, so they must be screened. There is no doubt that among these 10, you are naturally enrolled by you, representing the face of our Magic University. If you do, I am definitely relieved, but for the remaining 9 people, I decided to leave it to you to screen them. After all, you have also fought some of them. You should be clear about their potential and current strength. Isn't it okay?" Sumo was startled when he heard Feng Xiaoao's words. "Trust yourself so much?" In the past, the number of places for the Magic University to participate in the competition had to be determined after repeated consideration and competition. Now, Feng Xiaoao has given him full responsibility, and put the face of Moda University this year in his hands, Sumo. This is absolute trust. After all, this is not an ordinary discussion. If you lose, and it has no effect. The freshman competition is about the starting resources of a school freshman. It is very important. Sumo took a deep breath. "Principal, do you believe me so?" Words fall. Feng Xiaoao grinned. "I naturally believe in my own vision and your strength." Sumo smiled when he heard the words. "Okay, then I will take this job." Seeing Sumo agreed, Feng Xiaoao nodded, and then continued smiling, with a hint of expectation. "This freshman contest is listed as the first step in the new talent training plan, and the rewards are very generous. This is still confidential. But it's okay to tell you. One of the rewards for the first 50 of this freshman contest is to go directly to an undeveloped treasure. Do you know what this means? Although the highest awards in the past are also to go to treasures, those have been excavated by the government. In your year, because of the training plan, you can go directly to the undeveloped, which means your chances will be the upper limit is very large, and there are all possibilities, but at the same time, it is also very dangerous, and there is the possibility of death. Of course, that is the case, but the government will still clean up the dangers that you cannot deal with." Hearing this, Sumo's eyes widened. Damn it! The government is so generous. This is a treasure. Even if it has been developed, it is difficult for universities to obtain places. Now, even taking the undeveloped as a reward. The atmosphere can't be any more. Although the danger is higher than the treasures that have been developed, on the contrary, the chances are hundreds of times greater than that. I believe that every arrogant young man knows how to choose. Chapter 75. Walking out of the principal's office, Sumo still had a trace of emotion in his heart. This year's freshman competition, awesome. Unexploited treasure land, I hope to make him make a lot of money again, your. With his current real strength, facing the ordinary diamond realm, let alone whether he was defeated, at least his life could be saved. Of course, facing an invincible general like Mu Feng of the 9th Army of the Suppression of Demons, it is still very dangerous. After all, at a high level, it is definitely more and more difficult to kill people beyond the enemy. What's more, Mu Feng and others are still talented and not weak, being abused 100% unless he is also promoted to the Diamond Realm. Or unlock one of the strongest characters again. The more templates there are, the more abilities you can turn into abilities. All-round strength such as Talent Foundation will undergo a qualitative change again, and combat power will soar. Take it easy. Thinking secretly, Sumo then walked towards the playground hall. The first step of the school opening ceremony is to give the opening speech by the chief student. In the past, it was borne by the sophomore, 3, 4, and 3 chiefs, but this year is a bit special. Sumo was appointed as the chief student by Feng Xiaoyao in advance, so just add him one more. Let's give a speech to the freshmen, to put it simply, some chicken soup. At this time, after half a day, the freshman assessment of Mordu University has also ended. The B-level talented students who passed the entrance to Mordu University are naturally happy and hate to have to participate in the opening ceremony and go home immediately. Those who hadn't taken the test all had their heads down, their eyes moist, and they were dumbfounded outside the school gate, looking depressed. It's quite different from the proud look at the beginning. After a long time, these B-level talented geniuses regrouped and went to other key universities. Although he didn't enter the university he likes, but the next way is still to go. And in the past graduation records, let's not talk about the enchantments of recommended students and special admissions. Ordinary B-level students of Mordu University may not really be more successful than B-level students of other key universities. The future is. It might be all. As for those students with C-level or even C-level talents, they are all dumbfounded at the moment. Good guys. Who is it that can be forced to try luck? Non-B-level talent, cannot participate in the assessment, they are confused. In the end, they can only go to the school after gaining knowledge. Any more delay, the school won't get in. Again. The playground hall is a large open-air playground, much larger than those of the martial arts platform, and the decoration is also very luxurious. Various simple decorations that have been passed down from the age of science and technology are hung all around, and the sun is shining, which is very sacred. Read more at hotmentalnovel.xyz. At this time, the ordinary students of the second and third year are ready to take their place, and they are sitting in the arranged positions. Freshmen in the freshman year are looking around curiously, like a curious baby, constantly looking at the surrounding environment. Even some LSBs are quietly looking at the seniors one by one, keeping their saliva. They are here. Suddenly, I don't know who exclaimed. All the students at the scene looked at a special passage. From the passage, a student with an unbelievable reputation came out, with expressions of indescribable confidence. Then they walked slowly to the front of their respective classes and sat down naturally in the protruding position of that front. Are they the sophomores and juniors recommended students and special admissions seniors? Hey, the aura is terrifying. Yes. When I saw them, I didn't dare to look directly at them, the aura was too strong. Who is that senior girl in a purple dress? It feels so beautiful. Dude, let me, a little smart, tell you. When I was not in school, I knew most of the people in the capital of the Magic City, elder sister Yun Ziun. The first student of the goddess of the junior year. And Shangguan senior sister also called the magic capital Double Flower, although the other senior sisters also have many goddess characters, these two are the most famous. Guru, it would be great if such a goddess could take a look at me. Absolute cardiac arrest. You're thinking about farts. I don't know where you are pursuing the outstanding seniors of senior sister Yun, and there are many people in the special enrollment. If you want senior sister Yun to see you, unless you are as good as Chief Su, you can complete it, brother love, or you should have more dreams. Don't say anything, can't I play YY? The discussion is naturally made by the freshmen who are very excited. Of course, ordinary students in the second and third year. Look at that enchanting figure in awe, and look at Yun Zi and some enchanting senior sisters and seniors quietly. Shangguan Feiyan and Ye Zioxu were already sitting in the front row of their sophomores, attracting a lot of attention. Cheng Yuxiang's words were accompanied by Chen Derong in the seat of an ordinary freshman. According to the rules, the seat at the head of the front row is for special enrollment students, followed by the recommended students. At first, Cheng Wuxian took Chen Derong to sit in the head, but Chen Derong ran to the ordinary students to sit here because of his eyes. Takeo naturally couldn't let him sit here alone, so he stayed with him. In Cheng Wuxian's words, my Derong brother is too low-key. At this time, amidst bursts of exclamation, the seniors also came, even ordinary students. The breath is unusually terrifying. Especially the small part of the figure walking in the front, the aura is the best in the audience, all of them are amazing. The real man in the academy. Especially for the head of the handsome young man in white clothes with a magnificent appearance. As soon as he appeared, the screams of the elder sisters never stopped. Some teachers could only shake helplessly when they saw this scene. Shook his head. Gu Chen. Senior student. The most popular existence in Mordu University. The grandson of King Gu Chengfeng, the eldest son of the Gu family of the ancient city of Demon City. Moreover, there is still a monster with dual abilities, an S-level special type and an A-level element type, and they are all very powerful abilities. Now he is also the student with the highest cultivation level in Magic University, the Golden 9-Star Peak, half-footed into the Diamond Realm. Once graduated, you can directly join the God-Killing Corps and become an intern general. The real Tianjiao character. In addition to him, several other influential figures also made a high noise. They are all people who have received much attention, among them, Shangguan Qinghong. Soon, these seniors also took their seats. And just after these seniors took their seats, a slender figure also walked in from the freshman side of the tunnel. With deep sword eyes, Junyi's facial features look good, and a faint smile at the corner of his mouth, wearing black clothes. On the point of temperament, I don't lose to those seniors who are influential people at all. The person here is naturally Suemo. Being dragged by Feng Xiaoao to talk privately, it took a while, but now it seems that he barely caught up. Cheng Wuxian, who was chatting with Chen Derong, immediately grinned and said, "Brother Mo, we are here." The screams were loud, and for a while, everyone looked over. Chapter 76. It's Chief Sumasu. Yes. Su's appearance is really good for me, it's my ideal type. You idiots, you know that, depending on your appearance, Chief Su's talent is what makes people admire, okay? I am proud that Chief Su is the chief student of our class. I was promoted to the Silver Realm just after entering school. I am definitely the strongest chief student ever. Keep your voice down, but don't let those seniors hear it. On this occasion, don't compare randomly, there will be a rhythm. I'm telling the truth, there is nothing I can't say. Well, I also think Senior Su is the most talented chief student. Freshmen, as Cheng Wuxian finished speaking, they immediately found Suemo and shouted in excitement. Most of their freshmen are actually more concerned about the existence of their peers than the news of those seniors. And in the past few days, Sumo's abnormal record has undoubtedly completely convinced them. Therefore, at this moment, Suemo is the object they admire more than the senior figures. No, as soon as Suemo appeared, this group of freshmen exploded. Is he Suemo? At this moment, listening to the exclamation of the freshmen, those sophomores, juniors, and even seniors looked at Suemo curiously. In addition to curiosity, there was a sense of scrutiny in their sights. They also read Sumo's record of killing monsters, and even some people were there at the time. Although they were not convinced, they had to admit that when they first entered school, they were indeed not as strong as Suemo. Even many people quietly looked at Gu Chen, the current first student of Moda University. When he first enrolled, he was afraid that he couldn't match it, right? In the front row of seniors, Shangguan Qinghong looked at Suemo proudly, grinned and said, "As expected, it is my brother-in-law, and she has become the most beautiful cub." As he said, he turned his head jokingly to look at Gu Chen, who was sitting aside. "How is it, is there any pressure?" Before Gu Chen could reply, a charming woman sitting next to Gu Chen covered her mouth and smiled, "Hey, that little handsome guy is really amazing. I have to admit that he is really talented, but he wants to catch up with the captain. Pace, then he can only compete with the captain in the 9th Army of Demons after he graduates, but by then, the captain may be his boss again." Hearing this, Shangguan Qinghong's mouth curled up slightly. Half a month of Black Iron 6 stars, and nearly a month's promotion to the Silver Realm. With such a speed of cultivation plus that terrifying combat power, my brother-in-law is ashamed and under great pressure anyway. It's pretty good. Words fall. Gu Chen, who was looking at Suemo, smiled faintly, "Even you said that, it's really a bit stressful." He said that, but the youth's eyes were still full of unspeakable self-confidence, not deliberately. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. It is the self-confidence exuding from the bones, but the heart of a strong man who has maintained unparalleled confidence in himself from beginning to end. Seeing the light smile on Gu Chen's face, Shangguan Qinghong curled his lips. He knew that this guy would not be hit so easily, and his mood was indifferent and terrifying. In the corridor of the freshman's position, Suemo calmly walked towards the two Chen Derong. Even if it was scrutinized by those senior evildoers, it seemed calm and calm. Because compared to Feng Xiaoao's gaze, these sights are simply too pediatric. Want to bluff him? Believe it or not, someone is a tyrannical backhand? Soon, Suemo came to the seats of both Chen Derong and Chen Derong. The male student sitting next to Chen Derong immediately stood up respectfully and made a please gesture, "Senior Su, sit down." In the eyes, it is all about worship. Suemo smiled and said, "Thank you very much." Suddenly, the male student almost didn't faint, and looked flattered. He was actually thanked by Senior Su, happy. For a time, the freshmen around here cast admiring glances one after another, and the girls were even more idiots. Senior Su is so down to earth, instead of sitting in the glorious position of the head, he actually came here to sit with them. Although his sea-level friend is here, he is too grounded. There is no posture of the chief student at all, I love it. After sitting down, Suemo chatted with Chen Derong. At this moment, on the podium of the playground hall, an old man suddenly appeared. His face was full of youthful face, and he was not old at all. With his appearance, the psychic energy in the playground hall had obviously changed. Like Feng Xiaoao changing the direction of the wind around the world. Of course, such subtle changes can only be discovered by some teachers of the Diamond Realm, as well as a few senior students with special enrollment and Suemo who have knowledge and beauty. It is very mysterious. This person is the Vice President of Magic University. He is also an extraordinary and powerful Yin Zhan, a very common name. But in fact, the legendary story of this Vice Principal is far more exciting than Feng Xiaoao. When he was young, he was a hero against monsters, and he belonged to the older generation. Yin Zhan had an old face with a hint of kindness at this time. "Classmates, time flies quickly, and it feels like going home, are you happy?" Happy. For this amiable vice principal, almost no one disliked him in his sophomore, junior, senior, and smiled. The image of the deputy principal on weekdays is that kind neighboring grandfather, and he almost became one with these students. They still liked the deputy principal more than the mysterious image of Feng Xiaoao. After Yin Zhan exchanged a few more words, he immediately officially started the school opening ceremony. After 2 hours, the school opening ceremony ended. That's right, the opening ceremony is so simple and not too complicated. At this time, I saw a group of freshmen still sitting in their seats reluctantly and looking at themselves. Suemo smiled and stood up and looked at the row-headed, all special enrollment students stay. Li Tianyi, who was about to get up and leave, suddenly looked at Suemo with a puzzled expression on his face. "Follow me." Without explaining too much, after Suemo finished speaking, he led Cheng Wuxiang out of the passage. Mirong Zai and others looked at each other, but they still followed Sumo's pace. After a long while, in a martial arts gymnasium, Suemo looked at the puzzled people, and smiled. "I think you should also know about the freshman contest next week, right? Well, I am the person in charge of this quota, 10 quotas. I will be screened out by me, half a month has passed, I hope you don't let me down. Words fall. Li Tianyi and other special enrollment students were surprised and looked at Sumo in a daze. Sumo is the person in charge of this quota. Chapter 77. The freshman competition this time is related to the issue of the early resources of a school freshman, so the quota is the matter. It is absolutely the most important thing, after all, it represents the face of a school. And their specially recruited teachers only learned of the advancement of the freshman competition a few days ago. I don't know about the quota selection plan. Unexpectedly, there was no big plan at all, and he quietly handed over the sole responsibility to Sumo. In other words, the school trusts Sumo completely, no one has notified him, and chooses to let him decide the ownership of the quota. The power is too great. Subconsciously, this group of special enrollment students looked at Sumo and suddenly became nervous. It's like a student sees the teacher. The test is very simple. Let me take a look at your strengths and make comprehensive considerations. Finally, among the 18 of you, I will decide the remaining 9 and perform well. After finishing speaking, Sumo looked at the suddenly cautious special enrollment group, and suddenly smiled and said, "By the way, I will test you." Words fall. Most of the special enrollment students, including Cheng Wuxiang, trembled all over, shocked. Sumo to test. Of it. The shadow brought to them by the last friendly match hasn't come out yet. Now that this one has been promoted to the Silver Realm, wouldn't it be even more terrifying? Last time, I don't know if half a move can hold it. Several special enrollment students who had only recently recruited saw a dozen people trembling, and then recalled the scene where Sumo fought against the monster. Suddenly, the tiger's body was also shocked, and his expression began to become nervous. Letting such a ruthless person test it, he began to panic. Wow! Senior Su asked these special enrollment leaders to gather, is it going to be a test? I look forward to it. At this time, some freshmen also followed the competition hall curiously, with a look of excitement. After all, the fact that Sumo and others came to the martial arts hall was not covered up, and there was no rule that they should not be watched. Out of worship, they naturally followed. Even some senior sisters and seniors who have been paying attention to Sumo also came with curiosity. Among them, Shangguan Feiyan and Ye Xiaoxia brought another wave of LSP, and there were even more of them. And then, with the spread from person to person, even the big 3 and 4 big figures came to watch with interest. Of course, the person they most want to know is the chief student Sumo, who makes them very unconvinced. No, after Shangguan Qinghong entered the martial arts hall, he walked over and hooked Sumo's shoulders. "My brother-in-law, you and your brother-in-law have completed the agreement very well, and you have become the most beautiful cub. Very nice. It's a pity that your elder brother, I didn't become the most beautiful one, alas. I won't talk about being robbed of the limelight by the guy Gu Chen. I was also robbed by a masked man who appeared suddenly. That really angered me. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Sumo was silent. He wanted to say to Shangguan Qinghong, I am really happy to blame you. But if you say this, I'm afraid that this eldest brother-in-law will directly fight him on the spot, right? Ahem, low-key. Xiao Xiao was angry, and Shangguan Qinghong quickly showed a cynical smile again. By the way, my brother-in-law, what are you doing now? Are you going to have another friendly match? You are too bullying, right? Li Tianyi and others on the side dared not speak. Although what the Shangguan senior said is true, it still hurts people to look down on them in this way. Sumo replied, the principal has handed over the candidates for the freshman competition to me. Now it's a little test. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Qinghong was taken aback, and then gave Sumo a thumbs up. My brother-in-law is promising. Big brother. Behind him, there was a faint, ethereal sound, and Shangguan Feiyan directly grabbed his ears and pulled back to the waiting room. The beautiful lady turned her head to look at Sumo, and said softly, School brother, you are busy with you, come on. Soon, the news that Sumo wanted to screen the freshman contest places was posted in the waiting room like this. As everyone sighed that the school attached great importance to him, they couldn't help but start to look forward to it. After all, this is the facade of their magic city, and the sophomores, juniors, seniors, and seniors who have experienced it naturally know its importance. After a while, even the specially recruited teachers came. Except for Yan Yun, who was still on his way back, the rest of the specially recruited teachers arrived one after another. They didn't see each other for half a month. The last time the friendly match was held by Zhuang and others. Looking at Sumo now, he couldn't help but show emotion on his face. Promoted to the Silver Realm from the Black Iron 6 stars in half a month. The principal still has a high-sightedness. Moreover, they were not notified about the quota, so Sumo alone had the full authority to screen the quota, which was absolutely trustworthy. Now even their specially recruited teachers dare not offend Sumo easily. Of course, they wouldn't offend Sumo either. It's too late to be happy. Such a character came out of Magic University. Even with them as teachers of Magic University, they have absolutely long faces. The dual-power evildoer of Takeo University, now it seems that the pressure is not so great. The center of the venue. Li Tianyi and the others were a little nervous again being watched by so many people. After all, compared to the last time, there were more people here this time, and the seniors and seniors of various figures arrived on the scene. The thought of waiting to be abused by Sumo and being watched by so many people makes it strange that he is not nervous. Sumo saw this and frowned slightly. This scene is tense? Then, after waiting for the newcomer contest held by all mankind, wouldn't it be impossible to stand? Disappointed, I was disappointed before the test started. There really are you guys. Words fall. Li Tianyi and the others couldn't help but clenched their fists. Although Sumo is stronger than them, it is still a bit uncomfortable to be said that by a person of the same age. Soon, they took a deep breath, and they all relaxed and looked at Sumo with full of fighting spirit. Nodded, Sumo's mouth curled slightly. Yes, the adjustment is quite fast. Okay, then you don't think about whether you can defeat me, just do your best to attack me together. Remember, there is no reservation. Attack. I will observe your comprehensive strength one by one. Murongzi's pretty face immediately showed a trace of astonishment. Sumo, would you let the 18 of us come together? All the special admissions students also looked stunned. They thought they would be tested one by one. Why do you want them to go together? A little underestimated. Among the crowd, only Cheng Wuxiang said with a solemn expression, Brother Mo is already very kind to let us go together. If you don't want to be too embarrassed, just show your strength honestly, otherwise you will definitely be killed. He knew Sumo's true strength. That Brother Mo, who shook the mountain with 3 punches and 2 feet, crushed and killed a tier 3 monster, was terrifying. Roar! Thinking about it, Cheng Wuxiang suddenly turned into a mad blood gold master, and Jin Kankan showed his domineering body with blood patterns. The aura of the Black Iron 6 stars surged wildly in his body. That's right, after the life and death experience of that monster tide, in the recent period, Cheng Wuxiang has been promoted from the 5-star Black Iron to the 6-star, and he is definitely the second person under the special enrollment of Brother Mo. Chapter 78. On the side, Li Tianyi and Murongzi suddenly turned their heads to look at Cheng Wuxiang. They were taken aback for a moment, and then they exclaimed, Black Iron 6 stars. If they remember correctly, half a month ago, Cheng Wuxiang was still equal to the two of them, and he was a 4-star Black Iron. Even when it was the monster tide, they were only 5-star Black Iron, but at that time, they had already been promoted to 5-star. How come just a few days later, Sumo didn't talk about this abnormality? Even Cheng Wuxiang unexpectedly surpassed them. In the past few days, they have digested the experience of fighting in the tide of monsters, and the cultivation base has been more than half a 5-star. But compared to Cheng Wuxiang's promotion to the Black Iron 6 stars cultivation base, it was still a bit worse. They, overtaken by Cheng Wuxiang, the expressions of the two immediately turned into unwillingness. If Sumo's talents made the two desperate, then Cheng Wuxiang was almost surpassed. That is unwilling and dissatisfied. In the auditorium, the students and specially recruited teachers who watched the last friendly match also showed shocked expressions. School brother Cheng was promoted to Black Iron 6 star. Although there is no perverted brother Su, it is also very enchanting. The Mad Blood Golden Lion is really terrifying. It is indeed one of the strongest talents of beastization-like abilities. Compared with this junior, my S-rank Scarlet Blood Saint Eagle is still a bit short of it. I really want to pull him into our team. Don't think about it, this junior is inseparable from Junior Su, and it is very likely that Junior Su has already been recruited into the team. Oh, it's another incredible evildoer. In a small group of specially recruited teachers, the teacher of the special recruit Cheng Takeo suddenly smiled triumphantly. During this period, Takeo went to the field with Sumo to fight for experience. Even in the tide of monsters, he was extremely brave, coupled with the talent of evildoers. With a tenacious mind, it's normal to be promoted to the Black Iron 6 stars. He said that, but his proud tone couldn't hide it at all. Cheng Wuxiang was specially recruited by him, and he was naturally happy because the former performed outstandingly. At this time, the most complicated thing in my heart was more than teacher Zhuang, and it was fine if I couldn't be better than Yan Yun. Now even this one is uncomfortable and uncomfortable. In the middle of the battlefield, after Li Tianyi and Mirong Zi were initially unwilling, they also entered a fighting state. Although very unwilling, but at present, the quota is still important. The other special enrollment students also came back to their senses, looking at Sumo solemnly one by one, and unfolding their own abilities. Suddenly, a strong breath emerged. Yang Xiang's demon arm. Yu Qiang's instant acceleration. There is also rather an S-level special type of healing ability, Life Paradise, although the combat effectiveness is not strong, but if you have been blessing yourself, it is definitely the most durable in the field. Next moment, 18 students were enrolled and Xiang Sumo was immediately called. Brother Mo, here I am. Read more at hotmentalnovel.xyz. Cheng Wuxiang roared, stepping on the Thunder Run method, as if a lightning mingled with golden light was the first to slam in front of Sumo. The extremely sharp claws immediately slapped Sumo's head fiercely. The speed is good. With a chuckle, Sumo just lifted his palm, cleverly placed it on Cheng Wuxiang's palm, and then applied force. Boom! Cheng Wuxiang's entire lion's arm was directly shaken to the side, and the whole body flew out with it, and then fell to the ground. At this time, Li Tianyi carried the figure of Golden Thunder, and Mirong Zi's strange physique, immediately approached him. The two of them left and right, Thunder Fist and Sword Cut, and the purple absolute 0-degree cold continued to spread to Sumo. In the hidden place of the cold, a sword tipped with cold light quickly pierced. He had learned well and would never attack Sumo head-on, flanking left and right, and retreating if he didn't hit it. The terrifying space burst, and the two didn't want to try at all. However, there was still a slight smile at the corner of Sumo's mouth, and his body retreated strangely, extremely elegant, like a breeze. Immediately afterwards, he took a step forward again, swiping his legs, and directly kicked Li Tianyi and Mirong Zi away. The understatement shocked the teachers and students in the audience. In this scene, it was also seen that the special enrollment students who were about to attack came to a stop. All the eggs! Upon seeing this, Cheng Wuxiang yelled aloud, and then killed Sumo again. In midair, Sumo's brow furrowed as he patted the two claws again. Takeo, your attack route is to roar. Before he finished speaking, Cheng Wuxiang let out a loud roar in midair, and a terrifying sound hit Sumo. The sudden roar made Sumo slightly stunned. And just after Sumo was stunned by this roar, Cheng Wuxiang's domineering body churned. The tail that looked like a golden light and iron whip directly drew towards Sumo's face. Cheng Wuxiang was overjoyed, but the next moment, a trace of panic appeared on his lion's face. Sumo smiled strangely at the corner of his mouth, and a big footprint was already kicking on his lion's face. Boom! Ever since, this guy flew out again. But at this moment, looking at Cheng Wuxiang, Sumo was delighted in his heart. The flexible performance of his little brother just now, if it is a normal silver awakened person, he will be recruited. That is to say, he has knowledge and beauty, so he can also react with his dazed kung fu. This guy, during my absence, seems to have worked hard to temper his fighting ability. Thinking with relief, Sumo's expression immediately fell cold, and he swept over the special enrollment students who didn't dare to move. "Aren't you wanting a place?" Words fall. The face of this group of special enrollment students changed drastically, and no longer hesitated. They gritted their teeth and rushed forward. Yu Qiang was holding the battle sword in his hand, and for an instant he accelerated to get close to Sumo, and the long sword severely cut out, but he was still kicked out. It would be better for this pretty girl to be Liang, who also blessed the power of the paradise of life on the surface of her body, and killed it with a long sword, and then... Ah! With a soft cry, Sumo was directly kicked on the chest by a straight man, and his smaller body flew out on the spot. In this scene, many Sumo's Nympho fans trembled, but in the next moment, they became even more obsessed. Lord Sumo, who has a bit of straight male attributes, is also so handsome I want to be kicked. Next. A weird scene appeared, and I saw that no matter how this group of special enrollment students, even if they were all kinds of elemental abilities, they couldn't touch Sumo's clothes at all. The elegant figure seemed like a breeze. One kicked these poor children out. One person can fight against 18 people, it seems that it is so easy to do, it is simply desperate. Sit on the stage. Shangguan Qinghong Junyi's expression showed emotion. Meng. Before Shangguan Qinghong I didn't accept any of the younger generations, because they were not as fierce as I am, but my brother-in-law, I really took it. This is totally devastated. I'm afraid that some silver 9 stars will also be ravaged, right? Shangguan Feiyan on the side didn't refute her brother-in-law's name, her beautiful eyes flickered. School brother's evasion is still so great. She recalled the scene where her particle sword was easily avoided. I don't know if she will be able to learn from each other again, and if she burst out with all her strength, can the younger brother be so relaxed? The senior enrollment students near Shangguan Qinghong looked at Sumo at this time, and their expressions gradually became shocked. With a calm face, Gu Chen nodded, and the corners of his mouth curled slightly. It's very strong, I'm not 100% sure to beat him at the same level. The implication is that it may be defeated, but not necessarily. The charming woman on the side glared at the words, and it was the first time she saw the captain comment on someone like this. After a long while, apart from Cheng Wuxiang, Li Tianyi, and Mirong Ziai, they were still struggling to get up. All the special enrollment students are already lying on the ground and crying out painfully. They are all hurt by being kicked and can't get up. Upon seeing this, Sumo shook his head and said in a disappointed tone, "At this level, do you want to embarrass us at Moda University?" A week later, if there is no change the day before, all don't want to have a place. Chapter 79. In the martial arts hall, looking at Sumo with a serious expression that was not joking, even if the special enrollment students were crying out, their expressions couldn't help but turn pale. They had no doubt that this one in front of them could really do such a thing. In the waiting room, all the students, including the specially recruited teacher, sighed with emotion and looked at each other. At the moment, they have only one idea. This Chief Su is too demanding. In fact, after the entire test, they were already amazed by the performance of this year's special admissions students. It's definitely better than the last one. In particular, Cheng Wuxiang, Li Tianyi, and Mirong Ziai knew how to think every time they were injured. Every attack was improving, and their talents were visible to the naked eye. As for why it was not effective, it was naturally that Sumo was too abnormal. Especially with such strength, in any session, the special enrollment students are also beaten out. The appearance of such a freak like Sumo in this session is a blessing for this group of special enrollment students, but it is also unfortunate. Fortunately, there is a dazzling benchmark. The pressure is so desperate that I can squeeze myself and work harder to catch up. Unfortunately, this goal is too desperate. Even if you know that you have made progress, you will not be able to catch up anyway, you will only be pulled farther and farther, and your mentality will easily collapse. Ye Zioxu looked at Chen Derong at this time, and curiously asked, "Derong schoolboy, smelly schoolboy should have been a very demanding person before, right?" Upon hearing this, Shangguan Feiyan on the side also pricked her ears. She wanted to know about Sumo's past. Shangguan Qinghong and other senior enrollment students beside Shangguan Feiyan also looked at Chen Derong curiously. Chen Derong, who was shocked by this test, came back to his senses. Seeing so many big guys looking at him, he nodded quickly. Amo is indeed the kind of person who is extremely demanding of himself. Every time when training, he was the one who persisted to the end, even if he couldn't finish it and fainted. After he woke up, he doubled it the next day, and even the rest time was completely used for exercise. In terms of liberal arts, as long as he lacks even 1 point in the test on weekdays, he will look at his test paper for most of the day, and he will redouble his efforts to explore his own mistakes. Therefore, when Amo is in the 3rd middle school, he will be called as the Iron Man can overcome the children of the awakened family. I was motivated by Amo's hard work, so I redoubled my efforts. I thought that awakening the sea-level ability would be great. Now when I come to the Magic City, just got it. At the end, Chen Derong sighed humbly. Upon seeing this, Ye Xiaoxiu immediately comforted, "It's okay, some people with sea-level abilities have broken the limit and promoted to the Diamond Powerhouse." But Shangguan Feiyan and others were shocked at this moment. Looking at the slender figure standing in the middle of the field, they were silent. With the enchanting talent, he demands so hard on himself. No wonder it's so perverted. A talented person, not terrible. But a person who is more talented than you and 100 times harder than you can definitely make people tremble. Gu Chen's white and handsome face is rare at this time, with a positive expression. If he is in the same class as us, it should be very interesting. This is enough to show that he has recognized Sumo. Shangguan Qinghong smiled and nodded. As expected, it is my brother-in-law. The charming woman sitting beside Gu Chen also nodded. Read more at hotmentalnovel.xyz. The captain is indeed invincible in her heart, but Sumo's ruthlessness is also very admirable. Awesome! Is this the strength of Senior Su? I feel that any of those special recruits can beat us out, but in front of the former, it is like a son being beaten by his father. It is indeed the strongest ever. Does the father beat his son? It's very appropriate. Brother, if Senior Su hangs us, how do you describe it? Punch a kid, grandson is worse. I really want to talk to him about a love watching the sea. Sister, you're not great. I have already thought about the appearance of the child, even if it is 7 points similar to Senior Su, I will definitely be a beautiful man when I grow up. Sister, you're still cruel. You guys are all thinking about farts. Who is not a genius girl at school anymore, she needs to be reserved, cough cough. Okay, this lady can't make up anymore. I have a showdown, and I think too. In the freshman auditorium, all the freshmen at this moment were completely impressed by Sumo. Although the Senior Su in the video is very domineering, but at this moment, the clouds are calm and gentle, showing the appearance of a master, and it is also attractive. The center of the field. Sumo spoke again, "Remember what I said, all right, get up and go to the infirmary." After speaking, he walked straight to the passage, leaving everyone with an unpredictable back. In the auditorium, everyone was full of emotion, but since Sumo had already left, he could only disperse. The next time you watch Sumo's style, it will be the newborn competition. Shangguan Feiyan and others immediately caught up with Sumo, and Cheng Yuxiang hurriedly trot to keep up. On the way, Shangguan Qinghong joked, "Brother-in-law, if that group of special enrollment performance is not up to standard a week later, you really won't give them a quota? If this is the case, the principal will not be angry with the old man." The corner of Sumo's mouth twitched, and the brother-in-law shouted more and more naturally. And Shangguan Feiyan didn't even refute. The people behind him also looked at him curiously at this time. How can progress in a week be so fast? Especially Cheng Yuxiang, looking at his brother Mo with an aggrieved expression. Being watched by everyone, Sumo smiled lightly, "Depending on the situation, if you really don't have the skills, then I'd better stay in school and call 666. It's better to go alone than to lose face. Of course, I'll try my best to get the top spot. Up. Shangguan Qinghong's mouth twitched. Yes, just as aggressive as me. Cheng Wuxiang cried, Brother Mo. Patting the little brother on the shoulder, Su Mo earnestly said, I have high expectations of you. I believe in you, Takeo. Cheng Wuxiang's body suddenly shook, and Brother Mo's words were obvious. He has actually reached the standard, but Brother Mo still wants him to break through his limits again. Brother Mo, I will work hard. Nodding, Su Mo immediately looked at Shangguan Qinghong, with a smile in his eyes. It could be seen that Shangguan Qinghong took a step back subconsciously. This brother-in-law laughed weirdly. Senior, I want to trouble you one thing, can I use your Shangguan family's influence? Shangguan Feiyan, who had been staring at Su Mo, said softly and quickly, Senior brother, you say. Shangguan Qinghong hooked Su Mo's shoulders directly and grinned, your smile just now, I thought you had anything wrong with my uncle, so I was shocked. Let's talk about everything. Family, you are welcome. I don't engage in basics. Su Mo rolled his eyes, and then said sternly, I want a stable supply channel. Shangguan Qinghong, Shangguan Feiyan, Yezioxu and others were taken aback. They had stable supply channels. Do you want to buy anything? Ancient Qinghong suddenly looked puzzled, what is the channel? Magic Core. Chapter 80. Magic Core. Everyone was taken aback. The Magic Core seems to be a cultivation resource that only the Golden Awakeners can absorb. If you don't reach the Golden Realm, you don't have precise mental power. If you absorb it indiscriminately, you will be accidentally injured by the blood power of the monster inside. Although Su Mo is very abnormal, he shouldn't be in the Golden Realm, right? Why take the risk to absorb the Magic Core practice? Is it because the Shinik Stone is not enough? It shouldn't. The identity of the chief student is still missing the Shinik Stone? Shangguan Qinghong smiled and said, Brother-in-law, isn't the Shinik Stone not enough? You and my uncle can just ask for it. You don't need to absorb any magic nuclei. Isn't the intermediate Shinik Stone fragrant? Shangguan Feiyan also nodded worriedly, you are welcome, brother. She also thought that Su Mo had no Shinik Stone to use, and wanted to run to absorb the magic core. Chen Derong and Cheng Wuxiang on the side were immediately envious. That's nice. They also really want to have a rich goddess who said to them, I raise you. Seeing everyone's worries, Su Mo smiled helplessly, I have enough Shinik Stones, and the magic core supplier I want doesn't want those complete magic cores. It just satisfies my hobby. I like to collect some useful ones. The remaining magic core, it feels pretty. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned again. Unexpectedly, Su Mo still has this strange hobby. But they didn't think too much, as long as Su Mo didn't risk the absorption of the complete magic core. After all, no one is so stupid that they have no Shinik power, so should they die to absorb the supernatural power that will backlash? They just think that Su Mo actually has this hobby, it's a little bit cute. Shangguan Qinghong immediately laughed and said, I didn't expect you to have such a hobby. I thought it was a big deal. No problem. It's not a big deal. It's on my eldest brother. Let's not say that we have such a hobby. A large number of abandoned monsters. Among the people I know, there are many small businesses who collect these abandoned monsters and sell them to ordinary mortals as decorations. They can no longer make money in the hands of the awakened. These merchants are naturally in the hands of mortals. Earn money. Su Mo was overjoyed and immediately grinned, then thank you brother. Although he has some reputation now, he still lacks influence. Therefore, the matter of collecting incomplete magic cores can only rely on the power of Shangguan family with huge connections. Ouch, the first time you called my eldest brother, you have reached this point, then should you consider when to set a date? Shangguan Qinghong said. She picked up her eyes at Shangguan Feiyan, who was already blushing, and she died. It wasn't until a silver particle sword was gradually formed that this guy stopped teasing. Of course, with his temperament, he was definitely thinking about it, what a brother who sells girls. Others' elder brothers are reluctant to let their baby sister be swept away by a pig. This one is better, and is anxious to send it out. Of course, Sumo is not an ordinary pig, if you have to describe it, the king of pigs. Soon, after a while, Shangguan Qinghong heard that Sumo had a good cooking skill. So shamelessly, he brought a few senior enrollment teams of his own senior sisters and ran over to eat. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Near dusk, most of the freshmen also wandered around the campus happily, and many local students in the city rushed home to announce the good news. In short, compared with the campus before the holiday, it is now booming. As for the division of classes, the vice principal Yin Zhan also said that after the freshman competition, they were officially divided into classes. At the dinner table, Shangguan Qinghong looked at a table full of dishes, and immediately extended a thumb to Sumo. If you and Feiyan get married in the future, the child will definitely eat fat, and the food will definitely be fine. On the side, the glamorous special admissions sister named Yanking who followed him couldn't help it anymore, and she knocked it down with a thud. Boom! Yanking said silently, "You make the young couple very embarrassed, do you know? Eat your meal." Sumo was speechless. "What am I? Sister Yan, are you more embarrassed, okay? Also, are you two on the show? The single dog is upset." After a while, everyone lowered their chopsticks, and the eyes of the senior sisters and seniors who had never eaten Sumo's food suddenly flashed. Looked at Sumo in shock. Good guys. Not to mention the amazing talent, but also good at cooking, this is too foul. Shangguan Qinghong was content to take the people away after a gorgeous meal. Sumo looked at Yezioxu, senior sister, go to wash the dishes. As a frequent visitor of Villa 10, eating my meal with senior sister Feiyan, it's up to you to behave. You shouldn't be that kind of lazy person, right? If this spreads out, you're male fan. Ms. Ben will wash the bowls from now on, let's go. Good. You. At night, Sumo hovered on the bed and took out the incomplete magic core that Shangguan Qinghong asked someone to show him with a look of joy. This eldest brother was interesting enough. After the meal, he asked someone to send the magic core, and he still sent it with the intermediate storage ring, and even said, "There will be a follow-up, I will definitely fill it up for you." Of happy consciousness plunged into the storage ring, and the corner of Sumo's mouth was grinning. A full ring is even more exaggerated than the savings of the Gold Awakeners last time. Although most of them are Tier 3 magic nuclei, there are plenty of them. System, absorb it. With Sumo's words falling. Ding! The host absorbed an incomplete Tier 3 early magic core and gained 203 energy. Ding! The host has absorbed an incomplete 3rd stage late magic core, gaining 403 energy. Ding! The host absorbed a crippled 3rd order mid-stage magic core and gained 299 energy. Ding! The host has absorbed an incomplete. Allowing the system to absorb it, Sumo leaned back, with a smile on the corner of his mouth, and fell asleep happily. The second day, Sumo got up early and looked at the energy points displayed on the system. He was so excited. Energy point, 426,041. In addition, he consumed the remaining 100,000 last time, that is to say, he just slept and got more than 300,000. Cool. If it weren't for the storage ring to fit so many, I'm afraid that elder brother will give him more, right? No longer hesitating, Sumo went out directly with the business card given to you by Shangguan Qinghong. Because the sky hasn't been fully bright yet, there are still very few people in Magic University at this time. Soon, he stopped a taxi and came to a tall building called the Prevailing Chamber of Commerce. I saw that in the surrounding high-rise buildings, the doors were closed, only the Prevailing Chamber of Commerce had the doors open. Even outside the store, with lights and festoons, there are rows of beautiful girls standing there nervously. They looked nervous and looked out of the gate from time to time, as if waiting for the arrival of some big man. Business is pretty fast. Sumo chuckled and walked towards the gate. At this moment, in a window of a tall building, a tall man in a suit saw Sumo. His face was instantly happy, he flashed, and he came downstairs to the gate, and then trod out respectfully. Chapter 81. The man in the suit was full of smiles, and after he stepped downstairs, he trot out immediately. When passing by the rows of ceremonial ladies, the voice commanded, "Keep up." The rows of ladies and sisters were nervously etiquette. Seeing the man in the suit appeared, their bodies straightened up quickly. But when I saw the latter's expression more nervous than myself and others, I realized something instantly. One after another, they slapped up their spirits, and quickly followed. One after another, the delicate body trot out, and the high-heeled shoes made a clattering sound. At the same time, the little brain began to think of it. To make this nervous, it should be the important person who notified him. Thinking of this, the little girls suddenly became more nervous, and the professional smiles on their little faces almost couldn't keep up. Not for a while. The man in a suit trot to Suemo, who was walking, with a respectful expression, "Xiao Xiao, welcome to the prevailing Chamber of Commerce." After speaking, he made an extremely standard please gesture. The little girls behind saw such a handsome little brother, they were first taken aback, and then they reacted. She also said softly, "Welcome to Xiaosu." They thought they were those powerful and virtuous uncles, but they didn't expect to be such handsome young men. Some young ladies who had just taken the position of Miss Etiquette suddenly blushed, and quietly looked at Suemo. But soon, their eyes widened, and an immature young lady couldn't help exclaiming, "Suemo." The current Devil City, Sumo's name, can be said to be a household name. From the top lords to ordinary mortals, it can be said that they have seen Sumo's records and images. As far as these mortal little sisters are concerned, Sumo's enchanting existence among the awakened is simply their dream lover. Seeing it now, that mood can be imagined. But as soon as she left her words, she reacted and quickly covered her small mouth, looking at the man in the suit with trepidation. The man in the suit who was looking at Suemo with a smile turned his head and looked at the girl, his expression became very cold the next moment. "Xiao Xiao's name is what you can call. You won't be using it for work tomorrow." Suddenly, the young lady's face turned pale and her body trembled. Suemo watched this scene, speechless for a while. He glanced at the business card, then looked up at the man in the suit. "Are you Boss Chen?" Hearing that, the man in the suit quickly turned his head, his expression turned into a smile again. "Yes. Su Xiao, the son of Shangguan, has already explained to Chen, so from yesterday to now, my predominant Chamber of Commerce has been opening the door for you. Good guys. You are the boss, or the Golden Awakener, too much." Looking at the man in the suit named Chen Kai, Suemo smiled and said, "Boss Chen, the senior has already told you about it, so some introductions are just omitted, let's go in and talk." Chen Kai was overjoyed. "Xiao Xiao, please." After clicking a bit, Suemo walked to the prevailing Chamber of Commerce, and when she passed the pale-faced girl, she spoke softly, "Boss Chen, ordinary people are also indispensable members of our human society. It's not easy." After speaking, continue to walk towards the door. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. As an old dough stick who has been in the business world for many years, Chen Kai naturally understood the meaning of Sumo's words. When the girl passed by, her tone became softer, "You still have to have the etiquette you should have. This time I will forgive you for the sake of Su Xiao's face, and don't do it again next time." After speaking, he followed in Sumo's footsteps and resumed his respectful appearance again. It wasn't until the two figures were far away that the ceremonial ladies breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the pale girl. "Xiao Kui, you will have to have a snack next time. Even if you like it again, you have to control your emotions. If it wasn't for Su Xiao who just spoke for you, you would be out of work." Master Suemo is not only unparalleled in talent, but also handsome. Most importantly, he is so gentle. If only I had awakened the ability back then, I must find ways to get close to Master Suemo. Oh, it's a pity, we are all a group of mortals who are unable to awaken their abilities. In a luxurious office in a high-rise building, Suemo sits on a luxurious sofa seat. Chen Kai poured a cup of famous tea for him, and then smiled. "Does Su Xiao want to obtain a channel to provide discarded magic cores?" Suemo lightly sipped his tea, nodded and smiled, "Yet." Words fall. Chen Kai immediately took out a contract with a smile on his face and respectfully placed it in front of Suemo. Suemo was taken aback. "This is Xiao, please take a look. Seeing the attentive appearance of this boss Chen, Sumo picked up the contract, looked at it carefully, and was taken aback again. Article 1. All magic core suppliers in the Magic City unconditionally provide Su Xiao with discarded magic cores. Next, there are some details, but all of them are made unilaterally by Sumo, and it can even be said to be inverted. Good guys. Is this a contract? Sure it's not a slave contract? Sumo is a creditor, and these suppliers are slaves. After Sumo coughed slightly, Boss Chen, did you really write the contents of this contract correctly? Chen Kai immediately smiled and said, Su Xiao, the contents of the contract are all led by my prevailing Chamber of Commerce, and all the magic core suppliers are unanimously finalized. It is absolutely true. Moreover, it can satisfy Su Xiao's hobby. It is a great honor for us. Inwardly, the boss was so excited that his little heart was pounding. Only the discarded magic core can connect with this one, and this has been for most of his life in the business world. It is definitely the most profitable business. Really lick. Smiling inwardly, Sumo immediately replied, since Boss Chen and the others are so happy, thank you very much. If you have something to do in the future, just give a notification. As far as you can, Sumo can help. Chen Kai waved his hand quickly, don't dare. Don't dare. Just abandoning the magic core, the profit earned for them is not enough for a fraction of the real magic core. How dare he ask Sumo? The main purpose this time is to get to know the future boss of the magic capital. After discussing some magic core handover plans with this boss Chen, Sumo left the prevailing Chamber of Commerce. In the future, major suppliers will accumulate the discarded magic cores in a hidden warehouse. Whenever he wants to absorb it, he will absorb it whenever he wants, which is equivalent to his small vault. Good news. I thought it would be a finely calculated transaction, but I didn't expect it to end in such an inverted way. Sumo couldn't help sighing, the feeling of being kneeled and licked was really cool. Since then, with this stable channel to earn energy points, he can finally feel at ease. Formally stepping into a well-off society, draw a clear line with Kaienbai. Time passed quickly, and 5 days passed quietly. The news of the freshman contest, even without publicity, is already well known in all major cities of mankind. The talented students from all over the world also set off to Tokyo City with high spirits one by one. That's right. The place where the freshman competition is held today is the turn of Imperial City, the once prosperous capital in the age of technology. At this time in Magic University, in a hidden underground martial arts hall, Sumo gathered all the special enrollment students again. This time, he did not notify anyone, but did it in secret. It's a good deal to give Li Tianyi and others some face. The day after tomorrow is the day when the freshman competition begins. The students from other schools have even arrived in Tokyo City. I hope that our Magic University will not be too shabby. He ridiculed Cheng Wuxiang and others standing around, and Sumo immediately hooked his finger, come on. Chapter 82. In the past 5 days, Cheng Wuxiang and other special enrollment students obviously put Sumo's words in their ears. One is harder than the other, even reaching the point of forgetting sleep and food, just to make progress and get a place. Especially those who are obviously behind a lot in strength, become crazy, and it is absolutely fatal. Sumo knew about this through the news, and he was still very satisfied. In fact, does he really want this group of people to become stronger and stronger? Do not. What he wants is to stimulate the fierceness of this group of special enrollment students and to wear off that arrogance. Only in this way can we clarify our shortcomings and become stronger. Of course, he didn't expect this group of guys to become much stronger in the short term. Anyway, Sima Qiang didn't have him. In the end, the face of Moda University still wants him to take care of it. However, there are obviously some who have made great progress, such as Cheng Wuxiang, Li Tianyi, and Mirong Zi. The aura that the former exudes at this moment is infinitely close to Qixing, and it is more restrained. The latter two have also reached the realm of the Black Iron 6 stars. The rest of the people's cultivation level has also improved. After all, they are all S-level special enrollment students. There may be a gap, but it will not be too much. the center of the martial arts hall. As Sumo lifted his finger, Cheng Wuxiang and others looked at each other and immediately slammed Sumo. Seeing everyone's running formation, Sumo's eyes lit up. I also know that the team is working together, not bad. This group of special enrollment students obviously communicated through these 5 days. The position, ability attacks, and the means of close combat are all arranged correspondingly. The division of labor is clear, and it will not be blindly chaotic. It's great to have such awareness. But still can't touch the corner of Sumo's clothes. Perhaps when the Silver Realm came, he would be instantly killed, but he was still desperate for Shang Sumo. After a long while, Cheng Wuxiang and the others were so tired that they were lying on the ground. They weren't injured. Yes, they were tired. Happiness. Clapping his hands, Sumo looked at the special enrollment students who fell on the ground, and said with a smile, "They are all pretty good. They have made great progress. There is no left ear in and right ear out, which proves that your attitude is fine." Li Tian lying on the ground gasped uncomfortably, "No matter how much progress is there any use, you can't even touch the corners of your clothes, it's not as good as always." To make this most arrogant fellow laugh at himself, it seems that Sumo's pressure on them is indeed too great. But as Li Tianyi's words fell, the group of special enrollment students really bowed their heads and became depressed. Looking at the current situation, it seems that the number of places is hopeless. However, Sumo's next words made their eyes wide open, revealing an expression of ecstasy. Sumo smiled faintly, "Get up all, next, I'm going to announce the quota." Cheng Wuxiang turned over, jumped up, and said with joy, "Brother Mo, we didn't even touch you, read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. I didn't seem to have said, should you meet me?" Sumo shook his head and joked, "If the condition is that you meet me, then you really don't want this place." "Ha ha ha, cool." Cheng Wuxiang burst out laughing immediately, "I knew that Brother Mo wouldn't be so cruel." Li Tianyi and the others were also relieved when they heard this, and stood up excitedly and waited for Sumo's announcement. Seeing his face looking forward to the enrollment of his special admissions, Sumo stopped teasing them and announced directly. "Cheng Wuxiang, Tianyi Li, Murong Zi, Yu Qiang, Rangjing, Yu Peng, Mu Xiaowu, Helian Xing Yang. Preferably. When the last one was his own name, I would rather have a nervous face, and then stayed for a while, cute and cute." Next moment, her pretty face said in disbelief, "Senior Su, am I selected?" Looking at her, Sumo smiled and said, "Your combat awareness and ability use are better than those of the same level as you. Although the cultivation base is a bit poor, it is still very good. Yet, I love your senior." When the words fell, the little girl jumped up like a rabbit, and even the last ambiguous words came out. People who don't understand absolutely think that Sumo has any pie deal with her. Ahem. Sumo, who was almost choked, looked at those who were not selected for special enrollment. "Your progress in these 5 days is equally good, but it is still a pity. After this time, redouble your efforts. They are ahead of you at this time, but in the future. Road, who wins and who loses is still unknown, everything is possible." Hearing that, those special enrollment students who were not selected and whose eyes were ruddy with their heads down, slowly raised their heads and looked at Sumo, nodding their heads. "Senior Su, we will work harder." After finishing speaking, he left the martial arts hall, and walked out of the dark passage one after another. Although it seemed very quiet, it was obviously straightened a lot, which proved to be a lot of cheer. Withdrawing his gaze, Sumo looked at Cheng Wuxiang and the others again. "Okay, I'll go back and prepare," and then set off. After a while, everyone was ready on an exquisite and advanced fighter plane. Led by Feng Xiaoao, Shangguan Feiyan, Ye Xiaoxiu and others also followed. Yan Yun and other special recruit teachers who hurried back were also in it, and Cao Tok had been teasing Sumo, not serious at all. Even Gu Chen and other senior enrollment students rushed to watch the excitement. In their words, "The live watching is more exciting, and by the way, support the scene for the younger students." Fortunately, the position of the fighter plane is large enough, otherwise it really can't hold so many people. "Call out. Soon, with a buzzing sound, the fighter plane flew away from the magic city with a long tail flame. I chose a safer high-speed railway line and rushed to Tokyo City. After a day and night, in the eyes of everyone, a steel city entrenched on the ground came into view. The scale is not worse than the magic city. Is this Tokyo City? It's so beautiful. I heard that the previous Tokyo City was very cold, but after the cataclysm, the Earth's crust has changed, and the territory of our human beings has been messed up. Now the new location of Tokyo City has not only expanded 100 times, it's not cold anymore, it's really amazing. Cheng Wuxian looked at Tokyo City below curiously, exclaimed. Tokyo City was definitely the second big city he went to, the first one was the magic capital. Suemo also secretly wondered, after the huge changes in the terrain, the world is no longer what it used to be. The territories are bigger and I don't know where they are, and new areas are bursting out, all unknown. It may be occupied by monsters, or it may not be developed, and everything is full of unknowns. Their magic city is also a new location, hundreds of times bigger. So at this time in Tokyo City, he would naturally be curious. At this moment, in the surrounding sky, warplanes also flew in one after another, piercing the sky, and came to Tokyo City. Then, under the command of military personnel, it landed at the designated location. After getting off the cabin, Suemo looked around. On the fighter planes of various universities, a young man with a high reputation walked off. Ha ha ha! Brothers Iao, you guys from Magic University this year, they all look pretty good. At this time, on the side, a fighter plane was also lowered, with the 4 characters of Zhongzhou University marked on it. Chapter 83. As soon as the voice fell, a burly old man wearing a brown shirt appeared beside Feng Xiaoao. Without a trace, it just appeared suddenly. Suemo looked at the old man, his eyes condensed subconsciously. Another extraordinary boss. Moreover, it is still extraordinary related to the earth element, because he has just landed. Suemo keenly discovered that the earth element under his feet has become extremely active, which is the characteristic of the influence of the extraordinary power on the heaven and the earth. Feng Xiaoao suddenly introduced Suemo and others with a smile on his face. This is the vice president of Zhongzhou University. Guo Zhang, the vice president of Zhongzhou University, the over 300-year-old master of the land. This one's reputation is no lower than Feng Xiaoao. Although he is old and has a lot of wind and happiness, he is also an extraordinary 9-star peak power. S-class earth element, the owner of the central holy earth. Suemo and others hurriedly said respectfully, "Hello Principal Guo." Guo Zhang looked at the 10 freshmen including Suemo, nodded first, and then said sourly, "Brothers Iao, I heard that there are nearly 20 good seedlings specially recruited by your Magic City University this year, and now you will also Gu Chen. The little guy has also been sent, do you think the old man is not sour enough?" The expression on the old man's face at this time can be said to be true and sour. There are only 6 new students specially recruited by Zhongzhou University this year, so there is no need for assessment, and they are directly awarded. The remaining 4 places were replaced by A-level students. Compared with the full 10 special enrollment students of Magic University, it is not even a star and a half. What's even worse is that there is a monster in Magic University, who has been promoted to the Silver Realm in just 1 month, and it is even more incomparable. Although they also have excellent special enrollment, they have been promoted to the peak of the Black Iron 8-star, but compared with the monster of the Magic City, it is far worse. He is not sour. Talking sourly, Guo Zhang immediately looked at Suemo and said with a smile, "Little friend Su, if you want to come to our Zhongzhou University, the old man will treat you as a grandson, not to mention the unlimited resources, and the old man's great-granddaughter is also a special admission. It's so cute and charming." With that, she pointed to a lovely girl who was walking off the fighter plane. "You old fellow!" Feng Xiaoao's face went dark. Really, dare to dig the foot of the wall in front of him, when he Feng Xiaoao is the heir. Shangguan Qinghong's face is not good, so she dares to dig his brother-in-law with a beautician. Gen. Didn't you see that my sister's face is unnatural now? And also, is your granddaughter as pretty as my sister? Is my sister in perfect shape? Lovely? Humph, my sister is super cute and omnipotent. Of course, with these unhappiness, he can only complain in his heart at present. If he is an extraordinary boss now, he must definitely sign up with the old and rude Principal Guo. At this time, 10 students from Zhongzhou University also got off the plane and came to Guo Zhang's side with different expressions. But when he looked at Sumo and others, the war intent in his eyes was unconcealed. Especially the young man with long narrow eyes and wearing a red leather jacket looked at Sumo at a glance. You are Sumo who was blown to the sky by the media. They said that the top of the list is already yours. This makes me very dissatisfied. I admit that you are indeed the highest cultivation level among our freshmen, but don't think you are real. It's stable, everything will be better than we know before. A ruthless word fell. Cheng Yuxiang was not happy anymore. Who are you? Brother Mo abused you like playing, believe it or not. Hearing this, the young man turned his head to look at Cheng Wu, who looked at him without fear, and for a while, the sword was drawn. Boom! A violent chestnut fell, and Guo Zhang looked helplessly at the boy in the red jacket. Yan Cheng, if you don't change your character, believe it or not, you will be locked in school directly in the future, and you will be 2 in a few months. Don't even think about going out and practicing. The boy in the red jacket immediately shrank his head and said nothing. Feng Xiaoao looked at him and said with a smile, Old Zhang, is this little guy the blood dragon from Zhongzhou University? The talent is okay, but this character is too rough and needs to be polished. After BG the boy's melon seeds hard again, Guo Zhang smiled and said, well, let's go to the hotel too. Our 5 top universities will be the latest for the 2 of us. The freshman contest will officially start tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. Let's have a good drink tonight, how about? Ha ha ha, well, it's been a long time since I drank with you old guy. At this time, the luxury Chinook car, which had been waiting for a long time, drove in front of everyone. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. After getting in the car, the group of people drove to the Royal Palace's most luxurious Shengqian hotel. Seeing the envy of other university students, they naturally did not have such a good treatment. There are cars, but they are obviously not that luxurious. The hotel also has arrangements. Although they are not bad, they are not the most luxurious Shengqian. I'm jealous. Sitting in the luxury Chinook car, Sumo and the others looked at the surrounding street environment with emotion. Too many people. At this time, the streets were full of people, and they were all discussing things about the freshman competition. It can be said that the entire human domain, as long as capable awakeners or mortals, have come to the imperial city. All want to watch this battle of human geniuses live. Even on the side of demon capital, many people came, but they weren't the same as Sumo and the others. After a while, several luxury Chinook cars drove into the Shengqian Hotel, with rows of palace-like buildings entrenched in front. You can think of 3 words just by looking at it. Large and luxurious. At this time, 2 men and women in suits were already waiting at the entrance of the luxurious hall. Seeing Feng Xiaoao and Guo Zhang getting out of the car, the 2 immediately trot over with respectful expressions. Principal Feng, Principal Guo, we are the housekeepers sent by the government to take charge of all the imperial visits to your school. The place to live has been arranged for you. Do you want to go up now? Or? Looking at the sky, Feng Xiaoao smiled and said, I heard that the government is going to hold a banquet for the freshman competition for us, right? Among the 2, the butler looked respectful, yes. After 7 o'clock, the banquet begins. Nodding their heads, everyone immediately followed the 2 butlers into the Shengqian Hotel. Chen Derong followed Cheng Yuxiang and said nervously, Take Xiong, it's the first time I have entered such a luxurious hotel. Those hotels in Tianhai City are in front of him, scumbags. Cheng Yuxiang also swallowed his saliva, I am also the first time, but Brother Derong, we have to be as stable as Brother Mo. I saw them in front of them. Sumo looked calm, slowly following Feng Xiaoao, and walking side by side with Gu Chen and other family members who had seen the world before. The temperament was undoubtedly revealed, and all of them were so beautiful that they couldn't help attracting the attention of some etiquette ladies. After walking for about a few minutes, they were taken to a luxurious building with a whole room at Magic University. It turned out to be from their magic capital university. Pick whatever you want. The 5 top universities are indeed full of faces. The Shengqian Hotel is indeed the Royal Plaza First Hotel, and the layout of the rooms is as exquisite and luxurious as the villas in their university. Everything is complete, even in terms of entertainment, much better. Get ready, gather at 7 o'clock to attend the banquet. After saying this sentence, Feng Xiaoao turned into a breeze and disappeared into the night. Everyone put on their dresses and walked out of the room. Sumo's dress is a light black color matching dress, matched with his slender figure, and has a unique temperament. It's like a noble son, very charming. Yezioxu seldom praised, tisk tisk, he looks pretty handsome. Shangguan Feiyan looked at Sumo, her pretty face flushed, school brother, this dress suits you well, it's charming and handsome. Sumo grinned, seniors are also beautiful, especially Sister Feiyan, this figure. At this time, Shangguan Feiyan still wears a long black dress as her gown, but she looks more figured than the previous one. When he took a look, he couldn't help but be in a daze, like a night female elf standing in front of him, charming and moving, and was amazed. Yes. Brother-in-law, standing with Feiyan is like a match made in heaven. Shangguan Qinghong also walked out wearing a white dress, equally handsome, and looked at Sumo and his old girl with satisfaction. Yang Qing took his wrist by his side, curling her red lips and said, if you don't speak, you are also very handsome. This is not easy, and another wave of dog food has appeared. It's an envy to see Chen Derong and Cheng Wuxiang. The open-air hall of Shengqian Hotel. At this time, a lot of people gathered, 4 top universities, including freshmen from various key universities and teachers. Even Digi, a nobleman from Tokyo City and a high-ranking official from the government and military, also came to the scene. Celebrate the freshman contest together. After a short while, Sumo and the others walked gracefully, and immediately attracted a lot of attention. However, before they could completely walk into the open-air hall, a handsome young man in a black suit took Sumora away. That's right, as soon as he came, he took Sumo's hand and pulled it to the shadow corner on the side. Sumo looked dumbfounded and looked at the boy, are you? Without answering Sumo's words, the boy brought a glass of red wine for him, are you back too? There was a hint of temptation in the tone. Looking at the young man, Sumo was taken aback, his eyes filled with doubts, what do you mean? This guy is pulling himself for no reason, and he doesn't talk about human beings. Seeing Sumo's puzzled eyes, the young boy's beautiful pupils suddenly revealed doubts 10 times stronger than Sumo's. This is impossible. After a low murmur, he took a deep look at Sumo and left. Ding! Host, this young man's innate soul state is a bit similar to you, with traces of time and space. Sumo, who was looking at the teenager's back in doubt, was surprised when he heard the words, how to say. Ding! It consumes 100,000 energy points to activate the detection function of it. It's another activation function. Although he is now on the run, he can't consume it like that. But curiosity has been aroused, and even if it is cheating, Sumo can only grit his teeth and activate it. Ding! The detection function has been turned on. According to the difficulty of the detection target, you need to pay for the corresponding energy points. With curiosity, Sumo aimed the detection function at the teenager in a suit. Ding! The basic information of this target requires the consumption of 100,000 energy points. Will it be carried out? Sumo's face turned dark, grass. So much. The target has time and space traces, so it takes a lot of energy points. Taking a deep breath, Sumo said with an uncomfortable expression, everyone has gone to 100,000, so what if I have another 100,000, go. With that, he consumed 100,000 energy points again, and aimed at the boy in a suit who was going away, and then his eyes stared. Chapter 84. Target name, Mo Fan. Target background, known, now Tokyo University freshman special admissions chief student, 1 month ago, the rebirth returned to the day of the awakening ceremony, unknown, why rebirth, before rebirth. Target repair, known, the peak of the Black Iron 9-star, it is wrong information, unknown, true repair. Target abilities, known, S rank Extreme Thunder Element 9 Heavenly Lightning, A rank Special Type Quick Self-Healing, unknown, declaring A rank Special Type ability Quick Self-Healing as an error message. What is the second ability really? Rebirth. Sumo looked dumbfounded. It's not that he hasn't read novels in his previous life, but he has naturally read novels about rebirth. But what he never expected was that he actually met a rebirth in this world. And many more. If this MO fan is a rebirth, that is to say, he was originally from this world. Although I don't know why I was born again and returned to the day of the 18-year-old awakening ceremony. But he knows everything about the future absolutely. According to this development route, in the future, it will inevitably look for opportunities, seize all opportunities, and finally reach the top. But if he knows everything in the future, then the expression he looked at me just now, why is he so confused, there is temptation. Sumo secretly analyzed, could it be that in his future world, there is no such a person as me? After all, if I existed, with my influence in Magic University, he absolutely knows, and it won't be like this. In other words, I am special, in his future world, I don't exist. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz.